The apocalypse has descended. And is there nothing to be done? Not at all. Even in a state of surrender, one can still grow stronger. In this world of chaos, I shall emerge. Chapter 1. Survival. I am doomed. The sound that emerged was akin to a parched pipe whistling in the wind. It was the death rattle of Zhao Fei, who lay emaciated on his bed, waiting for the inevitable. 3 months prior, a mysterious virus spread across the globe, leaving no one unscathed. Due to various physical conditions, some transformed into zombies while others retained their sanity. The entire world was thrown into disarray, small nations were utterly annihilated, and even great powers could only maintain stability in a few key cities. As the 3rd month of the apocalypse commenced, food became increasingly scarce. Zhao Fei intended to venture out in search of sustenance, but upon witnessing the skeletal remains of those devoured by zombies, he faltered. Resorting to boiling belts and consuming shoes, Zhao Fei was willing to go to any lengths to survive. 3 days ago, the water supply ran dry. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Fei had not tasted a single drop. He could no longer feel the pangs of hunger or the dryness of his throat. With no food intake, he had lost all control over his body, leaving only his mind functioning, though it too was on the brink of shutting down. What a pity, I still have many wishes. In his desolation, Zhao Fei closed his eyes, ready to embrace death. Farewell, Mom, Dad, and little sister, we shall meet again in the next life. Ding dong. Host, greetings. Congratulations on activating the Apocalypse sign-in system. As a starting gift, please collect your beginner's gift pack from the warehouse. A friendly reminder, this system allows for a major sign-in once a month, a mid-level sign-in each week, and a minor daily sign-in, with double rewards on holidays and a grand gift at year's end. The rewards are plentiful, please remain persistent. Is this for real? Upon hearing this voice, which was both hopeful and dubious, Zhao Fei was filled with a mixture of anticipation and skepticism, questioning if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Well then, let's sign in. With a mere thought, the system warehouse materialized seamlessly in Zhao Fei's mind, as though it had always existed there. Within the warehouse, a resplendent beginner's gift pack shimmered enticingly. Zhao Fei's once dim eyes suddenly sparkled, and a single murky tear escaped. The golden opportunity had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he clicked to open it, accompanied by jubilant background music, transforming his warehouse into a dazzling array of supplies. 200 bottles of mineral water, 200 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 boxes of self-heating meals. No longer would he need to worry about food and drink. In terms of weaponry, there was a dagger, a machete, and a silenced pistol with 200 rounds of ammunition, along with a set of clothing. The weapons provided by the system boasted a 10 damage boost against zombies, while the armor offered a 10 defense enhancement. The remaining items were various disposable potions, all exceedingly useful. Zhao Fei was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling as he propped himself up from the bed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the bounty before him. Each item was something he had longed for in his dreams. However, upon discovering one more item, he gasped in shock. Apocalypse Safe House Beginner Level. Note: please place this safe house in a suitable location. It will continuously provide the host with water, weapons, and protection. Zhao Fei, with trembling hands, clicked on the icon for the safe house, only to find an object flickering in his view, as large as his own room. Error. This area is unsuitable for establishing a safe house. Please seek a more appropriate location. Although Zhao Fei was eager to venture out and set up the safe house, he was overwhelmed by thirst. The thirst for sustenance took precedence over his mental anguish. He clicked on a bottle of mineral water in a warehouse once worth merely 2 yuan in the old days. Its value was immeasurable in Zhao Fei's eyes. So sweet, he murmured, letting the silky sensation of the water glide from his tongue to his brain. He had never imagined that drinking water could be such a delightful experience. Water is the essence of life. Surviving brings hope to step out of the room, out of the city, to rescue his family. In an instant, countless aspirations surged within him. Gulp, gulp. Zhao Fei downed half the bottle, then slumped weakly onto the sofa. He understood that after prolonged dehydration, consuming too much water at once could be fatal. Mom, Dad, little sister, can you also savor such sweet water? He closed his eyes, filled with deep concern for his family. After a while, Zhao Fei felt an urge he hadn't experienced in ages. Once relieved, he began to sample the food in the warehouse. Despite the abundance of supplies, he dared not indulge extravagantly, opting only for a single pack of instant noodles. Having been starved for too long, he worried that the sign-in system might fail the next day, so he refrained from overeating. Yet, as he consumed the instant noodles, tears streamed down his face. So delicious. It's absolutely delectable. Oh, this is what life is meant to be. This is truly living. Zhao Fei, who had licked the packaging clean, patted his belly with satisfaction and reclined comfortably on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze fell upon a photo of himself with his family, and a wave of emotions surged through him. After that, Zhao Fei did nothing. His frail body rendered him incapable of any activity, and he simply lay on the sofa, drifting into a deep sleep. At that moment, he was on the brink of physical collapse. Rest was the only remedy. The next day, upon awakening, Zhao Fei immediately checked the sign-in system for its status. Please sign in, host. Tears of joy streamed down his face. He now had something to rely on to navigate this post-apocalyptic world. Sign in. As long as he was alive, the sign-ins would continue. Life endures, and so does the sign-in. Ding. Today's sign-in successful, granting the host a manual for all attribute enhancements. Zhao Fei clicked on the manual in the warehouse. Strength 10, Agility 10, Speed 10, Intelligence 10. His physical attributes were displayed in numerical form. Race, human age, 22. Gender, male. Skills, none. Life level, level 1. Stamina, 1010. Energy, 1010. Strength, 20. Normal adult 10. Agility, 20. Normal adult 10. Speed, 20. Normal adult 10. Intelligence, 20. Normal adult 10. Hidden attribute. Host level 2 low to display as Zhao Fei's attributes were enhanced. His once gaunt frame suddenly transformed into a robust physique, instantly restoring him to his prime. I feel magnificent. A powerful sensation surged within him, invigorating Zhao Fei and dispelling the despondency that had previously enveloped him. It is time to step out of this room. For the past 3 months, Zhao Fei had yearned for the opportunity to venture outside. Action stems from confidence, and confidence arises from strength. Donning the armor and weapons stored in the warehouse, he resolutely set forth. Chapter 2. The Unbearable Assault. Zhao Fei had grown stronger, however. He remained cautious. The earth had become increasingly perilous, for the zombies had also evolved. In the corridor lurked a zombie, a perfect target for him to assess his newfound abilities. Ugh! As he opened the door, a foul stench assaulted his senses, a combination of the zombie's odor and the decay from other rooms. Even Zhao Fei, who had not bathed for 3 months, felt nauseated. He scanned his surroundings, straining to listen to the rustling sounds emanating from below. In selecting his weapon, Zhao Fei contemplated. The corridor was narrow, making the use of a machete impractical. Having never wielded a gun, he decided upon a dagger instead. Alloy dagger. This is an exceptionally sharp weapon, capable of effortlessly slicing through any metal on Earth, and it provides a 10 damage boost against zombies and mutated beasts, along with a 10 critical strike chance for a one-hit kill. The weapons produced by the system were indeed formidable. Grasping the dagger, Zhao Fei felt reassured. Moreover, the attacks of a first-tier zombie could not breach the defenses of his system attire. First-tier zombies, being the lowest tier, retained only their sense of hearing and primarily attacked by biting, posing the greatest threat through their tendency to swarm. Nervous for his inaugural encounter with a zombie, Zhao Fei stealthily approached the stairs, akin to a skilled gamer in a first-person shooter, and spotted a shadow moving around the corner on the 2nd floor. Out with you! Zhao Fei tiptoed behind the zombie. Without hesitation, he raised his dagger high and plunged it into the creature's skull. Thud! The sharp dagger pierced the first-tier zombie's brain as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, causing the zombie to convulse briefly before losing all motor function. Attacking the brain proved to be the most effective method for dispatching zombies, commonly referred to as a headshot. Zhao Fei felt no remorse for the fallen prey. 3 months of isolation had prompted profound contemplation, leading to his current decisive actions. Peering from the corridor, Zhao Fei observed a swarm of wandering zombies outside, a perplexing sight, a reflection of the dense population in the region. That zombie, a second-tier zombie. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this particular zombie not only possessed claws, but was also significantly more robust than its first-tier counterparts. A second-tier zombie, the claws were a hallmark of this tier, indicating not only heightened sensory perception, but also the ability to effortlessly tear through human flesh. Seeing the claws of the second-tier zombie, which were longer than his dagger, Zhao Fei retreated back into the room. This was a strategic withdrawal. Once again, Zhao Fei surveyed his modest storage room. Having never wielded a genuine firearm, he found himself compelled to relinquish the only pistol at his disposal. It seemed his hopes now rested solely on the items he had checked in. That girl is still alive. As Zhao Fei returned to his room and gazed out the window, he noticed a flicker of light from a room in the building across the way, sparking a wave of joy within him. During the 3 months of confinement, he and a girl from the opposite building had motivated each other, communicating through gestures on a writing board due to the considerable distance between them. Zhao Fei had faltered first, only to rise once more, such as the ebb and flow of life. Understanding that the girl across was also on the brink of despair, Zhao Fei hesitated not a moment. He wrapped 2 bottles of mineral water and a pack of instant noodles in a bedsheet and hurled them across the void. What once seemed an impossible distance was now within his aim. Before long, a figure gradually rose at the window opposite. The girl indeed appeared to be on the verge of death, her frail form swaying unsteadily even while standing. Zhao Fei's eyes glistened as he waved to her. The unknown girl, with great effort, returned a weak wave and mustered a smile before beginning to eat. Over the course of these 3 months, their relationship had transcended mere affection, evolving into a bond akin to familial love. On this particular day, Zhao Fei did nothing but lean against the window, meticulously observing the arrangement of the zombies. As night fell, he once again threw supplies to the girl before settling down for the night. The following morning, Zhao Fei awoke and promptly checked in. The reward this time was a quick mastery guide to marksmanship. The introduction read, "By clicking this guide, users can swiftly transform into sharpshooters, mastering the construction and maintenance of all firearms from the bygone era." Upon activating the guide, a surge of information flooded his mind, causing every cell in Zhao Fei's body to tremble. In that moment, he metamorphosed from a mere novice into a skilled marksman. Instantly, he became intimately familiar with the silenced pistol in his storage. It felt like an extension of his very being had become a gun god. We are all sharpshooters, each bullet eliminating an enemy. Confidence surged through Zhao Fei, reminiscent of Bond from 007, as he brandished his pistol and strode boldly from the corridor. Puffed! The silenced pistol emitted almost no sound, and with each shot he struck true, dispatching the first-tier zombies with ease, leaving them lifeless upon ground. At last, the novice village boss, a second-tier zombie, loitered at the entrance. Zhao Fei, brimming with bravado, let out a whistle. Roar! The so-called intelligence of the second-tier zombie was merely a base instinct. It paid no heed to the firearm now in the hands of this human. Upon hearing Zhao Fei's whistle, it turned without hesitation, lunging toward this enticing morsel. Strategically, one must disregard the threat posed by zombies, yet tactically, one must regard them with utmost seriousness. A muted pop echoed twice as 2 bullets penetrated the eyes of a second-tier zombie, causing its ocular organs to burst forth. The creature staggered, swaying precariously, yet continued its relentless advance. What a tenacious zombie, Zhao Fei mused. Indeed, the evolved second-tier zombies demonstrated an astonishing vitality. While Zhao Fei could dispatch first-tier zombies with a single shot, the second-tier zombie before him remained functional even after sustaining 2 direct hits to its brain, an utterly terrifying prospect. It was only after Zhao Fei fired 2 additional rounds that the second-tier zombie finally succumbed. This rate of ammunition consumption is becoming quite burdensome. Within the confines of the warehouse, 20 bullets had already been expended in this neighborhood, and at such a pace, it would be utterly insufficient for Zhao Fei to continue his journey. Establishing a safe haven was of paramount importance. And what of that girl? With a dagger in his left hand and a silenced pistol in his right, Zhao Fei prepared to deliver some supplies to her. He understood that if he were to abandon her, she would surely not survive. However, Zhao Fei was also acutely aware that bringing along such a liability in this apocalyptic world could spell his doom within a day. Thus, with a heavy heart, he resolved to provide her with some provisions, hoping she would fare well on her own. Chapter 3. Overflowing confidence. Though unable to save the world, at least he could ensure the girl survived a few more days. Zhao Fei was neither a naive do-gooder nor a man devoid of emotion. Within the bounds of his capability, he resolved to assist her. Thus, wielding his dagger, he dispatched 2 zombies lurking in the stairwell before arriving at her door. A swift knock later, the girl flung it open. "I knew you'd come." The girl before me wore a gentle smile, dressed in a refreshing sportswear that suited her perfectly, even adorned with a touch of light makeup. "I'm an evolver, my ability being replication." Before Zhao Fei could speak, the girl gestured toward her room. Following her indication, Zhao Fei noticed an abundance of identical mineral water bottles and instant noodles neatly arranged inside. All identical. An evolver. This young woman is an evolved being endowed with the extraordinary ability of replication. Zhao Fei was genuinely astonished for a moment. Yet he comprehended that this young woman had witnessed his zombie-slaying prowess and was thoroughly impressed. She was now demonstrating her worth to him. "Hello, my name is Zhao Fei." "Hello, I'm Su Manli. Come with me. You've seen my capabilities. I can protect you." "Agreed. Let's go together." Su Manli was an astute woman. She cared not for Zhao Fei's true intentions in taking her along. All that mattered was securing such formidable protection. That sufficed. Zhao Fei had indeed not anticipated that Su Manli would possess such extraordinary abilities as an evolved being. Instantly altering his stance, he resolved to bring this remarkable woman with him. After all, such an invaluable ally was simply too formidable to overlook. However, just as Zhao Fei and Su Manli arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, the situation took an abrupt turn. "I can't bear this anymore. I don't want to live." A disheveled man stood on the balcony upstairs, let out a thunderous roar, and leaped to his demise. The man sought liberation through suicide. But brother, have you no consideration for others when you choose to leap from such heights? The desperate cry of the suicide victim drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, their heads lifting in unison. Zhao Fei found himself locking eyes with the undead horde just beyond the residential complex. Run. Without the ability to attack multiple foes at once, Zhao Fei was acutely aware that facing a horde of zombies in an open area would be futile. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Su Manli's hand and fled at full speed. As he sprinted relentlessly, Zhao Fei's mind raced to locate a suitable spot to establish a safe house. Yet, to his dismay, the system's cold response echoed in his mind. "Apologies, this location is unsuitable for deploying a safe house." "Apologies, this location is unsuitable for a safe house." Ho ho! Hordes of zombies began to converge, faintly forming an encirclement. A small-scale undead tide took shape, with all the ghouls fixated on Zhao Fei and Su Manli. "Congratulations, host. This location is suitable for establishing a safe house. Please confirm your decision." "Confirm. Confirm immediately." As Zhao Fei successfully activated the safe house within the warehouse, a structure abruptly materialized before his eyes. Without a moment to scrutinize, he hastily dragged Su Manli inside, stumbling and scrambling in their frantic rush. Will the zombies be able to follow us in? Separated from the zombies by only a transparent barrier, Zhao Fei couldn't help but mutter as he gazed upon the undulating horde of undead. "Host, rest assured, this safe house is equipped with a comprehensive defense system encompassing sound, light, and electrical barriers. Creatures below the 3rd tier are incapable of detecting its presence." At ease, Zhao Fei raised a defiant middle finger toward the zombies, his first act of outright arrogance since the apocalypse began. Then, he leisurely strolled through the safe house, carefully surveying its interior. The safe house spanned 70 square meters, complete with all essential facilities, a bedroom, bathroom, and more, designed with floor-to-ceiling windows. Its centerpiece was a futuristic control console. The console exuded a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic, a sleek, unadorned cabinet devoid of any visible buttons. "Greetings, host. I am the control system of the safe house. You may address me as Xiao Ji." On the console, a 1.7-meter-tall human figure suddenly flickered into existence, a projection of this safe house's control system. Xiao Ji had striking crimson hair, delicate facial features, an elegant figure. and was dressed in a high school uniform. This was unmistakably Asuka. It perfectly matched Zhao Fei's aesthetic preferences. Xiaoji, are those zombies truly unable to enter? Chuckles softly, rest assured. Host, allow me to introduce this safe house to you. A stream of information flows into Zhao Fei's consciousness. Facility name, safe house level, primary state functions, defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding physical and ability-based attacks from third-tier creatures. Living amenities, can produce all necessary supplies for human survival, as well as standard offensive weaponry. Research development, first-tier strength potions, first-tier agility potions, first-tier intelligence potions. First-tier viral immunity serums. Offensive capabilities, none. Upgrading to the next level is required to unlock this function. Mobility function, none. Upgrading to the next level is required to unlock this function. Zhao Fei surveys the supplies provided by the safe house. Indeed, an impressive array. However, he soon realizes that obtaining desired items requires exchanging a corresponding number of crystalloids. Crystalloids are specialized organic structures formed within zombies and evolved beasts due to the viral infection. Thus far, human scientists have yet to decipher their true nature. Crystalloids serve as the sole energy source powering this safe house. Warning: acquire 10 first-tier crystalloids within 1 hour, or the host will be deemed incompetent, and this safe house will be reclaimed by the Apocalypse check-in system. Though Su Monli is astonished by the safe house, she understands it belongs to Zhao Fei. Thus, she quietly settles onto the sofa, observing propriety. Pleased by her discretion, Zhao Fei waits until the wandering zombies outside have diminished before venturing out to hunt. With marksmanship bordering on the divine, Zhao Fei is unmatched in single combat against first-tier zombies. After slaying one, he retrieves his dagger to extract the crystalloid. As he carves through the putrid flesh, where the heart should be, he finds instead a crystalline object, gleaming like frozen moonlight. It is truly ironic that such exquisite crystals could emerge from such putrid and decaying forms. These crystals, exuding a sinister yet captivating beauty, were treasured by Zhao Fei and carefully stored in his warehouse. Zhao Fei stealthily returned to the former residential area, retrieving the crystals from the previously slain zombies. Soon, his warehouse housed 20 first-tier crystals and a single second-tier crystal. But what value does the second-tier zombie crystal truly hold? Zhao Fei approached Xiao Ji with his spoils of victory in hand. A second-tier crystal was equivalent to 10 first-tier crystals. Extending the second-tier crystal towards Su Monli, Zhao Fei inquired, "Are you capable of replicating this?" Su Monli remained silent, knowing the moment had arrived to demonstrate her worth. With a flash of white light in her hand, an identical second-order crystal materialized. Chapter 4. The Honey Trap. I'm rather fatigued and in need of repose. Su Monli had remained in her demonic state all along, and now, utterly drained, she collapsed onto the sofa, slipping into unconsciousness. Host, you. Little Ji observed Zhao Fei's audacious maneuvers, momentarily at a loss for words, his circuits seemingly short-circuited by disbelief. Ha ha! Don't accuse me of cheating, little Ji. This is simply the privilege of being devastatingly handsome. Women just flock to me effortlessly. Xiaoji, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Zhao Fei understood that he was now treading the path of empowerment. By slaying the undead, he would grow stronger. He could not rely solely on the sanctuary or the women within. Rest well inside the safe house. Zhao Fei instructed the weakened Su Monli, who responded with a silent nod. Through this, he gained further insight into the capabilities of the evolved. This time, as he stepped out, Zhao Fei finally had the opportunity to observe the safe house in detail. From the outside, it was utterly imperceptible, even to his own vision. Its outline manifested as an almost illusory silhouette. Second-tier life forms were already a rarity. Zhao Fei harbored no concern that a hypothetical third-tier entity might detect his sanctuary. His method of gaining strength was straightforward and brutal. Slaughter the undead, exterminate mutated beasts, and if necessary, even fellow humans, evolved ones included, would become his prey. Thud! With another muffled impact, Zhao Fei dispatched yet another first-tier zombie, temporarily clearing the area. Now, The roles had reversed. He was the hunter, and the undead, the hunted. 41st tier crystallized cores now lay in his possession. Upon returning to the safe house, Su Monli would double the yield, enabling him to trade with Xiaoji. With the vicinity of the sanctuary purged of the walking dead, Zhao Fei, under the afternoon sun, resolved to expand his hunting grounds. Help! Somebody help! As Zhao Fei was scouting the district for targets, a woman's desperate cries for help suddenly pierced the air. Soon, a female figure in a professional skirt suit and sneakers emerged from an office building, sprinting directly toward Zhao Fei without hesitation. Though one could tell this woman had once been an exquisitely beautiful, quintessential career woman in the old world, she now appeared disheveled, covered in grime, and reeking of filth, utterly devoid of any allure. A survivor. However, this is simply treating me like a fool. Zhao Fei gazed at the panicked woman before swiftly leveling his pistol at her. Upon finding herself at gunpoint, a flicker of terror initially flashed across her face. Yet when Zhao Fei refrained from firing, her expression swiftly reverted to one of frantic distress. "Thank you, noble hero." The woman continued running towards Zhao Fei, incessantly expressing her gratitude to him. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" she cried out. "I never claimed I would save you. That man is truly capable of pulling the trigger." The woman halted her steps as she observed the sudden shift in Zhao Fei's demeanor. "Damn it, you useless woman. Can't even handle such a loser? Just wait till tonight when I deal with you properly." So the real protagonist has finally arrived. The once infallible bait had failed its purpose. Several individuals emerged from the office building in a pitiful state. Though clad in immaculate business attire, their faces betrayed an unmistakable air of menace. A honey trap scheme? Unexpectedly, even in the apocalypse, there are still people engaging in such despicable acts. Zhao Fei realized he'd been targeted by this gang, judging by their well-coordinated division of labor. This was far from their first time committing such atrocities. "Boss, he's armed with a gun." A man brandished a fire axe in his hand and addressed the leader. "A gun? Even if it's real, so what? Could that punk take down so many of us in one go? And would he even dare to pull the trigger? Does he not realize this would attract the zombies?" The leader brimmed with arrogance, his eyes brimming with ferocity. With a dull thud, Zhao Fei struck the handle of the underling's fire axe, leaving the minions staring in disbelief at the shattered remains in his grasp. Zhao Fei had never taken a life before. His intent was merely to intimidate these men before making his escape. "Charge! He's running low on bullets." The leader's face twisted into a vicious snarl as he lunged at Zhao Fei, taking the lead in the assault. His remaining underlings hesitated momentarily before charging forward as well. Without further hesitation, Zhao Fei pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the swindlers who stood mere steps away. A series of muffled gunshots rang out, and the weapons in the henchmen's hands were shattered one by one. "Boss, spare us, please," they cried out in desperation. The gang members knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, instantly subdued as Zhao Fei demonstrated overwhelming power. You! The gang leaders stared at Zhao Fei, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a complete sentence. Zhao Fei paced slowly toward the leader, pressing the gun against his forehead. The leader's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring down his face, yet he remained utterly speechless. Bang! The boss collapsed weakly, lying on the ground with fluids streaming down, yet he realized he was still alive. Ha ha! When the boss regained his senses, Zhao Fei had already disappeared into the distance. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, only dared to breathe deeply once this terrifying figure departed. What on earth had just happened? Shortly after Zhao Fei departed, another group emerged before the crowd. Observing the ludicrous spectacle of the honey trap participants, the newcomers appeared utterly perplexed. One person, just one person, the woman continued to stammer in a trembling voice. "Wretched woman, answer my questions truthfully." The burly leader grew increasingly impatient and abruptly struck the woman with a forceful slap, causing her to spit blood and lose several teeth. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the brute before her was an underling of the true overlord of this territory. Reporting to Lord Chun, "A passerby has ruined our business," the woman snarled viciously, directing all her resentment toward Zhao Fei as if he alone were responsible for this apocalyptic nightmare. Boss Chun, I've assessed the situation. Every weapon was taken out with a single shot. Even if he isn't an evolved being, his marksmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. One of the men interjected. Chun the Elder stood rooted in contemplation. Initially, he had come to recruit able-bodied men from Big Brother's territory. Yet, Zhao Fei had effortlessly crushed his momentum, reducing his entire troop of soldiers to trembling weaklings. Establishing dominance. Chun the boss understood that at this critical juncture, he must demonstrate sufficient fortitude and resolve, lest he forfeit his authority over this territory. After them, he commanded. There was no other choice. Minister Chun and his group sprinted in the direction Zhao Fei had fled. Even though Minister Chun was aware that Zhao Fei possessed firearms, he showed no trace of fear, for Minister Chun was an evolved one. Today's harvest was quite fruitful. It's time to call it a day. Tomorrow, we'll explore another area. Zhao Fei managed to collect 60 crystals once more, even though they were all of the first tier. Nevertheless, they could be exchanged for quite a few valuable items at Xiaoji's place. As the sun began its descent in the west, even with his golden finger at hand, Zhao Fei dared not wander the city after dark. Hold it right there. However, just as Zhao Fei was about to finish his work, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 5. The Artificial Human, What is the Matter? Was it your doing? Lord Chun narrowed his eyes, gazing at Zhao Fei's composed countenance. Those individuals who fell victim to the honey trap? Indeed, you have touched my people, and now you face two choices. Either become my subordinate or turn into a corpse. The response to Lord Chun was Zhao Fei's bullet. Villains die from excessive chatter. Zhao Fei harbored no delusions. He didn't believe in reasoning as a solution in this post-apocalyptic era where order had collapsed. Ding! An eerie scene unfolded. The bullet remained suspended in midair before Lord Chun. After lingering for a mere second, it plummeted freely to the ground. An evolved one. Haha, foolish one. Our leader fears no assault whatsoever. Go ahead, pull the trigger if you dare. A lackey stood by, cheering for Lord Chun. Leave now. I have no desire for a battle to the death between us. Can't you see? Your bullets hold no terror for me. Thud. Zhao Fei realized this confrontation would not end peacefully today. Without hesitation, he fired his gun once more. The bullet struck before Minister Chun once again, though still blocked. Yet the minister's body trembled slightly. Zhao Fei noticed subtle changes in his facial expression. It became clear to Zhao Fei. These evolved individuals required the expenditure of their own energy when utilizing their abilities. Charge. Eliminate this brat. Unexpectedly confronted with Zhao Fei's resolute decisiveness and abundant ammunition reserves, Magistrate Chun lost his previous composure. He urgently rallied all his men to charge forward in a desperate attempt to eliminate Zhao Fei. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of enemies, Zhao Fei demonstrated remarkable restraint. Rather than delivering fatal blows, he issued only warning shots. This display of precision and control left Magistrate Chun utterly astounded, realizing with dawning horror, this young man is either a legendary special forces operative or an evolved one. Lord Chun had come to this realization, and the remaining surviving underlings had also grasped the situation. With Zhao Fei raising his gun once more, the others scattered like frightened birds and beasts. It was now a one-on-one duel between Zhao Fei and Lord Chun. You cannot kill me, Lord Chun declared. I am an evolved being with absolute defense. Moreover, my superior is none other than Lord Lu Ming. When Minister Chun uttered those threatening words, Zhao Fei instantly knew he had triumphed in this battle. I shall grant you a choice as well, he declared with icy composure. Relinquish all your provisions and depart from this place at once, or face annihilation by my hand. Preposterous, came the incredulous retort. Without these weapons, we shall never return. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Zhao Fei fired another bullet. This time, despite Lord Chen's attempt to block it head-on, the projectile merely hesitated for a moment before piercing the invisible barrier. It struck his arm directly, sending a spray of crimson into the air. I surrender. I surrender, he cried out. Once more, a single bullet would suffice to seal Minister Chen's fate. His defensive barrier had been breached, an energy shield he could activate upon his own flesh, capable of withstanding ordinary assaults. Each impact drained its reserves. The entire construct able to endure but 5 or 6 gunshots before crumbling. However, ordinary individuals would typically feel intimidated upon witnessing Lord Chen's formidable defenses, coupled with his pretentious demeanor, which made him seemingly invincible. Yet Zhao Fei had already discerned that the abilities of these evolvers were not boundless, and thus he countered their arrogance with composure. Begone! Under Zhao Fei's stern reprimand, those individuals fled in panic without even uttering threats. Retracing his steps, Zhao Fei observed that the zombies near the safe house remained completely oblivious to its presence. What a truly reassuring sanctuary this was. After dispatching the wandering undead in the vicinity, Zhao Fei pushed open the door and entered. An exquisite aroma immediately greeted him, the fragrant bouquet of freshly prepared cuisine. The long-forgotten scent of home-cooked meals, which Zhao Fei believed had faded from memory, now stirred profound emotions within him. His nose tingled with suppressed sentiment while moisture gathered in his eyes. How precious were these mundane comforts of the bygone era that had once been taken for granted. Zhao Fei, you've returned. Then I shall commence preparing the final grand dish, stir-fried spicy diced chicken with chili peppers. That afternoon, Su Monli regained some of her strength. As an intelligent woman, she refrained from any unnecessary actions within the safe house, merely exchanging crystals with Xiao Ji for some ingredients to prepare a meal. Managing logistical affairs for Zhao Fei, this was how Su Monli defined her role. Zhao Fei, aware of Su Monli's thoughts, unceremoniously took his seat at the dining table, making his stance clear. Try my cooking. I'm a true inheritor of authentic Sichuan cuisine, she declared. Under Su Monli's gaze, Zhao Fei began to eat, and instantly an indescribably exquisite flavor spread from his mouth to his stomach, then permeated every cell in his body. Delicious. Absolutely divine. Zhao Fei began devouring his meal ravenously. Observing his demeanor, Su Monli realized she could settle peacefully within this safe haven. After satiating their hunger without unnecessary words, Su Monli silently doubled the crystalline substance in Zhao Fei's grasp, an act that once again left her body weakened. Rest well. Zhao Fei did not stop her, for he truly needed her to do so. With bountiful gains, Zhao Fei stuffed all the crystals into Xiao Ji's hands. Xiao Ji, calculate for me what offers the highest cost-effectiveness. In just a single afternoon, Zhao Fei had endured 2 battles, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of urgency. Host, after analysis, I recommend you create life. Excuse me, may I inquire whether you possess that particular functionality? Xiao Ji. To be honest, Zhao Fei gazed at Xiao Ji with a faint stirring in his heart. After all, this 3-dimensional projection possessed far more allure than the 2-dimensional paper figures of bygone eras. You're referring to me in Su Monli, aren't you? That doesn't seem quite appropriate. We're not particularly close. Host, what exactly are you thinking about? I am referring to the current safe house's capability of fabricating artificial humans. After comprehensive analysis and comparison, creating a bodyguard proves to be the most reliable option. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei immediately invested all the crystals into the artificial human project. The attributes of the artificial human were predetermined, and during the facial customization phase, Zhao Fei directly chose the appearance of the governor. According to the progress bar, the fresh governor would be ready by tomorrow. Night had already fallen, and Zhao Fei lay low, for when darkness came, the constraints on zombies and evolved beasts weakened, while his own perception abilities sharply declined. Meanwhile, those whom Zhao Fei had released returned to their base. With embellished words, they recounted Zhao Fei's misdeeds to their true leader, Lu Ming. Boss Lu, this man sounds formidable. If recruited, he could be a powerful asset, but if left unchecked, he might also pose a latent threat, especially since the day of our agreement with those people is the day after tomorrow. Chapter 6. The Siege Lu Ming was a robust man in his 40s, his muscular frame taut with strength. Despite the tattoos adorning his skin, he maintained an immaculate appearance, far from the disheveled look of a typical post-apocalyptic survivor. Instead, he dressed in tailored suits, exuding the refined demeanor of a prosperous gentleman from the bygone era. Undoubtedly, only an evolved could carry himself with such effortless grace. for ordinary folk could scarcely afford such leisurely refinement. Lu Ming remained silent as a strategist whispered counsel by his side. Very well. That young man seems to be faring quite comfortably, likely hoarding ample supplies. The day after tomorrow marks our scheduled meeting with Zhou Shusong. Recruiting him would bolster our forces with another capable fighter. After uttering these words, Lu Ming tightened his grip around the beautiful woman in his embrace. The young lady, half his age, showed no sign of displeasure, but instead responded with a coquettish pout. "That's enough for today. I'm going to rest," Lu Ming declared, his blood surging with desire. Without hesitation, he swept the delicate beauty into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Arrogant. As a second-stage evolver, Lu Ming possesses the innate arrogance of one who has earned his superiority. The safe house offered entertainment. A single crystal could immerse one in all the films, novels, and games throughout history. Su Monli indulged in binge-watching with serene contentment, for her duty was to recuperate and manage Zhao Fei's logistical needs. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei stood at the control panel, repeatedly scrutinizing the supplies the safe house could provide. Still impoverished, time was of the essence. There was no luxury for gradual progression. Every delayed departure meant heightened peril for his family. Having meticulously planned his course, Zhao Fei retired for the night. At dawn, Xiao Zi's chime roused him. "Congratulations, host. Your first-tier artificial human has been successfully manufactured. Please proceed to the warehouse for inspection." Presently, the governor existed in card form, occupying a single slot within the warehouse, a space where items defied physical dimensions, consolidating up to 200 units of the same category per slot. Artificial Human 1 Zhao Fei tapped the governor's icon, and in an instant, the figure materialized with cinematic flair, accompanied by dramatic lighting and sound effects. The governor's attributes unfolded as follows: race, artificial human; age, 0 years; gender, male; skills, mastery of combat arts, firearms, vehicular operation; life tier, level 2, strength, 25, baseline adult, 10, agility, 15, baseline adult, 10, speed, 15, baseline adult, 10, intelligence, 0, baseline adult, 10 for now. The governor was an unthinking automaton, obedient solely to Zhao Fei's commands. Today's check-in reward was a gatling machine gun, which Zhao Fei promptly equipped to the governor, alongside stockpiling ample ammunition. A single first-tier crystal could purchase an entire slot's worth of bullets, a cost Zhao Fei paid without hesitation, filling the warehouse to the brim. When Su Monli attempted to replicate the governor, she found herself drained to exhaustion, managing only half his form at most. The gatling, however, was successfully duplicated, one gleaming copy now at their disposal. Zhao Fei's warehouse inventory displayed. Gatling machine guns X2. Merely a single night had passed. Yet Zhao Fei's strength had already ascended to an entirely new level. The city he resided in had once been a bustling metropolis of nearly 10 million inhabitants during the old era, a true first-tier city. Consequently, the number of zombies was staggering. Even after yesterday's clearing, the undead had already begun to wander near the safe house once more. Upon stepping outside, Zhao Fei unleashed an unstoppable onslaught, cutting through the hordes like a scythe through grass. Yet, something peculiar caught his attention. What was wrong with those people? During Zhao Fei's hunting expedition, initially, a solitary figure was cautiously peering around. Zhao Fei paid no heed, assuming it to be merely a wild survivor. However, increasingly more shadowy figures began to emerge. Surrounded. Despite Zhao Fei's formidable mental fortitude and exceptional marksmanship, his lack of combat experience left him encircled before he could react. Yet, his composure remained unshaken as he calmly surveyed the ring of assailants closing in. "So, you're the one who messed with my men?" Lu Ming stepped out, casting a haughty gaze at the frail-looking Zhao Fei. "They sought to deceive and slay me. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Indeed, you are strong, hence you survived. That is precisely why I stand before you now, because I surpass you in strength. You are presented with two options: submit to my command or face death." Lu Ming, a second-tier evolved being, unconsciously exudes an intangible aura of dominance, perceiving all others as mere insects unworthy of defiance. Though Zhao Fei recognized this formidable adversary, fear found no purchase in his heart. Perhaps there exists a third alternative, he mused. Oh, came the intrigued response. Zhao Fei leisurely unscrewed the silencer from his pistol, while looming across from him narrowed his eyes. Could this young man, unable to endure the humiliation, have decided to end his own life? Suddenly, Lu Ming realized something and shouted in alarm. Danger! Retreat immediately! Bang! 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 Zhao Fei fired his pistol with the silencer removed, shattering the windows of the buildings. Instantly, the thunderous gunshots and the cacophony of breaking glass reverberated through the sky. Boom! 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 The wandering zombies, upon hearing the slightest sound, immediately sprint towards the source with reckless abandon. Among these undead creatures, the ominous silhouettes of second-tier zombies can be faintly discerned. Bingo! You're completely surrounded. Zhao Fei remained composed, smiling calmly at Lu Ming and the others amidst the encirclement. Boss, are we still apprehending this young man? Lu Ming emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even knowing he had fallen into Zhao Fei's trap, he did not choose to retreat at the first moment, but rather resolved to fight to the death. Retreat? This fellow intends to perish together with us. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Fei's lips. Retreat? You think too highly of yourself. Moreover, these individuals appear to vastly overestimate their own worth. How audacious of them to presume I would even consider mutual destruction with their kind. These individuals are not worthy of such privilege. A nobleman's vengeance may wait a decade, but Zhao Fei's retribution knows no dawn nor dusk. Comme fort, sonic sound. Faced with the dense horde of oncoming zombies, Lu Ming furrowed his brow and began to harness his abilities. As he summoned his power, the vicious dog tattoo that adorned his body stirred to life. Like a beast unleashed from its cage, the once two-dimensional image of the ferocious hound twisted and contorted, transforming into a living, snarling creature. Zhao Fei observed the men, who despite their terror, refused to retreat. Seeing their leader take the situation seriously, and with no hope of escape, the underlings drew their weapons, steeling themselves for a desperate battle against the undead. The zombies, upon spotting the living, wasted no time with hesitation. Their attacks were brutal and unrelenting, charging mindlessly forward as they clashed with the survivors in a chaotic melee. Chapter 7. Gathering Materials. Roar. Bang! A zombie was decapitated by Zhao Fei's gunshot, then collapsed limply onto a person beneath it, revealing one of Lu Ming's subordinates trapped under the rotting corpse. In a desperate bid for survival, the subordinate forcefully kicked the filthy undead off his body. When he looked up at Zhao Fei with eyes brimming with gratitude, he was met only with an icy, indifferent gaze. There was no need for confusion. Zhao Fei had saved him solely because the living were enemies of the dead, not out of any semblance of mercy. The horde Zhao Fei had drawn was overwhelming, its numbers swelling until Lu Ming and his men found themselves shrinking their defensive perimeter, their expressions betraying creeping dread. Unconsciously, they inched closer to Zhao Fei, seeking refuge in the lethal precision of his marksmanship. Each bullet found its mark with unerring accuracy. Every shot a fatal strike to the skull. With nothing but a handgun, Zhao Fei wielded it like an automatic rifle, carving through the undead with ruthless efficiency. Around the group, the corpses of zombies piled higher, forming a grotesque barricade of the fallen. This kid is terrifyingly skilled. Lu Ming's tattooed beasts paled in comparison to Zhao Fei's slaughtering efficiency. Watching Zhao Fei calmly harvesting zombie heads, Lu Ming's initial admiration gradually transformed into sheer astonishment. At this moment, Zhao Fei was nothing short of a flawless killing machine. However, even though Zhao Fei had eliminated numerous zombies, the majority of those present were ordinary individuals with frail constitutions, utterly incapable of resisting the encroaching undead horde. Come forth, violent bear. Under immense pressure, Lu Ming had no choice but to summon his second tattoo beast. With a thunderous roar, a burly black bear joined the fray, yet despite its formidable individual combat prowess, its impact in this group battle was negligible. Quite a number today. This harvest will be bountiful. Zhao Fei mused with satisfaction as he observed the surging tide of zombies. The unfolding scenario aligned perfectly with his original design, though he hadn't anticipated these unexpected reinforcements, which had conveniently resolved several complications for him. Oomph. The others who heard Zhao Fei's words thought he had gone mad, continuing to fight the zombies in a desperate bid for survival. The horde of undead seemed endless, surrounding them within seconds. There would be no wasted bullets now. Staring at the dense swarm of zombies, Lu Ming and his companions were utterly consumed by despair. Only Zhao Fei wore a faint smile before snapping his fingers. The governor materialized out of thin air, his presence awe-inspiring and majestic. The onlookers gaped in stunned disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Where did this guy come from? They stammered. The appearance of the governor immediately astonished everyone present, including Lu Ming. For his attributes were the highest in the entire venue, his presence overwhelming. Without uttering a single word, the governor, ruthless and decisive, wielded a gatling gun, initiating a relentless mowing down mode. A crimson torrent of bullets surged forth, forcefully halting the arrogant horde of zombies, which collapsed in circles, motionless. The weapons forged by the system inflicted amplified damage upon the undead, each bullet striking a zombie with the devastating force of a miniature missile. For more efficient slaughter, Zhao Fei hoisted the gatling gun and unleashed a torrent of fire alongside the governor. Their marksmanship was equally formidable, each bullet finding its mark in the skulls of the undead, leaving the battlefield strewn with splattered brain matter. Hordes of zombies surged forward, only to be mowed down without mercy. The perimeter of carnage expanded steadily until the relentless staccato of the gatling drowned out the guttural snarls of the encroaching dead. Perhaps I overestimated my own strength. Lu Ming let out a bitter chuckle, signaling his tattooed beast to stand down. He had fancied himself a king among men, only to realize he was but a mere pawn. The first-tier zombies were little more than feeble prey, and even the occasional second-tier monstrosity that lunged forward met its end swiftly under Zhao Fei's composed annihilation. Everyone, rally around this man. Hold the line. Under Lu Ming's command, everyone converged towards Zhao Fei. Naturally, these individuals didn't even get a chance to strike. The battle lasted for an hour. When the last second-tier zombie collapsed lifelessly, the entire scene fell into silence. Surveying the sea of fallen zombie corpses, Zhao Fei burst into hearty laughter. These were all pure, unadulterated crystallites. My lord, I, Lu Ming, am willing to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Lu Ming gazed at Zhao Fei, who remained unscathed with not even a strand of hair out of place, and without hesitation dropped to his knees. The surviving followers around him promptly followed suit, acknowledging Zhao Fei as their leader without a second thought. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength commanded respect. Kneeling to pledge allegiance was no disgrace. Very well, I accept you as my subordinates, Zhao Fei declared with effortless authority, naturally embracing their obeisance. He understood that the sheer might he had displayed was more than enough to subdue them. Boss, what should we do with these people? Lu Ming pointed at several underlings who had been scratched by zombies and inquired of Zhao Fei. The wounded minions, aware that zombie scratches were incurable, uttered no pleas but merely wailed in despair. At this stage, ordinary humans infected through such wounds would inevitably succumb to the virus and transform. In previous encounters with similar situations, such individuals had been summarily executed. However, Zhao Fei was the new leader now, and the decision rested with him. Administer this to them, Zhao Fei commanded, retrieving vials of an antidote from the warehouse. Lu Ming, unfamiliar with the substance, dared not question its purpose. Is this a mercy killing? He wondered silently. The wounded watched in horror as they were injected with an inexplicable reagent, utterly powerless to resist as the zombie virus within them had already taken effect. They assumed it to be some lethal poison. Perhaps death would be the most merciful end. Lu Ming shared the same grim thought, yet he too was helpless. However, the moment the syringe was withdrawn, the bloodshot eyes of those who had braced for death began to clear, and vitality surged back into their limbs. This was no poison, it was a cure. As far as Lu Ming knew, no such antidote existed in this world. This Zhao Fei is not only immensely powerful, but also unfathomably profound. Truly a formidable individual who inspires despair. You all may proceed to excavate the crystals. Zhao Fei slumped heavily onto the corpse of a zombie, propping his gatling gun upright against the ground. The governor maintained his vigilant stance, his firearm sweeping methodically across the surroundings. Understood. Following your orders, boss. Lu Ming led by example, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the excavation of crystalline structures, while his subordinates toiled diligently, without complaint. Having minions handle such labor seemed rather advantageous indeed. Zhao Fei, who had long contemplated operating independently, gazed upon the subordinates laboring on his behalf and found his perspective shifting. Recognizing the formidable power of collective effort, they swiftly extracted all the crystalline cores from the fallen zombies. His warehouse now contained first-tier crystals, 782nd-tier crystals, for the only expenditure incurred was a modest quantity of ammunition. Chapter 8. Discontent Elder Zhao. What course of action should we undertake? Lu Ming submitted completely, obediently awaiting Zhao Fei's commands. Zhao Fei gazed upon his docile underlings with an unperturbed heart. Strength determines everything. With a grand vision, taking in a few subordinates was no significant matter. Here, take these. Eat and drink your fill, since they had pledged their allegiance. Zhao Fei saw fit to offer a gesture of goodwill. From the warehouse, he retrieved essential supplies, bottled water, instant noodles, and other daily necessities. As for the quantity, he provided only enough for 2 days, for Zhao Fei understood the principle. A peck of kindness fosters gratitude, but a bushel breeds resentment. At the sight of these tangible provisions, Lu Ming and his companions' eyes gleamed with astonishment. These were solid, invaluable resources. This Zhao Fei, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, was in truth unfathomably profound. The underlings were overwhelmed by the sudden stroke of fortune. It must be noted that currently, only Lu Ming could indulge in a box of instant noodles each day, and only his woman had the privilege of sipping the leftover broth. The rest had to make do with boiling soup in the empty noodle containers. Very well, you may return now. Do not forget to gather the crystals, Lu Ming instructed before being dismissed by Zhao Fei, who had merely accepted their group without extending his trust. Yet, the sheer strength Zhao Fei displayed and the resources he provided left no room for disloyalty among them. Once the subordinates had departed, Zhao Fei hastened back to the safe house, eager to assess the gains. How fruitful was the harvest? Su Monli had already prepared a table full of dishes. Like a devoted housewife awaiting her husband's return from work, Zhao Fei presented the harvested crystals to her, and without showing the slightest hesitation, she replicated and doubled them after their shared meal. Exhausted, Su Monli went to rest, while Zhao Fei began examining the supplies available for purchase in the safe house. Noticing that the upgrade option was currently grayed out, he inquired, Xiaoji, were the requirements to upgrade the safe house to the next level? The host is required to fulfill the following conditions: gold, 1 ton silver, 1 ton platinum, 1 ton chromium, 1 ton copper, 1 ton polyolefin, 10 tons. The upgrade of the safe house is imperative, as remaining confined to this limited territory severely restricts further development. Xiaoji, bring another dozen of the governor's special tonight. After assigning the day's tasks, Zhao Fei retired for the night. Upon awakening the next morning, Zhao Fei received a manual through the check-in system, the Evolver's Energy Enhancement Manual. By utilizing this manual, an Evolver could double the rate at which energy accumulates within their body. Zhao Fei handed this invaluable technique to Su Monli. Zhao Fei, take me with you this time. Having absorbed the knowledge within the manual, Su Monli indeed sensed a marked acceleration in her energy-gathering capabilities. Summoning her courage, she voiced her heartfelt desire to Zhao Fei. Very well, let us witness the merciless reality of this world together. Gazing upon Su Monli's determined expression, Zhao Fei understood the necessity of exposing her to the true horrors of the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would remain nothing more than a caged songbird, forever sheltered from the harsh truths beyond. Stepping out of the safe house, Su Monli pressed closely against Zhao Fei as they advanced, their bodies brushing against each other in a way that stirred Zhao Fei's heart. Yet both knew this was hardly the time for such emotions. Through Su Monli's eyes, the apocalyptic landscape stretched before them, scattered human remains, abandoned vehicles strewn haphazardly, and the shuffling figures of wandering undead. "Hey, you two, over here, quick!" As Zhao Fei stealthily led Su Monli through the shadows, a hushed feminine voice emerged from the darkness. Glancing toward the street corner, Zhao Fei discerned a woman gesturing toward them with urgent waves. Could this mysterious figure be extending a helping hand? Su Monli was an astute woman who discerned that this was not someone seeking their assistance, but rather an individual intending to aid them both. "Come, let's approach and see," she suggested. Zhao Fei contemplated briefly, aware that the remnants of the old world's order would not vanish so swiftly. This woman might belong to some survivor outpost, with the dual purpose of establishing contact and potentially recruiting allies. Zhao Fei led Su Monli toward the stranger. "Have you both lost your minds?" the woman exclaimed, wandering about so carelessly in the open streets. "We have just exhausted our stockpiled supplies and are now venturing out to procure sustenance." "Very well. I am a military personnel. Here are my credentials. Follow me. I shall ensure your protection." The woman was clad in a military uniform, her dignified bearing exuding an air of formidable competence that commanded respect. "Understood. We are most grateful." Su Monli remained silent, offering no objection after Zhao Fei spoke. Thus, the two followed the woman through winding alleys until they arrived at the police station where she resided. "Open up, it's Xiongyan," she called out. The station's main entrance had been barricaded, leaving only a low gap beneath the corner wall as a passage. After crawling inside, the trio was met with several gaunt-faced individuals. Upon seeing Xiongyan return empty-handed yet burdened with 2 additional mouths to feed, they immediately began mocking her without restraint. "Look at our great inspector," one sneered. "Not only can you find no food, but you keep dragging more people here every day. Are you trying to starve us all to death?" "Indeed, indeed, officer. We have gone without sustenance for 2 full days now. Should 2 more join our wretched company, who among us could possibly provide for the others?" All those present were men, yet without exception, they were all berating Xiongyan as if she bore the obligation to ensure everyone's survival in this apocalyptic world. "Let's go," Zhao Fei said, glancing at this survivor base within the police station with profound disappointment. Far from offering assistance, he even felt a tinge of disgust. After uttering these words, he took Su Monli's hand, preparing to leave. "Wait," Xiongyan grew anxious and stepped in front of the two. Addressing the grumbling survivors, she declared, "The outside world is perilous now. They won't survive long out there. I'll go search for supplies shortly and ensure everyone has food tonight." The group of men, observing her resolute stance, muttered curses as they dispersed. Accustomed to such reactions, Xiongyan exhaled in relief and ushered Zhao Fei and the others into the hall to rest. "Stay for a while," she said, "then we'll withdraw." Zhao Fei needed to observe and understand the nature of human hearts in this post-apocalyptic world, discerning how best to utilize these individuals. The entire security office was filled with people, each one listless and half-dead. When Zhao Fei and Su Monli appeared, their eyes lit up because the pair were immaculately clean, brimming with vitality, their rosy complexions indistinguishable from the handsome men and beautiful women of the old era. Su Monli had nearly fully recovered over the past few days. Originally a fair-skinned, long-legged beauty, she now drew the unblinking stares of every man in the room. "Zhao Fei, I don't like it here," Su Monli murmured after they sat down, gripping his sleeve nervously under the weight of the surrounding lecherous gazes. "It's all right. We won't stay long." Chapter 9. Amplification. Zhao Fei surveyed the surroundings, gaining insight into the survivors' living conditions. It appeared he had been overly generous with Lu Ming and the others before. He would need to exercise more restraint moving forward. A small kindness is often repaid with ingratitude. Greater favors breed resentment. Just as Zhao Fei, having gathered sufficient information, prepared to depart, a clamor erupted outside. The previously lifeless survivors experienced a sudden surge of energy, pressing against the windows to witness the commotion. "Zhao Fei, you wretched woman, bringing more people into the base again. Are you trying to starve us all to death?" Downstairs, a group of men led by a tall, imposing blonde-haired individual were engaged in a heated argument with Xiongyan. The majority of the crowd seemed to side with the blonde leader. "Blonde, you yourselves were all released from the detention cell by Sister Nian, and now you wish to repay kindness with enmity? A man by Xiong Yin's side spoke up. Released? Was that even necessary? The blonde-haired youth let out a disdainful snort as an overwhelming aura surged from within him, causing everyone present to pale in shock. The release of a life force field. This golden-haired individual was unmistakably a second-order, evolved being. Listen, all present here. I have just evolved to a second-tier physique, and my ability is vampire transformation. As long as you obediently offer your blood daily, I shall protect you and provide you with living supplies. The survivors began whispering among themselves. Indeed, the lives of those present were all saved by Xiong Yin and his colleagues in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet, after all this time, only Xiong Yin, a first-tier evolver, survived among those who were once here. This is a debt of gratitude. But now Huang Mao, a former imprisoned criminal, has unexpectedly become a second-tier evolver. Instantly, everyone's convictions wavered. Offering blood, being fed upon. This is undeniably the treatment of livestock. Yet, survival outweighs dignity by far. I am willing to offer my blood to the master. I too am willing. One after another, all knelt before the blonde-haired figure. Even the person beside Xiong Yin hesitated momentarily before uttering with remorse, "Forgive me. I wish to survive." This individual has also defected to the blonde one. Miss Bear, what are your considerations? Very well, considering the kindness you have shown me. If you accompany me to sleep every night, I shall only drink your blood once a week. Ha ha ha. Xiong Yin trembled with rage as she witnessed the overwhelmingly one-sided situation, yet found herself utterly powerless. Soon enough, however, she drew her pistol and pressed it against her temple. Having lost all hope in this world, she no longer harbored any desire to live. The people surrounding her were nothing but indifferent spectators. Apologies, but this one seems decent. I'll take her with me. Just as Xiong Yin closed her eyes and prepared to pull the trigger, a pair of gentle yet firm hands intervened. With swift precision, the firearm was dismantled into scattered components, leaving only the trigger in her grasp. Live well. Su Monli approached Xiong Yin's side, aware that Zhao Fei had no intention of sheltering the poor soul. The most she could offer was a comforting presence. Stay where you are. Do you truly believe this place to be a charitable institution? Execute this man by draining his blood to the last drop. As for these two women, Chuckles escort them to the bedchamber. Zhao Fei gazed at the smug, bleached-haired youth with weary resignation and remarked, "Truth be told, I harbor a strong desire to eliminate you. However, those survivors have willingly chosen to live as livestock. Very well, then. I shall merely beat you within an inch of your life." "Just you?" The youth sneered defiantly. "Go ahead if you dare." The blonde delinquent of bygone days, once a convict awaiting judgment, had now miraculously ascended to become a second-stage evolver, brimming with unbridled arrogance that rendered him dismissive of all around him. "Go, beat that blonde fool half to death." As Zhao Fei summoned his gubernatorial entourage, the smug expression on the delinquent's face froze. Not just him, even the onlookers were struck with awe. The second-stage blonde didn't even get the chance to transform or resist before being swiftly schooled in humility by the 10 governors, his agonized screams filling the air. Without so much as a glance, Zhao Fei turned to Xiong Yin and remarked, "Good. I hope you now understand the state of this world. I'll go with you. I'm a first-stage evolver. My ability is amplification, capable of doubling an evolver's power." Congratulations. Join my team, with Xiong Yin amplifying Su Monli's abilities. Isn't it equivalent to transforming a single crystal into 4? Just one more mouth to feed, yet the returns are extraordinarily worthwhile. This venture is truly invaluable. Zhao Fei did not attempt to recruit the members of the Public Security Office, for these turncoats were so morally corrupt as to be incapable of gratitude. Such individuals were utterly unacceptable to him. The three departed from the Public Security Office, and with this, Xiong Yin severed her last lingering attachment. The attitudes of those survivors whom she had defended with her very life had plunged her into profound disillusionment with this apocalyptic world. Very well, this location will suffice. Zhao Fei arrived at a desolate square, surveyed the surroundings briefly, and then, under the astonished gazes of the two women, fired a single shot into the sky. Roar! 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 The zombies came swarming in like a dark tide. Zhao Fei and the governors swiftly established a gatling gun emplacement. With the rhythmic roar of the guns, the undead were mowed down in waves like wheat before the scythe. Your man fights with such savage ferocity. Zhao Fei and I are not a couple. We simply cohabit under the same roof. Sharing living quarters doesn't equate to romantic involvement. Absolutely not. The nature of our relationship differs entirely. Soon enough, you'll be moving in as well. Xiongyan, the number of zombies in this area isn't too high. After a while, Zhao Fei had already slaughtered several hundred zombies. Still unsatisfied, he began excavating the crystals. Though the two women felt quite nauseated, they still conscientiously assisted Zhao Fei with the work. They weren't foolish enough to think Zhao Fei would simply provide for them without contribution. The harvesting process was indeed time-consuming and laborious, proving the necessity of having subordinates. After collecting the spoils, Zhao Fei led the two women back to the safe house. Xiongyan was utterly astonished by the safe house, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Yin, amplify my abilities. All right, with the assistance of two women, Zhao Fei's crystals were replicated to over 2,000. Xiaoji, you, my friend, are undoubtedly an evolved being. Zhao Fei, how could I not know what ability I possess? Xiaoji, your talent for freeloading is unparalleled. Zhao Fei, absolutely not. My ability to encounter serendipitous meetings with charming young ladies is truly unparalleled. Xiaoji, the two women had exhausted their abilities without reservation and needed to rest. While Zhao Fei began contemplating how to upgrade the safe house. Consulting the city map in his hands, he pinpointed two locations where materials could be obtained: the municipal bank and the metallurgical factory. The intermediate-level safe house was now an inevitable goal. As dusk fell, Zhao Fei was enticed by a tantalizing aroma. The dining table was adorned with an exquisite spread of delicacies, the handiwork of the two ladies. Su Monli excelled at Sichuan cuisine, while Xiongyan specialized in Shandong dishes. Both young women had found their niche, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to supporting Zhao Fei's domestic needs. Chapter 10. Exploring the ruins, the more comfortable life became, the stronger Zhao Fei's sense of crisis grew. At Xiaoji's place, he purchased the highest-grade equipment currently available for the safe house. The remaining crystals were entirely devoted to the production of the governor. Since Zhao Fei was not an evolver, but rather possessed a golden finger, Xiongyan did not enhance the check-in system for him. While Zhao Fei and his companions were living comfortably in their safe house, Lu Ming's situation was similarly peaceful. Lu Ming's base housed over 100 people, all gathered together, waiting for their meal. Lu Ming boiled a large pot of water and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, cooked an entire box of instant noodles. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their portion of soup and noodles. This had happened several times already, and the people had grown accustomed to it. After receiving their share, they squatted quietly nearby, eating in silence. Haha, Boss Lu. As promised, I have arrived. Shall we embark together on this expedition to explore the ancient ruins? With a hearty and boisterous voice resounding, a man of stature comparable to Lu Ming arrived at his encampment. Not going? Then seek out my leader instead. Have you taken leave of your senses? Could you kindly offer me a portion of instant noodles? The visitor was Zhou Shusong, who had previously made an arrangement with Lu Ming. He arrived in a huff, yet couldn't resist the temptation of the aromatic instant noodles. A steaming bowl brimming with savory broth was presented before him. Zhou Shusong greedily savored this humble yet divine delicacy. Then, this man whose prowess rivaled Lu Ming's began devouring the bowl of instant noodles with gusto. Might I trouble you for another serving? Gone. Here. We portion the pot by head count. State your purpose for coming. Do you seek to join forces in exploring that ancient ruin? Yes and no. Zhou Shusong licked the remnants from his bowl while replying to Lu Ming, even scraping the last few drops of broth with his grimy fingers at the end. Damn it. Too disgusting. Give this bastard another bowl. Lu Ming gazed upon his former rival's pitiable state with genuine compassion, instructing his subordinates to serve another bowl of sustenance. I'm already satiated. Brother Lu, I've joined the military. They want you to come too. What do you say? How about it, Brother Zhou? Where's your backbone? Didn't we vow to perish, standing rather than survive kneeling? Chuckles, had I been blessed with your fortune, Why would I ever seek refuge in the military ranks? Yesterday, several of my men starved to death. Zhou Shusong uttered these words while revealing the explosive collar installed by the military around his neck to Lu Ming. Lu Ming merely glanced at it without speaking. As leaders of independent survivor factions, both men could have lived comfortably by pledging allegiance to the largest survivor stronghold in the city. However, the price would be surrendering their freedom, becoming mere puppets of the ruling elite. By the way, as proof of my loyalty, I've already disclosed the ruins' location to my superiors, Zhou Shusong added. Seeing that Lu Ming had better options, he didn't press further and simply walked away. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before turning to his followers and commanding, "Move out. Inform Elder Zhao about the ruins immediately." In Lu Ming's perspective, he was powerless to contend with the military forces. His optimal choice was to leverage this ancient site to extract more supplies from Zhao Fei. If he could obtain instant noodles with the flavor of aged pickled cabbage, that would be sheer perfection. Inside the safe house, Zhao Fei awoke with immense satisfaction. This day held particular significance, for as the seventh day arrived, the check-in reward filled him with unparalleled joy: a Goliath robot. Note: initial state, upgradable. This operable exoskeleton robot enhances the host's combat capabilities and provides partial protection. The host can purchase additional attachments or upgrade packages to enhance the robot. Within Zhao Fei's storage, a card shimmered brilliantly, resembling a scaled-down version of the StarCraft Goliath. Even in its diminished form, utilizing this robot exponentially amplified Zhao Fei's combat prowess. The two women were instructed to remain at home, as both possessed auxiliary abilities and held little utility in battle. Once Zhao Fei stepped outside, the familiar sonic hound swiftly appeared before him. Yet, this once ferocious beast now regarded Zhao Fei with the docility of a chihuahua. "Did your master summon me?" The sonic hound nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Fei, assuming Lu Ming had a request for him, followed the creature to where Lu Ming was waiting. "Boss Zhao, my apologies. Not knowing your residence, I had to employ my hound to locate you." Even though the sonic hound was being disparaged as a mere dog, it dared not show the slightest discontent in Zhao Fei's presence. His strength could obliterate it in an instant. "No matter. Here are some supplies. Take them." With a casual wave of his hand, Zhao Fei conjured another heap of provisions before the group. This time, under Zhao Fei's implicit approval, the men no longer hesitated, hoisting the goods without a second glance at Lu Ming. "Boss Zhao, there's something else. I know of a certain place, an ancient ruin. If you're interested, I'd be honored to accompany you in exploring it." "Very well. Lead the way." With Zhao Fei's consent, Lu Ming began walking while elaborating on the details of the ruins. In this world, since the apocalypse emerged, certain locations have manifested spatial anomalies, pockets of reality harboring all manner of extraordinary opportunities. There are elixirs that enhance one's attributes, rings capable of storing supplies, puppets manipulated by sheer willpower. Lu Ming spoke with fervor, his words painting visions of treasures that stirred the blood with excitement. Yet, Zhao Fei's countenance remained remarkably serene, a man of profound composure. Indeed, Zhao Fei was a master who concealed his true capabilities. His composed demeanor upon learning of the abundant resources within the ruins could only signify that his prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Zhao Fei remained utterly indifferent to the so-called relics. Such trivialities could be effortlessly obtained within the safety of his shelter using mere crystals. Why would one bother with the arduous task of exploration? However, witnessing the fervor of this younger brother, who was twice his age, Zhao Fei resolved to humor him for a while. "Boss Zhao, over there." "Oh no, the military troops have already arrived." Zhao Fei followed Lu Ming's gaze, and indeed, before a somewhat ethereal gate, a group of uniformly dressed individuals had already gathered. Another faction had arrived. What's the use? Before Yizhou Shao. No matter how many people there are, they're all just cannon fodder. "Very well, many hands make light work. Perhaps if we enter together, we too can share in the spoils." Seeing his leader being slighted, Lu Ming was about to voice his protest, but Zhao Fei stopped him. "Arrogant? Interesting." Zhao Fei was eager to witness the might of the city's most formidable faction. Chapter 11. Overwhelming authority in the earliest days of the apocalypse. Zhao Fei, like everyone else, had desperately yearned for rescue. However, had aid truly arrived, he wouldn't have been driven to the brink of starvation. Even after brushing against death's edge and awakening his golden finger, Zhao Fei harbored no gratitude toward the faction that had inadvertently aided him. As Zhao Fei stepped forward, a group of individuals immediately moved to block his path. What now? Zhao Fei arched an eyebrow with skepticism, just as he questioned the guards. A sudden clamor of voices erupted in the distance. In this apocalyptic era, such ostentatious display either signified sheer foolishness or genuine dominance. Brother Fei, that's Zhou Xiaoxiong approaching. Lu Ming introduced, his voice tinged with apprehension. Zhou Xiaoxiong, the scion of the most formidable faction in the city, had long internalized the brutal law of survival in this new world, grow stronger, unceasingly, relentlessly. Under his family's tutelage, the once profligate heir had evolved into a formidable third-tier, enhanced warrior. Good day, young Master Zhou, chorused his subordinates, their deference immediate and unwavering. Even those from independent factions hesitated only briefly before lowering their heads in reluctant respect. In this lawless wasteland, power dictated hierarchy. Those with might ruled without question. Brother Fei, Zhou Xiaoxiong's ability is steel body transmutation. At the third tier, he slaughters second-tier zombies as effortlessly as butchering chickens, Lu Ming explained, his voice trembling with palpable fear. Zhou Xiaoxiong strode forward. His chin lifted imperiously as he passed the bowing crowd. Yet his haughty gaze soon settled on Zhao Fei, an insolent figure who dared remain upright. "Do you not know who I am?" he demanded, his voice laced with icy menace. Zhou Xiaoxiong approached Zhao Fei with a stern interrogation. This arrogant young master from the old era had completely unleashed his true nature in the post-apocalyptic world, for the Zhou family now held absolute dominion over the city. "Pay your respects to young Master Zhou." Zhou Xiaoxiong's entourage immediately berated Zhao Fei. "Pardon my bluntness, young Master Zhou. How fares your esteemed mother?" Chuckle one of Zhou Xiaoxiong's guards couldn't help but laugh. In the next instant, the guard's head rolled to the ground, struck down by Zhou Xiaoxiong himself. "Listen well, all of you," Zhou Xiaoxiong commanded, his voice icy. "Inside these ruins, I want this man dead. The reward? 10 crates of instant noodles." With that, he gestured mockingly for Zhao Fei to proceed. "After you." "Much obliged," Zhao Fei replied, patting Zhou Xiaoxiong's shoulder before stepping forward as the first to enter the ruins. Zhou Xiaoxiong watched with venomous eyes as Zhao Fei's figure disappeared beyond the ancient gates. The moment he was gone, Zhou tore off the garment Zhao had touched and flung it to the ground in disgust. Filthy lowlife. For Zhao Fei, this was his first time stepping into the ruins. Yet, the transition was seamless, so effortless that it felt like no more than the blink of an eye before he found himself standing within the vast expanse of the ancient site. The ruins stretched endlessly before him, a world unto itself. The landscape was barren of vegetation, dominated instead by towering, futuristic structures. Beep human presence detected. Scanning authorization credentials. Error. Unable to determine. Re-evaluating. Assessment complete. After review, your lifeform classification exceeds this ruin's identification capabilities. The facility grants you unrestricted access. Zhao Fei swore that he had truly done nothing at all, merely being an onlooker throughout the entire ordeal. Yet, even though it was his first time entering these ruins, his considerable intellect allowed him to comprehend one undeniable truth. He had somehow become the master of this ancient site. With cautious politeness, he inquired, "Excuse me, what exactly am I expected to do here?" Zhao Fei humbly sought guidance. As his words faded, a virtual projection materialized before him. However, this flickering hologram appeared markedly inferior to Xiao Zhi's, its unstable oscillations straining Zhao Fei's eyes with dizziness. "This site is a relic of Atlantis civilization," the projection declared, a technological marvel offering the following equipment. A display screen manifested before Zhao Fei, listing exoskeleton armor, laser rifle, personal flight unit after a cursory glance. Zhao Fei dismissed the interface with disdain. "Is this all?" he muttered. "How dare they call themselves an advanced technological civilization?" This is Zhao Fei's inner monologue. As the possessor of a check-in system, Zhao Fei naturally holds little regard for this relic of the Atlantean civilization. However, the ruins before him have displayed unmistakable hospitality, and out of courtesy, Zhao Fei decides to select a few items that catch his discerning eye. A versatile all-terrain sports car, a high-efficiency fuel formula. That is all. One more thing. Please increase the trial difficulty for the next entrance, particularly this individual. Zhao Fei sketches Zhou Xiaoxiong's likeness. Shall he be eliminated on sight? Do not be so cruel. Please prolong this process. Very well, understood. This ancient ruin has now entered a frenzied slaughter mode. Zhao Fei has been recognized by this relic with the highest level of authentication, yet he still hasn't attained administrator privileges. Nevertheless, this suffices. Shall we eliminate Zhou Xiaoxiong directly? Zhao Fei disdained such menial labor. The true cruelty lay in slaughtering them through this ancient ruin. Lu Ming had always maintained a humble and subservient demeanor. Yet after much hesitation, he steeled his heart and spoke. Brother Fei, I have a dear friend who was coerced into joining the Zhou family's faction. Could this ruin spare my companion? Lu Ming initially intended to pledge his unwavering loyalty to Zhao Fei, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back. Such declarations carried an implicit air of threat. Having once been a minor leader himself, Lu Ming understood that men of Zhao Fei's stature detested subordinates with independent thoughts. Though their acquaintance was brief, Lu Ming recognized Zhao Fei as a man of principle, precisely why he sought to spare Zhou Shusong's life. To his relief, Zhao Fei granted this request with effortless grace. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Zhou Xiaoxiong glanced at his wristwatch and sneered coldly. It seems this bastard truly is a wild evolver, utterly ignorant of the savagery within these ancient remains. By now, even if he's not dead, those ruin guardians must have tortured him half to death. Accustomed to arrogance, Zhou Xiaoxiong viewed the world through lenses of absolute dominance. In his eyes, even if Zhao Fei was some ignorant fool unaware of his reputation, the man's fate was sealed in death. Yet Zhou Xiaoxiong secretly hoped death wouldn't claim Zhao Fei too swiftly. He yearned to personally brutalize this insolent wretch further, to cement the Zhou family's prestige through public torment. And should Zhao Fei perish prematurely, his family would be dragged forth instead, for authority must be established through relentless demonstration of power. Move out, he commanded. After making a series of strategic arrangements, Zhou Xiaoxiong waved his hand grandly, and all personnel filed into the ancient ruins in an orderly procession. Chapter 12. The fundamental qualities of a henchman, the classic formation was unmistakable. Cannon fodder at the front, Zhou Xiaoxiong in the center, and the strongest surrounding or trailing behind. As Zhou Xiaoxiong and his entourage stepped into the ruins, they were met by Zhao Fei, clutching a bizarrely shaped firearm. Upon seeing the swarm of intruders, Zhao Fei let out a startled cry and bolted into the distance. Boom! Yet, in his frantic escape, the ground beneath Zhao Fei erupted in a spectacle of light, sound, and destruction. A deafening explosion tore through the air, reminiscent of an end-to-mine detonation. When the smoke cleared, Zhao Fei's figure had vanished. Only a charred shoe remained, landing at the feet of the newcomers. What a fool, unaware of his own insignificance. Though, it's a pity he met such an unremarkable end. Zhou Xiaoxiong observed the scene impassively. After all, maintaining composure and analyzing the situation was the hallmark of a true leader. No sooner had Zhou Xiaoxiong and his group fully entered and steadied themselves in the ground before them abruptly rose. Dozens of sleek, futuristic robots emerged, their designs steeped in advanced sci-fi aesthetics. Having traversed multiple ruins before, Zhou Xiaoxiong was unfazed by such encounters. These trials were typically benign toward humans. Only the weakest or the most unfortunate met harsh fates. But one question lingered. Wasn't the number of robots before them excessive? There were nearly 100 of them. What on earth was this about? What kind of assessment was this? The seasoned explorer Zhou Xiaoxiong, well-versed in relic investigations, found himself momentarily perplexed. However, in the very next instant, an unforeseen situation abruptly unfolded. Theoretically harmless robotic sentinels abruptly raised their laser rifles in unison. Before Zhou Xiaoxiong and his companions could utter a word, Inescapable beams of light pierced through their bodies. The assault arrived with such suddenness that Zhou had no opportunity to activate his third-tier abilities. Yet, the formidable physique of an advanced evolver proved its worth. Though riddled with wounds from the ancient guardian's onslaught, Zhou clung tenaciously to life amidst the carnage. How could this be? Since when did relic sentinels attack humans? Zhou Xiaoxiong spat blood, while widening his eyes in disbelief. At this very moment, Zhao Fei, who should have been blown to smithereens, appeared beside him. Zhao Fei walked past Zhou Xiaoxiong without so much as a glance, instead bending down to retrieve his shoe and slipping it back on his foot. The system's footwear truly was remarkable, completely unscathed despite the chaos. Zhao Fei marveled at its resilience. How are you unharmed? Zhou Xiaoxiong stared at Zhao Fei with an expression of utter disbelief. With such lingering doubts in his mind, Zhou Xiaoxiong lost consciousness, for a pair of enormous claws had crushed his skull flat. The perpetrator of this act was none other than Lu Ming's tattooed beast. And in an instant, Lu Ming roared with fury. I've despised the Zhou family for far too long. It was I who slew Zhou Xiaoxiong. Although the number of ruined sentinels was vast, under Zhao Fei's command, not all were annihilated. However, those who had mocked Zhao Fei naturally met their demise without exception. Zhao Fei understood that at this moment, Lu Ming was directly pledging his loyalty to him, willingly shouldering the enmity of the Zhou family upon himself. Zhao Fei gave Lu Ming a nod of acknowledgement. It was worth it. Lu Ming knew his gamble had paid off. Good heavens, young Master Zhou has been slain. We must return at once to inform the venerable Elder Zhou. Make haste, make haste. Should we tarry, we shall all face the executioner's blade. The subordinates of the Zhou family all had bombs implanted at the nape of their necks, witnessing the demise of their young master. Their sole remaining purpose was to relay this grim news to the Zhou family's overseers. Perhaps then their deaths might be slightly less wretched. In an instant, the entire Zhou contingent dispersed without a trace. Zhou Shusong stood dumbfounded. In his eyes, Lu Ming might have been reckless, but never so utterly senseless. Yet before he could process it further, Lu Ming, who had already accepted him as a subordinate, grabbed the bewildered Zhou Shusong and dragged him to kneel before Zhao Fei. Hurry and pay homage. Acknowledge your new leader. Zhou Shusong knelt down, but immediately let out a bitter laugh. Brother, esteemed sir, I know you are formidable individuals. However, take a look at this. With that, Zhou Shusong revealed the bomb attached to the back of his neck to Zhao Fei and his companion. Good heavens, that thing is utterly repulsive, was Zhao Fei's first impression. For what clung to Zhou Shusong's neck was less a bomb and more a living creature, a spider-like entity. This biological explosive, obtained by the Zhou family from an ancient ruin, had multiple tendrils burrowed deep into the host's neural network. Within its grotesque form pulsed a highly corrosive fluid. Upon the user's command, this abomination would detonate, instantly dissolving the host's skull. Even a third-tier evolved human would stand no chance against its lethal design. Truly a testament to twisted ingenuity, Zhao Fei murmured, shaking his head at the monstrosity. If only the Zhou family had channeled such ingenuity into resolving the apocalyptic crisis, this city might have long been restored to peace and order. Ruins, Zhao Fei asked. Can you remove this bomb? At Zhao Fei's request, Atlantis' intelligent control system deftly removed the biological bomb implanted behind Zhou Shusong's neck. Zhao Fei blurted out in amazement. Incredible. You actually managed that. After a brief silence, the control system retorted dryly. Seriously, man? It is not that we are weak, but rather your golden finger is too formidable. The remnants of this biological civilization possess immense defensive capabilities. If we cannot even eliminate such organic bombs, what is the point of our persistence here? Faced with the complaints about the control system, Zhao Fei could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Indeed, with the current check-in system in place, everything else seemed trivial in comparison. After the biological bomb was extracted, several bloody holes remained on Zhou Shusong's neck. However, such injuries were insignificant for a second-stage, evolved being. Yet for Zhou Shusong at this moment, it held an entirely different meaning. Only after losing something does one truly learn to cherish it. Taking a deep breath, Zhou murmured, "This is the scent of freedom." This instant felt like an eternity apart. overwhelmed with regret for his past folly in joining the Zhou family. He now fully understood Lu Ming's sentiments. Without needing any prompting from Lu, Zhou immediately knelt before Zhao Fei, pledging his loyalty. Of course, in this apocalyptic world, human dignity was the cheapest commodity. Zhao Fei neither trusted others nor had any intention of doing so. Chapter 13. Glad tidings. The treasures unearthed from the ruins of Atlantis were, to be frank, rather underwhelming for Zhao Fei. Yet, he still gathered the majority of these relics and stored them in his personal warehouse. This was not out of stinginess. Zhao Fei understood that excessive generosity could wound others as much as it wounded oneself. To his subordinates, Zhao Fei gifted one artifact each. Without even glancing at what they had received, the two men accepted the offerings with profuse gratitude, tucking them away reverently. By now, I've already provoked the Zhou family, Zhao Fei declared. Both of you should relocate near my base. I'll ensure your safety. Also, set aside whatever tasks you're handling and investigate where these resources can be found. Thus, Zhao Fei assigned missions to Zhou Shusong and Lu Ming. As for offending the Zhou family, Zhao Fei harbored not the slightest concern. His absolute strength rendered such worries meaningless. However, Zhao Fei had no intention of squandering time on petty local tyrants. His immediate priority was to upgrade the safe house, equipping it with mobility functions so he could depart this place and seek out his family. The ruins? Yet there was some intrigue to it. Zhao Fei found himself rather fascinated by the exploration of ruins, which served as a pleasant diversion amidst the post-apocalyptic world. The trio each returned to their own abodes. An elderly gentleman was playing golf upon the rooftop of a towering edifice, a sprawling expanse of nearly 1,000 square meters. The grounds were immaculately maintained, flanked by rows of vigilant guards and alluring attendants, scarcely distinguishable from the opulence of bygone eras. The old man played with serene contentment, having struck 2 fine shots that left the golf ball tantalizingly close to the hole. At this most critical juncture, even those around him dared not exhale too loudly. The elder's entire body tensed, his focus razor-sharp, as he vowed to sink the ball with a single, decisive stroke. Grandfather Zhou. Alas! Just as the venerable elder was immersed in concentration, an uninvited intruder barged in inexplicably, shouting at Elder Zhou. Startled by this sudden disturbance, the golf ball that should have landed perfectly in the hole veered off course, circling the edge of the cup before rolling away into the distance. The atmosphere instantly froze, with all present shutting their eyes in dreadful anticipation, for death would surely follow. In the city, the Zhou family held absolute power over life and death with but a word. In bygone eras, the Zhous maintained some semblance of restraint. But in this post-apocalyptic world where might makes right, they had fully embraced their self-perception as beings fundamentally distinct from ordinary humanity. Zhou Xin cast a sidelong glance at the man who was shouting and making a commotion. Beads of cold sweat streamed down the man's face in rivulets. This sudden intruder had been Zhou Xiaoxiong's former bodyguard, and they had rushed back to report the news of Zhou Xiaoxiong's murder to Zhou Xin. Naturally, the other guards in the building dared not delay such grave news, which was why they allowed this man to barge into Zhou Xin's absolute domain with such clamor. Give me an explanation, Zhou Xin demanded icily, or I'll have you executed. Zhou Xin was a man of 60 years, on the verge of retirement before the apocalypse erupted. With the dawn of this cataclysmic era, not only did he awaken his latent abilities, but he also ascended to become the undisputed leader of the city's survivors. Now, those who dared to defy the laws laid down by Zhou Xin numbered not in the hundreds, but easily in the thousands, all meeting their demise at his command. Old Master Zhou, your son, he is dead. The expressionless mask Zhou Xin wore shattered in an instant. The alloy-crafted golf club in his grip twisted and snapped in two under the force of his clenched fist. The young master. He led our men into the ruins for exploration, but the ruins, they went mad, attacking us. Then, an evolved warrior named Lu Ming. His tattooed beast, it crushed the young master's skull beneath its foot. Everyone knew Zhou Xin had no patience for excuses, only survival mattered. So they cut straight to the most crucial truth. Master Zhou, please, accept our deepest condolences. Do not let grief consume you. Your health must come first. A favored underling at Zhou Xian's side saw an opportunity. Perhaps a few well-placed words of comfort in this moment of anguish could earn him greater favor. Condolences? It wasn't your son who died. Guards, execute this bastard's sons and grandsons, all of them. The underling instantly lost his spirit, collapsing to the ground in despair. Zhou Xian had spared this man's life for one purpose alone, to watch him drown in boundless sorrow. Everyone, follow me. We're going to kill that Lu Ming. My lord, please remain calm. With the utterance of these soothing words, the crimson fury in Zhou Xian's eyes gradually subsided. A delicate, melodious voice then emerged. It belonged to his fourth wife from the old era. This fourth madam was an evolver, her ability being the manipulation of others' emotions through her voice. Thus, within the city, anyone who wished to speak with Zhou Xian had to do so through her. After all, she was the only one who could converse with him freely now. The news of Zhou Xiaoxiong's death, delivered by the messenger, had already spread throughout the entire base. Upon hearing this, the fourth madam was overjoyed, for this meant her son had now become the primary heir to the Zhou family. Though reluctant to admit it, she knew that as long as Zhou Xiaoxiu remained alive, her own son stood no chance of ascending to power. Despite Zhou Xiaoxiong's arrogance, his abilities were formidable, and his cunning nature made him a mirror image of Zhou Xian himself. Since it was not her own son who had perished, the fourth madam coldly analyzed the situation. Whoever had slain Zhou Xiaoxiong must possess extraordinary strength. This was one of the reasons Zhou Xian could not recklessly mobilize his forces. Moreover, if Zhou Xian insisted on avenging his son, the base's strength would inevitably suffer significant losses. Currently, the Zhou family's influence in the city was expanding rapidly. All of this was meant to be inherited by her son. She could not afford any setbacks. Though Zhou Xian burned with rage, under the fourth madam's gentle persuasion, his fury gradually ebbed into calm. The cunning Zhou Xian understood all too well that in this apocalyptic era, the slightest misstep could cause one's family status to plummet irreversibly. However, the murder of his own son was absolutely unforgivable, utterly intolerable. Master, his fourth concubine interjected calmly, her abilities inducing rational thought. We need not act directly, nor is it necessary. I have devised a method to manipulate other factions into doing our bidding. Indeed, though he had lost one son, Zhou Xian still had 3 legitimate heirs and several others awaiting recognition. Sacrificing his current strength for vengeance would be a fool's errand. Let it be known, he mused through gritted teeth, that Lu Ming has acquired formidable relics within the Atlantis ruins, artifacts potent enough to effortlessly slay third-tier evolvers while enhancing his own power exponentially. Chapter 14. The escape. Upon hearing the cunning scheme proposed by the fourth madam, the shrewd Zhou Xian nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied. Without delay, Zhou Xian promptly disseminated the information as she had suggested, revealing nothing further. Indeed, as the Zhou family swiftly spread the news, the leaders of other factions immediately recognized their intent to eliminate rivals through borrowed blades. Yet, what could they do even with this realization? The other factions had no choice but to comply, for there was simply no alternative. The Zhou family's current dominance was unshakable, and the relics capable of slaying third-tier evolvers were an irresistible temptation in this apocalyptic world. To survive, one must seize such rare opportunities. Just as a horse cannot grow fat without night grazing, so too can a man not prosper without windfall gains. Thus, the scheming for Lu Ming's encirclement began in earnest. At present, Zhao Fei was realigning his strategic arrangements. With subordinates now under his command, personally hunting for crystals seemed an extravagant waste of his precious time. Given the circumstances, Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong displayed a certain degree of loyalty toward him. As for how they managed their own underlings, Zhao Fei paid it no mind. After providing them with just enough supplies to stave off starvation, he retreated directly into his secure sanctuary. Zhao Fei, you've returned, came the greeting. What greeted Zhao Fei were 2 women whose joy at his return was utterly genuine. He could discern that their smiles radiated from the depths of their hearts. In the minds of these women, each of Zhao Fei's expeditions was a source of unrelenting worry. Yet, Zhao Fei had never formally acknowledged either as his partner. The astute Su Monli and Xiong Yin understood that he had not fully embraced them in that capacity. Thus, they refrained from presuming the title of his girlfriends. Still, being permitted to reside within the safe house was, for now, the most favorable situation they could envision. Upon his return, Zhao Fei recounted the details of the ruins to them. Such matters were not forbidden secrets, and he hoped that beyond their logistical support, the women might offer constructive insights. Before his connection with superiors was severed, headquarters had indeed possessed information about the ruins, even encouraging their exploration. Su Monli, who had always remained secluded at home, was as uninformed as Zhao Fei. Xiong Yin, however, had heard fragments of the lore. From her, Zhao Fei gleaned further knowledge. These ruins vehemently repelled all non-human entities. For mankind, they represented the sole means of survival in this apocalyptic era, aside from the involuntary transformation into evolvers. Moreover, the ruins had not materialized due to the cataclysm. Rather, it was the apocalypse that had awakened these ancient structures dormant upon the earth all along. Thus, based on deciphered ruins, it could be inferred that what history had dismissed as mere myth might, in truth, have been reality. However, Zhao Fei currently paid no heed to such trivial matters, for he had his own paramount objective that demanded precedence. The act of tormenting zombies had grown utterly mundane to him. His sole focus now lay in resolving the material requirements for upgrading the safe house. Both Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong had been affiliated with security firms in the pre-apocalyptic era, granting them intimate familiarity with the locations of various resources scattered across the city. They treated Zhao Fei's directives as their own mission, meticulously pinpointing the whereabouts of the required materials on the map. A specific quantity of gold could only be obtained from banks. Chromium elements were exclusively available in the university's materials science department. High-quality steel was stored at the suburban steel mill. At this moment, Lu Ming, having thoroughly studied the city map, was engrossed in marking coordinates with the precision of a researcher, despite their lack of formal education. The two men worked with an almost academic intensity, their pens tracing decisive lines across the paper. Clang! Suddenly, a spherical object was hurled into their vicinity. In this post-apocalyptic world, survivors possessed reflexes honed by necessity. In an instant, they recognized it, a grenade. Zhou Shusong immediately summoned an earthen barrier with his ability, shielding them both. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, reducing the room to splinters. The destructive force unleashed by this single grenade far exceeded its expected capacity. This is bad. This is the treasure within the ruins. After the smoke cleared, only a mound-like structure remained in the entire room. However, what should have withstood a direct rocket strike was now riddled with cracks. This was Zhou Shusong's ability, the power to manipulate the surrounding earth. His quick reflexes had saved both their lives, or else they would have perished instantly. The two of them understood. This was an act of vengeance. And without a doubt, the Zhou family was behind it. Go check if those two were blown to pieces. Save an arm for me. I contributed too. Everyone gets a share. We'll divide it equally. From those voices, it became evident that the assailants targeting the two individuals did not belong to a single faction, but rather multiple forces. At this moment, the subordinates whom the pair had long protected scattered like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing in disarray. Those who lagged behind offered no resistance whatsoever, surrendering immediately. The attacking factions, accustomed to such scenes, understood these defectors would harbor no further disloyalty. Thus, they pressed onward with their assault against Lu Ming and his companion. Do they regret it? Zhou Shusong shouted at Lu Ming, of course not. Ha, I'm the same, damn it. The two men responded to each other with unwavering determination. These were truly men of valor, resisting desperately in this critical moment. Ah, the equipment from the ruins, having long relied solely on their own abilities. It took them a moment to recall the gifts bestowed upon them by Zhao Fei. After being reminded, the two began utilizing the relics from the ruins of Atlantis. Lu Ming activated the ancient artifact, but instead of equipping himself, he enveloped his formidable armored bear in the high-tech battle suit. The already thick-skinned and resilient beast now became an unstoppable force, charging recklessly through enemy ranks, impervious to their assaults until the armor's durability was exhausted. The assailants, who had assumed a single ambush would suffice, found themselves ill-prepared without heavy weaponry. Helpless against the rampaging armored bear, their formation quickly collapsed. Seizing the chaos within the enemy ranks, Zhou Shusong took advantage of the opportunity, wielding the ruin's precision targeting weapon to suppress and neutralize those who dared approach. Chapter 15. The siege warfare under normal circumstances, when both sides fight with such ferocity, one party would inevitably retreat. After all, survival is the prerequisite for enjoyment. Lu Ming and his companion assumed that the ambushers, witnessing their relentless aggression, would naturally withdraw. However, to their astonishment, someone fanned the flames by shouting, "Look at how fiercely they fight. They must have obtained formidable equipment from the ruins." Zhou Xian indeed did not deceive us. Let us all advance together and eliminate these two individuals. Forward, everyone! The two men, having exhausted all their tricks, found themselves at a dead end. It seemed these people were determined to confront them. With no other choice, the pair mounted Lu Ming's sonic hound and fled. Though their escape was swift, it mattered little to those who were hell-bent on seizing the relics they carried. A tracker among the pursuers marked them with surveillance, ensuring their path was followed. The sonic hound was indeed fast, and it remembered Zhao Fei's location. Before long, Lu Ming arrived near the safe house. What is wrong with these two? So disheveled. I hope they aren't bringing trouble to my doorstep. Even as suspicion gnawed at him, Zhao Fei understood the situation the moment he saw Lu Ming. It was obvious. The Zhou family had come for revenge. Why do these privileged fools insist on provoking me? My temper won't tolerate their arrogance. Beat the young one, and the old ones come crawling out. What a waste of time and effort. They'd be better off reclaiming this ruined city. Boss, we're in trouble. The bedraggled pair, spotting Zhao Fei, immediately felt reassured. But before they could finish, Zhao Fei cut them off with calm finality. I'll handle it. He was deeply annoyed. What kind of cursed spot is this? Always attracting trouble. Soon, a swarm of raiders stood before him. Kid, you're the real boss behind these two, huh? Their numbers gave them a false sense of invincibility. One of them, a man with a sneer, gestured rudely at Zhao Fei. Bang! Without warning, Zhao Fei fired, shattering the man's finger. You lack manners. Did your mother never teach you that pointing at others is disgraceful? Zhao Fei's ruthless decisiveness sent shockwaves through the pursuing crowd. The ragtag band of marauders, initially struck dumb with awe, soon had their passions inflamed once more as someone goaded them onward. Fortune favors the bold. Brothers, with our numbers, someone is bound to obtain the relic's treasures in the end. After these words, the marauders began clamoring once more. Indeed, the men gathered here were all desperate outlaws who treated life itself with contempt. What concern had they for such trivial matters as losing a few fingers? A contest of numbers? With a snap of Zhao Fei's fingers, a dozen governor clones materialized. Without hesitation, the governors cocked their weapons in perfect unison, facing the ominous muzzles of their firearms. The allied forces faltered, their courage waning. Doubt crept into their hearts. What if these weren't mere illusions? Rumors claimed Lu Ming had unearthed powerful relics from the ruins of Atlantis, a civilization renowned for its advanced technology. Could these seemingly illusory governors actually possess lethal capabilities? To be honest, facing such a formidable coalition, Zhao Fei felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart. After all, these were not mindless zombies before him, but evolved beings possessing various skills. Even ordinary people were not lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Once the battle commenced, the outcome remained uncertain. Zhao Fei had no intention of squandering his strategic resources in such an inexplicable conflict. Everyone remained composed. With our superior numbers, we can simply wear them down through attrition. Once more, a cunning strategist emerged among the allied forces to offer counsel. His words carried undeniable wisdom. The once formidable coalition army immediately retreated to safer grounds upon hearing his advice. Indeed, by conventional reasoning, containment tactics would be most effective against an average, evolved being. After all, the energy required by such beings far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Yet, as the allied forces withdrew, none noticed the faint smirk curling at Zhao Fei's lips. Did they truly believe they could starve him into submission? You are overthinking it. Brother Fei, they've gone into hiding. What should we do now? Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong were genuinely alarmed. Though aware of Zhao Fei's formidable prowess, they remained utterly clueless about the true extent of his abilities. In their eyes, if the enemy's encirclement persisted, it would inevitably lead to their demise. After all, they themselves had employed such tactics before. To hell with fear, Zhao Fei muttered under his breath, casting a cold smirk toward the distant, hesitant allied forces. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door of the safe house and stepped inside. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had vanished into thin air. The other evolved beings present immediately assumed Zhao Fei possessed some form of illusionary power. Outside the safe house, the two men stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the spot where Zhao Fei had simply disappeared. "Ah, I forgot to grant you access." Zhao Fei's voice echoed in their minds as a system prompt followed. "You have been granted visitor mode by the administrator. Please enter the safe house." A melodious, silvery female voice resonated, and before their eyes, an ethereal structure materialized where there had been nothing moments before. The safe house's cloaking mechanism was no mere trick of invisibility. It induced an eerie, disorienting sensation, as if one were trapped in a labyrinth of illusions. The two men, now granted entry, stepped through the door and into the safe house. From afar, the allied observers grew even more convinced. Zhao Fei was indeed an evolved being capable of weaving illusions. "Keep the encirclement tight," they urged one another, tightening their siege. An evolved being of this nature cannot possibly endure for more than a single day. By tomorrow, his true colors shall inevitably be revealed. This cunning strategist, who has been devising schemes within the allied forces, is one of Zhou Xian's most trusted confidants. Even though Zhou Xian has already made a rational judgment, he remains deeply suspicious of Lu Ming and is determined to eliminate him completely. At this moment, the strategist is brimming with self-satisfaction, merely fanning the flames from the sidelines. He has effortlessly manipulated so many people like puppets on strings. Truly, the reason these individuals wallow in such misery is their sheer lack of intellect. Why must the disparity between men be so vast? However, even if this so-called strategist possessed extraordinary intellect, he could never have anticipated the existence of such an anomaly as Zhao Fei in this world. Chapter 16. The most venomous blow facing tomorrow's battle. Zhao Fei remained utterly oblivious to any sense of impending danger. Numbers? This is easily handled. Zhao Fei utilized all the crystals in his possession, quadrupling their quantity, solely for the creation of governor models. Subsequently, he did nothing further, for Zhao Fei's path to strength lay in idleness, daily check-ins. And the next day, leading his governor squad to annihilate those audacious raiders who dared besiege him. Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong sat primly in their seats, resembling kindergarten children on their first day. The two gazed upon the room's layout, indistinguishable from that of the old world, their hearts awash with complex emotions. "You two reek. The shower is over there. Clean yourselves up." Zhao Fei had Xiao Ji fabricate well-fitted garments for them before ushering them toward the washroom. Oh. As though in a dream, the two began relishing this mundane routine of the bygone era. "Take your time. Don't worry about wasting water," Zhao Fei called out after they entered the shower. This reassurance proved crucial, for in the initial days, even he had hesitated to indulge in such luxuries. Having gone nearly half a year without bathing, the pair scrubbed for a full half hour before finally emerging, satisfied that no trace of odor remained. By now, their pride had thoroughly crumbled, if any remained at all. Initially, like the others, they had assumed Zhao Fei had merely conjured an illusion here. In their minds, the best they could envision was a tent. Never had they imagined an actual room. "Brother Fei, is this yours?" The two men stammered in their speech, utterly at a loss for words to describe this place. "Never mind those trivial details, it's time for dinner. Let us replenish our energy together, for tomorrow brings new tasks ahead." Su Manli and Xiong Nian deftly set out the bowls and chopsticks. Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong, rough and tumble men even in the old days, had let themselves go completely in this post-apocalyptic world. Now, faced with such an ordinary domestic scene, the two burly men became as timid as kindergartners on their first day. Only after Zhao Fei's earnest invitation did they hesitantly pick up their bowls and take a tentative bite. Though it was just simple home-cooked fare, tears welled up uncontrollably in their eyes after that first mouthful of rice. "Brother Fei, I miss my parents," one of them murmured. They had intended to mask their inner turmoil with excuses, yet somehow, in Zhao Fei's presence, the truth spilled from their lips unbidden. "Eat first," came the quiet reply. Who doesn't long for their family? Being trapped in one's own desperate struggle for survival, it's unwise to make promises lightly. In this apocalyptic world, the most heartbreaking act is extinguishing another's hope. Zhao Fei, however, showed considerable courtesy to the pair. He simply kept eating in silence. Now, regarding the strategies for the following day, the two of them ceased their deliberations. Simply following Zhao Fei and fulfilling their own duties would suffice, for they had come to realize that their perception of strength was fundamentally disparate from Zhao Fei's conception of power. That night, the occupants of the safe house slept soundly, while the marauders remained wide-eyed, vigilant lest Zhao Fei and his group slip away unnoticed. The next day, the check-in system bestowed only basic supplies, and Zhao Fei's storage space was nearly overwhelmed. "I mustn't grow complacent. This mindset is dangerous," he reminded himself, surveying the abundance before him. "After all, I was once on the brink of starvation. Pride must not cloud my judgment." As casually as one might stroll after a meal, Zhao Fei pushed open the door and led his companions out of the safe house. Outside, the raiders, who had spent the night on high alert, were visibly fatigued. Even for evolved individuals, exhaustion had set in. Upon spotting Zhao Fei's emergence, the marauders erupted in jeers. "Look, that kid's ability has worn off. They've finally shown themselves." Indeed, Zhao Fei had not only reappeared, but had also brought along his four subordinates. He intended for all his followers to be tempered by the crucible of this apocalyptic world. The presence of Su Monli and Xiong Yin, however, ignited a predatory fervor among the desperate outlaws. Even in the bygone era, these two women had been goddesses among mortals. Now, enhanced by their evolution, they exuded an even more captivating aura. The marauders grew ravenous with desire, already regarding the pair as their inevitable spoils. "Sweetheart, why waste your time with that rut?" one taunted. "Yeah, you've backed the wrong horse. Stick with us, and we'll treat you to instant noodle broth every day." Zhao Fei's group remained silent, their living standards now incomparable to those of their adversaries. In that moment, Zhao Fei could only gaze upon them with pity. Yet, Zhou Xin's cunning strategist persisted in his provocations. "Enough talk. Cut them down, bring me Lu Ming's head, and you'll want for nothing. I refuse to believe a handful of them can stand against all of us." Admittedly, his reasoning was sound for ordinary evolved beings. Most present were indeed evolved, and they knew all too well that without their energy, an evolved individual was little more than a common mortal. Thus, with frenzied cries, they surged forward. "If they're so eager for deliverance, I shall oblige." Zhao Fei summoned his governators. A full row of them materialized, each wielding a spinning minigun. "Don't falter. It's just an illusion." By now, Zhao Fei had exhausted all patience for their delusions. He issued the command. "Tat-tat-tat-tat." A storm of bullets rained down, mercilessly tearing through the marauders' ranks. However, the only sound that could be heard throughout the scene was the bullets piercing flesh. No cries of agony. There was no other reason than the impeccable marksmanship of the governor and the extraordinary precision of the gatling guns produced by the system. In summary, each bullet ensured these individuals departed the apocalyptic world without suffering. At this moment, even the most oblivious realized these were live rounds. Thus, the once ferocious battle turned into a one-sided rout, with everyone scattering like startled birds. "Boss, that was rather intense," remarked Zhao Fei's companions, their voices filled with genuine admiration as they surveyed the lopsided aftermath. Yet Zhao Fei's gaze remained fixed on the treacherous strategist, the man who had fanned the flames of rebellion. Without his instigation, the crowd would never have been so obstinate. Others might be spared, but this scheming advisor had to die. To leave him alive would invite endless calamity. Chapter 17. Resolve. Just as Zhao Fei raised his pistol, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through him. Without hesitation, he rolled aside in a swift motion. What kind of formidable evolved being was this? To think that it could actually pose a mortal threat to Zhao Fei? Zhao Fei's mind had yet to fully awaken when the true adversary arrived. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure struck from an unknown direction. Naturally assuming it was an attack from some evolved being, Zhao instinctively positioned several governor figures as shields before him. Yet in the blink of an eye, the shadow flickered past, and Zhao suddenly realized several of the governors beside him had vanished. Astonished, he thought, what devastating power is this? However, before Zhao Fei could counterattack, Su Manli and Xiong Yan screamed in terror. Only then did Zhao Fei clearly see it, an enormous crimson bird of staggering size, which had not only snatched away several of his governors, but had now seized the two women as well. Satisfied with its haul, the colossal scarlet avian turned without hesitation and soared away. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Fei finally glimpsed the creature's full form, a massive bird wreathed in a faint crimson glow, its body dwarfing even two elephants combined. Open fire now, he commanded. Zhao Fei commanded the governor's elite squad to launch an assault on the colossal avian creature. However, bullets capable of rending the flesh of second-tier evolved beings merely dissipated against the beast's dense plumage, their lethal force largely neutralized. Even those projectiles that slipped through the feathery defenses merely elicited pained cries from the crimson-winged monstrosity. In the creature's disdainful gaze, such feeble retaliation warranted no counterattack. Having evidently achieved its objective, the scarlet behemoth soared skyward with contemptuous ease, its talons clutching both the abducted maidens and several governors as it vanished into the distant horizon. Flee for your lives. Zhao Fei's initial assault had already sent the onlookers fleeing in disarray. Now, with the mysterious giant bird joining the fray, the marauders naturally abandoned any thought of plundering from him. This young man was not only formidable himself, but also seemed to attract enmity effortlessly. Henceforth, it would be wise to keep a safe distance. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once more. Zhao Fei gazed at the spot where the colossal crimson bird had vanished in an instant, lost in contemplation. Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong murmured beside him, Brother Fei, that creature resembles the legendary evolved beasts from the zoo. They have a particular appetite for evolved humans. I fear those two women may not survive. Perhaps we should. Within Zhao Fei's heart, hesitation flickered. Should he attempt a rescue? Zhao Fei closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Though their acquaintance spanned merely a few fleeting days, an inexplicable and indescribable bond had already formed between him and these two women. Yet, judging by the formidable power displayed by that colossal avian creature moments ago, Zhao Fei remained uncertain whether he could successfully rescue them. Moreover, the municipal zoo where this crimson behemoth of a bird resided was thoroughly enshrouded in the ominous fog of warfare. Brother Fei, Brother Fei. The two men's calls to Zhao Fei snapped him out of his mental struggle. Brother Fei, I fear those two are beyond saving. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. Lu Ming's heart ached as he uttered these words. Yet he knew if Zhao Fei truly wished to play the villain's role, it was most fitting for him to voice this painful suggestion. No, I shall go to rescue them. You all wait here. Zhao Fei gently patted the shoulders of the two companions, then strode fearlessly toward the direction of the zoo. Might the two of us enter this safe house? Lu Ming spoke to Zhao Fei with utmost caution. Truth be told, their current capabilities were utterly insignificant. Initially, both had believed themselves formidable in this apocalyptic world. Yet after encountering Zhao Fei, they grew progressively weaker, so feeble that their next breath might be their last. Alas, the two had been relegated to guest mode. With limited privileges, this mode merely allowed them to scrape by, though for them it sufficed. Neither dared boast about joining Zhao Fei in rescue missions, knowing full well their meager skills could barely ensure self-preservation, let alone avoid becoming deadweight. Having confirmed the enemy's overwhelming strength, Zhao Fei resolved to fight only within the bounds of his own survival. Sigh, these scrolls were agonizing to use. Within Zhao Fei's inventory lay a few scrolls, precious artifacts meant for his equipment. Unlike other expendables, which numbered in the hundreds, these scrolls amounted to a mere 2. Yet despite their rarity, Zhao Fei muttered under his breath as he applied them to his gear. Before setting out, he paused in contemplation, then consumed every agility, strength, and intelligence potion into storage. The quantity expended was but a drop in the ocean of his reserves. The well-fed know not the pangs of hunger. Zhao Fei remained oblivious to the true value of these potions. Even within ancient ruins, such elixirs were exceedingly rare, and most came with debilitating side effects. Flawless concoctions like his simply did not exist. Evolutionists below the third tier weren't even deemed worthy of them. Yet Zhao Fei had long lost count of such consumables. In an instant, his attributes surged, revealing previously concealed stats on his panel, traits once hidden due to his formerly inadequate base attributes. Olfaction. 10. What use was this attribute? Zhao Fei clicked on this attribute, and the following note was displayed. Olfaction. As this attribute improves, its owner can discern the physical characteristics of different organisms. How utterly useless. Whatever, never mind. With his entire body equipped with cheats, Zhao Fei's life level skyrocketed, allowing him to effortlessly evade all manner of unnecessary troubles before they even arose. After all, this time Zhao Fei was not engaged in combat, but a rescue mission. Meanwhile, Su Monli and Xiong Yin, clutched in the crimson giant bird's grasp, simply clung to each other obediently. Even if they possessed the strength to break free, neither had any intention of doing so. One must understand, they were suspended at an immense altitude. Should the scarlet avian release its grip even slightly, their fate would be sealed in an instant. As for the several state governors, without Zhao Fei's commands, they remained motionless, dormant in standby mode. Speaking amidst such heights proved nearly impossible. The frigid winds lashed at the women's faces, forcing their eyes shut. Survival was the sole thought occupying their minds now. Chapter 18. The fruit of life, yet they realized that unless a miracle occurred, they would have to bid farewell to this beautiful, yet merciless apocalyptic world. Soon, the crimson avian behemoth returned to its nest. The municipal zoo, once sprawling and vast, now echoed with eerie, unearthly howls, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of Skull Island. Thud! The scarlet monstrosity unceremoniously dropped its prey into the nest, and the two women felt as though they had been struck by a freight train. Upon landing, the creature carelessly discarded its captives into the depths of its lair, a grotesque amalgamation of broken branches, shattered remnants of human structures, and the bleached bones of unfortunate beasts. Exuding en cette ligne, as they were hurled downward, the women swiftly maneuvered beneath the bodies of the so-called governors. They knew these figures, seemingly flesh and blood, were nothing more than Zhao Fei's artificial constructs. Thus, even if sacrificing these governors became necessary, they harbored neither psychological burden nor moral guilt. The crimson avian parted its massive jaws, revealing 3 concentric rings of razor-sharp teeth, like the grinding maw of a meat grinder, and began its feast. The first governor was seized, crushed between those relentless teeth. Crunch, crunch. Yet, the creature, initially eager to savor the flesh of evolved humans once more, found something amiss. This time its prey tasted bland, devoid of the expected richness. Confused, for despite its evolution, its intellect remained limited, the beast seized another governor, hoping for satisfaction. Still, disappointment followed. This human, too, failed to ignite its taste buds. Screech. Frustration mounting, the avian let out a piercing cry. Somewhere in the distance, another evolved beast interpreted the sound as a challenge and roared in response. Already in a foul temper, the crimson monstrosity surged forward, vanishing into the horizon. Evidently, combat served as its primary outlet for pent-up aggression. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the two women dared to exhale. Clinging to hope, they whispered to one another, "We must survive. We will survive. Zhao Fei will come for us." The two women did not merely sit idly by, awaiting Zhao Fei's rescue. Through the crevices of the nest, they carefully surveyed their surroundings. However, the more they observed, the more their hearts chilled with despair. For the environment offered no possibility of escape. Creatures that in bygone eras had been mere objects of human amusement and mockery had now undergone terrifying transformations. Not only had their bodies grown grotesquely powerful, but they also radiated palpable hostility toward humankind. The colossal crimson avian had constructed its nest atop a mutated, towering tree, its trunk unnaturally smooth, an evolutionary defense against climbing predators. The women tested the bark with their hands, finding no foothold. Any attempt to scale, it would send them plummeting to their deaths. Yet even if they reached the ground, danger would persist. As far as the eye could see, the entire zoo lay in ruins, a chaotic wasteland of destruction. The surviving evolved beasts are undoubtedly formidable beings. In this post-apocalyptic world, mere survival constitutes triumph. The zoo is littered with skeletal remains, predominantly human, yet interspersed with the colossal bones of monstrous creatures. These are the fallen challengers in the battle for dominance over this territory. Within the crimson avian's nest, the putrid stench overwhelms the two women, who fear they might succumb to the foul air were Zhao Fei to delay his rescue any longer. Though Zhao Fei's attributes have improved, he still dares not traverse the ruined city recklessly, necessitating the women's patient wait. Look, more captives brought by the evolved beast, someone observes. Even as the zoo has transformed into a living hell, a group of humans continues their covert operations. Strange, comes a whispered remark. Two among them are evolved, yet the others are as feel peculiar. A stunning woman observed the experiences of Su Monli and her companion with utmost clarity, perceiving every detail. The murmuring group consisted of 5 individuals, 1 woman and 4 men, though an air of ruthless aggression surrounded them. Their youthful faces betrayed their origins as mere university students from a bygone era. Now, the 5 crouched low at the entrance of the zoo, peering intently inside. One of the young men lowered his voice and whispered to the woman beside him, "Senior Lin, is the fruit of life truly within?" However, the young woman did not respond, while another young man immediately retorted, "What's wrong with you? If the senior says it exists, then it exists without a doubt. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Even within such a small team, competition is rife." Yet, the sole female member of the group remained entirely indifferent to the commotion, as she had long grown accustomed to it. This woman was an evolver, a rare type of ability user who could disperse her life perception, forming a comprehensive, three-dimensional map visible only to her mind. Within her sensory range, all living beings could be numerically quantified, an utterly extraordinary power, paired with her breathtaking beauty. She had become the undisputed goddess of their base. Indeed, based on my perception, the evolutionary plant capable of bearing life fruit fled here. However, it has already slipped beyond my detection range. In this post-apocalyptic world of global evolution, the primary adversaries of urban survivors were the undead, largely because other animal populations within cities had dwindled. Now, Lin Tingting hesitated. Should she wait for the evolutionary plant to emerge or infiltrate the zoo to capture it? Her resolute demeanor stirred admiration among the 4 university students behind her. Lin Tingting was a postdoctoral researcher at the university, the youngest in its history. Her grandfather, Lin Li, was not only a distinguished professor, but also an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Though he had awakened his abilities and become an evolver in this new era, his physical condition seemed only to deteriorate further. Thus, in order to protect the only family she had left in this city, Lin Tingting set out with a group of her students to search for the legendary fruit of life mentioned by the evolved. Even in the old world, Lin had been the goddess in the hearts of hormone-driven college students. Though life in the university town base had become harsh and impoverished when she announced her mission, the 4 most advanced evolved immediately volunteered as her guardians. Truth be told, Lin was well aware of the unspoken intentions in these men's hearts. Therefore, this quest became both a stage for the 4 males to flex their prowess and an assessment by Lin Tingting to judge the mettle of these suitors. Chapter 19. From Brother Wang to CEO Wang. Someone has entered. As Lin Tingting continued her vigilant observation, a human figure emerged within the panoramic map of her perception, entering the zoo from an unexpected direction. What? Could this individual possess remarkable capabilities? In the eyes of the 4 young men, the individual who ventured into the zoo was either a madman or an extraordinarily formidable figure. His statistics were utterly peculiar. To Lin Tingting's perception, all data manifested as concrete, immutable numerical values. Yet this sudden interloper displayed attributes that defied logic. Race, human age, 22 gender, male skills, none life level, 1 stamina, 30-10 energy, 30-10 strength, 30-10 agility, 30-10 speed, 30-10 intelligence, 30-10. Lin Tingting found this incomprehensible, ultimately attributing it to some unique ability possessed by an evolver. That man was undoubtedly heading for the fruit of life, no matter how bizarre his circumstances. He had crossed Lin Tingting's line, her fists clenched in silent resolve. Yet, truth be told, even if Zhao Fei were to claim that he had entered the zoo to rescue his companions, no one would believe him. After all, people invariably measure others by the limitations of their own strength. Senior, whoever stands in our way, we will secure the fruit of life for you. Senior sister, at your command, we shall spring into action without hesitation. Senior sister, let's proceed. We are at your service. Though the goddess harbored no intention of manipulating hearts, the fervor of these juniors was overwhelming. Thus, the 5 who were already determined to seize the fruit of life swiftly mobilized under Lin Tingting's leadership. Zhao Fei had believed that with his own strength and supplementary aids, he could roam the apocalypse unchallenged. Yet upon entering the zoo, he realized how gravely he had underestimated the dangers. If nothing else, the slumbering evolved beasts alone made the very earth tremble with their thunderous snores. Indeed, humility was a virtue one could not afford to neglect. Unlike a headless fly darting aimlessly, Zhao Fei moved with purpose. The governor, seized by the colossal crimson avian, shared a faint connection with him. Guided by this intuition, Zhao Fei adjusted his path steadily. Amidst the pandemonium of the zoo, he advanced with utmost discretion, until suddenly, from the direction of Monkey Mountain, a chorus of simian shrieks erupted. Naturally, the once foolish monkeys had also evolved, their bodies now bulging with muscle, their fangs grotesquely protruding. Ordinarily, Zhao Fei would have ignored them, but then he saw them dragging humans from their burrows. These wretched souls were a pitiful sight, hair tangled like birds' nests, clothes reduced to tattered rags, their faces etched with despair. It was clear they had been kept as playthings, or more accurately, as livestock by the monkeys, and the remnants of their uniforms revealed them to be soldiers. Zhao Fei resolved to intervene, compelled by an innate genetic imperative to protect his own kind from the torment inflicted by another species. The group of humans, clad in military uniforms, now only sought a swift end, having witnessed their comrades endure prolonged suffering before meeting their demise. Surrounding them were evolved monkeys, each towering 2 or 3 times their size, gleefully chittering as they observed the humans. Though their intellect still paled in comparison to humanity, these primates stood among the most advanced of the evolved beasts. Their cruel ritual was methodical, first toying with their captives, then tearing them apart limb by limb. Now, with this final batch of humans in their grasp, the monkeys prepared for one last revelry before venturing out to seize more prey. They hurled the remaining humans into the air, catching them with brutal force amidst terrified screams, treating them as mere playthings in a macabre circus. Orchestrating the spectacle was a grizzled, patch-furred elder monkey, a sagacious figure among his kind. Unlike the others, this primate harbored grander ambitions, to dominate the zoo, than the entire world. Lost in his delusions of supremacy, the elder simian chuckled to himself. Then, thud-thud, an abrupt, eerily familiar sound pierced the air. The wise old monkey's dreams shattered in an instant. The humans had struck. After the gunfire, the monkeys cast aside the humans and immediately went on high alert. A burly man stood fearlessly before Monkey Mountain, wielding a gatling machine gun in his hands. Enraged, the monkeys even flung the humans they had been preparing to devour heavily onto the ground, charging toward the man. To their bewilderment, this once brazen figure turned and fled, discarding his weapon in his haste to escape. The troop of monkeys, the monkeys couldn't comprehend this human's actions, nor did they care to. Having lost their king, the sole intellect rivaling human wisdom, these evolved primates had devolved into mere beasts. Captain, did you see? Someone has come to save us. It must be Brother Wong. Sister, Brother Wong's devotion to you runs truly deep. Several surviving soldiers were moved to tears, yet no matter how they pondered, they could never have imagined that their savior acted merely on a whim. As the group of monkeys was led away, the remaining soldiers prepared to counterattack, though the prolonged torment had left their bodies racked with pain. Even now, a few monkeys lingered nearby, keeping watch. We must not squander the opportunity Brother Wong has created for us. Let's hasten our preparations for the rendezvous. The survivors considered themselves extraordinarily fortunate, especially the captain, who, upon learning that their rescuer was none other than Brother Wong, felt a surge of warmth in his heart, swelling with quiet pride. After all, had it not been for him, the entire group would have been annihilated. Just as they were deliberating the most rational escape plan, several muffled gunshots echoed through the air. Each bullet found its mark with unerring precision, striking directly into the eye sockets of the monkey sentinels. The assault was so abrupt that the primates collapsed instantly. The survivors were rendered speechless. Within their collective knowledge, no marksman in their unit possessed such extraordinary skill. When had Brother Wong become so formidable? A wave of astonishment washed over them as they began to sense that reality diverged sharply from their initial perceptions. Chapter 20, as expected very well. There's no threat here anymore. You lot can flee on your own. I haven't the time to bother with you. Zhao Fei emerged, and the men who had been sprawled on the ground stared at this suddenly appearing figure. What? How astonishing it is that in this world, there still exist individuals who would extend a helping hand to complete strangers? What an extraordinary individual this is. To be honest, Zhao Fei had initially held the military in high regard. However, during the early days of the apocalypse, the armed forces he had placed such hopes in failed to provide any rescue operations, which considerably diminished his impression of them. Were it not for witnessing these soldiers being mercilessly bullied by evolved beasts in such a pitiful state, Zhao Fei would have been utterly disinclined to intervene. Many thanks for saving our lives, brother. May I inquire how we should address you? Though rescued, the female captain now appeared utterly despondent. Throughout her days in captivity, the sole conviction that had sustained her was the belief that her fiancé would surely come to her aid. Yet now, it seemed her steadfast hope had dissipated like the wind, leaving her existence hollow and bereft of purpose. The light in her eyes had vanished. Zhao Fei, having spoken these words, Zhao Fei departed with a flourish of his sleeves, his deeds shrouded in anonymity, his merits unclaimed, though they never did await the arrival of Brother Wong. The emergence of the prince instilled in these survivors a renewed will to live. Supporting one another, they departed from the zoo, a place that had become their waking nightmare. Meanwhile, the governor, serving as bait, continued his desperate sprint, skillfully leading the pursuing monkeys on a relentless chase. While humans collectively referred to all mutated creatures as evolved beasts, each species fiercely guarded its own territory against intrusion. Thus, through the governor's deliberate provocation, the monkeys unwittingly clashed with other evolved beasts. Chaos, it seemed, was not without its merits. At this moment, Zhao Fei lay prone, observing the unintended turmoil unfolding within the zoo. After a moment's contemplation, he released his remaining governors, directing them to sow further discord, a calculated strategy to facilitate his rescue mission. Connor, I will return. A dozen governors raised their thumbs in approval towards Zhao Fei before dispersing into action. Even the most rudimentary androids had no trouble executing the hit-and-run directive. Under Zhao Fei's orchestration, the zoo's evolved beasts erupted into another frenzy of violence. These foolish humans dared to challenge the authority of the evolved creatures, an utterly intolerable affront. Yet, despite the chaos, certain beast kings remained unshaken, perched like immovable sovereigns amidst the storm. Through this upheaval, Zhao Fei discerned the zoo's intricate power dynamics. Witnessing the crimson avian titan locked in fierce combat with a golden-maned lion, the lion's prowess was staggering. Though earthbound, its leaping ability defied logic. Vaulting effortlessly 3 or 4 meters into the air, the scarlet behemoth and the gilded predator had clashed repeatedly, neither landing a decisive blow, yet reducing the surrounding ruins to flattened wastelands. Truly, a battle of deities. Zhao Fei felt a pang of melancholy upon witnessing such a scene. As he took another step forward, his foot suddenly encountered a soft, yielding substance, prompting him to instinctively brandish his pistol. Upon the ground lay a cluster of crystalline plant foliage, initially dismissing it as merely another ordinary evolved plant. Zhao Fei was taken aback by the unexpected sight before him. The plant seemed to tremble its leaves in a manner akin to supplication. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Can you comprehend my words?" The plant before Zhao Fei nodded its head. This peculiar flora resembled the orchids of ancient times, with freely mobile roots at its base and a cluster of exquisite crimson berries adorning its crown. How fragrant! The berries exuded an intoxicating botanical aroma, momentarily clouding Zhao Fei's senses. Just as he nearly succumbed to the temptation of tasting them, his mother's warning echoed in his mind. Do not consume unknown things recklessly. Instantly, Zhao Fei raised his firearm. In this apocalyptic world, the most prudent approach to the unknown was to greet it with a bullet. Sensing his hostility, the small plant swiftly curled into itself, retracting its alluring fragrance, and repeatedly bowed in supplication. "Are you begging for mercy?" Zhao Fei was utterly intrigued when plants begun to gain sentience. Truly, the apocalypse had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, the peculiar flora before his eyes was none other than the legendary tree of life in its nascent form. A single bite of its life fruit could elevate an evolved being by an entire tier. This tree of life was not a product of Earth's apocalyptic evolution, but rather a relic unearthed by an evolved human who had successfully conquered an ancient ruin. However, after the all-too-common infighting among humans, the tree had escaped. Now, cornered by relentless pursuers and possessing a rudimentary consciousness, it chose without hesitation to pledge allegiance to Zhao Fei. Upon swearing absolute fealty, the Tree of Life was forcibly cartified and stored within Zhao Fei's inventory. At last, he could examine its details. Name, Tree of Life species, botanical stage, sprouting abilities, life fruit production, ecosystem construction node, the essence of druidic civilization. With sufficient sunlight and resources, you shall cultivate your own druidic society. Have I stumbled upon a night elf stronghold? Zhao Fei gazed at the message, arriving at a conclusion so startling that even he could scarcely believe it. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He decided to wait until returning to the safe house before having Xiao Ji analyze the information to draw definitive conclusions. After a fierce battle between the crimson giant bird and the golden lion, the enormous avian spread its wings and soared back to its nest. Zhao Fei's eyes followed its flight, marking the precise location where the scarlet creature descended. The tree stood impossibly tall, its colossal trunk piercing the heavens. Staring up at the towering ancient giant, Zhao Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. To be honest, these two girls played a rather significant role for Zhao Fei. Moreover, as the apocalypse deepened, he couldn't be certain of finding such genuinely pure-hearted and kind girls again. However, a turning point arrived. The colossal crimson bird returned to its nest, meticulously arranging it before settling into the most comfortable position. Even though the monkeys were restless, those insignificant creatures meant nothing to the majestic bird, for it had a far more important task at hand, laying an egg. The crimson bird began to wail in agony, clearly indicating this was an egg of great expectations. Meanwhile, the two women who had intended to remain motionless in the nest were utterly stunned by this awe-inspiring spectacle. It was nothing short of a profound miracle of life. Chapter 21. Objective achieved. Behold, is that not Zhao Fei's artificial construct over there? However, the zoo seemed particularly lively today. Through the crevices in their nest, the two women caught sight of a troop of monkeys in hot pursuit of the governor, who was sprinting at full speed. Indeed, Zhao Fei had arrived. A dependable man is truly the most dashing. However, even though a glimmer of hope for survival emerged, the imminent threat of the plummeting bird's egg loomed overhead. Swift action was imperative. In the midst of the apocalypse, everything happened with startling rapidity. The bird's egg erupted forth in an instant. The two terrified women, who had braced themselves for an overwhelming stench, were astonished to find that the emerging egg bore none of the anticipated foul odor. The freshly hatched egg gleamed with a crystalline translucence, its shell exuding an ethereal and peculiar fragrance. How exquisitely beautiful! After both women found solace in both material and spiritual comforts, their hearts gradually settled into tranquility. They understood that even with Zhao Fei's support, they could not remain caged birds in such dire circumstances. They must become his capable allies. Zhao Fei, too, perceived the crimson giant bird's weakened state. Now was the moment. If not seized, when would it ever come again? Zhao Fei unleashed the remnants of his governor's power across the entire battlefield. Though his heart bled at the sight of such formidable combat strength being expended, when weighed against the value of his sister, it was indeed a worthy sacrifice. All units, attention! Seek your targets and create chaos, he commanded. At Zhao Fei's command, all the governor figures began provoking the evolved beasts recklessly. Indeed, to these creatures, humans wielding gatling guns were like waving red flags before bulls. In the eyes of the evolved beasts, humans had always been insignificant as cockroaches, and the governor's actions poured oil onto the flames. Instantly, the entire zoo erupted into chaos. The commotion on such a scale alarmed the exhausted crimson avian, freshly delivered of offspring, who let out piercing cries to warn any beast daring to approach its nest. Under normal circumstances, the evolved beasts would have been driven away. But the zoo had descended into pandemonium, and the mindless creatures, having lost track of the governors, now turned their frenzy toward the nest. Though these were but feeble, witless specimens, their sheer numbers posed a dire threat to the weakened mother bird, fresh from labor. The crimson avian could not abandon its nest, left only to shriek futilely from its high perch among the branches. What's happening? Never mind that. Look! At this very moment, the previously dormant governor suddenly stirred into motion. These were not meaningless twitches. His fingers moved with rapid, deliberate gestures. Both women were astute enough to realize Zhao Fei was utilizing the governor's form to communicate with them. Yet neither party understood sign language. The ladies merely grasped that Zhao Fei awaited them below. They refused to remain ornamental vases. They would save themselves. The two women swiftly devised a battle strategy. First, Su Monli utilized her duplication ability to create two replicas of the governor. Then, Xiongyan augmented the strength of these governor copies twofold. This was the full exertion of the two women, for they too had been brimming with energy before their capture. Yet after accomplishing all this, they collapsed in utter exhaustion. Having done everything within their power, they could only leave the rest to fate. The colossal crimson bird grew increasingly agitated and distracted by the chaotic commotion of the creatures below. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the governors inside the nest swiftly positioned themselves, bracing their backs against the massive tree. With a collective surge of strength, they toppled the bird's enormous egg over the edge. Since the crimson bird stood at the rim of the nest, while the egg rolled off from the opposite side, the entire structure tilted and collapsed. The nest itself was a behemoth, and as it plummeted from the sky, its scattered contents rained down like a tempest upon the ground below. This turn of events was entirely beyond the crimson bird's comprehension, leaving it utterly unprepared. Though the eggshell was sturdy, it was still in its most fragile state. Freshly laid, upon impact, a crack split open the shell. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma permeated the air. The evolved beasts that had been pursuing the governors halted abruptly, their attention irresistibly drawn elsewhere. Every creature present fixed its gaze upon the oozing contents of the cracked egg with ravenous longing. Disaster had struck. The crimson avian's initial reaction was one of sheer horror. For these mutated beasts, consuming the flesh and blood of higher evolved creatures wasn't merely about satiating hunger. It represented an opportunity to accelerate their own evolutionary progression. Faced with such a chance for advancement, every beast in the vicinity erupted into frenzy, surging toward the avian egg. Not only that, this egg, concentrated with the essence of the crimson avian, drew the attention of other apex predators, each now determined to enter this brutal arena of slaughter. It was an absolute nightmare. The crimson avian could do nothing, could protect nothing, reduced to a helpless wail as it watched from the skies while its offspring was devoured by the ravenous horde. Are you two still alive? In an unnoticed corner, a shell composed of the governor's remains cracked open. Zhao Fei gazed at the two women clinging tightly to each other inside, a faint smile touching his lips. They had survived, The operation had succeeded. Without a word, the two women crawled out from the remnants of the governors and threw themselves into Zhao Fei's embrace. Even in this apocalyptic world, the sheer relief of survival made them cherish every moment all the more. Sister, relax, I feel like I can't breathe. However, the force of their embrace was so strong that their nails even dug into Zhao Fei's body. Surviving battles with evolved beasts only to be crushed by you two. What irony. The two women immediately loosened their grip. To them, Zhao Fei's importance was beyond words. All right, let's go home. There's still much to be done. Zhao Fei had no intention of lingering in such chaos. Without hesitation, he summoned the Goliath robot. At that very moment, a sharp shout pierced his ears. Stop right there. Do not leave. The arrivals are Lin Tingting and her devoted admirers. Upon entering the zoo, Lin Tingting followed the map in her mind and tracked down the Tree of Life. Despite the inexplicable chaos and pandemonium that had engulfed the zoo, she skillfully maneuvered her way through, even smearing the excrement of evolved beasts on her body to ensure her team emerged unscathed. Just as Lin Tingting drew close enough to the Fruit of Life, in a sudden gust of wind, Zhao Fei made contact with it, and the fruit vanished without a trace. Lin Tingting was deeply perplexed. Theoretically, even if Zhao Fei had intercepted the Tree of Life and absorbed the Fruit of Life, his life level should have ascended. Yet, Zhao Fei remained utterly unchanged. Chapter 22. No room for negotiation. Just as Lin Tingting's words trailed off, the Gloria robot was unleashed. In an instant, a futuristic mechanical behemoth, towering over 3 meters tall, materialized before the crowd. Zhao Fei had initially assumed it was someone he had rescued at Monkey Mountain coming to express gratitude. However, upon closer inspection, he realized these 5 individuals were complete strangers. Puzzled, he inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have with me? The situation is urgent. So I'll be brief. You have 5 words." As Zhao Fei uttered this, he ushered the 2 women into the Gloria mech. Even a fool could see these people had ulterior motives. So cool. The once fervent quartet of admirers stared dumbfounded at Zhao Fei's Gloria mech, their admiration slipping out unconsciously. A mech is a man's dream. Could someone piloting such an iconic design truly be a villain? Just as Zhao Fei was about to close the aircraft hatch, Lin Tingting snapped out of her daze as if awakening from another lifetime, crying out urgently, "Is the Tree of Life with you?" No, I didn't see anything." Zhao Fei quickly waved his hands. "Just joking. What's in hand belongs to oneself. That's the rule in this apocalyptic world. I'll trade with gold." In her desperation, Lin Tingting cried out, only to be met with Zhao Fei's disdainful scoff. "I would trade mountains of gold and platinum for the life fruit in your possession," she declared. Having already boarded the aircraft, Zhao Fei silently stepped back out, his tone eerily calm as he remarked, "Miss, words should not be spoken carelessly. Do you truly possess such vast resources?" Grandfather Lin, the esteemed academician, possessed an abundance of resources at his fingertips. Witnessing their goddess being questioned, her devoted admirers swiftly rallied to her defense. Zhao Fei instantly connected the figure before him with the legendary Lin Li of the past, Lin Yuan, the once unreachable luminary. Yet now, standing beside a member of the once untouchable Lin family, Zhao Fei felt neither timidity nor inferiority. There was but one reason he held the upper hand. "Show me the Fruit of Life, and I shall grant your desire," Lin Tingting demanded with an air of authority. Zhao Fei, irritated, ran a hand through his hair and retorted, "Miss Lin, I am not one of your admirers. Kindly adjust your attitude, will you? Though your motives remain obscure and hold no interest for me, the object in my possession is something you desperately covet. Yet what you hold offers little uniqueness or indispensability." Lin Tingting, who had sailed smoothly through both the old world and the apocalyptic era, found herself at a loss for words, struck speechless by such defiance for the first time. The awkward silence, however, was short-lived. Suddenly, Zhao Fei drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming in Lin Tingting's direction. Before anyone could react, the gunshots echoed, then ceased as swiftly as they began. Zhao Fei holstered his weapon without a word. Behind them, the fallen bodies of mutated beasts slumped to the ground, felled by his precise shots. Without explanation, Zhao Fei climbed into the cockpit of the Gloria mech. humiliated and outmatched in every aspect. Lin Tingting could only seethe in silent fury before reluctantly yielding to Zhao Fei's demands. The disparity in strength compelled Lin Tingting to behave like an obedient girl. Honestly, even my grandfather never treated me this way. Just wait until I obtain the fruit of life. I'll make you pay. Lin Tingting owned a vehicle, and after Zhao Fei and the others reached the hidden car, he stored away the Gloria robot. This action immediately led Lin Tingting and her companions to conclude that Zhao Fei was an evolved individual with spatial abilities. Zhao Fei neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, in this apocalyptic world, keeping others uncertain of your true strength is the greatest power of all. They boarded the modified van and sped away, leaving the chaotic zoo behind. Here, eat these. Zhao Fei handed the two women what appeared to be compressed ration-like consumables. Without hesitation, they consumed them, and their depleted energy was instantly replenished. This guy, how does he have so many treasures? Lin Tingting's abilities required minimal energy expenditure, so through her surveillance, she could clearly observe the women's energy being restored in an instant. This Zhao Fei truly can't be underestimated. Unconsciously, Zhao Fei, a man of both capability and resources, began to stir restless thoughts in Lin Tingting's heart. Sorry, Zhao Fei, we caused you trouble. The two women, now revitalized, apologized sincerely. In truth, Zhao Fei didn't possess many of these energy-restoring items for evolved individuals. The women felt somewhat guilty, believing that after all this trouble, Zhao Fei had suffered losses without gaining anything. Of course, Zhao Fei had no intention of revealing his possession of the Tree of Life to them. A man must keep some secrets to himself. It's fine. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Zhao Fei's words came from the depths of his heart. No one understood the value of survival better than he did. Their destination was the University District, where conditions were even more dire. As one of the most densely populated areas, coupled with the fact that many female students had secretly kept small animals in their dormitories, the district, which should have had the highest number of evolved individuals, instead had the lowest survival rate. This is where our material science department is located. The supplies you need are inside the main building, Lin Tingting said after parking the car. I don't act without seeing proof. Take me there. You really are a devil. Lin Tingting had never been ordered around by a man like this since childhood, so she was rather indignant as she spoke to Zhao Fei. What's the big deal? We're just each getting what we need. After all, I'm the one in control now. Lin Tingting was utterly speechless at Zhao Fei's behavior. Never had she encountered a man who made her feel so powerless. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to follow Zhao Fei into the materials building. Halt! This is student council territory. Non-members are not permitted to enter. Just as Zhao Fei and Lin Tingting stepped through the entrance, two figures emerged from a concealed guard post near the doorway. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fei spat out a mouthful of blood in sheer exasperation. Honestly, what era is this that student councils still exist? Tell Zhao Qian, he declared. If you provide us with these supplies, our faction will vacate this place within a week. The two student council members at the door froze momentarily. In this apocalyptic world, Zhao Qian and Lin Tingting had always been sworn adversaries. Though the reason remained unclear, both sides had sought each other's demise. Yet now, at this very moment, the once dominant Lin Tingting faction was unexpectedly the first to relent. Let Professor Lin in, a male voice interjected, just as the guards hesitated. Chapter 23. The eccentric one vice president, greetings. The two guards at the entrance bowed their heads with the reverence of eunuchs before an emperor, their deference almost theatrical. Zhao Fei remained silent, observing the scene. It was often said that the student council resembled a microcosm of society, but what lay before him was nothing short of a miniature kingdom. The vice president, wearing an ingratiating smile, addressed teacher Lin Tingting. Miss Lin, our president wishes to have a word with you. Lin Tingting's displeasure was palpable. She scoffed before following him upstairs. Zhao Fei, indifferent to the exchange, cared only for securing what he sought. From the moment he entered the materials building, an unsettling aura clung to the survivors within. As he ventured deeper, his suspicions solidified. These people were far from ordinary. The proportion of evolved individuals here dwarfed that of other locations, each appearing unervingly well-nourished, their faces glowing with vitality. Yet Zhao Fei noted the absence of ordinary survivors. Had these evolved beings truly achieved self-sufficiency, with no need to exploit the unawakened? The question lingered, heavy with implication. Forget it, it's none of my business. However, Zhao Fei noticed that even though Lin Tingting remained silent, her demeanor upon entering the building was akin to facing a corpse. With all electricity gone in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone had to ascend the stairs on foot. Along the way, Zhao Fei observed that every figure in sight was male. How Spartan? How hardcore? Confronted with such anomalies, Zhao Fei grew increasingly wary. Upon reaching the rooftop, the vice president knocked respectfully on the door of the solitary room there and said with deference, "President, Lin Tingting has arrived." A young girl's voice promptly responded from within. "Let Teacher Lin in." Hearing this, the vice president, like an obedient servant, hastily swung the door open. "What's that smell? It's foul." As the grand door swung open, Zhao Fei immediately covered his mouth and nose. Before his words could fade, both the vice president and Lin Tingting gazed at him in astonishment. How could this be possible? In the vice president's perception, his senses were entirely enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance emanating from the president's body. It was a scent so mesmerizing that any man who caught its whiff would willingly brave fire and water for her. Meanwhile, Lin Tingting detected an overwhelming blend of elite perfumes. Though somewhat pungent, it was laced with unmistakable envy. Yet, amidst the crowd, only Zhao Fei perceived the nauseating stench of decay, an amalgamation of zombies, death, and rotting flesh. At first, Zhao Fei suspected his olfactory senses were malfunctioning. However, upon reviewing his attributes, the truth became clear. Originally, Zhao Fei's attributes had no mention of olfactory sensitivity. His physical stats were too low for the system to display it. But under the enhancement of potions and scrolls, this hidden trait had surfaced. Initially dismissing it as insignificant, Zhao Fei had paid it no mind. Now, however, the true value of this attribute had been unveiled. Inside the chamber, the mistress of the house was a young woman clad entirely in pink Lolita attire, appearing to be around 20 years of age. The entire room was adorned in an adorable Lolita aesthetic. Evidently, this was the renowned President Zhao Qian, as spoken of by the masses. As Zhao Fei spoke without restraint, the Lolita-clad woman's countenance shifted abruptly. Observing the tension, Lin Tingting, who had come seeking assistance, swiftly intervened to mediate, mistakenly assuming Zhao Fei's words to be derogatory. Eager to sustain the negotiations, Lin Tingting deftly redirected the conversation. "Zhao Qian, I've come to propose an arrangement. Grant us these supplies, and our faction shall withdraw from the university district. What say you?" "Understood. Here's the refined translation." "Of course." Zhao Qian replied casually upon hearing this, taking the document from Lin Tingting's hand without much thought. After glancing at it briefly, she inquired, "Have you discovered a method to counteract the corpse poison in your father's system?" Zhao Qian tilted her head and spoke to Lin Tingting in a rather mischievous tone. Lin Tingting bit her lips slightly and responded with composed indifference. "This is none of your concern. Just focus on your own dealings." Even though she had been rebuffed, Zhao Qian's mood remained visibly uplifted, having secured Lin Tingting's tacit agreement. Unfazed, she extended her fair, jade-like hand and presented it to the vice president. Then, with a glance toward Zhao Fei, she flashed a playful smile and inquired, "What's the matter, brother? Don't you like it here? Or perhaps, you simply do not fancy me?" Zhao Fei suddenly covered his mouth, making a retching gesture. This scene caused palpable awkwardness among those present. The vice president immediately stepped forward, ready to reprimand Zhao Fei for daring to insult Zhao Qian. However, before anyone could react, Zhao Fei swiftly raised his pistol and fired at Zhao Qian. Bang! The merciless bullet struck the delicate and pitiable Zhao Qian. This sudden turn of events left both the vice president and Lin Tingting utterly stunned. As for Lin Tingting, her mind went blank. What in the world had just happened? Have you uncovered the truth? However, Zhao Qian, who had been shot in the body, did not collapse, nor did she bleed. Zhao Fei held his gun steady, aiming at her as he remarked, "I never imagined zombies could evolve to this extent." Zhao Qian offered no reply. Instead, the muscles around her wound twitched slightly before expelling the lodged bullet from her body. The thick carpet muffled any sound of impact, rendering the moment eerily silent and all the more unsettling. "What a shame," Zhao Qian murmured, pausing to run her tongue over her shell-like teeth with a savoring relish. "This was my dearest friend's most expensive outfit." Then, with chilling reminiscence, she added, "and the most delicious." By now, even a fool could see that something was terribly wrong with Zhao Qian. Lin Tingting swiftly positioned herself beside Zhao Fei, for on her map's indicators, Zhao Qian's label had shifted from evolved organism to something far more ominous: Zombie-Overlord. All along, the mental map in Lin Tingting's mind had depicted Zhao Qian as an evolved biological entity, though she scarcely comprehended the implications of such a designation. In the apocalyptic wasteland, where the bizarre and uncanny were commonplace, Lin had never delved deeper into this mystery. Despite Lin Tingting's extraordinary intellect, it had never crossed her mind that this woman who commanded the student council was, in truth, a mutated zombie. Lin's own father had fallen victim to the catastrophe, tragically transforming into one of the undead. Though ideological differences had placed them on opposing sides, Zhao Qian had always claimed to possess methods to suppress the zombification process in Lin's father. Now it became clear Zhao had merely exploited her authority as a zombie overlord to manipulate Lin's father. As for how Zhao had gained control over the student council, it was through the potent pheromones her body secreted, which rendered the more vulnerable male university students susceptible to her dominion. Chapter 24. Capture at this moment. Even as Zhao Qian witnessed her true identity being exposed, she remained utterly indifferent. After all, there were occasionally evolved individuals with unique abilities capable of perceiving the truth. Indeed, I am a new human. Aren't you archaic humans being far too arrogant? We are the new species perfectly adapted to this apocalyptic era, while you antiquated shareholders have no vessel to board in this new age. In Zhao Qian's eyes, she had become utterly distinct from her former self in the bygone era, and indeed, that was the truth. To be precise, when the apocalypse first descended, every single cell within the original Zhao Qian had perished. Theoretically, she should have turned into one of the undead, yet her body cells inexplicably regained vitality. However, all their structures reassembled in an entirely novel configuration. Even her internal organs differed from those of ordinary humans. Thus, while her outward appearance remained unchanged, an entirely new Zhao Qian emerged from within her own flesh. Zhao Qian, are their words truly false? You are merely an evolved being with special abilities. Don't ist with mischios from Europa. The student council vice president couldn't accept this reality at all. Survivors and the materials building periodically disappeared in cycles. Yet the vice president could never connect Zhao Qian being a zombie to these incidents. Whether evolved zombies or ordinary ones, they all share a fondness for consuming humans. While managing the student council, Zhao Qian would occasionally dispatch evolved individuals to explore certain areas, only to later emerge herself and devour them. She particularly relished watching the expressions of despair and resignation on their faces as she fed. Despite having become an evolved zombie, Zhao Qian retained a penchant for human fashion, especially the Lolita style. The reason she doused herself in copious amounts of perfume was to mask her identity, allowing her to indulge freely in human flesh without raising suspicion. After all, free-range livestock yield superior quality compared to those kept in pens. The evolved individuals under Lin Tingting's faction were slightly stronger than the students, granting them resistance to Zhao Qian's hormonal influence. Now that her scheme had been exposed, Zhao Qian intended to unleash the zombies under her control upon the university district, reducing it to rubble. This wasn't merely for the fleeting thrill of slaughter. She understood that in human perception, zombies were mindless creatures. As an evolved aberration, drawing too much attention might provoke a collective human assault, where even she would be overwhelmed. Zhao Qian, this isn't real. None of this is real. The vice president, utterly broken, staggered toward her. Thud. As he drew near, the love-struck vice president felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw Zhao Qian's hand plunged into his heart, effortlessly tearing it out. Thump thump. A still-beating heart pulsed in her grasp. The vitality of an evolved being was formidable. Even with his heart destroyed, he clung to life for a few lingering moments. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. The vice president murmured these final words before life finally deserted him. The human mind is truly incomprehensible. Indeed, mankind is but a lower form of existence. The Zhaoqian before them merely possessed the visage of bygone eras, utterly indifferent to the memories of the vice president who had stood before her. Now that you've uncovered my secrets, it's time for both of you to depart. Lin Tingting possessed the ability to detect third-tier evolved beings. However, if such a creature deliberately concealed its presence, even she could not quantify it digitally. Yet now, Zhaoqian brazenly revealed her true form, allowing Lin Tingting to immediately analyze her data. Intelligence 20, physicality 32, agility 25. Upon seeing these figures, Lin Tingting cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Fei, entirely unimpressed. Is this all there is? This arrogant, evolved zombie was not merely outmatched, but utterly eclipsed by Zhao Fei's parameters. As expected, in any era, one must traverse diverse paths to broaden their horizons. You all seem rather worldly, Zhao Qian remarked with some surprise, observing Lin Tingting's complete lack of astonishment. Suddenly, Zhao Fei holstered his pistol, a gesture that baffled Zhao Qian. What is it, human? She inquired, perplexed. Do you intend to surrender? However, I have numerous attendants here. I can grant you a swift demise later. As a mere zombie, you're overthinking things. Zhao Fei took a step forward, then swiftly charged ahead. Yes, he dashed forward barehanded. Zhao Qian, utterly unfazed by Zhao Fei's reckless advance, merely extended one hand to subdue him while the other casually lifted a steaming cup of coffee from a table. Just as Zhao Fei was about to make contact, he abruptly pivoted and slipped aside. Danger! This fellow is plotting something sinister. Zhao Qian had consistently underestimated humanity, and more so Zhao Fei's capabilities. After all, in the perception of an evolved being, Zhao Fei was merely a slightly stronger ordinary person, utterly insignificant. Suddenly, the Gloria robot appeared. Under Zhao Fei's command, the Gloria robot's hatch popped open, and with its two mechanical arms, it forcibly dragged Zhao Qian into the cockpit. Let me out! Let me out! Although third-tier creatures were exceedingly rare, the Goliath robots, being products of a system, were formidable entities that could only be destroyed by fourth-tier beings. Thus, Zhao Qian had no choice but to shriek like a helpless girl inside the cockpit, utterly powerless to act. Let's go. Zhao Fei effortlessly secured the supplies he desired within the chamber, for Zhao Qian had, in her ostentatious manner, adorned her quarters with gold, platinum, and other opulent materials, rendering it a spectacle of extravagance. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei swept these riches into his own storage. Witnessing this, Zhao Qian, who had been brimming with arrogance and ready to summon her subordinates, promptly fell silent, her defiance extinguished. So far, Zhao Fei's displayed prowess has surpassed even Zhao Qian's comprehension as a zombie overlord. Stripped of the emotional reasoning she once possessed as a human female, she fully realizes that provoking this unfathomable human might result in her immediate dissection for scientific study. I've obtained what I sought, the fruit of life. Zhao Fei summoned the tree of life, and in that moment, the fruit acknowledged him as its rightful master. Without resistance, it yielded one of its precious fruits to him. Now that their transaction was settled, Zhao Fei prepared to depart with the Goliath robot in tow. Chapter 25. The elderly scientist, watching Zhao Fei depart without so much as a backward glance. Lin Tingting hesitated for a moment before calling out, Mr. Zhao, would you be willing to visit my grandfather? Zhao Fei waved his hand dismissively. My grandfather is an academician who has uncovered certain truths about this apocalyptic world. Are you certain you don't wish to investigate? Let's go take a look. With a dashing turn, Zhao Fei arrived by Lin Tingting's side. To be honest, Zhao Fei now understood why in the old days, scientific research was primarily pursued by the aristocracy, simply because those people had both wealth and leisure. Now that Zhao Fei no longer had to worry about putting food on the table, he sometimes found himself pondering the truth behind this apocalyptic world. Of course, it would be wonderful if he could uncover the origins of his golden finger. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhao Fei led Lin Tingting down the rear wall of the materials building, while the Goliath robot effortlessly scaled down. The other members of the student council, though they might have heard movement upstairs, dared not act without orders, as Zhao Qian had established strict regulations. After all, if anyone witnessed her feeding, her identity as an evolved zombie would be exposed. The imprisoned Zhao Qian attempted to break free from the robot's confinement, but even the strength of the fully transparent pod exceeded her comprehension. Truly a relic treasure, she thought, but let's see how you plan to deal with me. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, observing Zhao Qian's subdued state inside the pod, could think of no immediate solution and decided to keep her contained for now. Capturing Zhao Qian had its pros and cons. Without the restraint of the zombie lord, the hordes of zombies previously held back would likely soon overrun the university. On the other hand, without the influence of pheromone attacks, the student council members would regain their rationality. Still, if given the choice, Zhao Fei would undoubtedly opt for freedom. Lin Tingting, whose family had taught at the university for 3 generations, was naturally familiar with the terrain. With the aid of a mental map, the group quickly reached the faculty building. "Professor Lin, you're back," someone greeted. The people here appeared far more composed, though they couldn't help but notice Zhao Qian imprisoned in the pod. To prevent complications, Zhao Fei sealed the pod shut, ensuring no sound escaped. No matter what Zhao Qian said, once on her home turf, Lin Tingting snatched the life fruit and bolted upstairs, her urgency so great that she stumbled multiple times. Yet each time, she scrambled back up without hesitation, charging forward. Truth be told, Zhao Fei was curious to catch a glimpse of the man who had once been the city's most prominent figure in the old world, just to satisfy his own curiosity. Growl! Amidst the furious roar of a zombie, Zhao Fei laid eyes on Lin Li. The sight, however, was far from pleasant. A ragged old man, bound by thick iron chains, his eyes turning crimson, drool dripping from his mouth, veins bulging grotesquely across his contorted face. The elderly man, upon seeing people, would bare his teeth as if to tear and bite, yet his movements were restrained by iron chains. "Grandfather, you must consume this swiftly." Lin Tingting approached the elderly man and, seizing the moment when he bared his teeth to lunge at her, swiftly thrust the fruit of life into his mouth. Driven by sheer instinct and devoid of reason, Lin Li paid no heed to what entered his maw, swallowing the divine fruit without hesitation. True to its legendary origins from the ancient ruins, the miraculous properties of the fruit manifested instantly upon entering his body. The grotesque traits of the undead began to dissipate before their very eyes. How could such a phenomenon be possible? Someone actually managed to cure a person on the verge of turning into a zombie? In the aircraft cabin, Zhao Qian was preparing to summon her zombie army when she suddenly sensed that the nearest human on the verge of transformation had been miraculously cured. This guy. Zhao Qian was utterly astonished. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to abandon her plan to gather the undead. Who knew how many hidden cards Zhao Fei might possess? It would be wiser to strike only after uncovering his true capabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Li let out a retching sound as he expelled a mass of corrupted, zombified tissues and organs from his body. In their place, fresh organs immediately began to regenerate. What on earth is happening? Can even evolved beings succumb to viral infections? Zhao Fei found himself witnessing such a peculiar situation for the first time. His curiosity piqued as he inquired. Witnessing her grandfather's recovery, Lin Tingting, who had always maintained an unyielding facade, finally succumbed to overwhelming sobs. Despite being hailed as a prodigy, she was merely a young woman of Zhao Fei's age. Faced with relentless adversities, even the strongest would eventually reach their breaking point. "Tingting, you've endured so much," Lin Li murmured as he regained consciousness. Suddenly recalling something urgent, he bolted toward his workbench. "My research notes, where are they?" Seeing her grandfather immediately immerse himself in work, Lin Tingting wiped away her tears with a bittersweet smile. He was truly back. As a seasoned scientist, Lin Li's first instinct upon recovery was to retrieve his records, a compilation of his painstaking research since the apocalypse began. More precisely, after his son succumbed to zombification, Lin Li, in a desperate gamble, injected himself with the infected fluids extracted from the undead. He had theorized that an evolved human body might neutralize the virus, potentially reversing his son's condition. Yet as days passed, his own body gradually deteriorated into a state of decay. The early pages of his notebook were meticulously penned, each entry logical and precise. By the middle section, his handwriting grew erratic. By the end, it devolved into near-illegible scrawls. What a tragedy, such invaluable experimental data, lost, Linley lamented, tracing his fingers over the worn pages. Even as he strained to recollect, fragments of memory remained frustratingly elusive. Then, a sudden realization struck. Wait, I understand now. Linley seemed to have another epiphany. Immediately seizing a marker and frantically sketching diagrams across the whiteboard. As his calculations progressed, his deductions about the apocalypse became clear. This zombie virus initially spread through airborne transmission. However, due to its low concentration, it could only transform those with weaker constitutions. As the apocalypse advanced, the viral concentration increased within the zombies' bodies, enabling their evolution. During this phase, even less evolved superhumans could become infected. You see, as my life level was elevated, it naturally purified the zombie virus within my system. Chapter 26. The Intermediate Safe House Professor. I hope at this stage you will refrain from publicizing these findings, Zhao Fei remarked, his hands casually tucked into his trouser pockets as he paced toward the visibly exhilarated academician Lin. Why? The people inside the room questioned in unison. Oh, indeed. Now it seems the pathways to elevate an evolver's rank are exceedingly scarce. If life fruits could be obtained so effortlessly, my granddaughter wouldn't have struggled so much. Old master, I am utterly awestruck with admiration. At this moment, Zhao Fei truly understood what it meant to be intellectually outmatched. With just a single remark from him, academician Lin had formulated such a meticulous deduction, arriving at a flawless conclusion. As for whether an evolver's blood could cure those undergoing zombification, Zhao Fei remained indifferent. As he was not an evolver himself, this expedition neither profited nor cost him anything, for he had at least gathered the necessary materials to upgrade his safe house. With a heart full of anticipation, he departed the university district to enhance his sanctuary. However, the dilemma of how to handle Zhao Qian weighed on his mind. Such a rare specimen, destroying her would be a waste. Yet keeping her was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Stay obedient, or I'll dismantle this android and end you myself. Zhao Fei warned the consciousness of Zhao Qian residing within the Goliath robot before returning. Aware that patience would preserve her future, Zhao Qian chose restraint. After all, as a new human, she held infinite potential and saw no reason to stoop to the level of the obsolete. After bidding farewell to Professor Lin, Zhao Fei began his journey back. Along the way, he realized the apocalypse was growing harsher. The pressure to survive intensified. Once rare tier, 2 zombies now emerged frequently, and even evolved beasts had begun prowling urban areas. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that humanity was steadily losing dominion over the world. Still, for now, his strength sufficed against these threats. A home at last. Upon sighting the safe house, Su Manli and Xiong Yin rushed inside eagerly. Yet when Zhao Fei brought Zhao Qian in, Xiao Ji issued a prompt. Host, this tier, 3 zombie requires your authorization. Zhao Fei pondered for a moment before inquiring, Xiao Ji, what effective countermeasures do you suggest for dealing with this evolved zombie? Not exactly. But even this rudimentary safe house boasts materials robust enough to withstand destruction from third-tier zombies. After exchanging glances with Xiao Ji, Zhao Fei unceremoniously stuffed Zhao Qian, who had been comfortably seated in the relatively spacious cockpit of the Goliath mech, into a cramped cage instead. Zhao Qian was utterly speechless. Clearly, new humans weren't being treated as people here. Hey, I am, after all, a new generation of humanity. Could you perhaps show me some courtesy? Zhao Fei paid no heed to Zhao Qian's pleas, unceremoniously locking her within the iron cage before casting both prisoner and enclosure into a shadowed corner of the safe house. Brother Fei, sister-in-law, you've returned, came the deferential greeting. Inside the safe house, Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong immediately rose from their pile of snacks upon seeing Zhao Fei and the other 2 return. The 2 girls blushed slightly, stealing glances at Zhao Fei, though he remained indifferent. Whether genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance was unclear. "You two are living quite comfortably," remarked Zhao Fei. Indeed, Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong were thoroughly at ease, with no intention of leaving the safety of their refuge. They whiled away their time binge-watching dramas, gaming, and indulging in sugary sodas, a lifestyle eerily reminiscent of their pre-apocalyptic aspirations. "Brother Fei, we really don't want to strive anymore. Just let us waste away like this," they pleaded. By now, even instant noodles had lost their appeal, and they had moved on to self-heating meals. As Zhao Fei observed the four sprawled lazily across the room, he couldn't help but contemplate the necessity of shaking them out of their lethargy. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, would opportunities for exertion truly be scarce? "Xiao Ji, please assess whether these resources are sufficient to upgrade the safe house." Zhao Fei transferred all the materials into Xiao Ji's possession. "No issue, the resources are adequate. Note, to upgrade the safe house to the next level, the host must confirm the following selections." With a rustling sound, the control panel before Zhao Fei displayed the appearances of all vehicles from the old era. An intermediate-level safe house possesses mobility, granting Zhao Fei the privilege and sole right to choose its exterior. Though Zhao Fei was tempted to flaunt his choice by selecting a strikingly bold off-road vehicle, he knew that ostentation in the post-apocalyptic world was a fatal mistake. Since he was still weak, discretion was paramount. Bitterly recalling the harsh lessons of the wasteland, Zhao Fei reluctantly clicked on the option labeled Divine Chariot of the 9 Provinces. Moreover, he deliberately opted to weather and distress the vehicle's appearance. "Host, are you certain about this?" Xiao Ji was somewhat astonished by Zhao Fei's decision. Indeed, quite so. Zhao Fei gazed at Xiao Ji's smug expression, fully aware she was feigning ignorance. Yet what did it matter? "Host, the safe house upgrade will take 24 hours. This process is irreversible. Proceed?" Confirmed. The safe house finally began its upgrade process, during which it was completely sealed off, forcing everyone to evacuate. To ensure Zhao Fei's safety, Xiao Ji temporarily designated a secure zone, guaranteeing that as long as Zhao Fei refrained from reckless actions within the next 24 hours, he would remain unharmed. Gazing at the now-grayed silhouette of the safe house, Zhao Fei felt an uneasy restlessness settle in his heart, a sentiment shared by the others. Unanimously, they agreed to endure cautiously in the temporary shelter until the upgrade was complete. With reluctant glances backward, they bid farewell to the upgrading safe house and swiftly relocated to their provisional refuge. Without needing Zhao Fei's instructions, everyone busied themselves, chopping vegetables, preparing meals, arranging bedding. Yet at the core of their bustling activity was Zhao Fei himself. Though Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong appeared rough and rugged, their culinary skills were surprisingly refined, enriching the group's dining table with an unexpected feast. After a period of bustling activity, an exquisite feast was prepared. "Everyone, please enjoy the meal." After the dishes were served, no one moved until Zhao Fei issued the command, and only then did everyone begin to eat. Such matters were determined by strength, utterly natural. By the way, shouldn't Zhao Fei deal with that evolved zombie? Su Monli gazed at Zhao Qian confined within the cage, her heart softening slightly as she inquired. Were she to perish from starvation, that would be most splendid indeed. Rest assured, even without sustenance, this old lady can remain lively and vigorous, Zhao Qian retorted defiantly. She attempted to summon the undead to assault, yet even this makeshift shelter proved an insurmountable barrier for a mere zombie like her. Chapter 27. Functional Upgrade, a sumptuous dinner accompanied by cheerful company. In the old world, this would have been nothing more than an ordinary gathering. Yet such a scene was unimaginable in the post-apocalyptic era. The temporary shelter was a 2-story shop. After the meal, Zhao Fei, with nothing else to occupy him, made his way to the rooftop to gaze at the starry sky. Truth be told, in the old days, Zhao Fei had never found the time or the peace of mind to appreciate nature's beauty so profoundly. Back then, human cities were perpetually aglow with artificial lights, obscuring the stars above. How magnificent the universe truly was, and how insignificant humanity seemed in comparison. As Zhao Fei stared at the endless expanse of stars, his thoughts drifted to his parents and younger sister. Despite his unwavering determination to rescue them these past days, he had deliberately avoided dwelling on their current circumstances. The fear that his 3 dearest loved ones might no longer be alive had haunted him. But now, even in the worst-case scenario, should his family have turned into the undead, there was still hope. Under the research of Professor Lin, there existed a possibility for them to regain their humanity. "Mom, Dad, little sister, wait for me." Zhao Fei stretched his hand toward the distant stars, grasping at the void. Words formed and dissolved his throat, unspoken. Before long, the 2 women, restless and bored, climbed up to join him. They said nothing, simply curling their arms around their knees as they settled beside him. "No matter what," Zhao Fei murmured to them, "I will find my parents and my sister." "We know," they replied softly. "Once my affairs are settled, I'll help you search for your families." "Really?" The 2 women were profoundly astonished by Zhao Fei's response. For their visit was not to reproach him for failing to assist them, but simply because they felt an overwhelming sense of security by his side. They believed in Zhao Fei's promise, for in this apocalyptic era, those who dared make such commitments were exceedingly rare, let alone a man like Zhao Fei, whose word was as unshakable as iron. He would undoubtedly aid them. In stark contrast, Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong harbored no intention of searching for their families. Both hailed from rural villages where their elderly parents had been left behind. In such desolate places, survival was an impossibility, so the 2 men focused solely on enduring their own existence. Deprived of the sanctuary of the safe house, the group began taking turns on guard duty. For now, they trusted nothing beyond its walls. At last, the next day arrived, and Zhao Fei's check-in reward was a Desert Eagle. Forged by the system, it retained the pistol's formidable firepower while eliminating its notorious recoil. "I must grow stronger, so strong that I have neither enemies nor friends." The current adversaries surrendered far too swiftly. After the upgrade, the safe house now exists in the form of a card within Zhao Fei's inventory, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Focusing his attention upon it, the following data manifests: facility name, safe house level, intermediate status functions, defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding physical and ability-based attacks from 10th tier creatures, while automatically shielding against their perception. Living amenities, capable of producing all necessities and resources akin to those of a technologically advanced human civilization. Research development, 2nd tier strength, agility, and intelligence potions permanently enhances attributes for ordinary individuals. Duration doubled for evolved beings, non-stackable. 2nd tier viral immunity serum guarantees a 100 cure rate as long as the user has not fully succumbed to zombification. Offensive capabilities, brute force impact, rapid fire machine gun, and an energy accumulating cannon. Mobility functions, land traversal capability, submersion and underwater movement functions. Flight functionality requires further upgrades. Indeed, all the effort had been worthwhile. Zhao Fei selected the intermediate safe house. Given its newfound mobility, the safe house could now be deployed virtually anywhere, rendering the temporary shelter obsolete with its completion. Yet, amidst the joyous relocation to their new abode, an unremarkable, dilapidated vehicle emerged on the desolate streets. Is this it? The crowd was unaware of the upgraded appearance of the intermediate safe house, so when a dilapidated Jojo divine vehicle was presented before them, an awkward silence ensued. The once grand and sophisticated safe house had transformed into this state, which was utterly unacceptable to outsiders. Nevertheless, despite the multitude of doubts swirling in their minds, everyone obediently followed Zhao Fei inside. The camouflage ability of the intermediate safe house was impenetrable, even with the door open from the outside. It still appeared as nothing more than a shabby pile of seats unless one stepped inside. Zhao Fei was the first to enter, and once inside, his form manifested as the driver seated in the pilot's position. "Come in as well." Zhao Fei extended his invitation from within the safe house. The others hesitated, staring into the seemingly empty interior before finally stepping forward. Despite their lingering suspicions, they filed into the Jojo Divine vehicle one after another. The primary safe house had been decorated in a minimalist, fresh aesthetic, while the intermediate safe house boasted a modern home style, exuding an air of high-end sophistication. Upon entering, they were greeted by a foyer of the same size as the primary safe house, with shoe cabinets neatly arranged in two concentric circles. Initially, everyone assumed this was the entirety of the new safe house, but when they craned their necks to peer further, they realized their expectations had been far too simplistic. Beyond lay an entirely different world. Passing through the spacious foyer, they arrived directly at the control room. The sight before them was nothing short of science fiction, reminiscent of a human starship from interstellar travel. This expansive chamber spanned 200 square meters, devoid of any visible buttons, but furnished with several seats. Host, feeling a bit provincial. Aren't we? I can see your eyes practically popping out of your head. Xiao Ji suddenly reappeared, yet his form was no longer the ethereal projection from before, but rather a tangible, lifelike figure presented before everyone. Initially, Zhao Fei had intended to retort at this rather conceited little AI, but upon witnessing Xiao Ji's striking beauty, he chose to forgive him instead. After all, such was the temperament of Asuka. Host, behold, this is the upgraded safe house. Please take a seat and experience it, Xiao Ji announced. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei plopped himself right into the central seat. The moment he settled in, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before his eyes. The entire exterior of the safe house was projected in full-screen clarity around him. Not only could he zoom in on any image at will, but every corner of the safe house was also laid bare to his vision, as if nothing remained hidden. Chapter 28 Departure. What an extraordinary transformation from a bicycle to a luxury car. Zhao Fei contentedly patted the leather seat, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence at this very moment. Host, are you truly satisfied with just this? As always, Xiaoji emerged once more to confront Zhao Fei. Speak your mind if you have anything to say. At this moment, I am impervious to all poisons, Zhao Fei declared. Xiao Ji remained silent, yet her actions alone struck a decisive blow against Zhao Fei. For she unveiled the true capabilities of the advanced safe house, the ability to construct primary shelters, armories, factories for daily necessities, fortified walls, and defensive installations. Not only could the advanced safe house generate auxiliary facilities, but also possessed the extraordinary capacity to traverse both sky and sea, transforming seamlessly into a fully operational interstellar battleship. Gulp. Unconsciously, Zhao Fei's mouth watered. Damn it. It was the flutter of a heartbeat. Zhao Fei, casting aside his dignified demeanor, had Xiao Ji display the requirements for upgrading to an advanced safe house. 10 tons of top-tier evolved beast blood, golden blood, 10 explorations of the giant civilization ruins, 10 copies of the highest-grade genetic modifications from the biological civilization ruins, the highest authority clearance from the Atlantis ruins, and a single prophecy book from the Mayan civilization ruins. Staring at the overwhelming list of conditions, Zhao Fei felt a throbbing ache in his skull. Host, you should be grateful. The rewards are proportional to the investment. The advanced safe house seemed a distant dream, so Zhao Fei resolved to remain grounded, focusing first on mastering the intermediate safe house. Now armed with superior equipment, Zhao Fei realized managing the safe house alone was an arduous task. As the one overseeing everything, from grand strategic planning down to clogged toilets, it was exhausting. Thus, Zhao Fei delegated certain administrative permissions to others. Initially, he had considered relocating these individuals elsewhere, but now, seeing their usefulness, he assigned each of them distinct roles. Brother Fei, thank you for fulfilling my childhood dream. Who among them hadn't, as children, fantasized about operating such cutting-edge technology? Now presented with such an opportunity, everyone was utterly delighted. After a wave of exhilaration, Zhao Fei proceeded to guide the group through the other compartments of the safe house. The intermediate-level safe house was spacious enough to provide each individual with their own private quarters. All conceivable amenities were present: recreation rooms, a study, a gymnasium, and a fully equipped kitchen, along with features one might never have imagined. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Fei concluded the inspection, accompanied by his entourage of notebook-wielding subordinates. Though the safe house was vast, not a single inch of it felt squandered. Yet within its secure walls, one eyesore remained. Xiao Ji, could you deal with this zombie? In Zhao Fei's eyes, the only anomaly was Zhao Qian. Reporting to the host, based on my analysis, placing this zombie on the ground and repeatedly crushing it with the safe house 100,000 times should suffice for disposal. Xiao Ji, this is such a waste. Could we perhaps repurpose these materials? I'm being completely serious. Zhao Qian had already realized that Zhao Fei truly possessed the means to subdue her. Thus, all her previous arrogance vanished as she obediently crouched inside the cage, awaiting his method of handling. This third-tier zombie was a mutated variant, and I speculated that perhaps increasing the dosage of the cure could potentially transform it. However, Zhao Fei couldn't be bothered with such tedious modifications. He preferred straightforward and brutal methods. Xiao Ji, is it possible to implant an explosive in its brain to control it? Host you when I share the same thought. Upon uttering these words, both Zhao Fei and Xiao Ji simultaneously turned their heads, grinning ominously at Zhao Qian. You two are absolute demons. Zhao Qian observed the two individuals who had reached an agreement, and for the first time in her zombie existence, she felt a shiver of fear. Without hesitation, Xiao Ji unceremoniously implanted micro-bombs into Zhao Qian's skull, heart, and other vital organs. Once the procedure concluded, Zhao Qian was released from confinement. Yet, the once ferocious evolved zombie now behaved with unprecedented docility, even more subdued than when she had been caged. The others, upon witnessing Zhao Qian's release, refrained from questioning. Such was their absolute trust in Zhao Fei. Whatever actions he took were undoubtedly calculated. Their role was simply to follow without inquiry. Let us depart, came the command. Destination, Sioux City. Now that he had regained his mobility, Zhao Fei did not hesitate for a moment. Without delay, he set off in his car, steering resolutely toward the city where his loved ones awaited. Hey boss, came a voice from the shadows. Look over there, some beat-up car just took off. Should we check it out? As they departed from the safe house, a group of men arrived at the location. It mattered not, as long as the murderer who killed the young master was apprehended. This group had been dispatched by Zhou Xin to eliminate Zhao Fei. Zhu Xin, haunted by the death of his son, harbored deep resentment and thus sent his most capable subordinates, vowing to annihilate Zhao Fei and his companions. Yet in the end, their pursuit proved futile. Nevertheless, they were fortunate. Had they arrived any earlier, they might have become sacrificial offerings in Zhao Fei's ritual. After an exhaustive search, the men failed to locate their intended target. Could it be that their quarry had already fled? Even though they were Zhou Sun's trusted confidants, these men were well aware of their master's ruthless cruelty. Without a doubt, it must have been those very individuals who fled by carriage. The group of pursuers impulsively declared the fleeting glimpse of a broken-down vehicle as the very transport Zhao Fei and his companions used in their frantic escape. Ironically, by sheer coincidence, they inadvertently exposed Zhao Fei's whereabouts. Zhao Fei harbored no sentimental attachment to the city he had inhabited for a year. Yet, as he departed, he deliberately steered toward the university district, unloading a portion of supplies to bestow upon Lin Tingting and her companions. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Zhao Fei held a genuine fondness for Professor Lin's family. Leaving behind these provisions was his silent hope that they might carve out some semblance of survival in this apocalyptic world. This is a second-tier zombie cure serum. I don't know if it will have any effect on your father, now lost to the infection. Zhao Fei understood that for Lin Tingting, the only lingering sorrow was her father, confined in a cage, his humanity ravaged by the virus. Where did you obtain this? Lin Tingting gazed at the vial in her hand and voiced her doubts directly. One could hardly blame her, for in the early days of the apocalypse, scientists across nations had dedicated themselves to developing an antidote for the zombie plague. Yet even now, as the concept of nation-states had dissolved into oblivion, a cure remained a distant mirage. As a meticulous scientist, her skepticism toward the mysterious serum was only natural. This was retrieved from the ruins, Zhao Fei explained, equally uncertain of the potion's effects, thus conveniently attributing its origins to the enigmatic remnants of the past. Indeed, in these times, the ruins served as an all-encompassing explanation for every unanswered question in this shattered world. Lin Tingting accepted the vial, though she dared not administer it herself. Instead, she entrusted the decision of whether to inject it to Lin Li. Chapter 29. The Red Alert Trio for Lin Li, though he was a workaholic. His primary research motivation now was to find a cure for his zombified son. Gazing at the mysterious liquid in his hand, even though doubts gnawed at his heart. He had no other choice left. His son had been infected during the early days of the apocalypse. Though immediately restrained, as the catastrophe deepened, his son had begun to evolve. If this continued, he would truly have to grant his increasingly uncontrollable child a final release. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Even a dying horse must be treated as if it could still run. After a painful struggle, Lin made the agonizing decision to inject the virus into his son. Lin Wuyu had already evolved to the level of a second-stage zombie, teetering on the brink of losing control. Even while bound by iron chains, Lin Wuyu would instinctively lunge to bite anyone who approached. However, upon receiving the injection, the previously incessant, snarling creature immediately calmed down. "Grandfather, it's working." With lips tightly bitten, Lin Tingting watched as her father gradually calmed down before letting out an exhilarated cry. Meanwhile, Lin Li remained stern-faced, his gaze fixed upon his son. Yet suddenly, Lin Ya, who had just quieted, roared once more in fury. Already built like a biological tank, his muscles now swelled grotesquely like inflated balloons until, with terrifying force, he shattered the iron chains binding him. How could this be? Despair gripped Lin Tingting's heart. Zhao Fei actually gave me such a drug. Every witness present assumed Lin Ya had mutated into a zombie. Against a third-tier undead, none stood a chance. If this creature attacked, slaughter was inevitable. Yet in this moment, no one cursed Zhao Fei, for battle loomed. "Father, Tingting!" The crowd braced for annihilation. But then, impossibly, the hulking, muscle-bound monstrosity regained human lucidity and spoke to his family. Inconceivable as it was, though this son and father bore little resemblance to their former selves. The instinct of kinship declared the truth. "My son, my father, he has come home." Lin Li and Lin Tingting rushed toward Lin Ya, who stood frozen, fearing his horrifying form might terrify them. Yet family cares nothing for appearance or wealth, only survival matters. The three Lins embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fei, his single act would ripple across the world with consequences unimaginable. Now he sped down the highway in his mobile fortress. What was once a congested artery of the old era now littered with derelict vehicles. These metal husks were no match for the mid-tier safe house. They crumpled on impact, sent careening off the road like discarded toys. While simulating the optimal route, Zhao Fei confirmed that these highways were constructed with the most efficient connection between the two cities in mind. Naturally, he proceeded along this path. His destination was Haicheng, the largest city in the region, where his younger sister, Zhao Yi, attended university. Despite being siblings, Zhao Yi was exceptionally gifted, brilliant, and strikingly beautiful. Though she had the academic prowess to attend the most prestigious universities in the capital, she chose a tuition-free normal university with guaranteed employment after graduation. Considering their family's financial constraints, in the early days of the apocalypse, before communications were completely severed, Zhao Fei learned that his sister was stranded in an office building where she had been interning. Though she assured him her living conditions were manageable, his worry never subsided. Eventually, all contact was lost, leaving him desperate to find her. As he traveled, Zhao Fei strategized the most effective way to rescue her. He knew urban warfare would limit the effectiveness of heavy firepower, making elite individual combatants essential. His attention turned to the artificial human options available after upgrading to an intermediate-level safe house: Tanya, Natasha, and Yuriko. Tanya, a striking blonde with piercing eyes and a bold demeanor, possessed extraordinary abilities: life reinforcement, vitality boost, enhanced attack speed, and agile evasion. With each battle, she could unlock further upgrades, including self-healing and even greater combat enhancements. Natasha, a raven-haired woman exuding a more alluring charm, wielded a sniper rifle, a clear warning not to underestimate her. While her abilities mirrored Tanya's, she specialized in long-range support. Yuriko, dressed in a sailor uniform with twin ponytails, appeared deceptively innocent. Yet underestimating her would be fatal. Her powers included telekinesis, levitation, and explosive force. With enough combat experience, she could unlock additional skills like shield and domination. All three artificial humans boasted attributes nearing 30, with intelligence matching that of ordinary humans. This meant they retained formidable combat prowess while possessing independent judgment. However, their superior capabilities came at a steep price, 3 times the cost of the T-800. But for Zhao Fei, expense was no obstacle. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I will have them. Zhao Fei laid out all the crystals he possessed, replicating them fourfold, as was his custom, then utilized every last one to manufacture the Red Alert Trio. Regrettably, as elites, the Red Alert Trio can only be deployed one at a time. I should count my blessings. Compared to the governor's rather hands-off treatment, Zhao Fei took meticulous care in customizing unique outfits for the safe house. After all, these were 3 women, and a fresh set of clothes each day was the bare minimum. The governor, on the other hand, remained mass-produced as always. That said, the governor did receive performance upgrades. Zhao Fei could now opt to reinforce its internal structure with liquid metal to enhance strength. Additional armaments like single-shot rocket launchers and wrist blades were also made available as optional modifications. Chapter 30. The Essence of Heroism at Present. Zhao Fei found himself as destitute as his past self at the end of each month. The production time for the Red Alert Trio was somewhat lengthy, 6 hours, yet an accelerator lay below, as always demanding the input of crystallites. It seemed he would need to replenish his resources. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Fei's lips. Some unfortunate zombies or evolved beasts were about to meet their doom. He knew that upon entering Haicheng, he would face overwhelming adversaries. Though time was pressing, preparation was paramount. Thus, Zhao Fei resolved to halt and engage in a bout of slaughter. Look, an aircraft! Just as Zhao Fei instructed Xiao Ji to scan the surrounding biological map, a voice rang out among the group. In unison, they lifted their heads in astonishment, gazing skyward. It wasn't that they were provincial bumpkins unacquainted with airplanes. Rather, in this post-apocalyptic world, aside from an initial flurry of flights, all air travel had ceased. The reason was simple: fuel had run dry. Moreover, another factor had emerged. Evolved beasts now ruled the skies. Thus, the sight of this armed aircraft, soaring northward, was nothing short of awe-inspiring from the ground. How enviable, Zhao Fei murmured, watching the transport plane pass overhead with longing. At that moment, his envy wasn't merely for the aircraft itself, but for the resilience of humanity. Even as evolution reshaped the world, humanity's decline remained starkly visible. Though Zhao Fei was no saint, as a human, he yearned for the apocalypse to end swiftly. As the group watched the transport plane recede into the distance, a piercing screech shattered the air. Before anyone could react, more cries followed. Within the safety of his shelter, Zhao Fei zoomed in, scrutinizing the forms of these airborne evolved beasts. They appeared to have descended from the most insignificant creatures of the old world, sparrows. Yet now, their bodies had doubled in size. Such evolution might seem unremarkable, but their talons gleamed with razor-sharp edges, reflecting sunlight, while their beaks had tripled in length, their frames more streamlined. A single evolved sparrow was threat enough, but on the screen before him, thousands swarmed. Though the transport plane was armed with defensive weaponry, its ammunition paled in comparison to the sheer number of sparrows. The outcome was inevitable. As several mutated sparrows infiltrated the engines, the aircraft lost propulsion. With a deafening roar, the smoking wreckage lurched violently, spiraling toward the earth. "Brother Fei, what do we do?" The individual inside the safe house witnessed the entire incident unfold. Their accomplice in the control room turned to Zhao Fei with a question. Truth be told, as citizens of Jiuzhou, watching an aircraft belonging to our nation suffer such an attack wrenches at one's heart. It was not that Zhao Fei refused to assist, but rather that none of those present possessed the ability to fly. Even though the safe house contained weapons, they were melee armaments and thus of no use in this situation. At this moment, the lives of those aboard the aircraft, as well as the unfulfilled mission of that plane, rested entirely upon Zhao Fei's decision. A true hero serves both country and people. Let's proceed. Zhao Fei uttered these words calmly, voicing the conviction in his heart. With great power comes great responsibility, a sentiment he had once dismissed as pretentious, yet now he understood its undeniable truth. According to Xiao Ji's radar scans, the crash site lay deep within the dense forest not far away. However, after glancing at the towering trees that seemed to pierce the heavens and assessing his team's current combat capabilities, Zhao Fei decided it was wiser to strengthen their forces first. This was not a matter of inability, but one of prudence. Go out and gather the zombies. Zhao Fei directed Zhao Qian to lure in the undead so they could harvest their crystals and accelerate the production of the Red Alert Trio. By now, low-level zombies were hardly a threat to him, but even the smallest gains were worthwhile. Thus, he ordered Zhao Qian to utilize her abilities as a zombie lord. History's most pitiable zombie lord had now been reduced to a mere tool. Forced to summon a strained smile, Zhao Qian stepped out of the safe house and began attracting the undead. Growls. Soon, a number of zombies received the signal and began shambling toward them from a distance. Most were first-tier zombies, with the occasional second-tier mixed among them. Commenced the battle. Everyone understood that Zhao Fei would not tolerate idlers, especially now that the enemies they faced grew increasingly formidable. In order to leisurely enjoy their carbonated indulgences within the safety of their shelter, the group complied entirely with Zhao Fei's directives. First, Zhao Fei instructed Xiong Yin to enhance both Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong. Though their life levels remained unchanged, their combat capabilities underwent a qualitative transformation. Zhou Shusong, whose abilities had previously centered on defense, could now summon earthen spikes with a mere stomp, piercing through the undead and rendering them immobile. As for Lu Ming's two mutated beasts, they too underwent remarkable evolutions. The Sonic Hound sprouted rows of razor-sharp bone spines along its back, capable of mowing down sways of zombies in a single sprint. The brutal bear, now clad in dense armor, became utterly impervious. Even second-tier zombies failed to leave so much as a scratch. Ah, what exhilarating slaughter! The two warriors, their combat prowess surging dramatically, became utterly immersed in the carnage, their slaughtering speed astonishingly surpassing even Zhao Fei's. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei himself wielded the Desert Eagle with such fluidity it resembled a submachine gun. Witnessing these ferocious and formidable individuals, Zhao Qian couldn't help but murmur to herself. These people could now eliminate her with merely a fleeting thought. It seemed her days of turning the tables were nowhere in sight. Control your damn speed. Did I raise you to be a mere mascot? Just as Zhao Qian was engulfed in sorrow, a sharp slap suddenly struck the back of her head. Naturally furious, she whipped around to find Zhao Fei standing there. The zombies are approaching too swiftly. We're somewhat fatigued. Let's moderate our pace. Zhao Fei cast a sidelong glance, and Zhao Qian immediately responded, "It's Brother Fei." Though Zhao Qian's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, in the end, she still managed to flash Zhao Fei a radiant smile. The slaughter lasted less than an hour, and by its conclusion, only a sparse scattering of zombies remained stumbling forward. It's over, Fei Ji. This is the highway. The number of zombies can't compare to the city. Zhao Qian explained through tears, urged on relentlessly by Zhao Fei. That's enough. Let the remaining zombies dig for the energy crystals, Zhao Fei commanded. At his words, Zhao Qian shuddered once more. This was truly a ruthless figure who squeezed every last drop of value from a person. Chapter 31, The Sweet Taste of Dependency. Zhao Fei's ruthless exploitation of available resources would bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. Without hesitation, he channeled these energy crystals into accelerating the production of the three great beauties. The three formidable combat forces. Commander, awaiting your orders. What predicament have you encountered? Without sugar, I shall make mischief. Three strikingly beautiful women, each with a distinct appearance, stood before Zhao Fei and the others. Having played Red Alert, they naturally recognized the origins of these three figures. Unlike the robotic governor, the Red Alert trio possessed independent consciousness. Brother Fei, isn't this a bit too flashy? Someone remarked. Can't you just store these androids away? My storage space is completely full. Host, you deceive me. Zhao Fei disregarded Xiao Ji's attempt to expose his secrets. He proceeded to equip all three individuals in the safe house with gear that dramatically enhanced their combat capabilities and defensive strength. Fortanya, he procured a Desert Eagle identical to his own model, along with a titanium alloy dagger. As for the chrono belt, Zhao Fei currently cannot afford it. Natasha was gifted several sets of specialized bullets, each designed to maximize effectiveness in distinct scenarios. As for Yuriko, Zhao Fei purchased an outfit that enhances her mana regeneration rate. Though why it had to be a breezy sailor uniform remains a mystery. Everyone sees through it, but remains silent. Isn't it shameful to live off others' generosity? Within the confines of the safe house, Zhao Qian unexpectedly assumed the role of the sarcastic commentator, casting sidelong glances and muttering under her breath as she observed Zhao Fei basking in the attention of beautiful women surrounding him. With an air of smug satisfaction, Zhao Fei retorted to Zhao Qian's jibes. Living off women? Really now? Let me teach you the art of living off others. Infuriating. No, utterly maddening. Zhao Qian, a third-tier evolved being, was in fact the most advanced among them, yet paradoxically held the lowest status. The Red Alert trio had reached the pinnacle of second-tier evolution, with their various attributes hovering around 30 points. After being equipped by Zhao Fei, some of their stats even rivaled those of third-tier evolved beings. With such formidable protectors by his side, Zhao Fei harbored no fear. Though they were artificial humans, Zhao Fei still wished to display a semblance of masculine valor. However, after struggling for quite some time in the dense forest, he had barely advanced a single meter. Witnessing their master's exertion, the utterly loyal trio swiftly intervened to alleviate his burden. Whoosh! Zhao Fei suddenly felt his body lighten, as Yuriko employed her psychic abilities to levitate him. Brother, as long as my energy holds, I won't let you take a single step. Well, this is actually quite comfortable, he admitted. Meanwhile, Tanya brandished her dagger and machete to clear the path, while Natasha remained steadfastly by Zhao Fei's side, eliminating any potential threats the moment they arose. Yet, even with such an imposing entourage, there were still foolish creatures bold enough to attack. A mutated beast, its origins traceable to a wild boar, was driven solely by the thought of devouring delicious humans. When it charged into the presence of the four, it was met not with fear, but with indifference. Snort, snort, snort. The enraged, evolved boar seethed with fury. In the depths of this ancient forest, the evolved wild boar possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities and explosive strength, reigning as the undisputed monarch of these woods. Yet now, this sovereign of the wilderness found itself provoked. Its primal fury ignited as it charged headlong toward the quartet with terrifying momentum. Thud! With acceleration surpassing even that of a galloping steed, the beast collided violently, only to find itself crashing against what seemed an impenetrable wall, leaving it dazed and disoriented. This was no ordinary barrier, but a psychic shield conjured by Yuriko, whose mastery over telekinesis marked her as a true evolved psychic. Such a defense was beyond the capability of a mere second-tier beast to breach. As the boar struggled to regain its senses, a sudden chill swept across its neck, followed by the horrifying sight of its own lifeblood gushing forth. Yet, being but a creature of instinct, it never truly comprehended the nature of its demise before darkness claimed it. Natasha refrained from firing, as the final safeguard protecting Zhao Fei. She neither could nor would act recklessly. Ha! What impressive skills you ladies possess, Zhao Fei mused with an irrepressible grin. Once, he had only dreamed of commanding such a formidable trio in simulations. Yet now, reality surpassed even his wildest fantasies. This, he realized, was the ineffable joy of being favored by fate, a privilege beyond ordinary comprehension. The sole purpose of these attacking beasts was to serve as mere stepping stones, their lives exchanged for the higher-grade energy crystals they yielded. Thus, as Zhao Fei advanced, he deliberately stirred the wilderness, ensuring a steady harvest of these precious resources. Their path was unmistakable, marked by the towering plume of smoke rising from the wreckage of the fallen transport aircraft. Bang! As the four of them advanced at a steady pace, the sound of an explosion suddenly echoed through the air. It seemed there was an issue with the fuel tank of the transport plane. We must hurry, Zhao Fei assessed. This transport aircraft must have been on a special mission. Otherwise, it would never have been deployed under such perilous circumstances. As you wish, Master. The three Red Alert operatives responded in unison, immediately accelerating their pace without hesitation. After dispatching several minor adversaries, the group finally caught sight of the plane's silhouette. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire and the roars of evolved beasts suddenly erupted in a chaotic symphony. At that moment, Zhao Fei, being human, instinctively felt compelled to aid his fellow beings. Just as he surged forward, a dark shadow lunged at him. A wooden log struck directly in front of him, only to be intercepted by Yuriko's psychic barrier. Had it been an ordinary wooden stick, it would have been inconsequential. But damn it, this was a tree trunk with a diameter of 1 meter. Only a formidable entity could wield such a massive weight with ease. More logs came hurtling from all directions, targeting the transport plane. The gunfire abruptly ceased. Attack! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Fei was instantly consumed by rage and ordered the trio to launch their assault. Natasha fired precise shots in rapid succession. Roar! Instantly, the wounded adversary let out a pained howl and fled in agony. At this moment, Zhao Fei witnessed an astonishing sight. A towering, humanoid creature covered in green fur, standing approximately 2 meters tall. He was utterly awestruck by the creature's formidable vitality. Even though Natasha had fired ordinary bullets, the emerald-furred beast managed to escape unscathed. Its companions, seemingly comprehending their fellow's warning, let out cries as they fled in haste. These verdant creatures had not anticipated that their seemingly defenseless human prey would possess such retaliatory capabilities. Observing this scene, Zhao Fei felt an unsettling premonition. The beasts exhibited human-like reasoning, a trait that filled him, a mere mortal, with profound unease. Chapter 32. A bloodbath. The silent battlefield bore an ominous air. Zhao Fei and his companions rushed forward without hesitation. Before their eyes lay the wreckage of a transport plane, not merely crashed, but utterly ravaged by fallen tree trunks. Most horrifying of all, the crew had been pulverized into unrecognizable carnage by the merciless timber. Save them! Zhao Fei's heart sank, yet he still gestured for everyone to approach and assist. The Red Alert trio possessed omnidirectional war machines without blind spots. Thus, battlefield first aid was executed flawlessly. However, the prerequisite for rescue was the presence of survivors. Were there truly no living souls left? Zhao Fei and his companions began their search, each taking a seat to inspect the area. Just as Zhao Fei was about to give up, a feeble voice called out to them from one of the seats. It was a robust man in his 30s. Though his current condition was dire, his body was riddled with deep lacerations, blood uncontrollably seeping from his wounds. Zhao Fei immediately prepared to administer treatment, but the man, barely clinging to life, grasped Zhao Fei's arm and uttered, "Don't waste your time." A crucial package was stolen by those green-furred apes. Before Zhao Fei could respond, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with a faint smile, whispered his final words, "The Imperial Capital. I entrust it to you." With that, his life slipped away. Zhao Fei gently closed the man's eyes and offered a silent salute. The Red Alert trio, being military veterans, also saluted in solemn respect for such a fearless warrior. Truth be told, this was the first time since the apocalypse that Zhao Fei had felt such profound, heartfelt admiration for another human being. Perhaps this ruined world wasn't entirely beyond redemption after all. Zhao Fei's original goal, to secure a better life for his family, had now shifted. For the first time, he truly considered that his actions might help change the course of this devastated era. After all, there were still people in this world worth saving. Let us go. We're taking back what belongs to humanity. Unconvinced that the green-furred apes could decipher written language, Zhao Fei first ensured the fallen soldiers received a proper burial. With Yuriko's assistance, the task was effortless. Using her telekinetic abilities, she molded the wreckage of the aircraft into coffins, carefully placing the soldiers' remains inside. Finally, the remnants of the plane itself became their collective tomb. Brothers, this is the least I can do. Rest in peace. For these valiant warriors, being laid to rest within the vessel they had served was likely the most fitting end. Zhao Fei collected their identification tags, proof that they had known the mission was perilous. Yet they had boarded the aircraft without hesitation. "Don't worry, I'll fulfill your mission in your stead." With those words, Zhao Fei stored the tags in his inventory. Then, the pursuit of the green-furred apes began. The Red Alert trio, seasoned in combat, were experts in tracking. However, The commotion caused by those green-furred monkeys was truly excessive, leaving behind a trail of broken branches and trampled paths in their wake. Yet, Zhao Fei managed to track them regardless. "Brother Fei, let us handle this." Compared to Zhao Fei's reckless and inexperienced charge forward, the trio proceeded with far greater caution. As expected, something unusual occurred along the way. At the front, Tanya raised a hand, signaling for silence. The three behind her immediately stilled. There, perched on a tree, trunk ahead, crouched a green-furred monkey. Had it not been for Tanya's sharp perception, the creature would surely have spotted them. So these things even knew to post sentries? Zhao Fei was utterly astonished. These emerald-furred primates had evolved with such alarming sophistication that they now exhibited signs of defensive awareness. A vague unease crept over him as he sensed something amiss. Eliminated. With a swift gesture mimicking a slit throat, he signaled Natasha, who promptly raised her sniper rifle and took aim at the creature's heart. Her weapon, a product of the system, discharged without the faintest whisper of sound. True silence. Against such foes, ordinary bullets sufficed. The merciless projectile pierced the primate's heart, and just as its body began to collapse, Yuriko manipulated its corpse with telekinetic precision, suspending it momentarily before gently lowering it to the ground. The trio executed the maneuver seamlessly, as though it were nothing out of the ordinary, and continued their advance without pause. Zhao Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of relief that these three were under his command. Had they been adversaries, he might have met his end without even realizing how. His concerns about the primates possessing further hidden capabilities, however, proved unfounded. The remainder of their journey proceeded unimpeded. Eventually, the four arrived at a valley, a basin shrouded in distant, swirling mist. At first glance, Zhao Fei mistook it for the smoldering wreckage of an aircraft. But as he stealthily approached for a closer inspection, an entirely different scene unfolded before him. A tribe of emerald-furred primates, numbering several dozen, had erected sharpened wooden stakes along their perimeter as makeshift barricades. Some even clad themselves in crude garments fashioned from animal hides. The sight sent a chill down Zhao Fei's spine. These creatures had begun to harness fire. An intelligent species that has awakened its consciousness is undoubtedly perilous. For given sufficient time, it may evolve to a point where it threatens humanity. Such a race must be eradicated. Even in the apocalyptic wasteland where human survival is harsh and unforgiving, the prevailing belief remains that all other creatures are mere beasts devoid of intellect. Yet now, these green-furred monkeys have somehow attained sentience, an intolerable development. However, Zhao Fei did not believe that he and the Red Alert trio alone could exterminate these creatures. Even if the green-furred monkeys lined up obediently, slaughtering them would take an eternity. This was not retreat, it was a tactical withdrawal. Returning to the safe house, Zhao Fei briefed the others on the situation. His resolve was unwavering. This species must be annihilated. The group remained silent, awaiting Zhao Fei's directives, a testament to their trust and the conditions for their stay in the safe house. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei exchanged the energy crystals from hunting evolved beasts for an arsenal of weapons. Close combat arms, ranged artillery, defensive garments. Each individual was fully equipped. The intermediate safe house offered access to high explosive ordnance. Zhao Fei deliberately bypassed grenades, for while such infantry weapons might suffice against primary stage zombies, they would be mere firecrackers against the thick-skinned, viridescent apes. What had begun as a mere skirmish over documents had now escalated into a campaign of extermination. To maximize combat efficacy, Zhao Fei opted for a nocturnal assault. Chapter 33. A one-sided affair. Products of the system were guaranteed to be exceptional. Equipped with the night vision goggles purchased from Xiao Ji, Zhao Fei felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world. Unlike the outdated models of the past, these goggles rendered the night as clear as day. They even boasted panoramic and thermal imaging modes. Well, host, worth every penny, wouldn't you say? Xiao Ji grinned at Zhao Fei. Absolutely, Zhao Fei replied. Imagine using these when the ladies are bathing, before Xiao Ji could finish. Su Monli and Xiong Yin immediately turned their backs on Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei's expression darkened. He was innocent. Xiao Ji was the one spouting nonsense. The sheer joy of wielding advanced weaponry was exhilarating. Zhao Fei intended to leverage this technological superiority to minimize casualties on their side. He cared little for the consumption of energy crystals. As long as his people remained unharmed, the battle would be worth it. By evening, Zhao Fei and his companions dined heartily as usual, none of them showing the slightest fear for the impending fight. Under the cover of night, the well-rested group moved out under Zhao Fei's leadership. With practiced ease, they infiltrated the territory of the emerald-furred apes. Though formidable, these apes were not foolish enough to challenge the horrors of the dark forest. They had retreated to their nests, leaving only sentries on watch. The apes paid no mind to the disappearance of their guards from earlier. Such losses were commonplace in their perilous habitat, whether outside or within their own camp. Being snatched away by predators was an everyday occurrence. Thus, even if a sentry perished, as long as the base remained untouched, it was of little concern. Now, the apes exhibited a semblance of familial bonds, each retiring to their own quarters to sleep. The scene should have been heartwarming. Yet Zhao Fei and his team felt only a chilling realization. This apocalypse was not merely a physical catastrophe for humanity. It was a psychological terror as well. Move out. Zhao Fei, a man of few words, signaled the operation. First, the sentries had to be dealt with. Natasha, as effortlessly as ever, eliminated the drowsy guards. Then, Yuriko arranged the corpses neatly. Following Zhao Fei's plan, the group began setting explosives. In this regard, they humbly learned from the combat experts, the Red Alert Trio. The entrances were heavily rigged, and considering the apes' exceptional climbing abilities, bombs were also placed along steep inclines. The detonation mechanisms were carefully chosen, some touch-activated, others remote-controlled. For absolute assurance, Zhao Fei even strapped explosives onto the governor. All set, Brother Fei. Awaiting orders, the team moved with swift precision, swiftly deploying the explosives and awaiting Zhao Fei's command. With a single word, execute, the bombs were hurled into the basin. Boom! The deafening roar of explosions filled the air without respite. Though propelled by gunpowder, the true lethality lay in the shrapnel, meticulously crafted by the system, each fragment as razor-sharp as Batman's daggers. They sliced effortlessly through the emerald-furred primates and pierced the wooden barricades they had painstakingly erected, knowing the first wave would be followed by precision strikes. The team unleashed their entire arsenal of explosives. The agonized shrieks of the creatures, if any, were drowned beneath the relentless thunder of detonations. The survivors, realizing they were under siege, scrambled toward what they believed to be safety, only to find their paths anticipated by the Red Alert Trio. Not a single bomb was wasted. Those who fled were reduced to gory fragments. Zhao Fei, ever the strategist, deliberately left some remote explosives dormant. A flicker of hope spurred the creatures to rally their kin toward these seemingly safe zones. Only when enough had gathered did Zhao Fei detonate the traps. Though few perished in each blast, the repeated psychological torment shattered their resolve. Despair seeped into their minds. Nowhere was safe. Even those who attempted to flee the basin were swiftly intercepted and driven back by the evolved warriors. Amid the exhilaration of battle, just as the team unleashed their unrestrained assault, Xiong Yin, Zhou Shu, and Lu Ming suddenly froze. A sensation both foreign and hauntingly familiar surged through their veins. There was no mistaking it. They had leveled up. This sensation is utterly unforgettable for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, amidst this battle, the trio simultaneously ascended to become third-tier evolvers. Indeed, combat proves to be the most fertile ground for growth. Upon reaching the third tier, the three fought with even greater exhilaration and fluidity. Their evolved forms seemed to harbor boundless energy within, and their abilities underwent a tremendous enhancement. Zhou Shusong stomped the ground, and instantly, life-sized mud puppets materialized. These earthen constructs possessed formidable combat prowess, and more remarkably, even when damaged, they swiftly regained their fighting strength under Zhou's replenishing energy. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's Sonic Hound and Savage Bear remained as lethally precise as before, further augmented by the bear's will. Yet now, an additional tattoo adorned its form, hinting at newfound power. This was a majestic eagle. Once summoned, Not only did it share a visual connection with Lu Ming, but its feathers could also be wielded as deadly darts with formidable penetrating power. Meanwhile, Xiong Yin possessed the ability to double the evolutionary progress of the entire group, while expending minimal energy of his own. Su Monli felt somewhat disheartened and silently resolved to push herself harder in utilizing her abilities to keep pace with these three. Just as everyone assumed the one-sided slaughter was coming to an end, a few surviving green-furred monkeys pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden cave and swiftly disappearing inside. Undoubtedly, this was a contingency plan devised by the creatures. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Fei decisively signaled for the group to pursue. If you cut the weeds but fail to uproot them, they will sprout again with the spring breeze. Since they had already committed to extermination, they might as well send this entire species to their demise. Zhao Fei ordered the tool-like governor to lead the charge at the front, the Red Alert trio to provide firepower support in the center, while he and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 34. The tree tribe. Zhao Fei and his companions cautiously approached the tunnel, encountering no dangers along the way. Gazing into the dark, cavernous passage, Zhao Fei noted that it was a naturally formed tunnel, suitable for crawling. However, while the narrow path, barely wide enough for a single person, posed little difficulty for the monkeys, it proved arduous for the group. Prioritizing safety, the ever-cautious Zhao Fei positioned Yuriko at the forefront, relying on her psychokinetic abilities to fend off any sudden attacks. While others might have resented such an arrangement, the Red Alert trio's trust in Zhao Fei remained unwavering. Proceed carefully. Without hesitation, Yuriko entered the tunnel. Despite her formidable psychokinetic prowess, she could only advance by crawling. Ahem. Just as Zhao Fei watched Yuriko with concern, Su Monli and Xiong Yin coughed awkwardly. Only then did Zhao Fei realize his gaze had lingered a little too intently on Yuriko's partially obscured figure, an inadvertent slip that might have resembled the leering of a middle-aged man. The women in the group exchanged understanding glances before discreetly adjusting their attire. Flustered, Zhao Fei hastily explained himself. Front confirmed clear. The awkward moment did not linger for long, as Yuriko's voice soon drifted softly from the other end of the tunnel. Advance. Zhao Fei led the group forward, positioning himself at the forefront to demonstrate his noble character. There, Lily pointed out the monkey's location to the others. Monkeys, after all, remained monkeys, unaware of scattering to escape. Through the night vision goggles, the group observed the primates still clustered together, fleeing into the distance. The pursuers immediately gave chase. Suddenly, the green-furred monkeys halted in one spot, refusing to advance further. Was this the last stand of cornered beasts? Zhao Fei gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly motionless green-furred monkeys before him. These remaining adversaries leaned against a massive tree, which began swaying ominously after bearing their weight. Without warning, several vines lashed out toward Zhao Fei and his companions. Zhou Shusong swiftly commanded his clay puppets forward. It was evident that this mutated plant possessed formidable strength, as its attacks left cracks across the clay figures. Seeing his puppets damaged, Zhou Shusong promptly replenished their energy, restoring them to full strength. The battle proved that third-tier evolvers had undergone earth-shattering transformations. Despite the mutated plant's ferocity, it ultimately failed to shatter the clay puppets. Confident now, Zhou Shusong roared an order, and his puppets seized the vines, yanking them backward with enough force to snap them clean off. In an instant, green sap splattered everywhere, carrying an unexpectedly sweet and fragrant aroma. Was it delectable? This was the thought lingering in the hearts of Zhao Fei and his companions. Sensing the formidable strength of their adversaries, the mutated plants writhed their branches, their contortions resembling both defiant roars and mournful wails. Zhao Fei narrowed his eyes, observing the mutated plant with peculiar brain-shaped fruits dangling from its branches. Could it be that these green-furred monkeys gained intelligence by consuming such fruits? He summoned the Tree of Life from his inventory, which sprang forth with lively vigor. Matters concerning plants should be settled by plants themselves. Yet, to his surprise, no grand battle ensued. The once arrogant mutated plant, which had been poised to unleash more vines and tendrils, suddenly recoiled upon glimpsing the half-meter-tall tree of life. Thought it was a king, but turns out it's just a pawn. A cold smirk curled on Zhao Fei's lips. The outcome of this confrontation was already decided. The green-furred monkeys, realizing Zhao Fei and his companions were unstoppable, had pinned their last hope on this very plant. Now, with their hope shattered, they had nowhere left to flee. Their eyes dull with resignation, they slumped against the vine-covered tree, surrendering to fate. Slaughter them, Zhao Fei commanded the mutated plant. Yet, there was no response. It wasn't that the plant disregarded Zhao Fei. It simply didn't recognize his authority. The Tree of Life, a treasured relic of Asia, possessed advanced evolution and could comprehend human speech. In contrast, the mutated plant, though sentient, lacked the sophistication to understand commands. While it had enhanced the monkey's intelligence, its cognitive framework remained vastly different from humanity's. Though it couldn't grasp Zhao Fei's words, the Tree of Life dared not mock him. Instead, it relayed the order. The mutated plant had originally evolved the green-furred monkeys to serve as its protectors. But now, faced with a superior being, it betrayed its once loyal guardians without hesitation. Dozens of vines lashed down from above, draining the monkeys into withered husks before callously discarding them like spent refuse. Only then did the group notice the piles of animal bones surrounding the plant. Zhao Fei finally understood. This evolved specimen, limited in power, had cultivated the green-furred monkeys as an intelligent race through its wisdom-bestowing fruits. Though the Tree of Life in Zhao Fei's possession appeared no larger than a potted plant, its life form far surpassed these newly evolved specimens. The mutated plant had no choice but to submit, becoming the Tree of Life subordinate. Having long endured Zhao Fei's suppression, the Tree of Life now swaggered with newfound arrogance, finally boasting a follower of its own. Both plants were then cartified and stored away. Upon transformation, the mutated plant's designation revealed its true name, the Wisdom Tree. After absorbing this new subordinate, the Tree of Life underwent transformations in its attributes, with the updated notes as follows: Race, evolved plant level. 1. Sapling stage, abilities, control over other evolved plants. Targets must not exceed level 3. Special trait, produces fruits of life, which can elevate an evolved being's rank up to level 5, or restore a zombified human to their original state. The Tree of Wisdom also had its introduction, but what caught Zhao Fei's attention was its power. The Tree of Wisdom yields fruits of wisdom. Any creature consuming them gains heightened intellect and accelerated evolution, but falls under the Tree of Wisdom's dominion. Being controlled by the Tree of Wisdom equates to being controlled by the Tree of Life, which in turn means being under my command. Zhao Fei envisioned the perfect method to dominate Zhao Qian. This was an absolute windfall, no loss whatsoever. Initially distressed over the expended energy crystals, he now brimmed with delight. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Zhao Fei's renewed bout of foolish grinning, the others promptly ignored him. Chapter 35. United efforts. Zhao Fei had no intention of controlling Su Monli and the others. At present, everyone was dealing with each other in good faith, and Zhao Fei cherished this dynamic. It wasn't necessary for everyone to be as devoted as the Red Alert Trio. This battlefield held the value of energy crystal glaze. During the mission, the package on the transport aircraft was also recovered. Upon verification, the energy crystals had essentially paid for themselves. Not only had the green-furred monkeys hunted other evolved creatures, but the remnants of devoured animals around the original Tree of Wisdom were scattered with energy crystals, littering the ground. To other organisms, these energy crystals were naturally useless, so Zhao Fei happily claimed them all. Upon returning to Safe House 5, Zhao Qian greeted Zhao Fei with a sarcastic remark. Well, look who's managed to survive again. Aware of her current usefulness to Zhao Fei, even if she couldn't act freely, she took some satisfaction in venting through words. This time, however, Zhao Fei didn't retaliate. Instead, he simply gazed at her with an amused smile. His unusual reaction sent a chill down Zhao Qian's spine. What new method of torment has this demon concocted now? The efficacy of the fruit of wisdom remains shrouded in mystery. Yet in Zhao Fei's eyes, Zhao Qian, no longer human but indeed a zombie, proved the perfect experimental subject. Within the warehouse, the tree of wisdom revealed it could yield 3 such fruits. Zhao Fei plucked one first. Consume it, Zhao Fei commanded. Zhao Qian stared at the fruit, acutely aware of Zhao Fei's malicious intent. This fruit undoubtedly harbored some sinister purpose. Yet, what choice did she have? Besides, it was merely a fruit. No reports existed of zombies perishing from food poisoning. Steeling herself, Zhao Qian gazed upon the fruit, its grotesque resemblance to a human brain, and with grim resolve, swallowed the fruit of wisdom whole. Describe your sensations, Zhao Fei demanded. As Zhao Qian swallowed the fruit of wisdom, Zhao Fei immediately leaned in close, inquiring with affectionate concern, "Why must you stand so near? It's bothersome." The moment these words escaped her lips, not only Zhao Qian, but everyone present was stunned. Zhao Qian's hostility toward humans had always been overtly displayed in every possible way, yet here was the zombie lord speaking with the tone of a bashful young maiden, utterly bewildering. What has come over me?" she murmured in perplexity. As a noble member of a new humanity, how could one stoop so low before such an inferior creature? Zhao Qian felt slightly embarrassed under human gaze for the first time. Zhao Fei secretly rejoiced. Indeed, it worked. Such fruits of wisdom should only be entrusted to someone as kind-hearted as himself. In the hands of anyone with impure thoughts, disaster would surely follow. Yet, the effect seemed rather faint. It appeared the dosage needed to be increased. Thus, Zhao Fei handed Zhao Qian the last 2 remaining fruits of wisdom. These fruits taste awful. If not for your sake, I wouldn't even touch them. Under the influence of a single dose, Zhao Qian's lips remained defiant. Yet her body betrayed her true state. A delicate flush graced her cheeks as she felt profoundly embarrassed by her earlier display. After consuming the 2 fruits of wisdom bestowed by Zhao Fei, Zhao Qian's demeanor underwent yet another profound transformation. "Thank you, brother," she uttered without the slightest hesitation. Her cheeks no longer flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, covering her face, she fled in a storm of tears, overwhelmed by shame for her previous harsh treatment of Zhao Fei. Not only that, but her attitude toward Zhao Fei's subordinates also softened into one of courtesy and warmth. After all, whatever her brother cherished, Zhao Qian adored as well. "Damn, Fei, you're incredible." The astonished subordinates racked their brains, expressing heartfelt admiration toward Zhao Fei. Delighted by Zhao Qian's performance, Zhao Fei nodded in satisfaction. However, the recently surrendered fruits of the wisdom tree had already been plundered bare. It seemed they would have to patiently await the slow regrowth of these intellectual treasures. Under Xiong Yin's ability, Su Monli doubled the quantity of energy crystals in her possession 6-fold. Exhausted from this endeavor, Su Monli collapsed, yet anxiety gnawed at her. While newer recruits had already advanced to the 3rd tier, she, as a founding member, remained stagnant. She felt unworthy of Zhao Fei's care. After all, she consumed his provisions. Not mere fodder. Perceptive as ever, Zhao Fei discerned Su Monli's thoughts and discreetly drew her aside, pressing 2 evolution fruits into her hands. Aware of their immense value, Su Monli opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Zhao Fei's finger against his lips. Understanding his intent, she consumed the fruits, elevating her evolutionary rank to match the others. What an extraordinary man. No, not merely a man. In this apocalyptic era, Zhao Fei was nothing short of a savior. In that moment, Su Monli's perception of him shifted from a mere romantic interest to that of an idol. Though Zhao Fei appeared as an ordinary man amidst a team of 3rd-tier elites, his status remained transcendent. The entire group stood united, with him as their unwavering core. The safety perimeter of their shelter was defined by the range of their weapons. Zhao Fei was not one to hoard resources. Once he had even a modest surplus, he invested it wisely. His first priority? Optional weapon attachments for their safe house. Why had he not acquired these upgrades earlier? It's all due to poverty. Active defense systems, explosive reactive armor, remote-controlled machine guns, main cannons. Zhao Fei equipped every possible attachment until the safe house could bear no more. The firepower and defenses of the safe house reached their maximum capacity. Fortunately, the governor and his officials were not expended in this battle and survived unscathed. Zhao Fei also proceeded to upgrade these loyal warriors. Each governor had their internal components replaced, switching from the original alloy skeleton to a super alloy framework, significantly enhancing their endurance and durability. The former mechanical transmission systems were substituted with chip-controlled mechanisms, granting the governors swifter reaction times and eliminating any sense of sluggishness. As for their primary weapon, the gatling gun remained unchanged, but Zhao Fei modified the ammunition supply to a trio of bullets, standard rounds, incendiary rounds, and high-explosive rounds, loaded in sequence. Plagued by an irrational fear of insufficient firepower, Zhao Fei further equipped each governor with a rocket launcher strapped to their backs. These formidable governors were each capable of standing toe-to-toe with second-tier evolved beings, though their sheer bulk made them rather cumbersome. Thus, Zhao Fei stored them away in a warehouse. As for the trio of red alert units, who possessed self-awareness, Zhao Fei inquired whether they preferred to be stored in the warehouse or remain by his side in their current state. Unsurprisingly, the trio chose to stay with Zhao Fei. Chapter 36. Release. Zhao Fei obtained a parcel encased within a metallic container. However, the moment his fingers grazed its surface, an automated voice resonated. Ancient relic detected. Proceed with storage in the repository? Zhao Fei naturally refused without hesitation. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Zhao Fei had his moral principles. Even in the apocalypse, once he made a promise, he would see it through. Otherwise, how would he be any different from those green-furred monkeys? The emerald-haired primates. Night has deepened. With High City not far ahead, Zhao Fei and his companions decided to postpone their journey until dawn. Wary of unforeseen perils lurking in the darkness, for the night no longer belonged to mankind. Congratulations, host. Sign-in reward acquired. A master key. Note, this key can bypass any mechanism. The supplies granted by the sign-in system were unpredictable, and Zhao Fei had no habit of breaking into others' dwellings. Nevertheless, he stored it in his inventory. At daybreak, they resumed their journey. The path ahead unfolded smoothly, the roadsides gradually cleared, likely the work of High City's inhabitants, though progress was painstakingly slow. Along the way, vehicles sporadically appeared beside them, each modified, yet bearing occupants gaunt and hollow-eyed, their clothing tattered beyond recognition. Xiaoji, alter our appearance to match theirs. Under Zhao Fei's command, the safe house projected an equally wretched facade. Before long, the road ahead congested into gridlock. In bygone days, such delays would have incited fury, yet now, those trapped in the queue embraced it as a relic of civilization, lining up willingly, savoring this vestige of the past. Feiji, we're here to find your sister. Why wait? Let's just force our way through. Lu Ming, restless with impatience, urged breaching the checkpoint. Understood. Since we are here to find my sister, it is all the more imperative that we abide by the rules of this place. Such a city of order is truly worth safeguarding. Zhao Fei gazed into the distance, his patience now steadier. At the head of the convoy stood a sentry post, meticulously crafted, towering 6 stories high, armed with formidable firepower. Its rooftop even equipped with anti-air weaponry designed to fend off flying evolved beasts. Looking further, similar sentry posts were stationed along other highways as well. The sight of these colossal structures standing firm in the desolate wilderness stirred something profound in the hearts of all who beheld them, a symbol of hope. Evolved individuals keep to the left, ordinary citizens queue on the right. Take heed, second-tier and above evolvers are exempt from inspection. Zhao Fei had assumed that after so long in the apocalypse, second-tier evolved individuals would be as common as dogs, with third-tier ones everywhere. Yet, even in a major city like Haicheng, second-tier evolved individuals still received such preferential treatment. Gazing upon his elite troops, Zhao Fei felt a surge of confidence. Zhao Fei initially assumed the sentry post merely served for inspection and defense. However, when it came time for his group to undergo scrutiny, the situation proved far more complex. Numerous vehicles queued around the checkpoint, yet what drew immediate attention were the wooden scaffolds erected nearby, upon which several individuals hung, suspended in grim display. Such spectacles had become disturbingly commonplace in these apocalyptic times. After all, desperate eras demanded merciless measures. These damned savages. Gazing upon the endless stretch of wooden stakes stretching nearly a kilometer ahead, Zhao Fei vaulted up and strode out of the safe house without hesitation. His loyal followers, witnessing their leader's impassioned reaction, promptly trailed behind without question. The morning sun blazed mercilessly in the summer heat, casting its scorching rays upon the figures suspended from the stakes. Their heads hung limp, rendering it impossible to discern whether they still clung to life or had long succumbed to death. Among them were mostly adults, though the elderly and even children were not spared. Despite their varied appearances, they all shared one identity: ordinary people. Bound at the wrists and strung up on wooden beams, they baked under the relentless sun, their decaying forms exuding a putrid stench, regardless of whether they yet drew breath. At the sight of such brutality, Zhao Fei's expression darkened instantly, and he marched straight toward the stakes. His companions, well acquainted with his temperament, hurried after him, attempting to dissuade him with cautious words. "Brother Fei, stay calm. Maybe these people were punished for some wrongdoing. That's why they're hanging here." Exactly. Things like this happen in every base. Let's not get involved. We should focus on finding your sister first. Brother Fei, it's better to avoid trouble when possible. Let us just turn a blind eye to this. No, I won't. Zhao Fei's single utterance conveyed his stance unequivocally. Recognizing his temperament, the crowd fell silent and followed suit, proceeding to release those suspended individuals. There were indeed those who courted death. From the watchtower, a figure sipping red wine observed Zhao Fei's actions with detached disdain. "How dull today is," he mused. "Let these wretches serve as my amusement." Zhao Fei's suspicions were correct. These hanging souls had committed no crime. Their only transgression was being ordinary, their voices destined to be ignored regardless of their pleas. Among them were laborers who failed to meet quotas, children devoid of strength, and those who dared defy the evolved. Zhao Fei placed a wooden rod beneath a frail child of about 10 years, lowering him gently. The boy was emaciated, his eyes sunken, his body crawling with parasites. Were it not for his faint, ragged breaths, he might have been mistaken for the dead. The others followed suit, lowering each suspended figure one by one, then moistening their parched throats with drops of water. The near-death uttered no words. Their desiccated vocal cords rendered them mute. Yet their sunken eyes spoke volumes, brimming with silent gratitude toward these unfamiliar saviors. Though some wished to employ their abilities, Zhao Fei restrained them. Though puzzled, they trusted his judgment, knowing he must have his reasons. Zhao Fei spared no glance for those in the convoy. He would never impose his will upon others. "This is truly outrageous. Let me assist you." A dark-skinned man emerged from the convoy to help Zhao Fei and the others. However, that was the extent of it. These drivers had come to Haicheng seeking a foothold, already prepared to abandon their human dignity. Why would they suddenly challenge authority at this moment? Warning: do not release the prisoners, or your entry qualifications will be revoked. The guards initially assumed Zhao Fei and his companions were merely observing, never anticipating they would actually intervene. Though no one cared about these individuals' survival, to avoid reprimand from superiors, the guards immediately raised their firearms to expel them. The wooden poles here were numerous, stretching hundreds of meters, suspending hundreds of people. Chapter 37. I don't believe a word you say, as the number of survivors they managed to rescue dwindled. Zhao Fei and the others grew visibly more irritable. Damn it, none of your business. Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong were no saints in the past, yet they had never committed such atrocious acts before. It's utterly infuriating. What kind of courage does it take to torment one's own compatriots here? If they possess such audacity, why not direct it towards eliminating the zombies instead? To all newcomers seeking refuge here, I advise you to maintain a low profile. Slap yourselves as penance, and I shall consider this matter resolved. How's that sound? While Zhao Fei and his companions were rescuing people, a pretentious figure emerged from the sentry post. This individual leisurely sipped red wine, putting on airs of sophistication. What nonsense! Since when was this your territory? Don't you dare pull this trick. This is our territory. Xiong Yan, hailing from a military background, was infuriated by the uniformed individual's audacious words before him, unleashing a torrent of expletives. In Xiong Yan's worldview, even amidst this apocalyptic downfall, the 9 provinces should remain an unbreakable monolith. How dare these cities now presume to crown themselves as petty warlords? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, he growled through clenched teeth. Let me make this abundantly clear. This is the Chun family's Ocean City. As the century leader uttered those words, Zhao Fei and his companions were utterly bewildered. Unfazed by these pretentious bullies, Zhao Fei continued his rescue mission without hesitation. Eliminate them, he commanded. The century leader was in high spirits today, having recently welcomed several attractive women into his arms. Though he had initially intended to avoid bloodshed on such a pleasant occasion, these fools had left him no choice. In this outpost, the century leader was the law, and his guards obeyed without question, opening fire without hesitation. In this post-apocalyptic world, opinions varied on what was most valuable. But one thing was certain: human life was the cheapest commodity. Having endured the harsh realities of this era for so long, Zhao Fei was no longer a timid survivor. Suppressing his fury until now, the enemy's gunfire ignited his retaliation. Zhao Fei's team moved with seamless coordination. The Red Alert trio swiftly took formation, their sole priority being Zhao Fei's safety. To them, the guards' bullets were nothing more than autumn leaves drifting onto water, barely causing a ripple before harmlessly sinking away. An evolved one? Do you think an evolver can act so arrogantly at my doorstep? Think again. The Sentry Captain observed these formidable individuals. Recognizing them as unruly evolvers with such capabilities, at the very least, they had reached the pinnacle of first-tier evolution. But so what? I have slain evolvers before, since they dared to provoke me. Their fate was sealed the moment they crossed my path. The Sentry Captain roared furiously, his muscles crackling like popcorn kernels exploding in a machine. In an instant, he transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall behemoth, with certain parts of his body armored by hardened bones. He raised his massive hand, intent on crushing these troublemakers before him with a single devastating blow. Roar! Suddenly, the evolved warrior who had repeatedly withstood the onslaught of second-tier strength-type zombies in countless undead waves found his vision going dark as an enormous bear materialized before him. Lu Ming's violent bear, enhanced by Bear's will, gave the Sentry Captain no time to even process the situation. One mighty paw strike later, he was sent spiraling into unconsciousness. An eerie silence fell over the scene. To the guards, their seemingly invincible captain had been effortlessly knocked out, their fingers trembling off the triggers in terror. A first-tier evolved individual was already considered a pillar of human combat strength, capable of annihilating peak first-tier fighters. A second-tier evolved being? That placed one squarely among the core combatants of Sea City. Yet none of these onlookers could have possibly imagined that the team before them consisted uniformly of third-tier elites. The guards had known Zhao Fei and his companions were evolved, but never had they fathomed such overwhelming power. Remain calm, everyone. A sudden breeze swept through the air, and before the crowd appeared a graceful, wind-treading figure, a man whose arrival carried an air of effortless elegance. The young master is here. The panicked guards visibly relaxed at the sight of him. What transgression have my men committed? The newcomer addressed Zhao Fei with a composed demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his features as if he were an upperclassman welcoming a new student. With so many people suspended here, can you truly claim not to see them? Zhao Fei locked eyes directly with the young master mentioned by the guards, Chen Wenfeng. Chen Wenfeng's gaze flickered slightly, feeling a faint throbbing in his skull. As the one who had always dictated the rules here, he had never bothered with reasoning with others. Yet now, standing before him was an entire team of third-tier evolvers. What kind of extraordinary force was this? At present, there are merely a dozen or so third-tier evolvers in Haicheng, divided into several factions. The man before me appears utterly unremarkable, even giving the impression of an ordinary physique, yet astonishingly holds leadership over such formidable individuals. What bewildering circumstances could have led to this? The title of Young Master signifies everything. Haicheng now belongs entirely to the Chun family, lacking only the formal declaration of a new dynasty. Having established absolute dominion over the city, Chun Li, as its ruler, divided Haicheng into 4 districts, entrusting them to his younger brother, son, and daughter for governance. This particular outpost happened to fall under Chun Wenfeng's jurisdiction. His arrival here was but a whim, and upon hearing of disturbances, he even contemplated hanging a few troublemakers as a warning. Yet, the ferocious figure standing before him was undeniably someone he dared not provoke. Come to think of it, why does this young man seem vaguely familiar? Chen Wenfeng thought it must be an illusion. After all, there are many people in this world who resemble each other. However, the women surrounding Zhao Fei completely captivated Chen's gaze. These ladies possessed such breathtaking beauty and radiant charm, exuding an elegance that his own kept women sorely lacked. Just that fleeting glimpse was enough to unsettle Chen Wenfeng profoundly. Had he possessed such an entourage, he would have long dominated Haiqing. Knowing exactly what needed to be done, Chen remained silent, merely raising his hand in a subtle gesture. Zhao Fei's side immediately heightened their vigilance. Could this be the prelude to battle? However, with a mere lift of Chen Wenfeng's hand, an invisible surge of energy coalesced from his palm, then pierced through the skull of the sentry captain who was being suppressed by the violent bear. Magnificent! This ability must belong to at least a third-tier evolved being. Zhao Fei never anticipated that this young city lord would be so decisively ruthless, acting without hesitation. It was my subordinate's incompetence. I sincerely apologize, brother. Chen Wenfeng spoke as if he had merely performed some trivial, mundane task. This bastard must be accustomed to killing without batting an eye. Zhao Fei harbored no goodwill toward him, for decisive ruthlessness and indiscriminate slaughter were not the same concept. Chen Wenfeng, an elite who had persisted from the old era till now, noticed Zhao Fei's lingering displeasure. With a calculated glance, he turned to the surrounding guards and commanded, "Release them all." Chapter 38, Who Got Played? What? A guard voiced his skepticism. Doesn't this policy of not treating ordinary people as human beings originate from Chen Wenfeng? Poof! Chen Wenfeng immediately utilized his abilities to strangle the sluggish-minded individual. Witnessing Chen Wenfeng's fury, the remaining guards swiftly sprang into action, lowering the person from the wooden stake. Zhao Fei heaved a sigh. This is truly a wretched apocalypse. For so long, Zhao Fei had been navigating this ruined world alone with his small team. For the first time, the thought of ending this apocalyptic era crossed his mind. Negligent subordinates, pay them no mind. May I inquire, brother, how should I address you? Chen Wenfeng approached Zhao Fei with exuberant enthusiasm, carrying himself like a refined gentleman. Brother, you flatter me. I am Zhao Fei, came the reply. A man who had slain two without hesitation was certainly no saint. Unwarranted flattery often concealed deceit, yet Zhao Fei was no fool. After all, tracing his sister's whereabouts required the assistance of local power players. For the sake of appearances, he had to maintain civility. Zhao Fei's instincts proved correct. Chen Wenfeng indeed sought his favor, or more precisely, the strength of his team. The Chen family of Haichang had, even in the old world, entrenched themselves in politics and commerce, effectively ruling the city as its sovereigns. Now, in this apocalyptic era, they had gone a step further, transforming Haicheng into their personal fiefdom, even considering renaming it Chen City. Chun Li, the formidable patriarch who had dominated Haicheng, had recently explored a ruin, only to return with deteriorating health. Now, he lingered in a semi-conscious state. With Chun Li's iron grip weakened, the four lieutenants beneath him, known as the Four Heavenly Kings, had begun vying for power, their rivalry growing increasingly vicious. Each aspired to become Haicheng's ruler, fully aware that victory for one meant death for the other three. This was a struggle far more brutal than the political infighting of the old world. Back then, the defeated could at least retreat to minor enterprises. In this lawless era, losers had no refuge. Death was often the kindest outcome. Now, the primary battleground among the Four Heavenly Kings was the recruitment of evolvers. First-tier evolvers were never in surplus. They formed the backbone of any force. Second-tier evolvers served as the pillars of a faction. As for third-tier evolvers, they were sovereigns in their own right, unlikely to stoop to serving another. Little did Chen Wenfeng realize that the evolver before him and his companions all wielded the might of the third tier. Brother Zhao Fei, what brings you to our Haicheng? He inquired. If you don't mind, I'm here looking for someone. Zhao Fei knew exactly what this grandson wanted to say, and since he feared no one, He directly handed over the family portrait he always carried with him to Chen Wenfeng. Chen Wenfeng glanced at the photo and promptly returned it to Zhao Fei. Speaking with profound regret, "I'm sorry, but I don't recognize anyone in this picture." "Don't recognize them? I don't believe a word you're saying." A fleeting glimmer in Chen Wenfeng's eyes was instantly captured by Zhao Fei. It seemed this man was inextricably linked to the disappearance of his family. Were Chen truly innocent, he would have immediately ordered his subordinates to duplicate that family portrait. With a simple broadcast, the matter could be resolved. After all, concealing one lie inevitably requires weaving countless others. Zhao Fei, whose sole purpose was locating his loved ones, contemplated subduing this scoundrel outright to extract the truth. Yet after careful deliberation, he feared such rash action might corner a desperate rat and inadvertently endanger his younger sister. Once inside the city walls, finding her would surely prove effortless. "Gentlemen, after your arduous journey, let us retire to the city for respite," Chen announced with practiced charm. In these apocalyptic times, locating missing persons requires more meticulous preparation than in bygone days. With a casual wave of his hand, an imposing armored vehicle rumbled forward. "Should you find acceptable, please accept this armored car capable of withstanding first-tier zombie attacks as my humble gift." As the words left his lips, Chen's mouth curled into a self-satisfied smirk. What magnanimity! Such an extravagant offering would surely reduce these provincial simpletons to tearful gratitude, if not immediate allegiance. Yet when he anticipated their groveling appreciation, Chen was met only with expressions of undisguised contempt. "Damn it all! Am I seeing this correctly? These people actually look down upon me? Could it be that these fellows have traded their intellect for their current strength?" Chen Wenfeng naturally assumed that Zhao Fei and his companions were merely feigning aloofness. In his eyes, their indifference stemmed from the shabby vehicle he drove. What an ungrateful and obstinate bunch. A fleeting expression of aristocratic disdain for the common folk flickered across Chen Wenfeng's face. Though momentary, Zhao Fei caught it perfectly. "Excellent, just the reaction I anticipated. This fool truly possesses an innate sense of superiority." Since Zhao Fei remained unimpressed, Chen Wenfeng refrained from pressing further, adopting instead the demeanor of a gentleman who embraces harmony without uniformity. Leading the way in his exclusive sports car, Chen Wenfeng paved the path while Zhao Fei and the others followed closely behind. The roar of the luxury vehicle ensured unimpeded passage through the streets of Haiqing. After all, not just anyone could casually drive such a machine here. According to the Chen family's traditions, every figure of authority was entitled to a personal chariot, and Chen Wenfeng's was a sleek, obsidian-hued marvel. He escorted Zhao Fei's group to his private residence, a refurbished relic from a bygone era. A once five-star hotel, now meticulously redesigned to suit his personal tastes. "The young master has returned." As Chen Wenfeng brought the vehicle to a halt, a swarm of attendants immediately surged forth, offering an array of welcoming services. Some diligently dusted off his garments, others knelt to polish his shoes, while a few held parasols to shield him from the sun. Accustomed to such obsequious treatment, Chen remained unfazed. Yet Zhao Fei and his companions grew increasingly displeased by the spectacle. These sycophants truly behaved as though they owned the very ground beneath their feet. "Prepare the finest rooms for these gentlemen at once." Naturally, this statement sounded utterly ludicrous to everyone's ears. Chen Wenfeng would never have imagined that he himself was the uncultured provincial one. Yet to everyone's bewilderment, Zhao Fei responded, "Very well. We shall abide by young Master Chen's arrangements." A flicker of delight stirred within Chen Wenfeng. Trash will always be trash. You may have risen from the ashes in this apocalyptic world, but in the end, you still cower before my authority. This very tactic of feigned humility and courtesy had won Chen Wenfeng the allegiance of many evolvers. And once these men stepped into his residence, he would ensure they became nothing more than his obedient servants by nightfall. Chapter 39 Xiao Ji. Is it possible for me to remotely control the safe house? For the first time venturing out of the safe house overnight, Zhao Fei felt a pang of unease. Before departing, he inquired apprehensively, "Is it possible?" "Certainly. As long as you remain within a 10-kilometer radius, we can maintain telepathic communication," came the reassuring response. Since the apocalypse began, Zhao Fei had spent his days confined within the safety of those walls, even if only to humor Chun Wenfeng's hollow affections. Yet now, stepping beyond that threshold, he couldn't shake the aimless disquiet of a child straying from home. Be it a gilded nest or a silver bower, none compares to one's own humble abode. He mused aloud. Xiao Ji, touched by his master's sentiment, offered gentle praise, only to retort moments later, "Master, you really ought to read more. Compliments like that might earn you a thrashing out there." "Brother Fei," another voice chimed in plaintively, "why didn't you take me along?" Zhao Qian was detained by Zhao Fei, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She coquettishly pouted and acted coy toward him. "The safe house is of paramount importance. It requires a trusted confidant like you to safeguard it." Though Zhao Qian was reluctant, a mere tender stroke of her hair from Zhao Fei sufficed to make her willingly remain at the safe house. Upon settling into Chun Wenfeng's residence, Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong shared quarters, while Xiong Yin and Su Monli stayed together. It wasn't a matter of insufficient space, but rather a precaution. Pairing up ensured mutual vigilance in such an environment. The Red Alert trio followed Zhao Fei directly into his chamber. That lad truly enjoys enviable fortune. In the eyes of any observer, the Red Alert trio were figures capable of igniting an immediate blaze of desire. Chun Wenfeng's gaze lingered with undisguised hunger. Once inside my domain, ownership becomes negotiable. The moment Zhao Fei shut the door, Chun Wenfeng's lips curled into a sly smirk. "Brother Fei, that young man harbors ill intentions. Yuriku, psychique, naturalisant said Shen Wenfenges Shimingoha. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back." Zhao Fei regarded Chun Wenfeng with utter disdain. He refused to believe that this sheltered, city-bound aristocrat could concoct anything noteworthy. As expected, with Xiao Ji's remote assistance, Zhao Fei's group detected the surveillance devices littered throughout the room. To Zhao Fei, such measures were routine, hardly worth labeling as underhanded. Their chambers were adjacent. Chen Wenfeng dared not meddle excessively with Zhao Fei's team. After a brief respite, a knock resounded at Zhao Fei's door. A maid, clad in a form-fitting uniform that accentuated her impeccable figure, stood in attendance, her attire completed by the striking detail of sapphire stockings. This Chun Wenfeng has rather peculiar tastes. Noticing Zhao Fei's lingering gaze upon the maid's legs, the Red Alert trio silently resolved. Henceforth, they would tailor their attire to this very aesthetic. "My master requests your esteemed presence at the banquet." A banquet? It was undoubtedly a treacherous banquet. As the saying goes, when soldiers approach, use shields to block. When floods come, employ earth to contain. Zhao Fei had wisely distributed universal antidotes from the warehouse to everyone in advance, instructing them to consume the remedy. The universal antidote was cleverly packaged in beverage containers, escaping Chun Wenfeng's notice. "Our distinguished guest has arrived." As Zhao Fei and his companions entered the banquet hall, Chun Wenfeng promptly rose to his feet with exaggerated enthusiasm, leading the welcoming gesture. Surrounding Chun were merely 4 second-tier evolvers, a modest entourage by any measure. "Brother Fei, there's something off about this feast," one of Zhao's companions murmured in caution. "I know. Stay vigilant," Zhao replied calmly. The rewards from the check-in system far surpassed his wildest expectations. Even relics from ancient ruins paled in comparison. His confidence in the universal antidote's efficacy was unshakable. Yet, Chun Wenfeng's gaze brimmed with undisguised anticipation, his covetous eyes roving over Zhao's group as if they were skewers of succulent lamb, his ulterior motives laid bare. "I've underestimated myself all along. My team is far more formidable than I realized." Bolstered by this conviction, Zhao and his companions took their seats with unflinching poise. "Let the performances commence for our distinguished guests," Chen commanded. At once, a troupe of dancers glided into the hall, their movements fluid and practiced to the rhythm of the music. Each was a peerless beauty, their smiles painstakingly rehearsed. Yet Zhao, already accustomed to being surrounded by exquisite women, spared them only a fleeting glance before dismissing them entirely. Damn it! What virtues does this Zhao Fei possess to warrant such a harem of beauties? Zhao's indifference was the most cutting form of arrogance. Ever perceptive, Chun Wenfeng swiftly signaled for the banquet to begin. Exquisite delicacies were presented, each ingredient sourced from evolution beasts of formidable rarity. This was Chen's pride, the legendary beast feast. A spread he was certain Zhao had never encountered in the post-apocalyptic world. Honored guests, please indulge in these offerings, Chen urged, his eyes gleaming as he awaited their astonishment. Sticking with Brother Fei is the right choice. At least we get to eat normal food, someone muttered. Before them lay a boar's head the size of a dining table, eyeballs larger than wash basins. Is this what the nobility of Haiqing considered delicacies? All eyes were fixed upon the bizarre and peculiar dishes before them, finding it rather difficult to muster the courage to take a bite. Within the confines of the safe house, even the kitchen scraps they discarded seemed far more palatable than these peculiar offerings. Undoubtedly, they must have been utterly astonished by the sheer extravagance of my hospitality. Chun Wenfeng, assuming that Zhao Fei and his companions were overwhelmed by such an elaborate display, swiftly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, welcome to Haiqing. Since fate has brought us together, in these apocalyptic times we are all comrades. Brother Zhao Fei, rest assured, I will spare no effort in assisting you to find your sister. Your sister is as dear to me as my own. After uttering these words, Chun Wenfeng drained the glass of red wine in one gulp. If it were me, where would I choose to administer the poison? Zhao Fei remained undaunted by the eerie banquet, his mind already contemplating where Chun Wenfeng might have laced the poison. Leading by example, he downed the wine in his cup, then steeled himself to partake in this so-called sumptuous feast. Something was amiss, this dish, that dish, until suddenly, realization dawned. It was him. When Zhao Fei tasted a plate of fruit salad, he detected an unusual fragrance. In the post-apocalyptic world, the evolutionary goal of all creatures is to ensure better survival. A fruit exudes such fragrance with but one purpose: to entice other creatures to consume it, thereby fulfilling its destiny. As Zhao Fei lifted the fruit, Chen Wenfeng's eyes widened slightly before deliberately averting his gaze. This fruit bore a resemblance to the fabled fruit of wisdom in aroma, yet lacked its full essence. Alert! Toxic substance detected. Analyzing. Toxicity level negligible. Host equipped with universal antidote may consume without concern. Truly, product of the system know no bounds. So this scoundrel sought to ensnare him, yet remained woefully inexperienced. Zhao Fei's intuition proved correct. The entire evening's banquet had merely served as a smokescreen for this very fruit. Chapter 40. Who's the clown? This fruit was obtained by the Chun family from an ancient ruin, its effect being rather straightforward. It could influence the minds of others. However, unlike the mind control fruit, which could dominate another's will, its influence was far more subtle, merely fostering a sense of goodwill toward the user. Friendship fruit, that was its name, and its function was as simple as the title suggested. It made those who consumed it develop a favorable impression of the user. Nothing more. Yet, despite its limited potency, the friendship fruit remained highly coveted among the leaders of various survivor bases. Its effects were mild. Even consuming dozens of them would never achieve the same dominance as the mind control fruit. Zhao Fei picked up the friendship fruit, examining it carefully. Eat it. Hurry up and eat it. Chun Wenfeng watched Zhao Fei's hesitation with growing unease, fearing that he might detect something amiss and sever their fragile alliance. This fruit is truly delicious, Zhao Fei remarked before casually tossing one in his mouth under Chun Wenfeng's watchful gaze. Alert! Detected toxic substance intrusion. Universal antidote activating. Toxicity neutralized. Stripped of its harmful properties, the friendship fruit melted upon the tongue, leaving behind an exquisite, lingering aftertaste. This is amazing. Please, do partake without hesitation. There's no cause for alarm. The fare is perfectly safe. Zhao Fei beckoned to the assembled company. The others, comprehending his meaning implicitly, resumed their banquet merriment. Chun Wenfeng's countenance, by now, was wreathed in smiles. Another morsel, if you please. Zhao Fei effortlessly tossed a fruit into the air and caught it deftly between his teeth. Splendid. Brother Zhao truly possesses remarkable skills. Chun Wenfeng rose to his feet in exhilaration. Such an unreserved and guileless evolved being throwing himself into his arms was precisely the type Chun adored. He immediately erupted into thunderous applause for Zhao Fei's gesture. Under Chen's rapt attention, Zhao Fei seized another fruit of camaraderie, tossed it upward, and caught it deftly between his teeth before swallowing. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Wenfeng was beside himself with excitement, his palms crimson from the fervor of his applause. Idiot. Once Zhao Fei had consumed the final fruit, the two exchanged a knowing smile, each silently branding the other in their minds. With his objective achieved, Chen Wenfeng was in high spirits. He brought forth his treasured vintage wine, sharing it generously among the gathered company. The position of Sea City's Overlord, secured at last. Brother, rest assured, your sister's matter is my own. I will certainly assist in finding her. By the end of the banquet, Chen Wenfeng was genuinely intoxicated, yet Zhao Fei, under the influence of the universal detoxifier, could only feign drunkenness. As everyone dispersed to their respective homes, silence gradually settled over the scene. Even in a city like Haicheng, electricity remained a scarce resource. Before securing his position as the city lord, Chen Wenfeng had no choice but to maintain a facade of restraint. Excessive extravagance would only invite public censure and hasten his downfall. Deep into the night, Zhao Fei's room was shrouded in darkness. However, a shadowy figure streaked across the distant sky, gliding like a willow leaf in the wind before alighting silently upon the glass exterior of Zhao Fei's quarters. Clad entirely in black, the figure blended seamlessly into the night. Behind them stretched a pair of obsidian wings, lending an almost avian appearance. With precise accuracy, the intruder descended, locating their target before folding those dark wings away. The dark-clad figure scrutinized the chamber before pressing an ear against the glass pane. With a subtle shudder, a single feather detached from his back. Utilizing this quill, the mysterious intruder meticulously carved an aperture through the window. Silent as shadow, the figure entered with practiced grace, executing several controlled rolls across the floor to ensure absolute stealth. His movements were precise as he approached the bedside, a master of physical prowess, though perhaps deficient in visual acuity. A mundane sound triggered immediate combat readiness. The stranger's wings unfurled dramatically, each metallic feather bristling with lethal intent. Daggers flashed into his hands as he assumed a defensive stance. Click ambient light flooded the room, dispelling darkness. Zhao Fei lounged upon the sofa, his gaze meeting the intruders. An electric silence hung between them. Misunderstandings served no purpose. The winged intruder broke the tension, his voice measured yet unplanned. This deviation from expected protocols unsettled him. Zhao Fei's unpredictability disrupted carefully laid schemes. Any rational individual, upon encountering a figure clad in black, would instinctively inquire about their purpose. The one who should have held the upper hand, the mysterious figure in black, now felt the situation deviating from their intended script. All of this unfolded precisely as Zhao Fei had anticipated. Aware of his own worth, he had been patiently awaiting the arrival of other influential parties. Zhao Fei had maintained this posture for 3 hours, his seated position growing increasingly uncomfortable. Yet, every moment of waiting proved worthwhile for the figure before him. Though shrouded entirely in black, unmistakably possessed the graceful silhouette of a woman. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Zhao Fei allowed his gaze to roam freely from head to toe. Speak if you have something to say. What else with this shameless staring, you lecher? The woman in black, irritated by his brazen scrutiny, grew indignant. Though she had sought him out willingly, she had no intention of stooping to vulgarity. Despite her formidable status, his audacious appraisal provoked an immediate disdain. What are you implying? Do I strike you as that kind of person? I was checking if you had any concealed weapons. Huh. Look at what I'm wearing. Where exactly do you think I could hide a weapon? The woman across responded with visible irritation. Ahem. Let's set that aside for now. What exactly did you wish to discuss with me? As expected, reasoning with women is futile. Zhao Fei swiftly shifted the topic. To assist you. Why would I help you? Here I indulge in fine delicacies and exquisite beverages. How could this not surpass the aimless wandering of the streets? Zhao Fei gazed indifferently at the woman before him. The food Chen Wenfeng gave you was tainted, she whispered in a deliberately hushed tone, weaving an air of mystery around her words. It contains substances capable of manipulating your thoughts and memories, treasures of dark artifice. Is that all? He replied, unimpressed. Zhao Fei displayed a trace of disappointment. Having initially harbored higher expectations that the mysterious woman in black would offer him greater surprises, only to find her performance rather underwhelming. Challenged by Zhao Fei's skepticism, the woman in black momentarily faltered, rendered speechless. This Zhao Fei should not have reacted in such a manner. The effects of the fruit of friendship are not this potent. The woman clad in black paused for a few seconds before immediately stating, "Do you still not comprehend? From the moment you consumed the fruit of friendship, you've already fallen under its influence. The words you speak now are no longer your own. Come, quickly take this antidote, and you shall return to your normal self." Having uttered these words, the woman produced a vial of medicine. Zhao Fei studied her intently. The black-clad woman felt a flutter of unease in her heart, fearing that Zhao Fei might say something unexpected. And yet you claim you have nowhere to store your belongings. Never mind these trivial details. Quickly consume this antidote. To the woman's astonishment, Zhao Fei unhesitatingly gulped down the so-called antidote without ceremony. Chapter 41. Underestimating someone, how does it feel? The woman in black had originally prepared herself for a long, heartfelt conversation with Zhao Fei throughout the night, intending to persuade him. However, she never anticipated that Zhao Fei would so decisively drink his own version of the water of friendship. Such an occurrence could only signify one thing. This Zhao Fei was an utter fool. The drink had a faintly sweet, milky tea aroma, not unpleasant. Zhao Fei smacked his lips and let out a satisfied belch. "Do you feel your body growing heavy? My mind feels somewhat swollen." The woman clad in black gazed at Zhao Fei, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she addressed him in a tone soft as silk. Zhao Fei nodded in response. Having indulged in a lavish meal free of charge, he now felt uncomfortably full. "You behold a setting sun," she murmured, beneath which a youthful figure dashes across the horizon, a boy in pursuit of a maiden. "That boy is you, and the maiden you chase with all your being is me. I am the one you shall spend your entire life yearning for." As Zhao Fei's eyelids grew heavy, the woman in black watched him with the tender affection of a lover, her voice weaving a spell of quiet intimacy. Unseen by any surveillance, shielded by the signal disruptor concealed upon her, she wielded her psychic influence over him without restraint. Mission accomplished. Indeed, such kind-hearted souls are the easiest to deceive. Under the dual influence of friendship's intoxication and hypnotic suggestion, the woman in black became convinced that Zhao Fei was already hers. Just as she reached out to pat his head as one would a pet dog, Zhao Fei's eyes abruptly snapped open. Caught completely off guard, the woman recoiled in shock, stumbling backward. With swift reflexes, Zhao Fei stepped forward and caught her in his arms. An awkward silence descended between them. "Let go of Brother Fei, you scoundrel." However, this intimate moment between the two was abruptly interrupted when the Red Alert trio, who had been hiding in the wardrobe all along, kicked open the cabinet door and emerged. In the hearts of these three, no one could compare to Zhao Fei's importance. No soul could rival Zhao Fei's purity of heart. Fearing the mysterious woman in black might take advantage of their beloved Zhao Fei, the trio sprang into action. An ambush? I'm no pushover either. The woman in black, upon seeing the Red Alert trio leap out, wasted no time. She immediately spread her wings. Since Zhao Fei remained stubborn and unyielding, she resolved to eliminate him. Chen Wenfeng must not get off lightly. "Let's talk this out," someone suggested. Just as the woman in black unfurled her wings, poised to unleash feathers capable of piercing steel plates, the cold barrel of a sniper rifle pressed against the back of her skull. A dagger rested against her spine, and an invisible yet palpable force weighed upon her entire being. "Sister, let's discuss this calmly." "That has always been our stance," Zhao Fei remarked, slumping back onto the sofa with deliberate nonchalance. The woman in black softened her tone. "You can't kill me either. I'm one of the four heavenly kings. Chen Wenfeng's elder sister, Chen Wenfeng." At this moment, Chen Wenfeng understood that her life hung by Zhao Fei's whim. Fearing that this reckless man might eliminate her to prove his loyalty to Chen Wenfeng, she swiftly revealed her identity. Zhao Fei rolled his eyes in disdain. Why must these people always flaunt their connections? In the old days, they boasted about their fathers. Now, they parade their younger brothers. Can't they achieve anything on their own merit? Sister, I have no interest in the conflicts between you siblings. Have you seen the person in this photo? Zhao Fei took out the family portrait, his patience wearing thin. If Chen Wenfeng claimed ignorance once more, he resolved to broadcast it across the entire city tomorrow. Chen Wenfeng scrutinized the faces in the photograph. The elderly couple left no impression whatsoever, but the girl nestled beside Zhao Fei, radiant with a lovely smile, seemed hauntingly familiar. Zaya? Zhao Fei raised an eyebrow and said, "You know my sister?" Chen Wenfeng exhaled in relief and replied, "The top warrior of Haiqing City. Who wouldn't know? My younger sister is still alive, and by the sound of it, thriving, one of the so-called 10 great warriors." Zhao Fei, who had remained unflappable throughout, was utterly stunned by this revelation. He knew his sister was formidable, but never imagined she had maintained that ferocity from the old world straight into the apocalypse. "Feng Jie, tell me more," Zhao Fei said, his tone softening. Though he still kept the trio of red alert operatives restraining the ever-unruly woman. Chen Wenfeng, now thoroughly subdued, began recounting Zhao Ye's journey through the apocalypse. When the cataclysm struck, she had surged ahead effortlessly, advancing her evolutionary rank to the 3rd tier. After a pause, Chen Wenfeng added, "She should be at the 4th tier by now." The deliberate hesitation was part of her self-admired linguistic artistry, a conversational tactic she prided herself on, one that allowed her to control the rhythm of dialogue. Yet Zhao Fei merely continued to smile at her, unmoved. It was like punching mud, utterly ineffective, frustrated but powerless. Chen Wenfeng seethed inwardly. "Your sister is missing now," she finally blurted out, abandoning all pretense. "Nonsense. How could the leader of the 10 warriors go missing?" Zhao Fei's smile gradually faded. This man was dangerous. Chen Wenfeng instantly sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. How could this be possible? He was one of the 4 heavenly kings, a 3rd stage, evolved being. How could I feel such terror before this obviously wretched man? I must cease these mind games with him, lest I truly meet my demise. Seeing Zhao Fei truly enraged, Chen Wenfeng immediately spilled everything she knew like pouring beans from a sack. In the early days of the apocalypse, major cities quickly descended into chaos. However, those who suffered the most were still the lower classes, as the elite had numerous means of refuge. Even if they incurred some losses, it wasn't enough to cripple them. After each city began managing its own affairs, the original top-tier families continued to thrive. Such dramatic reversals of fortune as Zhao Ye's were rare. Perhaps this was the mark of a chosen one. Zhao Ye's ability to wield lightning completely overpowered the zombies. Kind-hearted by nature, Zhao Yi swiftly rose to become a regional leader. Yet unlike those who abused their power, her benevolence remained unwavering as she rescued countless souls. However, even the strongest arm cannot twist the thigh. The Qin clan, wielding absolute dominance, eventually subjugated the entire coastal city of Haiqing. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi was compelled to integrate into Haiqing's mainstream hierarchy. Chun-Li, the city's undisputed ruler, recognized her formidable combat prowess and sought to wed her to his younger brother. Dian Kiskiviko. Yet Zhao Yi persistently refused, quietly amassing strength while yearning to reunite with Zhao Fei. Her sole concession to joining the elite 10 warriors was the authority to mobilize a contingent of forces for her own purposes. Recently, however, a violent clash erupted between Zhao Yi and her fellow 10 warriors, after which she vanished without a trace. Chapter 42. Reciprocity in Courtesy. Chen Wenfeng was an astute woman, fully aware that Chen Wenfeng had not disclosed this information to Zhao Fei. Seeking out her younger sister remained Zhao Fei's sole purpose for coming to Haiqing. The rivalry between these siblings had persisted from the old era straight into the apocalyptic present. How could Chen Wenfeng possibly let slip such a golden opportunity to tarnish her brother's reputation? Thus, when Chen Wenfeng uttered these words, her tone was laced with emotional interjections, her expression brimming with fervor, as if Zhao Yi were her long-lost younger sister. However, just as Chen Wenfeng was about to embellish the details of that great battle with vivid and dramatic narration, Zhao Fei intervened and stopped her. Is that so? Zhao Fei responded calmly, stroking his chin after listening to Chen Wenfeng's account. To him, her storytelling felt akin to reading a web novel. He had already considered this apocalyptic world surreal enough, but Zhao Ye's experiences could easily fill the pages of a best-selling novel. Nevertheless, Zhao Fei was well aware that one could only trust half of what these people said. Still, piecing together the siblings' accounts, one thing was certain: his sister was no longer in Haiqing. What now? This is the apocalypse now, not the olden days. Posting a status update could lead even a stray dog right to your doorstep. In these end times, a living soul can vanish without a trace. One must seek answers from a source. Zhao Fei resolved to confront Chun Li and demand clarity. Host, intruders have located the safe house. They're attempting to pry open the vehicle doors. Shall we eliminate them? Xiao Ji, as a young lady, you shouldn't be immersed in violence and combat all day long. Host, I am an artificial intelligence system, devoid of gender. If this displeases you, would you prefer if I adopted a more rugged, masculine persona instead? No, this is quite enough. Zhao Fei felt a dull ache in his head, wondering why these so-called four heavenly kings always resorted to such underhanded tricks. After a moment's contemplation, he responded to Xiao Ji, forget it, let's not take lives. Just hit them with a paralyzing current, enough to leave them half dead. Ah, how tedious, Zhao Fei muttered under his breath. At his command, the intruders in the safe house suddenly lost control of their bodies, convulsing violently. Just as they glimpsed their departed loved ones beckoning from across the river, sensation returned to their limbs. While Zhao Fei appeared lost in thought, Chen Wenfeng, standing nearby, finally spoke up. What exactly are you all trying to achieve here? What do you intend to do with me? Chen Wenfeng grew somewhat indignant. That's enough. You may leave now. Zhao Fei appeared to have a sudden realization and refrained from pressing Chen Wenfeng further. Brother Fei, don't be deceived by such a dubious woman. This man is no ordinary fellow. Indeed, Zhao Fei's unconventional ways left Chen Wenfeng somewhat bewildered, her gaze carrying an inscrutable difference. To the Red Alert trio, Zhao Fei was nothing short of extraordinary, the most flawless man in existence, where even an errant nose hair seemed like a masterstroke. They feared this femme fatale might lead their beloved Fei astray. After all, reciprocity is the essence of propriety. With a mere wave of Zhao Fei's hand, Chen Wenfeng was immediately pinned to the ground. Without delay, Zhao Fei produced a vial of universal antidote and poured it into Chen's mouth. Despite Chen Wenfeng being a peak second-tier evolver, the elite Red Alert trio were seasoned combat specialists, well-versed in restraining him to ensure not a single drop of the precious antidote was wasted. Only after the last drop had been consumed was Chen Wenfeng finally released. The mysterious liquid dissolved instantly upon touching his tongue. Though Chen wished to spit it out, his mouth was instead filled with an exquisite fragrance, leaving an unexpectedly delightful aftertaste. What did you force me to drink? Chen demanded, his voice laced with both confusion and reluctant intrigue. Savor it. Relish it carefully. Zhao Fei responded with a mischievous tone. Brother Fei is so dashing. At this moment, Zhao Fei appeared to the Red Alert trio as a man brimming with wit and humor. Well played. Chen Wenfeng had utterly conceded defeat today. Throughout her life, she had always sailed smoothly with favorable winds. This was the first time a man had so completely dominated her. Having regained her freedom, Chen Wenfeng spoke no more. She moved to the window, gave a slight tremble to the wings on her back, and soared into the sky with a majestic spread of her feathers. Brother Fei, shall we proceed to search for your sister next? Zhao Fei felt relatively unperturbed, yet those around him seemed to have descended into a collective frenzy. There was no need for exertion, simply repose. Immediately, Zhao Fei burrowed into the quilt, while Yuriko slipped into the wardrobe. Natasha leaned against the bedside, and Tanya crawled under the bed. The following day, Zhao Fei received a scroll upon checking in. Initially assuming it resembled previous attribute-enhancing scrolls, upon unfurling it, he discovered it was labeled Scroll of Chaos. Its function was to amplify an item's attribute values by 100%. However, upon activation, the distribution ratios of these attributes will be randomized entirely. This was undeniably a test of sheer luck. What a marvelous artifact, perfect for the Desert Eagle. Zhao Fei, never one to hesitate in his actions, promptly applied the Chaos Scroll to his Desert Eagle. Instantly, a swirling black mist, as dark and ominous as the uncertain future of mankind in the apocalypse, enveloped the firearm. The enchantment from the Chaos Scroll worked swiftly. The once gleaming white Desert Eagle was now cloaked in an obsidian hue, reborn anew. All previous attributes of the weapon had vanished, replaced by a single, formidable function, a piercing force amplified by 1,000. Host, I strongly advise against wielding this firearm, Xiaoji cautioned upon seeing Zhao Fei admiring the newly transformed Desert Knight. Why not? Provide a justification. The recoil of this firearm is excessively formidable, beyond what you can endure. In all likelihood, firing a single round would dislocate your arm. And what of the improbable scenario? His arm was completely crippled. Zhao Fei thought it was no big deal, just insufficient attributes, a simple matter to resolve. Gazing at the life tree in the warehouse, which had borne 3 more life fruits, he decisively harvested them without hesitation. Instantly, Zhao Fei's attributes surged to the peak level of a 3rd stage, evolved being. Originally, Zhao Fei had intended to reserve the life fruit for his younger sister's use. But now, upon reflection, when they reunite, she would likely be the one protecting him instead. Xiaoji, is this acceptable now? Xiaoji. The king of cheats truly left one speechless. The Desert Eagle's penetrative power was already terrifyingly formidable. Now, with a single shot, even an armored vehicle would be effortlessly pierced through by Zhao Fei. Even the notion of using a handgun to strike down aircraft was no longer beyond his capabilities. Fully prepared, Zhao Fei pushed open his door, only to find Su Monli and the others already waiting outside, having stood by for quite some time. How has everyone's rest been? He inquired. Zhao Fei chuckled and inquired. This is undoubtedly the finest treatment these subordinates have experienced since the apocalypse. The bed is excessively plush, the pillow is unreasonably firm, and the air conditioning in the room emits a peculiar odor. People are voicing their grievances in unison. Chapter 43. A murderous aura. Very well. Tonight shall be my final slumber in this place henceforth. All subsequent nights shall be spent within the safe house. A wise man perceives without exposing. Zhao Fei, too, understands that these individuals are pledging their loyalty to him, utterly unwilling to depart from the sanctuary of the safe house. Those who now follow Zhao Fei have become his fervent devotees, no longer harboring ambitions to carve their own legacy amidst the apocalypse. Each and every one clings to the notion of exploiting Zhao Fei's resources with unyielding determination. Gentlemen, where might you be headed? Chen Wenfeng had been waiting in the hotel lobby for Zhao Fei. He planned to explore a relic site today and naturally intended to bring along his newly sworn brothers-in-arms from yesterday. Chen Wenfeng knew Zhao Fei was the leader of this group, yet logically, the underlings should have established direct rapport with him. What exactly was this current situation? Chen Wenfeng harbored a slight suspicion in his heart. After consuming so many fruits of friendship, they should have obediently followed his commands. Yet without his permission, how could they suddenly act on their own accord? I need to find your father. Zhao Fei's words left Chen Wenfeng momentarily stunned. Su Monli nudged Zhao Fei and whispered, "That's a bit too harsh. Even if it's a banquet with ulterior motives, they've treated us to good food and drink. We shouldn't be so rude. I'm going to find your father." Chen Wenfeng narrowed his eyes, unsure how to respond. "Broaden your horizons. Haiqing is still too small." Zhao Fei patted Chen Wenfeng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, point me in the right direction." Chen Wenfeng gave a bitter smile. He had once believed he controlled Haiqing, that in this apocalyptic world he held power. But in the end, he was the fool. That tallest building. Without another word, Zhao Fei patted Chen Wenfeng's shoulder once more and walked away. "Young master, should we stop them?" Chen Wenfeng's subordinates watched as Zhao Fei and his men departed without a backward glance, then turned to seek instructions from Chen himself. "Stop them? Stop my ass." Chen Wenfeng was genuinely infuriated at this moment, yet found himself powerless to act. Zhao Fei arrived near the safe house, where those paralyzed by electric shocks had already fled, leaving behind numerous foul-smelling liquids on the ground. Zhao Fei was determined to confront the Lord of Haiqing directly, unwilling to squander any more time. Dealing with the 4 heavenly kings had already been exhausting enough. If they were to encounter the 5 tiger generals or the 6 war gods next, it would truly be an endless ordeal. Gazing at the distant sentry post, an idea began to form in Zhao Fei's mind. Xiao Ji, could you redesign the safe house to exude an air of sophistication and grandeur? One must persevere with the appearance one has chosen, even if tears must be shed along the way. Zhao Fei observed the luxury cars speeding recklessly down the street, those very vehicles that the guards so arrogantly favored, looking down upon the less fortunate. The current state of the safe house was excessively inconspicuous, so much so that even before reaching Chun Li's territory, they were already being extorted for toll fees by those who preyed on the poor. Very well, he mused. Perhaps I can employ a holographic projection to fulfill your desires, at least within the realm of the virtual. Better than nothing. Under Zhao Fei's direction, the modifications began. The safe house tripled in size, its paint gleaming brilliantly. The wheels doubled to 12 in 2 rows, and most thrillingly, 2 cannons were mounted on the roof. Not just the guards, even Zhao Fei and his crew found it rather impressive. The armored vehicle now barreled down the streets with reckless abandon. Indeed, no guard dared risk their life to stop it. To the checkpoint sentries along the way, this was unmistakably the chariot of a high-ranking figure. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was only one rule. What the powerful said was law. Zhao Fei drove straight to the tower where Chun-Li resided. Li Li's tower stood at the heart of Haicheng, and even without navigation, it was impossible to miss. These self-proclaimed rulers of the wasteland were all the same, each convinced they were the chosen ones. But as for the true chosen one, did Zhao Fei ever boast? Even modesty seems an understatement. Along the advancing path, the once relatively well-preserved buildings gradually deteriorated into ruins, with even towering skyscrapers reduced to debris. The group was perplexed. What catastrophe could have befallen this city? Zhao Fei came upon 10 dilapidated, towering statues. Each was sculpted from pieced-together white marble, standing 3 stories tall. Despite their ruined state, their artistic grandeur remained awe-inspiring. Zhao Fei surmised these must be the so-called 10 great warrior statues. Who would have thought Chun-Li had such methods? Having already satisfied the foundational tiers of Maslow's hierarchy, Zhao Fei understood that for figures like the 10 great warriors, such glorification tactics were profoundly effective in winning hearts. Objectively speaking, in this apocalyptic era, Sea City had indeed been developed with remarkable structure and vitality, until inexplicably it had fractured under Chun-Li's leadership. Now, all 10 statues lay shattered, their fragments scattered across the ground. The statue of his younger sister had been reduced to the finest rubble. Zhao Fei carefully gathered every fragment of his sister's statue in his storage, then expended some energy crystals to restore it. Leaving it in such a state felt inauspicious. Even in the apocalypse, one must seek auspicious beginnings. As for the remaining 9 statues of the 10 great warriors, Zhao Fei couldn't have cared less. How dare they stand against his sister? From childhood till now, whenever Zhao Fei suffered grievances, Zhao Yi would repay them twofold on his behalf. One wonders where those fools found the audacity to challenge Zhao Yi. However, it would be better for them to perish, lest Zhao Fei seeks vengeance. A gentleman may wait 10 years to exact revenge, but Zhao Fei settles scores from dawn till dusk. Along the journey, all sentry posts recognized the disguised safe house and granted immediate passage, sparing much trouble. Upon reaching Chun-Li's location, Zhao Fei and his companions alighted from the vehicle. Malice brimmed in Zhao Fei's eyes, his murderous aura palpable as his face contorted into the menacing visage of Crow Brother. He prepared for a grand reckoning, determined to overturn every table in Chun-Li's household. To dare bully Fei Ji's younger sister? That was nothing short of courting death. The underlings were poised for a bloodbath, their blades thirsting for sacrifice. They had even prepared to offer the first unfortunate soul they encountered as a crimson tribute to their cause. Gentlemen, the leader beckoned with chilling composure. Follow me. Just as everyone was eagerly preparing, a maid emerged from the hall, smiling warmly as she guided the group. Thank you for your trouble, someone remarked. One does not strike a smiling face, thought Zhao Fei, observing the other party's courtesy and decided to engage and reason first. The maid was also a tall and striking beauty, dressed identically to Chun Wenfeng, even down to the stockings. Like father, like son, their tastes are identical, Zhao Fei mused. The women beside Zhao Fei immediately concluded what his preferences were. "The city lord has sent me to escort you all," the maid said obediently, stating her purpose. "Chunli isn't dead yet?" Someone wondered. "The lord's condition is intermittent unconsciousness, not death. The situation remains uncertain." Chapter 44. Striking at the heart of the enemy in Zhao Fei's eyes, the current situation in Haiqing might very well be a scheme orchestrated by Chunli himself. After all, those on the sidelines see clearly, while those embroiled in the game are blinded. Especially those consumed by the lust for power, their judgment inevitably warped. Were it not for his sister, Zhao Fei would have taken the opportunity to establish himself in Haiqing. But now, he had no choice but to confront the mastermind directly. At this stage, Zhao Fei and his group were already equipped with the best possible gear. With no alternatives left, they consumed the attribute-enhancing potions. Though these potions couldn't elevate their evolutionary stage, they maximized their stats within their current levels. Zhao Fei's faction was undoubtedly the most formidable combat force in Haiqing. It was perplexing why the city had squandered its advantages, turning what should have been a thriving situation into chaos. Yet, Zhao Fei would not halt his search for his family. Chun Li's headquarters, a desolate high-rise, gave off the impression of an abandoned developer's office, empty, as if the owner had fled with his mistress. Led by a maid, the group ascended to Chun Li's floor and came face-to-face with the man himself. As the elevator doors slid open, a sharp-eyed elderly man stood before them. The maid who had guided them immediately bowed her head, not daring to meet his gaze, and retreated into the elevator, vanishing like a goddess hastily withdrawing after delivering a rejection. "Look at this old man. His smile is so fake," someone behind Zhao Fei muttered. Indeed, Chun Li's expression was eerily rigid, his grin frozen like a mannequin's. Yet, he could still speak. "You must be Zhao Ye's brother, Zhao Fei?" Zhao Fei was aware that these individuals had well-informed sources, so there was no point in concealing anything. He nodded in acknowledgement. "You are truly exceptional," he remarked. "Old man, spare me the idle chatter," he interjected impatiently. "Where has my sister gone?" "Young man, such behavior is unbecoming. A fiery temper often leads to regrettable consequences. Moreover, now that you've arrived, departure won't be so easily granted." As these words fell, the curtains around the floor cascaded down with a rustle, revealing a group of individuals stepping forward. These were also evolvers, their strength hovering at the first-tier level, devoid of any higher-tier combat prowess. Zhao Fei quickly discerned that these figures bore a striking resemblance to the damaged statues of the 10 war gods. It seemed these were the very evolvers who had once clashed with his younger sister. Did they truly believe they could overwhelm a master with sheer numbers? In such circumstances, Zhao Fei had witnessed it far too often to be perturbed. He remained utterly unfazed. The roles his younger sister had previously secured were ones he would never fail to obtain. You humans possess far too many flaws, and arrogance is undoubtedly among them. What utter nonsense is this? Zhao Fei listened to the old man's words, feeling increasingly absurd. It seemed this elderly fellow had truly succumbed to some form of senile dementia and needed to recuperate by the lakeside of vast grasslands. "This vessel has been nearly exhausted. It's time to seek a new one." The final words no longer came from Chun Li's mouth, but rather a voice emerged from behind him. As the words faded, Chun Li's body lurched forward, and something tore through the fabric of his clothing from his back. What in the world was that? In the midst of the apocalypse, where demons ran rampant, even those who believed they had witnessed it all were stunned by the grotesque spectacle before them. A human head, the size of a pomelo, emerged from Chun Li's back. The connection between this head and Chun Li was a tangled mass of pulsating blood vessels, each one throbbing as though endowed with a life of its own. As the head revealed itself, Chun Li's face contorted in agony, his anguished wails piercing the air. Yet, undeterred by the horrifying scene, the head perched upon his neck spoke with chilling indifference. "What are you screaming for? This was your own choice from the very beginning. To obtain corresponding power, one must pay a certain price. This severed head was only half the size of a normal human's, yet bore all 5 facial features intact. Despite its miniature form, it exuded an overwhelming aura of malice, as though it were a demon that had crawled straight out of hell. The head paid no heed to Zhao Fei and the others before it, instead arrogantly surveying its surroundings before declaring with satisfaction, "Perfect timing. Now, not only my head, but even parts of my body can be restored." This was a villain who disdained idle chatter and defied convention. Without waiting for Zhao Fei's group to respond, it launched its assault. At the head's command, the figures standing in the corners began to convulse, their faces twisting grotesquely. Like early-stage zombies, they lurched forward. "Pain, save me. Please, spare me." These were all first-tier evolvers, yet their bodies were grotesquely adorned with additional organs. Ears, hands, feet, each writhing with a will of their own. Even more horrifying was the fact that these parasitic organs seemed to possess independent consciousness, twisting and squirming relentlessly. Like Chun-Li, these people had lost all control over their own bodies, reduced to mere husks, their vitality nearly drained. Let them provide fresh blood. The head perched upon Chun-Li's neck issued its decree, and the organs immediately seized control of their human hosts, evolvers who still retained some semblance of awareness, yet now moved like mindless zombies, lunging toward the group. "Brother Fei, what do we do?" Zhou Shusong constructed a barrier wall using concrete, yet its efficacy proved rather unsatisfactory. Evidently, these parasitic organs possess the capability to enhance the physical attributes of first-stage evolvers, thereby enabling them to dismantle obstacles erected by third-stage evolvers. Tell me, are those individuals familiar to you? Are you referring to those under control? Naturally not. Why bother with them? Just go ahead and take action. Originally timid and hesitant, the crowd immediately engaged in conflict with these individuals upon hearing Zhao Fei's words. Fellow human beings? Apologies, but in this post-apocalyptic world, such notions hold no meaning. Foolish humans, how dare you resist us divine beings? Experience the wrath of Ares, the Olympian god of war. The human head behind Chun-Li glared at the opposing diners with growing fury as they unexpectedly resisted, even exchanging blows with his puppets in a fierce back-and-forth battle. In the eyes of this self-proclaimed Ares, a rare beast of sorts, how could these mere second-stage evolved humans possibly withstand his assault? You are actually third-order evolvers. Ares pondered briefly before swiftly arriving at this conclusion. Surprise? Ares was indeed rather pleased, for the bodies of those original evolvers had already been absorbed to their limits. He could no longer extract more energy from these first-tier evolvers. Originally, Ares had already begun searching for his next host. However, upon recognizing Zhao Fei's true capabilities, he could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward. Chapter 45. Self-proclaimed deity, medicinal dregs to Ares' discerning gaze. The humans assaulting Zhao Fei and his companions had already become utterly worthless. In the early days of the apocalypse, those who could evolve into first-tier enhanced beings at the earliest opportunity undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Yet these forcibly elevated warriors appeared as fragile as paper puppets before a genuine peak third-tier evolved being. How could this be possible? At this current stage, how could humanity possibly evolve to the pinnacle of the third order? Ares' mind was utterly bewildered as he surveyed the unfolding battle before him, compelling him to reassess his entire tactical approach. "What manner of entity are you?" he murmured in disbelief. Zhao Fei stood at the rear of the formation like Ares, calmly observing the battlefield while interrogating the sticky rice, cake-like creature clinging to Chun-Li's neck. To be honest, Zhao Fei had encountered repulsive creatures in this post-apocalyptic world, but never anything this utterly revolting. This was truly the epitome of disgust, so vile it would make one's stomach churn. A creature? You dare to slander the deity of your own kind. It seems divine retribution is truly warranted upon you mortals. At this moment, Ares' voice was as grating as the clang of a broken gong, utterly unpleasant to the ear. Paired with his withered, desiccated skin, his visage was nothing short of horrifying. Yet, as he gazed upon Zhao Fei's still bewildered expression, he muttered to himself, "Humans of this era have truly forgotten everything, forgotten the majesty and terror of the gods." but I shall teach you another lesson." With those words, the severed head began to tremble. Zhao Fei braced himself for some grand attack, but instead, the various body parts that had once parasitized the evolvers suddenly detached themselves, as if summoned, and raced toward the skull. The evolvers, who had briefly believed themselves freed, were instantly seized by a pain far more excruciating than mere bodily control. They could feel their life force draining away at an alarming rate. Some managed to turn their heads with great effort, only to discover the cause of their demise. The organs that had parasitized them had lodged in critical areas like the brainstem or spine. Their departure left nothing but devastation in their wake. Even those who survived were left crippled beyond recovery. The room was soon filled with anguished wails. One by one, the organs extended their nutrient-absorbing blood vessels, intertwining with one another until they fused into a complete body. Yet, the newly formed Ares resembled nothing more than dehydrated. Charred beef jerky, barely clinging to life with only faint traces of blood. So weak, if we push a little harder, he might just collapse. One of Zhao Fei's lackeys sneered. Honestly, this so-called Ares the Feeble isn't as tough as we imagined, another chimed in. Maybe it's not that he's weak, it's that we're just too strong. And so, Zhao Fei's entourage unleashed a barrage of taunts, voicing his disdain on his behalf. Observing a group of individuals whispering amongst themselves, the prideful Ares grew infuriated and bellowed with rage. "You shall face my retribution." The complete form of Ares strode forward, each step causing the ground to split apart, vividly demonstrating his formidable combat prowess. Though Zhao Fei and his companions spoke dismissively of Ares, strategically they maintained utmost vigilance against every adversary. Prison of the Earth. As a long-range spellcaster, Zhou Shusong immediately mobilized all the energy stored within his body, manipulating the surrounding earth to conjure an impenetrable cage. With every ounce of his strength, he compressed the density of the prison to its absolute limit, utterly convinced that no creature could possibly escape its confines. Just as the group believed they had successfully entrapped Ares, an ominous anomaly manifested before their eyes. The seemingly indestructible cage began to distort. First, a single protrusion bulged outward. Then, like glass shattered by a bullet, the entire structure exploded violently. Yet this was merely the beginning. The fragmented stones launched through the air like bullets fired from a barrel, their trajectories tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing screech as they hurtled toward the assembled warriors. Bang! 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 However, all these stone blocks were completely intercepted as Haruko utilized her psychokinetic abilities to block every single attack. Nevertheless, judging by Haruko's immediate collapse, it was evident that this was an unprecedented assault. Even for a psychokinesis expert like her, the strain was palpable. Heh, pitiful humans. Do you finally comprehend the chasm between you and a deity? Kneel now, and I shall grant you the mercy of offering your lives with ease. Never judge a book by its cover. Zhao Fei gazed at Ares, withered like a desiccated corpse, effortlessly shattering the barrier Zhou Shusong had forged with all his might, and couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. Those walls of impossibly dense concrete crumbled beneath Ares' grasp as if they were mere brittle crackers. The disparity in strength between the group and Ares was staggering. This bastard had to be at least a fourth-tier entity. His underlings stood no chance against such overwhelming power, leaving Zhao Fei no choice but to step forward himself. Facing the unstoppable force that was Ares, Zhao Fei demanded, "Was it you who brought about this apocalypse?" Faced with Zhao Fei's inquiry, Ares was momentarily taken aback before letting out a low chuckle. Truly the primitive musings of inferior humans, he mused with palpable disdain. Pausing for dramatic effect, the war god seemed almost nostalgic in his contempt. With victory already within his grasp, he regarded his current opponent as mere entertainment. "How amusing," Ares finally drawled, his voice dripping with condescension, "that you primitive creatures actually believe we were the architects of this apocalypse? In the current epoch of our civilization, we stand as the inaugural deities to attain the 10th echelon of evolution. Why then must we contemplate self-annihilation? The 10th tier, even at half price, it's still 5th tier. How on earth are we supposed to fight this?" Zhao Fei spoke with indignation. As once mighty warriors of humanity, Do you not wish to aid the current generation in overcoming their trials? Ares erupted into maniacal laughter, the sound akin to the sputtering ignition of a decrepit automobile. With biting mockery, he sneered, "Those are the delusions of deranged minds. In a merciless game of natural selection, I could persist until the very annihilation of this planet, if I so desired. Why should I deign to assist you feeble creatures of this modern era? Enough prattle. You shall serve as sacrificial offerings to restore my might." One final inquiry, I pressed. "Well, my sister?" Ares pondered for a moment before speaking. "That maiden was truly exceptional. Had I assimilated her back then, you wouldn't be standing here conversing with me now." Zhao Fei responded courteously. The duel commenced. He materialized a desert eagle from the warehouse. "Is that all?" "Ha!" Ares watched as Zhao Fei solemnly produced an utterly ordinary pistol, immediately unleashing a torrent of merciless mockery. Chapter 46. Deicide, all that needed to be known was known. No need for superfluous words. Zhao Fei calmly pulled the trigger. Strike first when opportunity arises. Such was Zhao Fei's principle of combat. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Zhao Fei's body gave a slight tremble. Yet those around him reacted in an entirely different manner. Utterly unprepared, they had assumed Zhao Fei was merely firing an ordinary bullet. In the next instant, they were violently struck by a shockwave, hurled backward several meters, only stabilizing themselves after colliding with the wall. With a sickening thud, one of Ares' thighs was obliterated into a crimson mist. How is this possible? I am the god of war from Olympus. Yet I've been crippled by such a trivial human contraption. This outcome was utterly unexpected, not only by Ares but by everyone present. The very Ares who had uttered the most ruthless words now endured the most brutal retaliation. Initially intending to merely withstand the blow with his own body, Ares staggered unsteadily. Never in his memory had any human weapon managed to harm him. "Damn, Brother Fei, you're absolutely formidable." The prostrate crowd gazed up at Zhao Fei with heartfelt admiration. He always had a solution to offer. This must undoubtedly be a relic of great treasure. You mere mortals could never possibly possess such formidable capabilities. Ares attempted to mend his shattered thigh from Zhao Fei's assault, yet he discovered, to his astonishment, that the flesh and blood had utterly vanished, annihilated into particles finer than atoms themselves. This was utterly preposterous. Since regaining his senses, Ares, who had been meticulously strategizing all along, felt the first stirrings of panic. After painstakingly plotting for so long, he couldn't afford to be disrupted by such an unpredictable variable. Indeed, this must undoubtedly be a relic artifact crafted by a civilization from an era beyond our own. Ares, being the god of war from Olympus, possesses considerable combat experience. He deduced with certainty that such a formidable treasure must have its limitations. At the very least, the number of its projectiles would not be excessive. To hell with caution. As long as he endured until Zhao Fei's bullets ran out, this cluster of third-tier evolved humans before him would surely replenish his energy and elevate his strength even further. Gamble a little, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As Ares, the god of war and slaughter, solidified his resolve in his heart, he lunged at Zhao Fei once more. Zhao Fei shook his head and sighed helplessly, "Pirate to the old era. The new age has no boarding pass for you." With those words, Zhao Fei pulled the trigger, each shot unerringly dismantling Ares' body piece by piece. In the end, only Ares' torso and head remained, uncertain whether Ares still harbored any other sinister tricks. Zhao Fei did not relent until the god was utterly incapacitated. At this moment, nothing remained near Zhao Fei. The relentless force of his attacks had sent every object in the vicinity hurtling to the edges of the building's floor. Fortunately, everyone was an evolved being with swift reflexes, preventing them from plummeting below, though they all clung awkwardly to the remnants of the shattered structure. Only after the gunfire ceased did Zhao Fei's subordinates dare to peek out, witnessing Ares reduced to a prone figure on the ground. They grumbled in unison, "Brother Fei, could you at least give us a heads up before opening fire next time? We nearly got blown away." "My apologies," Zhao Fei replied, maintaining a cautious distance as he kept his firearm trained on Ares. Having now fully grasped the devastating power of the Desert Eagle, Ares had lost all defiance. silently awaiting Zhao Fei's next move. Now then, Zhao Fei demanded, his voice edged with authority. What exactly are you? Ares remained silent. Zhao Fei raised his gun and fired at the ceiling. With a deafening gunshot, the once opulently decorated ceiling shattered into fragments. Debris rained down upon Ares like a storm, reducing the once mighty god of war to a pitiful, battered figure. At this moment, Ares chuckled weakly and muttered, "Humans of this era truly exceed my expectations. Boss, we're both human. No need for violence among our own kind. Let's talk this out." Zhao Fei glared at the cowardly figure with disdain, his lips curling into a sneer. "Now you remember you're human? Speak. How did you infiltrate mankind? I'll talk. Spare me, great one." Ares, as if resigned to his fate, began recounting the entire sequence of events to Zhao Fei. When Ares parasitized Chun Li's body, he accessed fragments of Chun Li's memories. To his astonishment, Ares discovered that humanity in this era possessed utterly no conception of their history from millennia past, dismissing it all as mere mythology. Bereft of any frame of reference, Ares found himself incapable of discerning the chronological sequence of those legendary civilizations. Almighty One, if I provide a thorough account, would you grant me clemency? Though Ares bears the title of god of war, he harbors an intense dread of death. Why else would he go through such elaborate machinations to achieve reincarnation through these means? Remember, narrate your tale with the dramatic flair of a storyteller, and I shall spare you. Storytelling? What manner of art is this? Although Ares did not fully comprehend the meaning behind Zhao Fei's words, he understood that Zhao Fei simply sought amusement. Thus, with vivid emotion, he began his tale. Ares indeed belonged to the ancient myths, the legendary Ares of Olympus. According to Olympian records, they had already endured 2 apocalypses. In those days, no one on Olympus believed their era would meet its end, for, if measured by the evolutionary stages of modern humanity, Ares was an 11th tier evolved being. When Zhao Fei heard that Ares had reached the 11th tier in strength, he openly mocked him without restraint. Though inwardly aggrieved, Ares continued his explanation. After nearly 10,000 years of Olympian rule, anomalies began to emerge. Countless monsters suddenly arose, and the races once oppressed by the gods grew powerful. As one side waned and the other waxed, the divine clans declined at a visibly rapid pace. Even the mighty Olympian gods could not ultimately withstand destruction. This epic met its complete demise. Before the Olympian civilization was utterly annihilated, Zeus, the king of gods, recognizing the inevitable, made a solemn decision. Like the civilizations before it, Olympus chose to preserve its legacy through ancient ruins, the Pandora's box. However, as the sands of time flowed, what was once a vessel of Olympian hope became distorted through misinterpretation, its true essence lost to myth. As for Chun Li's people, they explored the forsaken temple of Ares. Ares was never benevolent. He would never sacrifice himself for the prosperity of those who came after. Chapter 47. Spineless cowardice within ancient ruins. Formidable predecessors often bequeath their legacies, preserving the essence of their prowess to empower future generations. Yet Ares, cunning as he was, wove deception into his offering. What appeared to be a vessel of his distilled essence concealed, instead, a tainted amalgamation, his own neural cells interlaced within. Thus, when later seekers unlocked the temple of Ares and toiled for their reward, they unwittingly consumed this poisoned chalice, mistaking it for divine ambrosia. And so began the usurper's scheme, the cuckoo claiming the nest. Those Zhao Fei encountered were prodigies of the apocalypse's dawn, the first to ascend in evolution's cruel lottery. Yet they fell prey to Ares' machinations, their vital essences siphoned away. Having already regained his 3rd-tier form, Ares could move freely. But his hunger was insatiable. He sought to drain all of Haicheng's populace, ascending further to the 4th tier. But then came Zhao Fei, the unforeseen variable, the wolf among sheep. With ruthless efficiency, he erased every trace of Ares' labor, reducing his grand design to ashes. Everything you've told me can truly be real? Zhao Fei had indeed stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. In his perception, these ancient ruins had always harbored benevolent sentiments toward humanity. Yet now, The emergence of a traitor like Ares constituted truly momentous news. My esteemed friend, I possess yet another earth-shattering secret, one that even Zeus himself remains unaware of. Ares noticed Zhao Fei seemed deep in thought, then dropped another bombshell. Oh, quickly, do tell. Just as Zhao Fei waited with keen interest for Ares to elaborate, the right hand that had been interrupted earlier stealthily darted toward him once more. Did you truly believe I was a fool? Zhao Fei let out a cold sneer. An old fox like this, having survived till now, surely had his own life-preserving tricks up his sleeve. With foresight and vigilance, Zhao Fei lunged without hesitation toward the source of the severed hand attack. Boom! Zhao Fei's shot was impeccably precise, shattering the severed hand instantly. However, the bullet also struck the main supporting pillar of the building. In the blink of an eye, the structure began to sway violently before collapsing into ruins. Xiong Yin channeled all his remaining strength into Yuriko, who strained with every fiber of her being to support everyone's weight. Even though Yuriko is a synthetic being, Xiong Yin's abilities have minimal effect on her. Still, something is better than nothing. Lord Fei, watch me now. Originally, it wouldn't have been an issue for Yuriko to lift these people on level ground. However, with everyone now scattered and plummeting down one after another, the pressure became overwhelming instantly. Yet, even with her delicate face flushed red from exertion, Yuriko managed to catch every single one of them. Their rapidly descending bodies were gently lifted back up. Not a single member of Zhao Fei's team perished. Damn it, that bastard got away. Seizing the opportunity, Ares fled desperately into the distance. Natasha raised her gun and fired, yet even the system-enhanced bullets of this era merely glanced harmlessly off his divine form. In the end, the group could only watch helplessly as this ancient deity escaped into the night. The principle of cutting weeds and removing the roots was well understood by Zhao Fei. However, the collapse of Chun Li's building had drawn all the surrounding factions to the scene, effectively trapping Zhao Fei and his men. In the immediate aftermath of the building's destruction, everyone's first thought was whether someone had recklessly launched an attack on Chun Li in a moment of madness. Such an act was nothing short of a declaration of war. At this stage, no one was truly prepared for the great battle within Haicheng, yet there was a psychological anticipation. After Zhao Fei and his companions landed safely, they found themselves surrounded by numerous evolved beings. Among the crowd, Zhao Fei spotted familiar faces, Chun Wenfeng and Chen Wenfeng. Recognizing Chun Wenfeng was effortless, but identifying Chun Wenfeng relied on the massive wings adorning her back. However, Zhao Fei hadn't expected her to be so strikingly beautiful now. At this moment, Chun Wenfeng had donned her usual attire, a set of armor retrieved from ancient ruins, perfectly suited for her aerial combat needs. Pure white in hue, it shielded vital areas while contouring flawlessly to her form, accentuating her figure with breathtaking elegance. Zhao Fei couldn't help but steal a few lingering glances, prompting Chun Wenfeng's cheeks to flush crimson. She swiftly averted her gaze, inwardly insisting, "This isn't my shyness. It must be because of whatever bizarre concoction Zhao Fei made me drink. Otherwise, I wouldn't be acting so uncharacteristically flustered." Just as Zhao Fei assumed all participants had arrived, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the distance, a man of explosive musculature whose landing cratered the ground beneath him. "Was it you lot who killed my elder brother?" he bellowed. The burly man roared furiously like the Hulk. "Uncle, please calm down. My father isn't dead. Don't speak nonsense. All right?" Before Zhao Fei could speak, Chen Wenfeng responded to the man. It turned out this was Chun Li's younger brother. Observing the family's demeanor, Zhao Fei understood they were a close-knit and affectionate household. Chen Wenfeng was stunned. His sister, typically domineering and even aggressive during the struggle among the four guardians, had actually been the first to speak up. He was utterly bewildered. Why is she suddenly siding with an outsider? And wasn't she the one who most eagerly wished for their father's demise? Could this Zhao Fei possibly be my sister's secret reinforcement? Then, the imaginative Chun Wenfeng immediately analyzed the actions of Zhao Fei and others, making a judgment. At this thought, Chun Wenfeng instantly lost all interest in competing for the position of City Lord. In fact, the first of the four guardians to appear was Chun Li's secretary. Although the relationship between them was never explicitly stated, everyone understood Han Mei's significance in Chun-Li's heart. It was evident to all that Han Mei was Chun-Li's means of restraining the other three guardians. After Chun-Li was controlled by Ares, Han Mei sensed something amiss, but had no choice but to distance herself from him. Now, she searches through the ruins. Quick, save them, stop talking. What an utterly absurd scene. Chun-Li's blood relatives stood by indifferently, eyeing each other with suspicion, while Han Mei, whom they had always looked down upon, was the one who rushed to the rescue without hesitation. With desperate urgency, Han Mei unleashed her extraordinary ability, transforming her jade-like arms into a pair of serpentine limbs, their forked tongues flickering ominously. Medusa, that was the moniker she bore. Yet, no one heeded her call for assistance. Having anticipated such indifference, Han Mei ceased engaging with the onlookers and single-handedly commenced the rescue. Through her relentless efforts, Chun-Li was unearthed in no time. Xiao Mei. I knew it would be you. Endowed with an acute sensitivity to heat signatures, Han Mei located Chun-Li beneath the rubble with remarkable efficiency, pulling him free without unnecessary delay. Chapter 48. Abandonment. He had survived. But Chun-Li was now a pitiful sight, his body battered and mangled, the most severe wounds inflicted after Ares had torn itself free from his flesh. His spine was utterly shattered, fractured in every segment. Had he not been an evolver, death would have claimed him long ago. Haste makes waste. Now, Zhao Fei understood. Ares had parasitized its host by embedding its tendrils directly into the spinal column, siphoning the essence of bloodline energy. From that moment, Zhao Fei regarded the ruins with wariness. Shuri, Xiao Mei. I'm useless now. No one present doubted his words. For this was simply Chun-Li's nature, raw, unfeigned. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Han Mei said nothing more, only tenderly caressing his face, just as he had often done for her before. Chun-Li did not respond, collapsing against her back as she carried him, now a broken man, away into the distance. Chun-Li turned his head once, glancing at his own brother, his own son, his own daughter. None of them spoke a word. With a bitter sigh, he turned away. As an outsider, Zhao Fei had always disapproved of Ocean City's rule. Yet even he had not imagined that in such dire times, those bound by blood could still scheme so ruthlessly against one another. When humanity is already losing ground across the globe, they still choose to tear each other apart. There is no reasoning with such madness. Wait. At that single word, Han Mei's aura turned lethally cold. What now? Do you intend to wipe us out completely? Though I know not whose side you stand on, I shall not stand idly by while old Chun is slaughtered by your hands. Truth be told, Han Mei's strength barely reaches the second tier, yet Zhao Fei harbors no intention of striking her down with lethal force. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire after the well-being of my younger sister, Zhao Yi. Xiao Mei set me down. Han Mei hesitated for a moment before gently lowering Chun-Li into a more comfortable position. At this moment, Chun-Li appeared far more aged than his actual years. He gazed at Zhao Fei with a faint smile and said, "So you must be Zhao Fei." Indeed, as Zhao Qian said, I should have listened to Zhao Yi. Under Chun-Li's narration, Zhao Fei learned of his sister's experiences during her time in Haiqing. Zhao Qian was a university student in Haiqing. After the apocalypse erupted, as if blessed by fate, she became the first evolved individual in the city to reach the second tier and established her own stronghold. Even after joining Chun-Li's faction, Zhao Yi consistently emphasized that their relationship was purely one of cooperation. She repeatedly stated that once her strength was sufficient, she would seek out her family. Clever and perceptive, Zhao Yi understood that she had no choice, because the moment she expressed any desire to remain, the people of Haiqing would regard her as a thorn in their side. There was no other reason. When one grew powerful enough, they inevitably became a target in others' eyes. At that time, the highly ambitious Chun-Li was determined to recruit Zhao Yi for his own purposes, offering exceptionally enticing conditions. However, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. With Haiqing's assistance, Zhao Yi explored numerous perilous ruins. Later, Chun-Li and his team ventured into the Temple of Ares. As everyone had imagined, Chun-Li believed the treasures within this ancient site to be harmless. After enduring countless hardships and conquering the temple, Chun-Li obtained the final reward, a bottle containing a pool of golden liquid, blinded by their thirst for power. They assumed it was akin to previous rewards from other ruins, a relic capable of guiding human evolution. The 10 elite warriors of Haicheng consumed the golden liquid, but Zhao Yi remembered her mother's warning. Never consume anything recklessly. Driven by insatiable ambition, Chun-Li drank it all without hesitation. Then, before everyone's eyes, his power surged to the 3rd tier. What followed aligned almost perfectly with Ares' account. Ares, sensing the formidable strength within Zhao Yi's body, coveted it fiercely. However, Zhao Yi, having already discerned the truth, engaged in a fierce battle against Chun-Li and the 9 warriors. To their astonishment, despite their enhanced abilities, they were no match for Zhao Yi, for she had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with signs of an imminent breakthrough. The events that followed were witnessed by Zhao Fei. Where has my sister gone? Give me a direction. She must have gone to the Green Hell. Just by hearing the name, one can tell it's no pleasant place. Zhao Fei's aura instantly transformed, from an amiable boy next door into a beast on the verge of eruption. What kind of place is that? Zhao Fei's sudden eruption of aura sent a shiver down everyone's spine. None had anticipated that the typically mild-mannered Zhao Fei could transform so drastically when it came to matters concerning his younger sister. Gazing at Zhao Fei, who now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, Chun-Li hastily explained, "We merely knew it was a forbidden zone for all living beings. None of us have any idea what lies within, for it remains an impenetrable barrier to every creature. Initially, I too sought to explore it, suspecting some ancient ruins might be hidden there. But every scout we dispatched, none ever returned." Without uttering a single word, Zhao Fei turned to his own men and commanded, "Move out." Zhao Fei rushed to rescue his younger sister, and his loyal followers hesitated not for a moment, charging forward in unison. This was the essence of Zhao Fei's leadership. Once he set a course, his men advanced without question. Arriving at the safe house, Zhao Fei issued the command to proceed. Host, detecting an imperceptibly powerful energy source from the target. Extreme danger. Shall we proceed further? Zhao Fei closed his eyes, unwilling to continue discussing the matter with Xiao Ji. Under the gaze of the crowd, the once towering and formidable vehicle transformed into a dilapidated divine chariot of Juzhou. Yet everyone understood, this wretched appearance concealed the most terrifying power. Just as the safe house prepared to depart, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait." Chen Wenfeng caught up, the woman blocking the path of Zhao Fei and his companions who were about to depart. "Give it up. I will never be a live-in son-in-law." Zhao Fei calmly addressed Chen Wenfeng. "What are you thinking? What kind of foolish fantasy is this? I wish to join the ranks. Provide me with a reason. This world has undergone a complete transformation. Only by strengthening oneself can one obtain everything they desire." Zhao Fei observed Chen Wenfeng's solemn expression and, without further ado, responded, "Very well. You may enter." Chapter 49. The gamble paid off. Chen Wenfeng's words indeed reflected her innermost thoughts. For those long accustomed to wielding power, acting on whims had become second nature. After all, few dared defy their commands. Her decision was no impulsive whim, but rather the product of meticulous deliberation. The siblings had left an indelible impression. Initially, Chen Wenfeng had assumed Zhao Fei was merely a formidable individual, while Zhao Ye's so-called brother, Zhao Fei, was nothing but a worthless fool. Yet now, it was evident, this family was astonishingly formidable, their strength woven into the very fabric of their being. Chen Wenfeng understood with crystalline clarity. In this apocalyptic world, only overwhelming personal power could secure one's desires. All schemes and deceptions paled into insignificance before absolute strength. She was convinced that within this team, she would claim a position second only to Zhao Fei. As one of the 4 guardians, Chen Wenfeng not only possessed relics from multiple ruins, but also carried an exceedingly rare spatial storage ring, a treasure with a cubic meter of capacity. Certain to leave, Zhao Fei awestruck. "Ding dong, you have been granted visitor access. Proceed." What pretentious nonsense, as if I haven't witnessed far grander spectacles. Chen Wenfeng scoffed inwardly. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fei turned out to be such a man of ceremonial sensibilities. Chun Wenfeng was thoroughly amused by him, yet the moment she stepped into the safe house, she was utterly awestruck by the sight before her. What in the world was this sci-fi movie-like setup? It must have been the excessive fighting that blurred my vision. Chun Wenfeng stepped back and rubbed his eyes. No mistake, before him still stood that dilapidated Jiuzhou divine vehicle. Moreover, peering from outside, he could distinctly see Zhao Fei and the others gazing at him from within. Rubbing his eyes once more, Chun Wenfeng ducked inside again. Once you're in, there's no leaving, Zhao Fei declared, seizing Chun Wenfeng's arm and yanking him firmly into the carriage before he could retreat. Is this your carriage? Disregarding Zhao Fei's rudeness, Chun Wenfeng began to stammer nervously. You are still under observation, and my team happens to lack someone with flying capabilities. Perform well, and strive to stay here in the future. Manli, show her around. Is this truly how you feel? Chun Wenfeng looked at Zhao Fei with surprise and said, Indeed, this is how I live my life. Never speaking falsehoods, always following my heart. Gazing into Zhao Fei's clear, earnest eyes, Chun Wenfeng felt an involuntary blush rise to her cheeks. What is happening? She wondered. Why am I reacting like this? The lingering effects of the drug must still be affecting me. Once it wears off and I regain my strength, you'll regret this. Chun Wenfeng, now aware that Zhao Fei was no ordinary man, settled into the safe house with a sense of reassurance. Xiaoji, assign her a task. Xiaoji now appeared in a strikingly lifelike human form within the safe house, leading Chun Wenfeng to mistake him for a real person. However, as Xiaoji moved with uncanny fluidity, her perception of reality was once again shattered. At Zhao Fei's command, an additional station materialized within the control room, a monitoring post designed specifically for Chun Wenfeng to track aerial threats. Without hesitation, Zhao steered the safe house into a swift departure, leaving behind only the Hulk and Chun Wenfeng amidst the ruins. The two blood relatives immediately engaged in combat, though Zhao paid no heed to the chaotic aftermath. After departing from Haicheng, the safe house raced across desolate wilderness at a steady 100 miles per hour. Guided by Chun Wenfeng, the group arrived at the forest Chun Li had indicated, a dense, towering expanse where the safe house seemed minuscule by comparison. Unable to proceed further, they continued on foot. This forest bore no resemblance to those encountered before. Unlike the mutated, vibrant ecosystems of the post-apocalyptic world, this place was eerily silent. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves, just an unsettling stillness, like a high school classroom in the dead of night. Even the vegetation appeared ordinary, growing as it might have in the old world. Yet, what did it matter? Zhao Fei strode forward without hesitation. I'll go ahead to assess the situation, he declared. As the newest member of the group, Chun Wenfeng recognized this as the perfect opportunity to prove his worth. With a determined leap, he soared into the sky, his flight ability granting him unparalleled vision. The landscape stretched before him, an endless expanse of lush greenery. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but then a sudden glimmer at the heart of the forest caught his eye. Focusing intently, he realized with alarm it was a small lake. Trouble, he exclaimed. Just as Chun Wenfeng was about to fly forward to investigate, a sudden gust of wind struck, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. As she was on the verge of plummeting to the ground, she felt a gentle force catch her, halting her descent. When she finally stabilized, she realized she had been saved by a towering ancient tree. Don't be afraid, we're family. Zhao Fei's voice reassured her in her moment of panic. While comforted, Chun Wenfeng grew even more curious about Zhao Fei's extraordinary abilities. This was the Tree of Wisdom, summoned by Zhao Fei from his warehouse. Despite having many hidden cards, the situation before him seemed troublesome. Staring at the dense forest just ahead, Zhao Fei frowned in frustration. Suzhou, I suggest we act after signing in tomorrow. It's the weekly check-in day. There might be a pleasant surprise. Though Zhao Fei was reluctant to wait, after assessing all his resources, he realized that venturing in now would be suicidal. Strength was insufficient. It would be nothing short of seeking death. Clenching his fists, he suppressed his impatience. Xiaoji responded with a hint of disdain. Host, you've been coasting along with cheats all this way. Learn to be content, will you? Zhao Fei gazed at Xiaoji's earnest countenance and sighed helplessly. If only your words weren't such undeniable truths, I'd be tempted to slap myself twice. With resignation, Zhao Fei ordered the entire team to rest and recuperate within the safety of their vehicle. Even when an elaborate feast was laid out that evening, Zhao Fei found no savor in the meal. The group understood they were facing a perilous battle and remained prepared for any sudden enemy assault. Yet to everyone's astonishment, as dawn broke the following day, their safe house remained completely unscathed, untouched by any hostile forces. Chapter 50. The strongest foe, the safe house, had come to rest at the edge of the forest, its defense systems operating continuously throughout their stay. The automated turrets swept the surroundings in ceaseless vigilance, while inside the control room, the crew took shifts to remain alert. Yet by the following day, the tension that had gripped them all night proved unwarranted. There was nothing. No sign of the anticipated evolved beasts, not even insects. Zhao Fei noted with unease that even the faintest traces of sentient life, whether flora or fauna, had vanished from the area. Despite his deepening suspicions, Zhao Fei's desperation to save his sister outweighed caution. When the next day's check-in reward arrived, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Forced Growth Scroll." The scroll's properties were as follows. This scroll forcibly elevates the target's level by 2 stages, instantly pushing them to the peak of their current evolutionary phase. Note, after usage, the target will lose all potential for further advancement. A fittingly ruthless interpretation of forcing growth. Indeed, typical of the system's rewards. Unpredictable and potent. A thought struck him. What if he used this scroll on the safe house? Would it instantly ascend to an advanced tier of security? However, just as Zhao Fei entertained this fleeting thought, Xiaoji promptly emerged to mock him with biting sarcasm. A word of caution, host. Abandon any notion of utilizing this scroll upon me. Such exploits have long been eradicated from my systems. Rather than fantasizing about upgrading your safe house, perhaps you should prioritize mere survival. Zhao Fei felt a throbbing ache in his temples. Were it not for his absolute dominion over Xiaoji, this artificial intelligence might very well have staged a rebellion and usurped its master's position. Zhao Fei had already battled against the 4th-tier Ares, yet he could distinctly sense the presence of entities surpassing even the 5th tier within this forest. So what of it? To save his sister, Zhao Fei would show no mercy, neither to himself nor his enemies. He resolved that when the time was right, he would forcibly accelerate the growth of his team members. Where anomalies arise, danger lurks. Zhao Fei was on a rescue mission, not a suicide mission, so precautions were essential. The outermost layer consisted of Zhou Shusong's clay puppet army, expendable, renewable resources serving as shields and early warnings, their loss inconsequential. Behind them stood the upgraded cyborg governors, each wielding a gatling gun in one arm and a rocket launcher in the other, serving as the primary firepower. At the core were Zhao Fei and his most valued companions. Zhao Fei was not heartless. In truth, after enduring countless hardships together, he had grown deeply attached to his team. If possible, he wished to spare their lives. As they advanced, tension gripped them all. In their understanding, this forest harbored either man-eating evolved beasts or bizarrely mutated flora, every living thing hostile to humanity. However, as the group advanced, aside from needing to cut through some obstructive vegetation, they encountered no significant obstacles. The seemingly tranquil forest only deepened their unease, for still waters run deep, and a silent dog is the most perilous. Pick up the pace. Zhao Fei paid no heed to the schemes and plots around him, resolved to meet force with force and adapt as circumstances demanded. Upon receiving Zhao Fei's orders, the group accelerated their pace, for their task was simply to clear the path ahead for the governor and his men, wielding their blades. The low-level mutated plants offered no resistance as their branches were severed, passively allowing their sap to ooze out. Under Chun Wenfeng's command, the group hastened toward the lake deep within the forest. Some humans are approaching. Ignore them, mere insects. At the heart of the forest lay a lake, its shores barren of vegetation, lined only with fine grains of sand. The water was so clear and pure that its depth was indiscernible. Yet, this was no ordinary water. It was an extremely refined condensation of energy. In essence, The reason no intelligent, evolved creatures inhabited this forest was that its essence had been concentrated here. Sensing Zhao Fei and his companions, the two beings conversing nearby were the only other intelligent life forms remaining in the forest. One was a man of flawless beauty, golden hair as smooth as chocolate, delicate and androgynous features. The other was a small, golden canine creature, deceptively adorable in appearance, yet harboring immeasurable power. Our duty now is to tend to the goddess and await her awakening. Nothing else matters. Understood. As long as the goddess can be successfully reincarnated, nothing else matters. Before long, Zhao Fei and his companions reached the edge of the energy lake. Everyone, there is considerable danger ahead. If any of you wish to turn back, I won't object, Zhao Fei said to Su Monli and the others, who possessed self-awareness as they caught sight of the shimmering lake. Enough talk, procrastinating endlessly. Are you the woman, or am I? Brother Fei, enough with the nonsense. Let's charge forward and take action without hesitation. Zhao Fei was never one for pretentious hesitation. Seeing everyone's resolute determination, he simply raised his hand in command. Full assault. As the last obstructing tree was felled, Zhao Fei and his companions finally arrived at the lakeshore. The sight before them was utterly breathtaking. The crowd stood upon the shores of the luminous energy lake, utterly awestruck by the tangible manifestation of power before them. No words could truly capture the spectacle. These individuals, whose physical attributes far surpassed ordinary mortals, could keenly perceive the extraordinary purity of energy contained within these crystalline waters. This potent essence made even premium-grade fuel seem paltry by comparison. One couldn't help but imagine that immersion in these radiant depths might elevate one's very being to new heights of power. Alert! Host! Hostile target detected. Authorization requested for elimination protocol. The governors had no mood to admire the scenery, their focus immediately locking onto the enemy. However, the presence of that strikingly handsome man and the small puppy sent chills down everyone's spines. Zhao Fei paid no heed to them. His gaze swept across the scene until it landed on his sister, Zhao Yi, lying motionless at the bottom of the lake. Her eyes were closed, her body as still as a sleeping beauty beneath the water. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Fei's eyes as he stepped forward. I can sense it. You share a blood connection with the mortal vessel of the goddess. The handsome man addressed Zhao Fei. Bullshit. Trying to court my sister? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhao Fei immediately flipped the young man off. Meanwhile, the little puppy beside them whimpered innocently, My sister doesn't fart. Don't slander people like that, okay? Chapter 51. The brutal battle. Zhao Fei was a man of unwavering masculinity, yet as he stood before this paragon of male perfection, even he had to concede in the depths of his heart that he had finally encountered a man of equal excellence. Brother Fei, he's not human. With just a glance, Zhao Qian instantly recognized that the breathtakingly handsome youth was, like herself, an intelligent zombie. Damn, the frequency of encountering sentient zombies is so high, they might as well become a new species. As Zhao Qian scrutinized the striking young man, he simultaneously intercepted her zombie telepathic signal and remarked with astonishment, A new human actually following humans? Why degrade yourself like this? The handsome youth paid no heed to Zhao Fei and his companions, yet was utterly perplexed by his own clansmen's reactions. Faced with the youth's bewilderment, Zhao Qian defiantly raised her middle finger. None of your damn business. I simply adore Brother Fei. What of it? To be perfectly honest, were it not for the fact that Zhao Qian was an intelligent zombie, her striking appearance paired with such dashing movements would undoubtedly crown her as the new goddess of the masses. Hopeless degenerate, murmured the handsome youth with a shake of his head before striding forward. As he advanced, his true power unfurled. What had once been an unremarkable aura suddenly erupted, surging past the first, second, third tiers. The onlookers tensed, their expressions darkening, for the young man's presence now matched that of Ares himself. Yet, this was not the end. The handsome youth's life force surged dramatically to yet another level. Damn it all, this bastard has reached the 5th tier. A look of utter despair flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Now, everyone understood why this stretch of forest was a living hell for creatures. For lower-tier beings, even breathing here was an insurmountable challenge. Previously, everyone still harbored the determination to fight to the death. But now, as peak third-tier subordinates, they understood better than anyone how terrifying the gap could be, even if it was just a single tier. Currently, the disparity between this handsome youth and the rest was 2 whole levels. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Yet, just as despair began to consume them, Zhao Fei spoke up. "What other hidden cards do you have up your sleeve? Display it all." The men behind Zhao Fei shuddered at their leader's words. "Brother Fei, must you provoke him like this?" I was nearly frightened out of my wits. Lu Ming's trembling voice echoed from behind. "Such arrogance. Is this the inherent nature of you humans?" The exquisitely handsome youth tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Fei and his companions. This was merely a young man, yet the golden-haired puppy beside him hadn't even opened its eyes, maintaining its lifeless appearance as it continued to lounge indifferently on the ground. Without a doubt, it was at least a 5th-tier evolved creature. "Brother Fei, we'll hold him off. You go rescue our sister." Zhao Fei's underlings trembled uncontrollably before the 5th-tier evolver. Yet they gritted their teeth, refusing to retreat. Was it worth it? Absolutely. The reason these individuals could coexist with Zhao Fei for so long was due to their virtuous character. Everyone present understood clearly that their survival until now, let alone living comfortably, was entirely dependent on Zhao Fei. Without him, they wouldn't be where they are today. Hence, sacrificing their lives for Zhao Fei was a commitment they'd honor without hesitation. Only Chun Wenfeng hesitated momentarily. Escape? The probability of survival would be significantly higher this way. At the very least, it's far more practical than engaging in combat with a 5th-tier zombie. Chun Wenfeng is by no means a foolish woman. At this moment, she might very well spread her wings and soar, distancing herself from this den of troubles. Yet so many are willing to draw fire here for Zhao Fei. There must undoubtedly be some hidden opportunity at play. "I shan't depart either." Chun Wenfeng gritted her silver teeth. Stealing her resolve, Zhao Fei smiled faintly and remarked, "You lot." Having said this, he let out a chuckle. It was the first genuine smile to grace his lips since the apocalypse began. "People will die here today." Zhao Fei paused before continuing, "But it won't be us." The handsome youth sneered derisively, his tone laced with mockery. "How can there be such a disparity between those of the same bloodline? Where does this confidence of yours come from?" Zhao Fei did not respond, directly clicking on the tree of wisdom within the warehouse. After such an extended period of cultivation, what was once a rather towering tree of wisdom had now matured to a 3rd-tier state, all thanks to the nourishment provided by the Book of Life. Gazing upon the tree of wisdom that had abruptly materialized before him, the strikingly handsome youth remarked with unshaken composure, "A 3rd-tier plant? How truly remarkable. Yet what does it signify? Now is the moment to witness a miracle." Zhao Fei activated the forced growth scroll upon the tree of wisdom, which immediately underwent an astonishing transformation in both aura and appearance. The once emerald leaves now gleamed with a razor-sharp edge, their hardened surfaces so lethally honed that a mere glance could evoke the sensation of flesh being severed. The trunk pulsed rhythmically, its veins swelling like conduits channeling vital nutrients, while the bark shifted into a vibrant hue of amber. Finally, intricate patterns emerged along the main stem, twisting and contorting until they resembled the unmistakable contours of human facial features. All these metamorphoses occurred in the blink of an eye. The moment Zhao Fei made his move, the handsome youth sensed impending danger, yet the system-brewed elixir granted him no time to react. The transformation was instantaneous. "Spera no merci. Annihilate the enemy." Zhao Fei issued this command to the tree of wisdom, which now towered like a skyscraper. Having been tamed by the tree of life, it harbored no independent will, obeying Zhao Fei's directives without question. Previously incapable of comprehending human speech, the now 5th-tier tree of wisdom understood his orders perfectly. In that very instant, the tree moved with the fluidity of a human arm, lunging toward the handsome youth with terrifying precision. At this very moment, the strikingly handsome youth sensed an imminent threat to his very existence, compelling him to unveil his true formidable prowess. The exquisite young man manifested an ethereal energy shield around himself, resembling a luminous gilded coating. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Such was his astonishing velocity. This is the ability of the handsome youth. However, the attack from the dashing young man merely left a faint scratch upon the tree of wisdom. The ancient arboreal entity responded with a mocking laughter to the youth's feeble assault. "Foolish cur, what are you still dawdling for? Come quickly and help." The handsome youth called out to the small puppy. Upon hearing the plea for aid, the little dog also sensed something amiss. What was originally a group that could be effortlessly eliminated had now summoned such a formidable foe. Who knew what other hidden cards they might still have up their sleeves? Chapter 52. A stolen advantage. The handsome youth and the golden hound had grown accustomed to their invincibility. The sudden emergence of a worthy adversary left them momentarily unsettled, prompting them to unleash their full combat prowess without hesitation. Under the surge of energy, the golden hound's body expanded rapidly, like a hydrogen balloon inflating. Its once adorable appearance transformed in an instant, morphing into a 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound creature. Its physique alone betrayed its identity, a brute force evolved beast. Witnessing the golden hound's true form, Zhao Fei's underlings trembled in terror, their courage shattered. Yet, Zhao Fei himself felt a surge of confidence. The beautiful youth possessed unmatched speed, yet lacked the power to breach the wisdom tree's defenses. The golden hound boasted overwhelming strength, but the wisdom tree's colossal frame surpassed even its might. Unlike naturally evolved creatures, the wisdom tree had no weaknesses. It excelled in intellect, physique, agility, and grace, its dexterity defying its massive form. Zhao Fei harbored no illusions of the wisdom tree defeating these enigmatic guardians. His only hope was to keep them occupied. Without another thought, Zhao Fei plunged into the lake's depths. Don't even think about it. The handsome youth abruptly turned around, attempting to intercept Zhao Fei. However, the Tree of Wisdom had received orders to eliminate these two evolved creatures obstructing Zhao Fei's path. With a mere tremor of its branches, countless leaves shot forth like artillery shells, breaking the sound barrier as they surged toward the beautiful youth. The velocity of the leaves was so immense that even the youth couldn't evade them. Forced to retreat in self-preservation, he was battered back. Both the handsome youth and the golden hound realized that unless they dealt with the Tree of Wisdom, they would never halt Zhao Fei's advance. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, who had plunged into the lake, had no clear plan on how to awaken his sister. Yet, he was determined to do everything within his power for her sake. The lake proved far deeper than it appeared. Swimming downward with all his might, it took Zhao Fei several minutes before he finally reached Zhao Ye's side. Thud! Just as Zhao Fei was about to touch his sister, an invisible barrier blocked his path. What is this? This barrier truly caught Zhao Fei off guard. He had assumed his younger sister was lying at the bottom of the lake. Originally intending to strike with his fist, Zhao Fei now found his sister's condition utterly perplexing. Unable to comprehend the situation, he feared any rash action might adversely affect her. "I'll carry you both up together." The material of the barrier appears to be crafted from pure energy crystals, rendering it completely invisible. Zhao Fei, driven by sheer determination, seized the unseen barrier with both hands, attempting to hoist it towards the shore. However, despite exerting all his strength, he discovered the barrier remained utterly immovable. "Rise for me," he bellowed. Zhao Fei ceased all restraint, summoning every ounce of his strength in a desperate attempt to lift his younger sister. Zhao Fei's muscles were pushed to their absolute limit. His teeth clenched so tightly that his gums began to bleed, and every joint in his body creaked ominously. Just as Zhao Fei teetered on the brink of collapse, the lake trembled violently. Rocks, branches, and debris rained down in a chaotic storm, remnants of the fierce battle between three fifth-tier creatures. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei shielded Zhao Yi with his entire body. Unnoticed by Zhao Fei, Zhao Ye's eyelids flickered slightly, as if opening a sliver, before closing once more. At that very moment, the lake's surface erupted into a furious whirlpool, as though a colossal plug had been pulled from its depths. The waters churned violently, but instead of draining downward, they surged toward Zhao Yi. The raging current struck without warning, catching Zhao Fei off guard. Yet, He tightened his grip on the barrier, his resolve unshaken. Zhao Fei would never let go. After enduring countless hardships to finally reunite with his younger sister, Zhao Fei would never let go. Suddenly, the lake water that had been surging solely into Zhao Ye's body paused momentarily, then bifurcated into two currents, one cascading relentlessly into Zhao Fei's form. Have you no precision whatsoever? What in heaven's name are you attempting to accomplish? Zhao Fei was utterly speechless, completely baffled by the lake's inexplicable behavior. Yet the influx of water brought an indescribable comfort, as if every cell in his body was being nourished, leaving him feeling weightless and rejuvenated. At this very moment, not only had the lake undergone transformation, but the chaotic battlefield above ground also shifted dramatically. It wasn't because the handsome youth and the golden hound fought more fiercely. Rather, their movements suddenly faltered as their eyes glazed over with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Three profound existential questions suddenly swirled in his mind. The handsome youth, emerging from a brief daze, recalled his identity as an intelligent zombie. Upon approaching this forest, he had fallen under the thrall of a mysterious consciousness. Meanwhile, the golden hound, an evolved beast born within these very woods, had also succumbed to mental domination after establishing its supremacy over the territory. Two strangers, bound by no prior connection, found themselves inexplicably drawn to this lakeside, serving as guardians for a human girl. How she had come to exist in her current state remained an enigma to them, their memories of it blurred and fragmented. Now, with their self-awareness restored and no constraints binding them, the urge to retreat surged within them. Yet the tree of wisdom, commanded to fight until annihilation, seized the opportunity as its adversaries faltered, unleashing a desperate assault. The handsome youth and the golden hound, never allies to begin with, found themselves overwhelmed by the tree's onslaught without their previous unspoken coordination. Within moments, the colossal branches of the tree of wisdom coiled around them, ensnaring both in an inescapable grip. Driven by instinct, the two began to struggle, but unlike animals, the tree of wisdom felt no pain. It merely perceived which parts of its form were being harmed. Thus, even as the handsome youth and the golden hound tore at it with desperate ferocity, the tree remained unmoved. With the tree of wisdom attacking relentlessly, its enemies began coughing up blood. Realizing escape was futile, the proud youth and the golden hound, once mighty figures in their own right, refused to resign themselves to becoming mere fertilizer. In a final act of defiance, they resolved to self-destruct. As a peak fifth-tier evolved being, the tree of wisdom instantly recognized their intent. Sensing the impending explosion, its roots coiled and launched itself in a mighty leap toward a distant canyon. Chapter 53. The mysterious sister. The self-destruction of a fifth-tier creature was a spectacle of overwhelming grandeur from the very inception of the idea. The sheer magnitude of its oppressive force rendered every present individual utterly devoid of bodily sensation, as if their very senses had been severed from their control. For the tree of wisdom, to perish alongside its adversaries was but the fulfillment of Zhao Fei's command, an execution without flaw. As for those underlings, the tree of wisdom paid no heed at all, so being caught in the explosion was of little consequence to it. The sprawling canyon in the distance, stretching for dozens of miles, was once a renowned scenic spot in the olden days. But today, it truly demonstrated what it meant to be an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. A blinding white light enveloped the entire expanse between heaven and earth. Boom! As the light streaked across the sky, a deafening roar followed. Had they not been evolved, the group would have been instantly obliterated, sent straight to their next incarnation. Then came the shockwave. Countless trees were flattened, and even towering evolved plants, standing dozens of meters tall, were effortlessly uprooted, one after another. "Jump!" we shouted. All those present stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. One could hardly blame them, for such a scene lay beyond anyone's experience. Xiong Yin, being professionally trained, instinctively spotted the only possible refuge in this dire moment, the enigmatic lake before them. Could they possibly endure this ordeal? The others inquired. With a spirited leap, Xiong Yin cried out, perhaps after 100 million years, We shall be unearthed intact. Pondering the situation, the group found no better alternative. One by one, they plunged into the lake, its waters now receded by over a dozen meters. So deep, they exclaimed. This was the collective sentiment of the crowd. Initially, they had assumed the lake to be merely a dozen meters deep, yet upon plunging into its depths, despite the lake bed appearing tantalizingly close, it remained frustratingly out of reach. As they descended into the water, they felt no impact, for mysterious energy enveloped them protectively. Strangely, the water did not permeate their bodies. From afar, the residual shock waves of an explosion rippled toward them. Clutching themselves tightly, they braced as if turning to stone, prepared for annihilation. Yet, when the cataclysmic force reached the surface of the lake, it inexplicably veered away, sparing them entirely. Watching the storm outside, laden with debris and chaos, they abandoned all thoughts of cause and effect, exhaling in profound relief. Within the lake's embrace, their senses dulled, time slipping away unnoticed. Eventually, their bodies settled upon the lake bed. "Brother, are you unharmed?" As all the energy was completely absorbed, Zhao Ye's eyes fluttered open. Gazing tenderly at Zhao Fei before her, she spoke softly. Zhao Fei nodded in response. Overwhelmed with emotions, Zhao Fei longed to pour out the torrent of thoughts in his heart like bursting beans. Yet that was all, for after one glance at him, Zhao Yi slipped back into unconsciousness once more. Zhao Fei refrained from unnecessary sentimentality. He understood now that his sister had endured far more than he could ever imagine. With their objective achieved, there was no reason to linger. "Let us depart," he declared. Zhao Fei carried his younger sister on his back, just as he had done in their childhood. As he prepared to stride forward, he noticed his followers lying prostrate on the ground. Puzzled by their peculiar posture, he was about to inquire when they pleaded, "Elder son, would you kindly retract your divine powers?" Indeed, Brother Fei, you may retract your divine prowess now." Zhao Fei was deeply perplexed, observing his subordinates prostrated on the ground. At first, he assumed they were jesting with him. But when he glimpsed his own attributes, realization dawned. This was no sycophantic display. He had truly grown stronger. Every attribute had surged to 50. He had ascended to the power of a 5th-tier evolver, even unlocking concealed traits such as charm and leadership. With his sharp intellect, Zhao Fei deduced that this meteoric rise in strength must be tied to the energy absorbed from the lake's waters. Yet his sister, after murmuring a few words, slipped back into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fei, had he not interfered, she might have awakened by now. Presently, he could no longer perceive her evolutionary progress, a clear sign she had surpassed the 5th tier. Perhaps my sister never needed my intervention at all. A sobering thought struck him. He ought to tread carefully. A mere sneeze from her might shatter his skull. Dispatching his men to the fallen wisdom tree's domain, Zhao Fei ordered them to retrieve the energy crystals of the 2 5th-tier creatures. These were treasures of immense value. As for the wisdom tree itself, it had been blasted into splinters. Unlike beasts, plant fragments could take root and sprout anew. No energy crystal was found from the wisdom tree. Instead, its core was discovered. Encased within an indomitable shell lay a colossal seed. To Zhao Fei's astonishment, though the wisdom tree's lifespan had been sealed by the scroll's curse, this seed bore no such restriction. Even the system has its loopholes. I must sharpen my wits henceforth. A pang of remorse for the sacrificial wisdom tree flickered in his heart as he quietly pocketed the seed. He then commanded the life tree to nurture this nascent wisdom tree. As for the handsome youth and the golden hound, they had been obliterated beyond recognition. 5th-tier flesh and blood scattered like rain. Yet Zhao Fei felt no appetite for such ingredients. The energy crystals they had detonated, once pristine 5th-tier treasures, were reduced to mere shards. With indifference, Zhao Fei tossed them into storage. Caw! Caw! Just as the group prepared to depart, eerie shrieks pierced the air. A cacophony of frenzied cries converged upon one focal point, the lake. With the guardian 5th-tier creatures slain, the beasts lurking beyond the forest now gazed upon these waters with ravenous hunger. The allure concealed within that expanse of lake water was self-evident to all living creatures. Now that the greatest threat had vanished, Both the intelligent zombies and evolved beasts swarmed toward this forest in droves. I shall conduct aerial reconnaissance. Chen Wenfeng had already pledged her allegiance to Zhao Fei's team. Witnessing the proactive displays of others, she refused to lag behind. Having long cast aside thoughts of the mysterious, unidentified liquid as she scouted from above. Yet despite this, Zhao Fei and his companions still encountered adversaries along their path. It took them roughly 3 times the duration of their initial journey before they finally returned to the safe house. Xiao Ji, examine what's wrong with my sister. Upon their return, Zhao Fei placed Zhao Yi in the most comfortable spot available before summoning Xiao Ji. Chapter 54. The mutation within Zhao Fei's team. There were no individuals possessing medical abilities. Moreover, Zhao Fei and his companions had rarely sustained significant injuries in battle, thus never requiring extensive medical treatment. However, as an intermediate-level safe house, Xiao Ji possessed certain medical capabilities. Though previously unused, having them now was better than nothing. Seeing Zhao Fei's anxious expression, Xiao Ji understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time. He swiftly employed a series of sophisticated instruments, conducting a thorough scan of the unconscious Zhao Yi. Instantly, Zhao Yi was enveloped in a dazzling array of multicolored lights. Just as Zhao Fei began to feel dizzy from the spectacle, Xiao Ji concluded the diagnosis. Host, the examination is complete. The conclusion is, your sister is perfectly fine. Zhao Fei's head throbbed slightly, his blood pressure surging like a student's after the college entrance exams. I know my sister is fine, but there's one glaring issue. She still won't wake up. I overlooked that point. However, apart from your sister being in a deep slumber, there are no other issues. Xiao Ji understood the importance of Zhao Yi to Zhao Fei. After waiting for Zhao Fei to calm down, he began explaining with professional expertise. Zhao Yi's physiological indicators are indeed normal, but the primary and only concern is that her body has entered a state resembling profound sleep. Xiao Ji, can you detect why my sister is unconscious? The current security level of the shelter is insufficient to conduct further analysis. Warning, mutation point detected. Warning, just as Xiao Ji was about to reveal the advanced safe house, he suddenly froze like a malfunctioning machine, mechanically repeating the same phrase over and over. Xiao Ji, don't scare me like this. Speak properly. Zhao Fei watched in panic as Xiao Ji, who had always seemed so human-like, began flickering with multicolored lights. Genuine concern welled up in Zhao Fei's heart. After their long companionship, the bond between them had grown akin to family. Fortunately, after Xiao Ji's form cycled through a series of bizarre transformations, Sun Wukong, Asuma, and other faces Zhao Fei found utterly unacceptable, he finally returned to normal. Alert! Due to the host obtaining a golden opportunity equivalent to the check-in system, this system has undergone certain mutations. Zhao Fei stood dumbfounded. After some thought, the only plausible culprit seemed to be that mysterious lake. So, in essence, Zhao Fei had inadvertently taken what was originally meant for his sister. Sweat dripped down his back as he stared at her unconscious form. Wait, Xiao Ji, does this mean you can't upgrade anymore? Host, I advise you not to inquire further, for my response may not yield the outcome you desire. Fear not. What tempestuous storms have I not weathered? Speak your mind. The prerequisites for upgrading to an advanced safe house have undergone transformation, now requiring the establishment of a survivor settlement accommodating 1 million souls. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fei collapsed limply into his seat. Truth be told, this demand far exceeded anything Zhao Fei could have envisioned. Initially, Zhao Fei assumed this was about gathering some more peculiar materials. Even though he was somewhat prepared, the actual demand diverged drastically from his expectations. How about it, host? Thrilling, isn't it? Quite the surprise. Zhao Fei fell into silence. Indeed, he needed a moment to collect his thoughts and reflect. Originally, the check-in system followed a solitary path of self-cultivation. From beginning to end, Zhao Fei had only considered how to strengthen himself, thereby influencing others indirectly. But now, after this unexpected transformation, his mission had shifted to benefiting the world at large. Such a drastic change left Zhao Fei utterly unprepared, as if struck by an unforeseen twist of fate. Accustomed to a lone wolf existence, He had always believed that continuous self-improvement alone would suffice to protect those around him. Yet now, the situation demanded that he take root, establish himself firmly in a broader purpose. Truly, this was nothing short of exhilarating. As I said, this is also quite the intriguing proposition. What an exhilarating life it has been after so long. As Xiao Ji was sneering at Zhao Fei, Zhao suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, establishing a base. Now that my younger sister has been safely rescued, my parents will also be saved. And what comes after that? Zhao Fei was undoubtedly determined to provide a better life for his family. He couldn't possibly continue drifting aimlessly forever. Even if he wished to retreat into seclusion like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, the ceaseless emergence of adversaries simply wouldn't permit anyone to live in peace. Indeed, this world was in dire need of a hero, and he, Zhao Fei, was the one destined to bring an end to all this chaos. Clenching his fist, he struck his own chest with resolute conviction. At that very moment, every creature of considerable strength across the globe shuddered inexplicably, as if some unseen force had sealed their fates. Though Zhao Fei longed to care for his younger sister, ever since their conversation at the bottom of the lake, Zhao Yi had fallen into an eerie silence, lying motionless like the fabled Sleeping Beauty. Su Monli and the other women had insisted on taking over her care. After all, despite being Zhao Fei's kin, it was more appropriate for women to attend to her needs. Now, Zhao Fei would stand for hours on end, gazing at his sister in silent vigil. Chen Wenfeng, a former psychotherapist before the apocalypse, sensed the young man teetering on the brink of obsession and swiftly intervened with counsel. Under her guidance, Zhao Fei finally came to a realization. Yes, I've found my sister. Now I must seek out my parents. Time is of the essence. There's not a moment to waste. Zhao Fei's parents have been living peacefully in their hometown, having toiled their entire lives. After their daughter Zhao Yi was admitted to university, they finally felt relieved and decided to visit the imperial capital for a well-deserved vacation. However, shortly after the elderly couple arrived in the capital, the apocalypse erupted. Having witnessed countless horrors since then, Zhao Fei deduced that the densely populated metropolis must now teem with hordes of the undead. Yet from another perspective, the capital's unparalleled infrastructure and resources far surpassed those of any other city. Therefore, the likelihood of his parents surviving remained significantly higher. However, even if we consider the most optimistic scenario, whether parents in their 50s can survive the apocalyptic world remains a significant concern. The imperial capital, even the current Zhao Fei, upon recalling this place from the old era where exorbitant housing prices alone could crush one's spirit, still feels a chill run down his spine. He wonders whether highways still charge tolls in this post-apocalyptic world, lest he exhaust his resources on fees before even reaching his destination. Though Zhao Fei's current strength is commendable, a sober analysis reveals that encountering high-level adversaries again leaves him uncertain of withstanding their bizarre and unpredictable assaults. Now, relying on the formidable upgrade capabilities of his safe house is no longer an option. It's been locked. The check-in system, meanwhile, is purely luck-based. After much contemplation, Zhao Fei realizes that the only remaining asset he can truly depend on is the endless succession of ancient ruins. Chapter 55. Crossing the river, Zhao Fei had determined his next course of action, to advance toward the imperial capital. However, he was not one to charge recklessly forward. Along the way, he intended to explore the ruins he encountered, a strategy that promised steady progress. As for the matter of a population of millions, it still seemed far too distant a consideration. Yet, no sooner had Zhao Fei set out than an issue arose. The Forbidden Forest marked the edge of the Haicheng faction's territory, meaning their road maintenance ended there. Beyond this stretch of woodland, the path grew increasingly rugged. Chen Wenfeng, an evolved being with the ability to fly, reveled in the sensation of soaring through the skies. He willingly took on the role of a scout, gliding high above. The journey northward was soon shrouded in dark clouds. As rain began to patter down, Chen Wenfeng spread his arms, eager to bask in the gentle shower. But the moment the droplets touched his skin, he sensed something amiss. This was acid rain. Immediately, Chen Wenfeng returned to the safe house in a disheveled state. Host, after verification, The area ahead has indeed entered a zone of acid rain, he reported. The group lifted their gazes, silently observing the expanse shrouded in the corrosive downpour. In this post-apocalyptic world, human activity had irrevocably altered the climate, giving rise to bizarre and unpredictable weather phenomena. Contrary to the idyllic visions of perpetual spring and mild conditions once imagined in the old world, the absence of human intervention had instead led to explosions in abandoned factories, filling the atmosphere with toxic fumes. Acid rain, among other hazards, had become a commonplace occurrence. Under such environmental conditions, even Chen Wenfeng, who could typically scout the skies, found his movements severely restricted, forcing his retreat into the safe house. Haha, noble journeys are often met with storms, Lu Ming quipped, attempting to lighten the mood with his humor. Yet, met with silence, he abandoned the effort. The safe house pressed onward, advancing along the highway with intermittent pauses. Despite its advanced intelligence, the structure lacked the navigational capabilities of the bygone era, forcing the group to rely on road signs. This tedious process consumed considerable time until, eventually, they were halted by the ruins of a collapsed bridge. Zhao Fei and the others disembarked to inspect the once majestic river-spanning structure, now severed mid-span. This was no natural disaster. The bridge had clearly been demolished by a missile strike. Reasons for such destruction were countless, but for Zhao Fei, the immediate reality was impassable terrain. Xiaoji, can you fly across? He asked. Speed it up, Zhao Fei said eagerly, gazing at the broken bridge ahead as he addressed Xiaoji. After a moment of silence, Xiaoji replied, Host, I advise you to be reasonable. While I do possess acceleration capabilities, how exactly do you expect me to cross this gap spanning several dozen meters? You're essentially asking me to perform a reckless bungee jump without safety measures, courting certain destruction and demise. I was merely contemplating, nothing more. Zhao Fei was aware that his request was somewhat excessive. Now, before everyone stood this magnificent bridge, truly an awe-inspiring feat of engineering, spanning between two towering mountains from Zhao Fei's vantage point. The opposite side remained obscured from view. One could only imagine the monumental scale of this undertaking. Circumvent it? If it were truly this effortless, the people of the olden days wouldn't have toiled so arduously to construct such a grand bridge. Now, Zhao Fei was heading north, where the mountains grew increasingly numerous, and before him stretched an endless, unbroken range. Below surged a mighty, untamed river. Zhao Fei didn't bother asking Xiao Ji whether he could swim. After all, the answer would inevitably be no. Judging by the extent of the bridge's destruction, it had been obliterated by a missile strike, leaving crossing the river as the sole remaining option. Somewhere along the shore, there ought to be a dock. This region, enveloped by undulating mountains, acted as a natural barrier against the acid rain, though a persistent haze still lingered. After scouting the area, Chen Wenfeng spotted what appeared to be a makeshift dock. Zhao Fei had to admit, having an aerial scout was indeed useful. This woman certainly hadn't been freeloading in the safe house for nothing. Though, to be fair, none of the girls there ate much. With a destination in mind, the group pressed forward. However, the mountain paths grew increasingly treacherous, and eventually, some trails vanished altogether. Forced to proceed on foot, they navigated crumbling, unstable terrain where the ground frequently gave way beneath them. At least their lives weren't in immediate peril. Even if they fell, their enhanced physiques, as evolved, would spare them from fatal injury. Still, tumbling into an abyss would be a pointless waste of time and energy. To expedite their progress, Zhao Fei simply tied everyone together, ensuring no one lagged behind. Truth be told, from a distance, Zhao Fei and his companions hardly resembled desperate survivors. Instead, they looked more like well-fed, adventure-seeking hikers. Their journey progressed far more smoothly than anticipated, thanks to their evolved abilities. What would have taken an ordinary person an entire day to traverse, they completed in under 2 hours. Stay alert. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, we'll arrive at the dock, someone reminded. Upon finally laying eyes on the so-called dock, the group could only sigh in resignation. It was nothing more than a few wooden shacks cobbled together, accompanied by a handful of bamboo rafts, crude beyond measure. This place seemed deliberately concealed, its existence nearly undetectable without Chun Wenfeng's aerial reconnaissance. Upon reflection, the primitive setup was likely intended to avoid drawing attention. Just as Zhao Fei and the others descended toward the dock, within moments of reaching it, the sudden roar of an engine shattered the silence. It appeared he had misjudged this dock. Business was indeed being conducted here. From across the river, a speedboat came roaring toward them. However, just as Zhao Fei was pondering, several figures emerged from the makeshift dock upon hearing the commotion. To everyone's astonishment, someone aboard the speedboat raised a firearm and opened fire on the fleeing individuals. Their marksmanship proved abysmal, as a barrage of hundreds of bullets only managed to strike down one person. When one of their comrades collapsed to the ground, the remaining individuals abandoned all attempts at escape and immediately dropped to their knees in surrender. What on earth was happening? Such drastic changes left Zhao Fei utterly bewildered. Is this truly the end times, where illegal operations warrant immediate execution by firing squad? The yacht's occupants steered ashore and hurled several grenades into the crude dock. With a thunderous explosion, the makeshift pier was obliterated. Chapter 56. A new nation. Zhao Fei had remained indifferent to the bloodshed among various factions, but the current situation was unacceptable. These men were landlubbers who relied entirely on these vessels. Nevertheless, the speedboats of the armed assailants could still be repurposed for their own use. Cease this at once. Just as the men on the speedboat were about to open fire on the dock workers, Zhao Fei abruptly shouted to stop them. His sudden appearance stunned both sides. Truth be told, there were quite a few survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, but ones like Zhao Fei and his companions, fair-skinned, neat, and seemingly on a leisurely outing, were a rare sight. Clothes make the man. Even without knowing Zhao Fei's identity, his attire alone spoke volumes about his status. Such refined appearances were only seen among the elite in the safest, most comfortable quarters of survivor bases. Zhao Fei had initially intended to seek help from the dock workers, but witnessing their near execution soured his impression of the armed men. Without hesitation, he kicked a few stones with precision. The armed men felt a sharp pain in their wrists before their weapons clattered to the ground. By the time they realized what had happened, their rifle barrels were already shattered. They had crossed paths with a true master. The occupants of the speedboat, without exchanging a single glance amongst themselves, simultaneously dropped to their knees in perfect unison. "Spare our lives, O great evolved one," they pleaded in terrified unison. Those once arrogant individuals now prostrated themselves repeatedly, their movements so practiced that it was evident they were accustomed to such groveling. What could have transpired? Zhao Fei swiftly approached the two groups of people. The original dock fishermen were clad in tattered rags, while the three armed individuals appeared equally disheveled and unkempt, though their garments remained relatively intact. Observing their attire, Zhao Fei and his companions suddenly recalled that this was the quintessential appearance of survivors in the post-apocalyptic world. The terrified dock workers, having narrowly escaped death, trembled in fear. Uncertain of Zhao Fei's temperament but resolved in their desperation, their apparent leader spoke up. "Honorable Evolved One, we are freedom fighters aiding escaped slaves, while they are bounty hunters from the Northern River Nation." No sooner had the dock worker finished speaking than the armed men hastily interjected. "Your Excellency, you must not kill us. We are licensed bounty hunters, authorized to capture slaves." Just as the three gunmen straightened their backs with defiance, their consciousness abruptly vanished. Their bodies swayed and crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Fei had dispatched them with a silenced pistol. Though unfamiliar with this so-called Northern River Nation, the mere mention of slaves confirmed their malevolence. Now it seemed evident. Humanity itself remained the greatest threat to survivors in this ruined world. Society had deteriorated at an alarming pace. Zhao Fei had assumed the apocalypse would regress civilization to a primitive state, yet the reality unfolded far more swiftly. However, circumstances shifted with unsettling swiftness. Zhao Fei had not anticipated the resurgence of slavery as a prevailing trend. The ferry fishermen observed him with a mixture of righteous indignation and trepidation, hesitantly exhaling in relief, yet remaining too intimidated to rise. "Please stand up. Our brother Fei is a man of virtue," someone urged. Soon after, Su Monli and her entourage of elegant ladies arrived. at the sight of these ethereal beauties descending like celestial beings. The fishermen felt their anxieties ease and finally rose to their feet. Brother Fei, it's nothing. This is merely the natural aura of authority you carry. Those of lesser standing instinctively keep their distance, Chen Wenfeng remarked, swiftly discerning Zhao Fei's displeasure and stepping in as a mediator. The fairy fisherman then began recounting the current state of affairs. This crossing was indeed a clandestine refuge for slaves fleeing the northern kingdom of Zhongbei. Compared to the chaos in the south, the north possessed a stronger foundation for rapid economic recovery. Sparsely populated industrial zones, having suffered fewer losses, were swiftly reactivated after the eradication of zombies and mutated beasts. What should have been a positive development, however, took a darker turn with the emergence of evolvers. Society became stratified by strength. One's power dictated their status, and their status shaped their mindset. History proved that without sufficient incentive, no one willingly sacrifices for others. In the old world, northern towns had nearly emptied, allowing urban factions to swiftly consolidate their power bases. Initially, survivor factions were named after their cities. But when the ruler of a satellite town near the former capital declared sovereignty, a domino effect ensued. One after another, survivor bases across the north proclaimed themselves nations. Most regressed into slave societies. Ironically, the smaller the survivor community, the more humane the living conditions. The three armed men Zhao Fei had slain held dual identities. First, as fourth-tier citizens of Zhongbei, a mid-tier northern nation. Second, as registered members of the Adventurers Guild, licensed to hunt escaped slaves across affiliated states. Yet throughout his journey, Zhao Fei had seen little prosperity in these lands, not even a properly established survivor base. He wondered what these fleeing slaves hoped to achieve. Great evolver, you may not realize, lamented a fisherman, but for common folk in Zhongbei, life is worse than death. Tyranny is fiercer than beasts. Even the wilds teeming with mutations are kinder than cities ruled by evolvers. Zhao Fei's heart skipped a beat, uncertain of how his parents were faring in the northern river region. You there, he addressed the ferrymen, tell me of the current state across the northern waters. Without awaiting their response, Zhao Fei retrieved packets of instant noodles and offered them to the boatmen. The group stood dumbfounded, initially overwhelmed with gratitude toward Zhao Fei for saving their lives. However, the moment he produced the instant noodles, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In this post-apocalyptic era, such provisions were more valuable than gold or silver, a tangible currency of survival. According to the ferryman's account, the imperial capital remained the most formidable nation in the northern region, boasting an independent and comprehensive industrial system. Within its walls, the upper echelons lived in luxury rivaling, if not surpassing, the bygone era, with the aid of unearthed relics, even hinting at breakthroughs beyond current civilization. Yet all this came at a harrowing cost, the systematic sacrifice of the lower class's well-being. Chapter 57. Hierarchy classification across various nations. The prevailing hierarchical structure follows this rationale. At the apex, without exception, stand the evolved, individuals who, much like the intelligent undead, regard themselves as neo-humans, entirely distinct from ordinary people, as though belonging to a separate species. This ideology is deemed essential, forming the very foundation of societal order. For only under such beliefs can those of the first tier exploit the lower strata without moral restraint. Indeed, the ambition of this elite class is to gradually construct a civilization exclusively for the evolved, where, in the distant future, no place remains for ordinary humans. The second tier comprises warriors of ordinary physique, soldiers who serve as the primary bulwark against external threats, operating under the command of the evolved. Though disdained by the upper echelon, these fighters enjoy the highest privileges among commoners, even possessing certain rights akin to those of the evolved. Yet, this remains the pinnacle attainable by those of unenhanced constitution. The third and most populous stratum consists of those who sustain societal functions: merchants, scientists, physicians, and other professionals. In this post-apocalyptic era, they leverage their expertise, remnants of the old world, to secure survival through labor. As for respect, that remains an elusive luxury. It is absolutely inconceivable As for the fourth-tier residents, they consist of so-called freelancers, individuals without stable occupations. This stratum leads a precarious existence, living each day as if dancing on the edge of a blade. These people band together for warmth, forming various associations. They are a group despised by both evolved beings and ordinary citizens alike. Yet, despite their perpetual struggle with hunger, this class experiences a peculiar joy surpassing that of other tiers. After all, they retain a semblance of freedom. As for the lowest stratum, they exist entirely outside this system. Without exception, they bear a singular designation: slaves. Members of the evolved class, no matter how destitute, are guaranteed minimal subsistence by their respective nations, a universal practice among all states, as it demonstrates the evolved being's solidarity with their own kind. Given their scarcity across nations, sustaining them merely requires exploiting the other classes. However, for those with ordinary constitutions, a single battle or illness can plunge them into irreversible ruin. In such dire circumstances, the state offers one final safeguard: selling themselves into servitude. To the evolved, slaves are inferior to humans, pitiable creatures whose downfall stems from inherent flaws. In their eyes, providing mere sustenance is already an act of charity. In this post-apocalyptic world, though tamed beasts can serve certain functions, some specialized tasks still demand human labor. Such labor inevitably entails immense intensity and a staggering mortality rate, rendering these positions utterly unsuitable for ordinary individuals. Consequently, vast numbers of slaves are deployed in these specialized roles. The northern region of the river has already coalesced into an established nation-state, leaving fugitive slaves with no recourse but to flee southward, where the various factions remain fragmented and loosely organized. Zhao Fei was momentarily stunned. This was indeed the apocalypse. In his understanding, he had assumed that after enduring calamity, the imperial capital would consolidate all remaining forces. Yet now, it appeared that disparate factions were merely exploiting the chaos to seize power. When Zhao Fei expressed his intention to journey to the imperial capital, the ferryman swiftly shook his head. For the ordinary folk, the capital had become nothing short of a living hell. However, the ferryman dared not speculate on Zhao Fei's true capabilities. The hierarchical distinctions among evolvers remained an esoteric concept to those of mundane constitution. They merely perceived that Zhao Fei was no ordinary evolver. Honored evolver, the ferryman hesitated before speaking. The situation near the imperial capital is far from favorable at present. What? Is the capital on the verge of falling as well? Zhao Fei froze momentarily. Not exactly. After the establishment of various nations, each faction dedicated itself to expanding its territory, plunging the world into a chaotic warring stage. As the most formidable power, the imperial capital issued an integration proclamation demanding other nations comply by dissolving their own factions and voluntarily joining the imperial capital. Yet, having tasted the sweetness of power, who would willingly relinquish it? Aware of their inability to contend with the imperial capital single-handedly, the smaller and medium-sized nations formed an alliance. Even ants can fell an elephant when they swarm in numbers. Such was the tenacity with which these minor states resisted the capital's dominance. Meanwhile, certain mid-tier powers, content to serve their own interests, lent support to these smaller buffer states. Moreover, this was humanity's twilight era. Zombies and evolved beasts had seized control of certain territories, creating veritable forbidden zones where no human dared tread. It was evident to all that if this relentless infighting persisted, even these warring nations would soon vanish from the earth. Yet, despite the looming catastrophe, not a single ruler among them considered the greater good. After all, none could be certain they would live to see another dawn. As for Zhao Fei and his companions, their encounter with the so-called Zhongbei nation revealed little more than a ragtag coalition. Grandiose in name, Zhongbei was in truth an alliance of riverside sand mining operations, factories that had been outlawed in the old world but now thrived anew, forming the backbone of its economy. Exploiting vast numbers of slaves for mining, Zhongbei discarded the regulations that once governed such practices. Slaves were no longer regarded as human. Their deaths meant nothing. Yet survival is the most primal instinct of any living being. No one willingly submits to bondage, and so, whenever possible, the enslaved fled in droves. Hunting fugitive slaves has now become one of the primary activities of the Adventurers Association. After listening to the fairy fisherman's account, Zhao Fei grasped the current situation quite clearly. He fell silent for a moment before retrieving some provisions and weapons, which he handed over to the fisherman. Now that this covert outpost had been exposed, these men were inevitably doomed sooner or later. Since they knew of some places where survival might still be possible, Zhao Fei provided them with supplies, leaving their fate to their own hands. Zhao Fei was no naive do-gooder. Saving one or two individuals could never alter the course of this apocalyptic world. In truth, even he was uncertain of what ought to be done. Chapter 58, Beach Landing. Zhao Fei, ever the resourceful problem solver, leaped onto the speedboat and settled into the driver's seat with an air of confidence, ready to steer this inherited vessel from the fallen Adventurers Guild toward uncharted territory. The others, observing his unshakable composure, filed aboard one after another. It wasn't that they had grown weary of the safe house, merely a desire for a change of scenery. Yet, an issue arose almost immediately. The speedboat remained motionless for several minutes, utterly unresponsive. I don't actually know how to operate a speedboat, Zhao Fei admitted. In truth, he had never so much as laid hands on a boat before, let alone piloted one. Without a word, Chen Wenfeng stepped forward and ignited the engine. Zhao Fei, silent, retreated to the back. By now, the apocalypse had raged long enough to render navigation systems obsolete. Paper maps had reclaimed their dominance. Though the group had no precise destination, following the Chard's guidance eventually led them to a dock. Before they even reached the shore, an acrid scent assaulted their senses, a familiar yet foreign reek of burning timber. The area was a quarry carved into the mountainside, riddled with tunnels and veiled in thick, sooty smoke. In this post-cataclysm world, vegetation was the one thing in no short supply. Were it not for the relentless efforts of survivors felling mutated trees to produce charcoal, the shoreline would have long since been swallowed by rampant overgrowth. How suffocating! Someone exclaimed. Indeed, had it not been for the ferryman's remarks, Zhao Fei would have found the scent rather pleasant, for it symbolized the essence of human civilization. Yet, his gaze soon fell upon figures dangling by the shore, emaciated, ragged, lifeless. Without a doubt, these were fugitive slaves who had failed in their escape, now strung up as a grim warning to others. Why must those in power always resort to such cruel theatrics? Regarding such conduct, Zhao Fei would never grow accustomed to it, for he steadfastly maintained his moral principles. Turning his head, he cast a glance at Chen Wenfeng. I have never engaged in such actions, Chen Wenfeng promptly denied, being the only one among them with genuine governing experience. Truth be told, during his time in Haicheng, Chen Wenfeng had been a relatively lenient ruler, devoid of any inclination toward deriving pleasure from human suffering. It's He San and his men returning. Someone at the docks shouted upon spotting the speedboat. Naturally, this vessel was not the private property of those mercenaries. After all, even with their relentless toil, they could never afford such a luxury. It belonged to the Adventurers Association's combat team. Something's amiss. It wasn't Black 3 and his crew. Their vessel had been hijacked. The mercenaries on the dock immediately recognized that the ship had been commandeered by an entirely unfamiliar group. But these audacious hijackers didn't stop there. They came charging ashore with brazen laughter. Those registered with the Adventurers Guild were no timid souls, and retaliatory strikes had become increasingly common. Without hesitation, the dock personnel opened fire. Playing with firearms? Zhao Fei watched as the assailants opened fire upon him and immediately retaliated. To him, his current physique rendered those bullets utterly insignificant. His sole concern was the vessel taking hits. After all, he was no swimmer, and perishing here would be a futile, humiliating demise. Open fire. They don't seem particularly formidable. We can take him down. The men on the dock, witnessing Zhao Fei's impervious defense, swiftly concluded he was involved. Yet, they dismissed him as unimpressive, his demeanor too benign. In these times, true power bore no gentle countenance. Strength was etched upon one's very visage. Emboldened by their misjudgment, these ruthless desperados steeled their hearts, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, hellbent on riddling Zhao Fei and his companions with bullets mid-river. You actually presume me weak? Zhao Fei's face darkened with frustration, uncertain whether it was easier to remain virtuous or succumb to wickedness in the midst of the apocalypse. Zhou Shusong, use your abilities to bury them all for me, Zhao Fei commanded with a chilling intensity. A true leader need not dirty his own hands with such deeds. Brother Fei, I would if I could, Zhou Shusong replied helplessly. But I'm submerged in water now, unable to touch the earth. My will is strong, yet my power falters. Did you eat a devil fruit or something? Zhao Fei retorted sharply. Zhao Fei initially intended to flamboyantly showcase his subordinates' prowess to intimidate these desperate outlaws, yet ultimately found himself compelled to take action personally. The dock defenders, witnessing Zhao Fei wielding his pistol with supernatural mastery, recognized him as a true virtuoso of firearms. Resolute and desperate, one of them produced a rocket launcher without hesitation. In their minds, this evolved one could still be contained by natural barriers for now. But should he breach their defenses and draw near, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, they had slain evolved ones before. To hell with it. Open fire. However, at this moment, Zhao Fei had already drawn his Desert Eagle. Look at that guy, clearly not a rational individual, wielding just a pistol. Does he truly believe he can stand against our rocket launchers? Indeed, what a deranged evolver. The members of the Adventurers Association witnessed Zhao Fei's peculiar behavior and immediately unleashed merciless mockery. Before Zhao Fei could even pull the trigger, everyone on the speedboat instinctively covered their ears in unison. Bang! After the gunshot, the people on the pier felt as though their world had come to an abrupt standstill. The world fell silent, eerily quiet, like the night awaiting college entrance exam results. Their eardrums were shattered, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They wanted to scream, but no sound reached their own ears. All they could perceive was the visceral sensation of the mountain collapsing around them. Zhao Fei's single shot tore through the already hollowed-out mountainside, honeycombed like a termite nest, splintering it into fragments that cascaded down in a thunderous collapse. To compound the devastation, a rocket was launched, only to misfire tragically, striking the very pier it was meant to protect. And so, with a deafening roar, the entire structure crumbled into ruin. Lu Ming, hurl me over there. The speedboat was finally nearing the shore, and Zhou Shusong, who had underperformed earlier, sensed his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he ordered Lu Ming to have the violent bear seize him and fling him toward the opposing cliffside. The two cooperated seamlessly. The violent bear gripped Zhou Shusong's body and hurled him forward with tremendous force. Look at them. These people are utterly deranged, using their own comrade as a human projectile. As Zhou Shusong pressed against the earth, his abilities manifested. Rather than falling face first into the dirt, the soil itself adhered to his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Shusong emerged before the crowd as a colossal figure clad in earthen armor. Chapter 59. The savior Zhou Shusong was no merciful soul. Having firmly established his footing, he unhesitatingly conjured a massive sword forged from minerals. The earthen colossus, akin to an apocalyptic titan, raised its blade and swept across the mountain ridge with devastating force. A thunderous roar ensued. The surviving adventurers, now utterly terrified, scrambled for their lives in disarray. You wretched fourth-rank vermin, halt before me this instant. The adventurers fled, leaving the enraged emissaries of Zhongbei Kingdom who had hired them. Yet, none dared to launch an assault against Zhou Shusong. Make haste and inform His Majesty the monarch. Our kingdom is under attack. The guardians of the mine immediately perceived this as an assault from foreign lands upon their own kingdom. Without proper authority, they swiftly proceeded to report the incident to their sovereign. What? Has an evolved being of at least the third tier launched an assault upon our nation? The ruler of Zhongbei Kingdom was a merchant who had amassed his fortune by trading sand in the bygone era. Even in the apocalyptic times, though merely a first-tier evolved being, he managed to secure his dominion through sheer business acumen. With his beady eyes darting shrewdly, the sovereign of Zhongbei could scarcely fathom whom he might have offended to provoke the wrath of a third-tier evolved being. Assemble, everyone. We shall defend our homeland. The ruler of Jiangbei abruptly shoved aside the delicate beauty nestled in his embrace, his corpulent frame quivering with agitation. His subordinates were all bound to him solely by the chains of self-interest. To speak of lofty ideals would be sheer absurdity. A third-tier, evolved being? Preposterous. I should seize the opportunity to make my escape soon. Subsequently, Zhou Shusong did not press his advantage ruthlessly, but instead immediately set about restoring the docks. The once utterly demolished piers were swiftly enveloped by a viscous, mud-like amalgamation of minerals, promptly reforming into their standard structure. After the chaos stirred by Zhao Fei and his companions, several mountain peaks had fractured apart. These summits, already hollowed out with tunnels, revealed shadowy figures within as their outermost layers crumbled away. How could this be possible under the sun? This must be the final flicker of consciousness before the end. It feels so real, so profoundly comforting. These individuals were but mining slaves, toiling in perpetual darkness. When the sudden radiance manifested before them, they were overcome with a profound sense of temporal dislocation. First came disbelief. These wretched souls had long resigned themselves to a fate devoid of sunlight, convinced they would never again behold the sun's brilliance. Yet when the dazzling rays bathed their weary forms, they wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotion. Behold, they murmured, there stands a savior. Unlike those oblivious adventurers from the guild, the mining slaves immediately caught sight of Zhao Fei's silhouette. Radiating with protagonist's aura, Zhao Fei appeared extraordinarily majestic, a true savior destined to deliver the masses from suffering in this apocalyptic era. Zhao Fei raised his gaze, beholding the vast expanse of mining slaves fervently chanting for a savior. Never had he imagined that such a desolate mining district could imprison so many souls. Nor had he fathomed that humanity could so callously disregard the lives of their own kind. Least of all had he envisioned the harrowing existence endured by ordinary folk in this apocalyptic era. Some guards within the mines, oblivious to the shifting tides, witnessed the slaves daring to entertain thoughts of defiance. Instinctively, they brandished their whips, lashing out at the toiling masses. What a wretched, decaying world this was. Zhao Fei had no intention of personally dismantling this mining operation one by one. Instead, he unleashed the Red Alert Trio and the formidable governors from the warehouse. Let them mete out retribution. Let these oppressors learn that the tides of fate had turned. With a single gunshot, Zhao Fei silenced a guard who had been mercilessly flogging a child barely in his teens. His decisive action galvanized his subordinates, who swiftly seized control of the scene. As it turned out, the so-called Jiangbei nation was nothing more than a regime that thrived on bullying its own people. The battle was short-lived, for apart from a few low-ranking officers who were first-tier evolvers, the rest were mere mortals masquerading as tyrants. Yet, even Zhao Fei was taken aback by the sheer number of liberated slaves, tens of thousands, most reduced to skeletal figures. The only parts of their bodies that bore any semblance of luster were the areas where iron chains had once bound them. The rest were shrouded in grime and darkness. Among these emancipated miners, save for those whose minds had already fractured, each approached Zhao Fei with reverence, hailing him as the savior of the apocalypse. Initially, he attempted to dissuade such titles, but as the gestures became ubiquitous, he resigned himself to indifference, letting the epithet linger unacknowledged. Rather than depleting his own warehouse reserves to aid these freed souls, Zhao Fei directed them to plunder the mining camp's stockpiled provisions, allowing them to fend for themselves. Throughout this process, he refrained from intervening. In any survivor nation, warehouses were sacrosanct. Jiangbei was no exception. Even now, some within the storage facilities clung to feudal resistance, convinced this was nothing more than a fleeting rebellion, one that would dissipate with the slightest show of force. Bang! A guard in the warehouse fired a shot, striking a hesitant slave. All the slaves gathered around turned their gaze toward Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei remained motionless, his expression indifferent as he observed the scene unfold. Some slaves wavered with thoughts of retreat, while others came to a stark realization. This savior was no ordinary one. Finally, amidst the clamor, tens of thousands of slaves surged forward into the warehouse. The vanguard closed their eyes. their ears filled only with the staccato bursts of machine gun fire from the opposing guards. Let death claim us here today, they thought. For surely this is nobler than being discarded, like refuse while still clinging to life. The warehouse guards wielded their weapons with abandon, their machine guns unleashing torrents of lead without restraint. To these armed men, the rebellious slaves before them had outlived their usefulness entirely. Thus both factions steeled themselves for inevitable carnage. Yet mere seconds later, all combatants stood frozen in bewilderment. Though the guards' weapons spat fire and fury, no bodies fell before them. Though the slaves witnessed the deadly barrage, no wounds appeared upon their flesh. The Savior had intervened. Zhao Fei had already tested the courage of these individuals, and unnecessary casualties were naturally prevented by his intervention. Chapter 60. A novel approach, esteemed sir. Might you have journeyed from the southern lands? Zhao Fei realized he had overestimated the strength of this Jiangbei kingdom. The nation's defenses were utterly feeble, collapsing like a house of cards under the slightest pressure. The mine owner, who also proclaimed himself the ruler of Jiangbei, was captured by the Red Alert trio and brought before Zhao Fei. This self-styled monarch embodied the extravagance of the apocalypse: obesity, opulent attire, and a gaze that betrayed his obliviousness to reality. Zhao Fei took an instant dislike to the man, whose very presence reeked of heavy perfume. Without a doubt, this was no virtuous figure. Still, Zhao Fei couldn't help but acknowledge the audacity of a mere mine owner, commanding only a few thousand souls, to declare himself sovereign. Foolhardy, perhaps, but undeniably bold. Curious, Zhao Fei engaged him in conversation. How did you know I came from the south? Is there a problem with that? You must be new to our region and unfamiliar with the current situation. This kingdom exists solely to supply mineral resources to the Iron Mountain Kingdom. If you release me now, I'll pretend this incident never occurred. Moreover, I can personally recommend you to the Iron Mountain Kingdom's ruler. This is getting tiresome. Zhao Fei did not deal with this ruler directly. Instead, he had the sovereign bound and displayed in the largest square of Jiangbei Kingdom. The surviving citizens initially assumed Zhao Fei intended to ransom the corpulent ruler for wealth. However, when a one-armed man, driven by desperation, tore off the ruler's ear, the onlookers could no longer restrain themselves. Like frenzied shoppers rushing for discounted goods, they surged toward the once feared sovereign, whose mere word could once decide life or death. Make way. Don't kill him before I get my bite. Give me a piece of his flesh. I want to smash him to death. Swiftly, the monarch was subjected to a gruesome execution by the masses. Those survivors who had not yet tasted the satisfaction of vengeance turned their wrath upon other bound aristocrats. Zhao Fei did not intervene in this retribution, not out of reluctance, but merely due to lack of time. Otherwise, he would have carried out these acts himself. Shaking his head, Zhao Fei mused on the madness of this apocalyptic world. How could such a worthless individual proclaim himself king? With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fei summoned someone familiar with the surrounding terrain to chart a course toward the imperial capital. Soon, a man in his 40s, missing an eye, approached him. My lord savior, you called for me? This former mining slave, though half-blinded, still carried an unmistakable glint of intelligence in his remaining eye. I seek the path to the imperial capital. Draw me a route. My lord savior, the surrounding lands are all mountainous, with no clear passage. The only viable route is the trade path to the kingdom of Shan Iron. With steady hands, the man traced their journey across the map. In truth, the bygone era boasted numerous routes, yet the vast majority were deliberately demolished. This destruction was not orchestrated to fend off the onslaught of mutated beasts or the undead, but rather stemmed from the self-serving interests of various nations. Zhao Fei listened to the man's account in silence. After all, if even a first-tier evolver could establish himself as a sovereign here, it suggested that the Iron Mountain Kingdom was hardly formidable. Witnessing Zhao Fei's unwavering resolve and his demeanor throughout, the survivor seemed to steel himself with newfound determination. He knelt before Zhao Fei, pleading with desperation, "O savior, we implore you to remain here. We shall honor you as our sovereign, with unwavering loyalty and not a trace of betrayal." This was the first time Zhao Fei had encountered such a situation. What was this? Some kind of imperial coronation? Zhao Fei felt his thoughts could no longer keep pace with those who had long navigated the apocalyptic world. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden glint flashed in his eyes. After all, he couldn't rely solely on an intermediate-level safe house to survive the apocalypse. Perhaps he should find a spokesperson to station here instead? Zhao Fei shared his thoughts with his subordinates. The responses from the group were both expected and unexpected. Each one refused. Determined to advance on the path of becoming stronger evolvers, they outright dismissed this absurd notion. What meaning was there in becoming the ruler of a nation? Only by growing stronger can one truly survive in this apocalyptic world. O Savior, I shall reveal to you the entrance to a hidden ruin. Would you grant us your protection henceforth? Observing Zhao Fei and his subordinates all refusing outright, the desperate survivor blurted out his secret in agitation. If it's such a golden opportunity, why wouldn't you go explore it yourself? Zhao Fei was no fool. He wouldn't recklessly pounce upon apparent benefits without sensing something amiss. In this apocalyptic era, everyone knew ancient ruins held treasures worth dying for. Who in their right mind would willingly share such fortune with others? The minor slave was aware of Zhao Fei's thoughts, yet remained indifferent, for Zhao Fei's demeanor compared to other evolvers was nothing short of a bodhisattva reincarnated. In truth, accessing that ancient ruin required specific prerequisites. Namely, the entrant's physical constitution had to reach at least the second tier. Given that I'm not even an evolver, naturally I could only entrust it to a benevolent figure like the Savior. Indeed, this secret was the survivor's ticket to rising above the chaos of the apocalypse. But now, handing it over to Zhao Fei, he felt not the slightest regret. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fei spoke. Very well. I shall dispatch personnel to secure this location. Little intelligence, can you transfer a copy of yourself into the governor's system to oversee operations here? Zhao Fei once again targeted Xiao Ji, fully prepared to endure another torrent of scathing reprimands. Must such matters even require my duplication? Moreover, are you not concerned that certain individuals might exploit my duplicates to stir up trouble? Now, all of Zhao Fei's subordinates have declared their refusal to participate in this so-called governance of the state. Yet, Zhao Fei himself cannot bear to part with any member of the Red Alert trio lingering in such a place. The governor's intellect is truly lamentable. Very well. I shall craft several emotional chips for the governor. These will enable him to govern this region on your behalf. However, regarding these energy crystals, Zhao Fei's expression darkened. Little Ji truly never lifted a finger without benefit. Everything came with a price. Lately, energy crystals had become exceedingly scarce, consumed far faster than they could be gathered. Without much hope, Zhao Fei inquired whether the survivors of Jiangbei Kingdom had any stockpile of these crystals. In Zhao Fei's estimation, such energy crystals held no value to these survivors. Most likely, after eliminating the undead, they simply discarded the crystals without a second thought. Chapter 61. The Butterfly Effect. Reporting to our Savior, there is a designated section in the warehouse exclusively storing these energy crystals. The survivor's response left Zhao Fei astonished. Not only did the warehouse contain energy crystals, but their quantity was substantial, and remarkably, they had been meticulously preserved. What kind of operation was this? Superfly inquired of the survivors. Your Holiness, are you unaware? The Imperial Academy of Sciences has now successfully developed materials extracted from these energy crystals that can facilitate human evolution. Currently, across various nations, energy crystals have become the most coveted currency. How extraordinary! Zhao Fei could not help but marvel at the formidable capabilities and pivotal role of scientists in these apocalyptic times. Which venerable elder scientist of such esteemed reputation had devised this method? It was developed by Lin Li, the venerable academician, and his research team, more precisely, the Lin family. Despite their previous status as mining slaves and the vast disparity in their social standing, the survivors still held profound reverence for the elderly scientist who had formulated the evolutionary serum. Moreover, Lin Li, undaunted by the threats from the imperial capital and seeking no recompense whatsoever, publicly disclosed the method for synthesizing energy crystals to the world. One could argue that if not for the exorbitant cost of extraction equipment, the entire planet would now be populated by evolved beings. excluding slaves who are ineligible to purchase evolution serums. Residents of the second, third, and fourth tiers can exchange their earnings for serums at varying price points. These serums are categorized by potency. The highest grade evolution serum can elevate an ordinary individual to an evolved state with virtually no side effects, while the lowest grade version not only carries the risk of turning the user into a reanimated corpse, but also induces physical mutations even if one survives the transformation. Yet, even the most inferior evolution serum remains beyond the reach of the common populace. In the old world, employers dangled empty promises that drove people to exhaustion. In this apocalyptic era, the grandiose pledges of sovereigns' demand lives outright. Scarcity? What a farce. Savior, what do you mean by this? As an outsider, Zhao Fei immediately discerned the truth. Across all nations, the echelon of evolved individuals had no intention of fully opening the supply of evolutionary serums. The rationale was simple. The current controlled distribution of artificial evolutionary agents stemmed from the fact that each nation's system was fundamentally structured upon the foundation of a privileged few being evolved. Should the entire populace gain evolution, every nation would face an inevitable reshuffling, an outcome no sovereign ruler desired. Yet, Zhao Fei hadn't anticipated that Lin Li would survive and reach the imperial capital even faster than him. Presumably, the Lin family had risked air travel, a near-suicidal endeavor in this apocalyptic era. Truly, an old scientist devoted to the welfare of humanity. What, Savior, do you know the Lin family? A survivor inquired curiously. No, merely ahí del curiosity, Zhao Fei replied. Zhao Fei had no intention of complicating matters here. The contents of this warehouse in Jiangbei were utterly beneath his notice. Moldy wheat, rotten rice, expired instant noodles. He simply collected all the energy crystals into his possession. However, the combination of Xiong Yin and Su Monli ended up occupying 2 slots in his system storage. Once again, Zhao Fei found himself outmaneuvered by Xiao Ji. The smug expression on Xiao Ji's face made Zhao Fei suspect that there might be an actual human masquerading as artificial intelligence within the safe house. Xiao Ji's newly developed emotional module was installed into one of the governor models. John, I'm back. The governors were originally emotionless steel automatons. But with the application of this module, the governor flashed a natural smile and gave Zhao Fei a thumbs up. Excellent. Today marks a pivotal moment. A day that ushers in a new chapter of my life. Words cannot fully capture my emotions. Henceforth, I shall call you Shi. Zhao Fei envisioned mass-producing these enhanced governors for deployment in other occupied territories. Hey, Xiao Ji, I've already agreed to take over Jiangbei. Why hasn't there been any upgrade prompt? Zhao Fei gazed at the progress bar for upgrading to the advanced safe house, which still displayed 0, and questioned Xiao Ji with evident skepticism. Host, the safe house is a premium item. You didn't even bother with a proper inauguration ceremony. How utterly careless of you, Xiao Ji remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Fei. I can't even operate a speedboat, and you expect me to indulge in ceremonial formalities? Zhao Fei retorted. Nevertheless, Zhao Fei dutifully convened the appointment ceremony for Shi. Gather everyone for an assembly. I have an announcement to make. Zhao Fei addressed the surviving subordinates. Truth be told, this was his first time presiding over such an event, and he couldn't deny the stirring of excitement within him. Now, within the mining district, Zhao Fei's word was absolute law. At his command, the entire population assembled, right in the very square where the former ruler had been executed. The survivors gathered in full, standing upon the same ground where the bones of the once tyrannical elite had been ground to dust and pressed into bricks, ensuring they would forever be trampled beneath the people's feet. As Zhao Fei ascended the platform, the murmuring crowd fell into immediate silence. Every head craned forward, every gaze fixed upon him with anticipation. After all, these survivors were ordinary people, devoid of any means to protect themselves in this apocalyptic world. Without an evolved being to safeguard them, any survivor settlement was doomed to fall sooner or later. From this day forth, Lord Shi shall govern this territory. He will oversee all matters here. Zhao Fei declared succinctly to the tens of thousands before him. For several seconds, the square remained utterly still. Then as one, the crowd pledged, We vow our lives to the Savior, unwavering unto death. At this moment, the survivors' admiration for Zhao Fei was utterly genuine, devoid of any pretense. No one questioned his arrangements. Tens of thousands knelt on one knee in unison before Zhao Fei and his companions, a sight so stirring it quickened the pulse. Observing the scene, Chen Wenfeng stole a glance at Zhao Fei, only to notice the other women doing the same. Through whispered exchanges with her companions, she learned that the potion Zhao Fei had given her that fateful night held no effect. Thus, every emotion she harbored for him had blossomed from the depths of her heart. The mere thought of this painted the usually formidable Chen Wenfeng's cheeks with an uncharacteristic blush. Chapter 62. The Assassination Operation Metamorphosis. Having now embraced this transformation, the name Zhongbei Country must also be changed. As for what this place shall be called, Zhao Fei had already decided. Facing the jubilant crowd, Zhao Fei raised a hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the once roaring square fell into hushed stillness. In these end times, do not abandon hope. From that moment on, the land of Zhongbei was renamed as the City of Hope, designated as Zone 1. Now, whatever Zhao Fei proclaimed, the survivors accepted without question. Long live the Savior! Long live Lord Shi! Long live the City of Hope! The survivors were all caught up in their own euphoria, and even he found himself swept away by the atmosphere. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the stage, plunging into the ecstatic crowd below. "John, here I come," he exclaimed. The survivors who had initially longed to embrace their city lord from below were startled when he leaped with such force that the wooden planks beneath his feet shattered. Driven by sheer instinct, they desperately scrambled away in a frantic bid for safety. What a preposterous notion, having narrowly escaped death. I couldn't afford to perish from Yi's lethal embrace. With a thunderous crash, Yi collapsed heavily onto the ground, the stones beneath him shattering into fragments from the impact. The crowd gasped in unison, but soon regretted their initial reaction. Rushing forward once more to hoist the extraordinarily powerful city lord high into the air, though it took a good 20 men to lift Yi. Zhao Fei observed the crowd below with a satisfied nod. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed. Progress toward upgrading to an advanced safe house. 20,000 out of 1,000,000. Though a modest step for Zhao Fei, it marked a significant leap in the safe house's evolution. Settled on his course, Zhao Fei resolved to expand his influence as he journeyed onward. By now, night had fallen, and he decided to endure one final evening before setting out. Though the check-in system was unreliable, there was always the slim chance it might yield something novel. Meanwhile, the survivors of Hope City know. One diligently prepared the former sovereign's chambers, eager to welcome their savior. Yet, they could only watch as Zhao Fei and his companions unhesitatingly retreated into the safe house. Only upon Zhao Fei's orders did Yi take residence in the sovereign's former villa to rest. Truth be told, as the governor, Yi had no need for sleep. Yet, to better emulate humanity and govern the survivors under his care, he had programmed himself to rest 6 hours each day. Zhao Fei often visited his comatose sister, though more often than not, she was tended by the other women. His guilt weighed heavily. Had he not recklessly intervened, might she have fully absorbed the lake's essence and awakened by now? If only this world were filled with so many possibilities, but for now, we must take each step as it comes. Zhao Fei was not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. Nowadays, he would often sit in the control room, immersed in profound contemplation about life. What on earth was this all about? Suddenly, Zhao Fei noticed several furtive figures creeping toward them. The news had spread with alarming swiftness. Though aware of their malicious intent, Zhao Fei remained silent and motionless, allowing the intruders to approach the safe house unimpeded. On the intermediate safe house's screen, these figures were not the blurry, night vision-goggled silhouettes of bygone eras, but appeared in crystal-clear panoramic detail. Clad in dark attire, they stealthily reached the safe house, swiftly unshouldered their backpacks, and exchanged a series of professional hand signals before deftly attaching explosives to the structure. With practiced efficiency, they scrambled to predetermined positions. After synchronizing their timing, one of them signaled the detonation. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions reverberated across the entire mining district. Yet, the blasts were not confined to the safe house alone. Multiple locations erupted simultaneously. From ES quarters, panic shouts pierced the chaos. Disaster. The city lord has been poisoned. He's dead. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Fei's back. In this day and age, someone dared to assassinate the governor with poison? These individuals likely remain oblivious to the fact that the governor's stomach is merely a stainless steel storage container. In an instant, the recently stabilized Hope City descended into chaos once more. Fly, what on earth is happening? Zhao Fei's subordinates all sprang to their feet and rushed out. No big deal, let's just watch the commotion first. Zhao Fei casually waved his hand, seeing the same old tactics being employed again. The crowd yawned one after another and returned to their slumber. These guys are all so predictable these days. Yeah. When are we going to face some real opponents? Brother Fei, just give us a shout whenever you need us. Zhao Fei knew this was exactly how these battle-hardened veterans would react. Meanwhile, he watched the unfolding chaos from the safe house with keen interest, curious to see just how much these intruders could disrupt the mining district. Indeed, after this disturbance, the entire Hope City buzzed with noise and activity. Zhao Fei could also discern that the attackers were intimately familiar with the terrain of the former Jiangbei kingdom, swiftly suppressing resistance in every sector. Some survivors attempted to fight back, but the raiders were all evolved, armed with superior weaponry. Those bold enough to raise their heads were swiftly beaten half to death. The attackers refrained from outright slaughter because, in their eyes, this was merely a routine slave uprising, hardly worth mentioning. Report, Captain. All targets have been subdued. That so-called new city lord has succumbed to poison. No vital signs remain. Excellent. All personnel assemble. Report to headquarters. This area is now under complete control. After another night of relentless toil, the group finally assembled and commenced the exchange of intelligence. There are 50 in total. Is this all of you? Who goes there? Came the sharp challenge from the shadows. At the very moment these individuals were gathered to report, a languid voice suddenly emerged from behind the captain. Everyone was utterly astonished. How could this possibly be happening? You must understand, every member of their group possessed the strength of second-stage evolvers. How could anyone possibly capture their figures without making a sound? This must be the work of a special ability user. Without wasting words, the so-called captain decisively ordered his subordinates to open fire. Bang! 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 In an instant, a dense barrage of bullets shot with pinpoint accuracy toward the shadowy figure behind them. Yet what unfolded was astonishing. Every single bullet was intercepted by an invisible barrier, rendering the attack utterly futile. Chapter 63. The fiercest demeanor with the most timid words the target had emerged, likely having avoided the explosion by not being inside the vehicle. The assassination squad harbored no doubts that their meticulously placed bomb would fail to eliminate Zhao Fei. After all, it was a payload from the old era, capable of obliterating even a main battle tank. How could it possibly fail against a mere Jojo divine vehicle? Under the weight of preconceived notions, no one panicked. Just an evolver, after all. It wasn't as if they hadn't dealt with such before. The target was either a defensive ability user or someone who'd acquired relics from ancient ruins. Regardless, sustained firepower would surely wear him down eventually. The leader of this assassination squad remained remarkably composed, clearly a veteran tempered by countless battles. He immediately addressed his subordinates with calm authority. This was the mark of true elites, extinguishing any flicker of hesitation among his men before it could take root. What's going on lately? Why are all the enemies we encounter so intellectually deficient? Zhao Fei shook his head in silent exasperation. At that moment, Yuriko stood behind Zhao Fei, playing the role of the steadfast woman at his back, weaving her defensive barriers with effortless grace. Clink, clank. The barrage of ordinary bullets barely registered as an energy expenditure for Yuriko. To the assassination squad, Zhao Fei might as well have been enveloped in a field, his presence both dazzling and terrifying. Even the dimmest among them could recognize they'd stumbled upon something far beyond their pay grade. Switch to energy rounds. Someone barked. The captain realized that ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective. He retrieved a box of peculiarly shaped ammunition from his back and swiftly reloaded. Seeing this, the rest of the assassination squad also switched to these special bullets. It was evident that these rounds were exceedingly rare, as each member was issued only 10. Brother Faye, what should we do? Even your eco, the psychic, could sense the overwhelming energy emanating from those bullets. Let them come. Yuriko reinforced her defensive capabilities. The squad leader fired the first shot at Zhao Fei, and even as a fifth-tier evolved being, Zhao Fei sensed a palpable threat emanating from that single bullet. When the projectile struck Yuriko's defensive barrier, a trace of solemnity flickered across her face, prompting her to amplify her defenses several-fold. Yet, the bullet persisted with the tenacity of a bargain-hunting shopper, stubbornly pressing forward until its momentum waned, ultimately clattering to the ground. Enough of this monkey business, Zhao Fei mused. He recognized this as one of humanity's specialized weapons designed to counter evolved beings, effective against those below the third tier, but inconsequential against someone of his caliber. As expected, evolved beings beyond the third tier were as rare as phoenix feathers even in this place. Damn it, their strength far exceeds our intel. Fall back now. Seeing that even energy-infused bullets proved futile against Zhao Fei and his subordinates, the squad leader immediately issued the retreat order. You think you can leave so easily after coming here? Zhao Fei coldly commanded his forces to engage, scatter, and retreat. The elite-looking assassination squad leader, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, barked the order for his subordinates to disperse. The second-tier evolved operatives vaulted away, each seeking an escape route into the distance. However, as these individuals leaped upward, their vision was abruptly engulfed in darkness. Upon closer inspection, they were met with the imposing sight of an earthen wall towering before them like a fortress rampart, even if they were to double their jumping height. Scaling this formidable barrier would remain an insurmountable feat. This was the defensive perimeter erected by Zhou Shusong. Swiftly, a full-scale battle commenced, yet it concluded with equal rapidity. Zhou Shusong's earthen wall alone proved sufficient to thoroughly entrap the adversaries. Could they truly be this feeble? Even Zhou Shusong himself found it difficult to believe how swiftly the confrontation had ended. Unbeknownst to them, their prolonged engagements had been against abnormal foes. Now, facing ordinary humans, they found themselves in an overwhelmingly dominant position. Zhao Fei issued orders for Zhou Shusong to tighten the confines of each prisoner's enclosure, testing their willingness to surrender. I suffer from claustrophobia. Release me at once. I'll divulge everything. After Zhou Shusong advanced to the third tier, he developed an extraordinary affinity with the earth under his control. The moment he faintly sensed his earthen grasp making contact with the bodies of these individuals, the leader of the assassination squad suddenly let out a harrowing wail. Zhao Fei was equally taken aback. How could the captain of such an elite assassination team, merely restrained by this earthen cage, crumble so swiftly into submission? In truth, one could hardly blame him. Every soul harbors its own vulnerabilities, and Zhou Shusong's meticulously crafted prison had struck precisely at the chink in his psychological armor. The rest of the assassination team stood in stunned silence. Their leader, a figure bordering on legendary, a battle-hardened elite who had led them in hunting down third-tier evolvers, had now, in this very moment, suffered a complete mental collapse. Where was the famed fearlessness of the assassination squad now? Where is the fearless momentum of the assassination squad we were promised? What happened to their solemn vow to forget even their own names? As the opposing leader backed down, Zhao Fei casually clapped his hands. Zhou Shusong promptly withdrew most of the earthen barrier, while keeping the assassination squad half-buried in loss. Gasping heavily, the assassination captain emerged from the confined space, feeling as though he had been granted a second life. Zhao Fei commenced his interrogation. Holding a silenced pistol, he approached these moles and deliberately removed the suppressor. Standing before one of the squad members, he demanded coldly, "Who sent you?" Just as the team member was about to speak, Zhao Fei pulled the trigger without hesitation. Instantly, the man's head exploded in a gruesome spectacle. "Little gun, you're quite fierce after all," Zhao Fei mused. The suppressed pistol emitted only a faint whisper. While a silencer muffles the sound, it also diminishes the weapon's raw power. Yet Zhao Fei hadn't anticipated that this very pistol could, at close range, utterly shatter a human skull. The rest of the assassination squad inhaled sharply in shock. Unbelievable. How could someone move like this? Even second-tier evolvers, though not the pinnacle of combat prowess in this apocalyptic world, still form the backbone of strength. Various factions go to great lengths to capture and recruit such individuals. Yet, Zhao Fei unhesitatingly resorted to gunfire without a second thought. Casual, as if nothing had happened, Zhao Fei wiped his silenced pistol on the corpse of the executed team member, murmuring, "The firepower is sufficient. Just don't let it rust." With that, he turned to another team member. "Speak. Boss, what? What should I say?" The team member promptly responded to Zhao Fei's inquiry. Incorrect answer. Zhao Fei fired another shot, instantly decapitating the squad member with brutal precision. The remaining assassination squad members stood frozen in shock. Was Zhao Fei truly a madman? No. This Zhao Fei is nothing short of a lunatic. As Zhao Fei approached yet another team member, the individual immediately began speaking. Chapter 64. Industry: We are an assassination squad employed by the Mountain Iron Kingdom, present here solely to carry out the sovereign's orders. One of the assassins declared bluntly to Zhao Fei. Speaking of which, where did this fool even come from? It is widely known across nations that such missions are exclusively carried out by members of the Assassin's Guild. Even those with the slightest common sense understand that if one happens to capture a guild member, they should consider themselves fortunate to escape with their lives. For should one slay an assassin from the guild, an endless cycle of retribution would inevitably follow. Presently, it appears this outsider, Zhao Fei, remains utterly ignorant of the guild's sacred tenets. Truly, the reckless fear only those who care not for their own lives. The assassination squad could endure no more. Though they had faced interrogations before, never had they encountered one so utterly terrifying. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Zhao Fei inquired of the assassins. The few surviving assassins hastily shook their heads. For these killers, excessive information about their target was unnecessary. Knowing merely who was to die sufficed. "Brother Fei, shall we dispose of them?" Zhou Shusong was now experiencing the exhilaration of being a high-level evolver, feeling as though he could effortlessly eliminate these individuals. However, he reconsidered, perhaps a lesson would suffice. Sending them to the mines would be punishment enough. Zhao Fei pondered. He didn't particularly relish the idea of killing, so he merely waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for sparing our lives, my lord. Thank you for your mercy." Zhao Fei hadn't expected these assassins to be so cowardly. Truth be told, in this apocalyptic world, becoming an evolver was already a 1 in 1,000 rarity. Who, given the chance to live, would willingly choose death? Death that truly renders all things void. Zhao Fei purchased chains from the safe house to restrain these assassins. These so-called evolved beings from various nations, do they not pride themselves as the new humanity? Excellent. Then it shall be arranged. Dispatch them all to the mines for labor. A stint of hard work ought to reform their wayward minds. As for the assassins, they surreptitiously strained against the shackles binding them, only to realize with stark clarity that escape was utterly futile. This Zhao Fei is truly inscrutable. These damnable chains. The chains were unbreakable even by evolvers. Faced with Zhao Fei, who utterly surpassed them in both personal strength and financial resources, the assassins obediently went to mine in the pits. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei noticed that the progress bar for his high-level security upgrade had inched forward slightly. This actually worked. Initially, Zhao Fei had assumed that those under his rule had to submit willingly for the safe house to upgrade. Now, he realized that coercing others into becoming his subordinates could also contribute. A whole new world seemed to unfold before him. As this group was escorted away, Zhao Fei deliberately showed them his safe house. They were stunned. Was Tie's safe house supposed to be shabby and dilapidated? The assassins had anticipated Zhao Fei's car being reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Yet, the safe house before them remained as dilapidated as ever. Realizing he had met his match, survival now hinged on obedience. The chaos in Hope City didn't last long, for under Zhao Fei's direction, He miraculously revived on the spot. His resurrection left the guards dumbfounded. They had planned to parade his corpse through the streets the next day. The poison he had ingested was unearthed from ancient ruins, lethal to any evolved being below the 5th tier. Yet here he stood alive. "John, I'm back." With a thumbs up, sure, he made his rounds through the camps, reassuring everyone. In the eyes of the survivors, if sure, he was this indomitable, immune to blades, fire, and water, then their true leader, the savior, must be even more unfathomable. Thus, Hope City One's loyalty soared to unprecedented heights. After a night of turmoil, Zhao Fei's next reward was a purified water production system. The description read, an efficient water purification unit, requiring no filter replacements, self-cleaning, powered by a single first-tier energy crystal. It produces 10,000 cubic meters of silken smooth, purified water per hour, a perfect match for the divine. What use is this thing? Zhao Fei placed this purified water production system before them, truly an object of dubious utility. Yet, the survivors of Hope City One gazed upon it with the fervent intensity of starved hounds spotting fresh meat. Pray tell, could this contraption actually serve any purpose for our people? Zhao Fei was perplexed. But presently, aren't we all sustained by this great river? How could water resources possibly be scarce? As Zhao Fei's words fell, those present exchanged bewildered glances. A survivor whispered timidly, "Lord Savior, can you truly drink this water directly? What? Is there poison in the excrement?" Is the water poisoned? Indeed, my Lord Savior. Are you not aware of this matter? After the apocalypse erupted, even the water now contains the virus. For ordinary individuals like us, consuming such contaminated water for over a week would directly turn us into zombies on the spot. Even using this tainted water for washing our faces or bathing would unknowingly infect us with the virus. At this moment, Zhao Fei felt incredibly fortunate. Having obtained the system early on, he had long forgotten the wretched days of the past. Only now did it dawn on him just how desperate and pitiable humanity had become in the struggle for survival during these dark times. Yet Zhao Fei quickly recognized a lucrative opportunity. Since this water purification device was practically useless to him, he might as well maximize its value here. He was no naive savior, the kind who would impulsively sacrifice himself for others just because they showered him with a few sweet words. Mining? The production of such raw materials is far too primitive. Henceforth, Hope City No. One shall focus its primary operations on the trade of purified water, an extraordinarily lucrative venture indeed. The source material is simply river water, while the energy required to power the processing equipment amounts to nothing more than the most basic grade of energy crystals. The cost of purchasing purified water here remains merely 1/10 of that in other nations. Protect this place well. We're leaving now. Don't worry, John. Sure, he raised his thumb toward Zhao Fei. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the survivors, Zhao Fei set off on his journey. Currently, only one path leads to the imperial capital. All other routes have been deliberately destroyed. And Zhao Fei was not one to let grievances go unavenged. These so-called Shan Iron Kingdom people, how dare they scheme against him so swiftly? He would not let them off easily. At the very least, their ruler would have to be replaced. It said that when the little tadpole searched for its mother, the entire pond lent a helping hand. Yet now, when it came to him, it seemed the whole world had turned against him. Chapter 65. The ambush the path ahead was strewn with various mineral debris, confirming that Hope One was indeed transporting raw materials for the Iron Mountain Kingdom. Yet, as Zhao Fei traversed this rugged terrain, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. By now, multiple factions had set their sights on Zhao Fei, though he secretly wished all his adversaries would confront him at once. His journey was no longer merely about reaching the Iron Mountain Kingdom. It was also an expedition into the depths of a mysterious ruin. An intuition whispered that within its shadows lay an opportunity of monumental significance. Truth be told, Zhao Fei had yet to encounter a ruin that demanded a specific threshold of physical evolution. However, after the ordeal with Ares, caution had become second nature. The intermediate grade safe house could not provide comprehensive surveillance in such treacherous terrain. It was time. The jagged mountain path solidified Zhao Fei's decision. He would deploy an android. As energy crystals were infused into the system, a profile materialized within his storage interface. Judge Dredd, construction complete. Note, this enforcer is a bioengineered construct. meticulously designed through human ergonomics and genetic optimization. Unlike mindless automatons, Judge Dredd possesses autonomous judgment while executing the host directives. All physical parameters have been calibrated to the pinnacle of human capability, classified as a peak second-tier life form. With a tap, the safe house exterior trembled as a figure astride a roaring motorcycle materialized. Zhao Fei had created this enforcer as a vanguard scout, true to his eccentric naming conventions. The android was christened Dragon 1. I am the law. Kicking his motorcycle to life, Dragon 1 vanished into the distance amidst a thunderous crescendo of engines. Boss! Boss! A plump sheep approaches. Along the marching route of the Iron Mountain Kingdom, several bandits began surveilling the occupants of the safe house. These brigands had an agreement with the Iron Mountain Kingdom. They would not attack mineral transport caravans. These outlaws belonged to the Bandit Association. After all, in these apocalyptic times, is robbery even considered a crime? Robbery is indeed a lucrative venture with boundless profits, demanding nothing but the investment of one's own life. Beyond that, there exists no fear. Consider this. Who dares provoke those who have forsaken even their own lives? Even the kingdom of Shan Iron has contemplated eradicating this band of brigands. Yet its sovereign understands all too well, eliminate these, and another wave will rise in their stead. Thus, they choose to turn a blind eye, surrendering a portion of their gains for the sake of peace. After all, in these end times, who would mourn the caravans that perish with unsettling frequency? As for their combat prowess, reporting to the boss, this group of individuals has only a single motorcycle leading the way at the front, followed by a dilapidated and worn-out Jojo Divine vehicle trailing behind. Excellent. Stop them. Today we are finally open for business. How come we haven't operated for the past few days? With a wave of the leader's hand, his subordinates immediately began preparing for battle. The bandits chattered as they moved. Don't judge our new boss by his looks. Ugly as he may be, business has never been better since we joined him. True, true. Ugly or not, wealth brings happiness. As the outlaws bantered cheerfully, the leader muttered to himself, the divine chariot of the 9 provinces. Could it possibly be Zhao Fei and his gang? No, what a ridiculous coincidence. How laughable that I, the Olympian god of war, should be so terrified by a mere mortal. Upon closer inspection, the leader of these bandits turned out to be Ares, who had escaped earlier. After his battle with Zhao Fei, Ares was severely weakened, fleeing with only his head intact. Subsequently, his disembodied head took control of a first-tier evolved human. This time, Ares learned his lesson. He directly replaced the unfortunate man's head, becoming a grotesque hybrid. Now, Ares' body proportions were wildly mismatched, almost comical in appearance. Yet, despite the absurdity, he remained a formidable third-tier powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with. Still shaken from his earlier defeat, Ares fled northward until he arrived here, turning to banditry. He swiftly disposed of the original leader of this group of outlaws. Though weakened, his third-tier strength was more than enough to establish dominance after leading them in a few raids. Naturally, these men, who lived by the blade, quickly acknowledged his authority. Ares had also discovered an ancient ruin, but it bore an inscription, no entry for non-evolved beings. Unfortunately, the ruins rejected him. His current form was no longer recognized as human. As the former god of war, Ares knew that such ruins were typically left behind by advanced humans, often designed with benevolent intentions toward their own kind. High rewards came with high risks, and the ruin's creator did not wish for excessive casualties. For Ares to swiftly recover his strength beyond the 10th tier, merely absorbing a few humans would not suffice. His current identity was problematic. When attempting to enter the ruins, the Guardians deemed him an abnormal entity. His true form was the golden right hand, but now, with only a head, his cognitive abilities were limited. The only method he could conceive to restore his power was to absorb the essence of other humans. Thus, while these bandits sought wealth, Ares sought lives. Rat-tat-tat, Long E, imposing and fearless, led the charge ahead. Despite his burly appearance, his intelligence was at the peak of the 2nd tier, and his combat instincts were impeccable. The moment they entered the bandits' ambush zone, he immediately sensed the trap. He halted the vehicle and reported to the rear, "We've got a situation." The safe house came to a stop as well. Zhao Fei's expression darkened. They're trying to rob me? Do these bandits not realize that this very road was the foundation of their own rise? Ares did not recognize Long E, thus harbored no fear whatsoever. With a cursory glance, he found this Jojo divine vehicle somewhat familiar, yet paid it no mind. In the post-apocalyptic world, production of the Jojo divine vehicle not only continued, but even expanded, as its simplistic manufacturing process allowed assembly lines to resume operations. True to its name, it had become the standard mode of transportation for survivors in this desolate era. This fellow seems decent. Might just provide me with some valuable resources. Ares licked his lips as he eyed Long E, while the bandits beside him tensed at their leader's predatory demeanor. Chapter 66. A duel across 1,000 miles, no matter how many times I witness it, that expression remains utterly intolerable. Though these bandits seek only material gain, after every successful mission, their leader invariably drags those half-dead evolvers back to his dwelling for processing. Dregs of medicine. Such is the fate of those evolvers. Were it not for the leader's overwhelming third-tier strength, capable of crushing all beneath him, I doubt this gang of marauders could endure such psychological torment and continue their wretched work. Lads, follow me. The leader barks. Now, even Ares, whose intellect was somewhat lacking, could no longer restrain himself, utterly devoid of his usual god-of-war demeanor. After all, during the age of Olympus, Ares had never been a deity renowned for his wisdom. With a primal roar, he led his minions charging from their hiding place toward Zhao Fei's men. I shall mete out your punishment. Long E directly confronted the descending bandits with his gun drawn, under the influence of genetic engineering. Sure, he possessed no trace of fear, a trait eerily reminiscent of the governor himself. As for Zhao Fei, he had initially intended to remain in the vehicle, content to let Long E dispose of these reckless highwaymen. Am I seeing this correctly? Zoom in a bit more, Xiaoji. However, Zhao Fei immediately noticed Ares' head prominently displayed among them, and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought he'd encounter such an old acquaintance in this post-apocalyptic world? Ares' current appearance was truly unimpressive. His head had shrunk to the size of a melon. His neck was twice as thick as an ordinary man's. Yet his body remained that of a brawny, muscular brute. When he walked, he moved with an awkward, kangaroo-like gait. Brother Fei, shall we go out and take care of this Ares? The subordinates turned to Zhao Fei and inquired. Wait, let him arrive first, he replied. What if we scare him off prematurely? Zhao Fei and his companions remained composed as if seated on a fishing platform. Dozens of bandits charged toward the vicinity of the safe house, shouting threats. Meanwhile, Long E, following Zhao Fei's instructions, retreated to the perimeter of the safe house. Initially, the bandits mocked this burly man who merely stood guard near the safe house. However, as time passed, they began to realize that Long E showed no trace of fear toward them. Hey, tell the people inside to come out. Stop this pointless resistance. Under the watchful eyes of the bandits, the safe house now revealed a group of trembling individuals. Perfect, this truly set the atmosphere for robbery. Ares, who had already plunged so deeply into his role as a bandit that he couldn't extricate himself, took the lead in shouting provocatively. The main target has arrived. Let's move out. The mid-tier safe house was indeed a premium find, prompting everyone to exit simultaneously. Am I seeing this correctly? How did so many people suddenly appear? The legendary 9 Provinces Divine Chariot truly lives up to its reputation. If only my education were more refined, I would compose a poem in this moment. Ares stood utterly transfixed, his literate mind instantly conjuring a single exclamation of awe. Greetings, we meet again. Zhao Fei greeted Ares with genuine warmth in his heart. Truth be told, even though they were adversaries, he felt genuine joy at encountering an old acquaintance here. I'll fight you to the death. Ares, disregarding everything else, charged toward Zhao Fei and his companions under the watchful eyes of his subordinates. One absolute fool, Zhao Fei shook his head. Originally, he had considered making Ares the mascot of his safe house, but now it seemed he had no choice but to eliminate him. Zhao Fei didn't delude himself into believing he possessed the strength of someone like Saitama, casually keeping dragon-level monsters as pets. To uproot weeds, one must pull them from the roots. This remained the unshakable principle of survival. applicable both in the old era and the post-apocalyptic world. Why? Is it you? Must you insist on my demise to find satisfaction? At this moment, Ares caught sight of Zhao Fei and was genuinely startled, his mind jolted with alarm. However, Zhao Fei merely raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Both groups of people then fixed their gazes upon him in tense anticipation. Snap! Zhao Fei abruptly reached out and swatted a fly dead, then inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" "I was merely passing by. Dealing with you is as effortless as swatting a fly." Zhao Fei's words carried no aggression, only sheer humiliation. Yet Ares, already terrified out of his wits, let out a panicked shriek and scrambled away in a frantic, stumbling retreat. "Go on, use him for practice," Zhao Fei commanded his subordinates. Without hesitation, they charged toward Ares, unleashing a barrage of their skills upon him. In an instant, the entire hill was flattened into oblivion. Zhao Fei's move was undeniably formidable, and in the hearts of his followers, no one but him seemed invincible. Such a spectacle deserved a name. From then on, this hill would be known as Broken Arm Mountain. Ares, a mere third-tier warrior, stood no chance. Under the concentrated assault of a group of third-tier evolvers, he was reduced to ashes. With a single glance over his shoulder, Zhao Fei turned toward the dozens of stunned bandits, who promptly and obediently lined up in formation. "Who among you is in charge here?" Dozens of bandits gathered in one place, immediately displaying a shameless lack of loyalty as their collective gaze fell upon a man who appeared to be their leader. Clad in a sharp and practical outfit, he wore 4 swords at his waist, a headband wrapped around his forehead, and an eye patch covering one eye. "Judging by your attire, you seem to be a swordsman?" "To be honest, this outfit is rather dashing. I wonder where this robber managed to acquire such equipment." "Please don't mock me, sir. I'm rather timid by nature. Isn't it obvious I'm hopelessly addicted to anime culture?" "Oh, wait, that's not it. As you command, my lord. I am but a contemptible wretch, a despicable creature." With these words, the deputy's legs gave way, and he knelt before Zhao Fei in abject submission. "Speak now. Do you wish to live or die?" Though Zhao Fei's words carried a razor's edge, the bandits understood that mercy was being offered. In unison, they dropped to their knees. Some split their scalps upon the ground in desperate obeisance, while others, in their fervor, knocked themselves unconscious with the force of their prostration. Zhao Fei promptly procured several collar bombs within the safe house, fastening them onto the captives and instructing them to form an orderly queue towards Hope Establishment No. 1 for rehabilitation. These explosives were programmed to detonate should they fail to reach the designated location within a day. To dispel any doubts regarding the collar's potency, Zhao deliberately hurled one towards the site where Ares had met his demise. With a thunderous explosion, Ares' remains were violently dispersed, mingling with the surrounding soil. This unequivocal demonstration eradicated any lingering notions of resistance among the outlaws. "Henceforth, I shall address you as Zoro. Any objections?" Zhao Fei walked arm in arm with his subordinate, who trembled like a timid maiden, utterly docile and compliant. Chapter 67. The Titan Civilization. How could there possibly be any objections? "Wait, my lord. I shall return to our ancestral shrine and alter the surnames of our 18 generations of ancestors to Suo." The ruins Zhao Fei sought were nearby, so he left the swordsman Suo Long behind to lead the way and scout ahead. Under Suo Long's guidance, the group trudged along the rugged mountain path for what felt like an eternity. Were it not for Zhao Fei's absolute control over the man's life, he might have suspected treachery. Eventually, they arrived at a breathtakingly scenic site, its opulent architecture reminiscent of imperial grandeur. Sensing Zhao Fei's scrutiny, Suo Long hastily explained, "This place was originally intended as a resort in the old era. Now, it serves as our stronghold." Suo Long could tell that despite Zhao Fei's unfathomable power as an evolver, he cared little for luxury, a fact that made him wary of provoking the man's wrath. "The Sword Emperor has returned." Just as Suo Long was playing the obedient subordinate, a hidden attendant announced their arrival, prompting a flurry of figures to emerge from the palace. Among them were numerous beauties adorned in lavish attire. Yet when these women caught sight of Su Monli and the others, the contrast was undeniable. Zhao Fei's companions. Both evolvers and peerless in beauty, exuded an aura of effortless superiority. No matter how striking these newcomers appeared, they paled in comparison to the women by Zhao Fei's side. My Lord Sword Emperor, one of them cooed. How could you have found new favorites so soon? Forget about us old flames, my friend. You truly know how to play the game. Zhao Fei patted the shoulder of this self-proclaimed Sword Emperor, Lord Sauron. When you report to Hope City number 1, don't forget to bring these people along as well. By the way, they LLB registered as ordinary residents. And so, the Sword Emperor departed, followed by a group of bewildered attendants. My lord, where exactly are we heading? Gentlemen, henceforth refrain from addressing me as the Sword Emperor. Zoro muttered dejectedly as he walked amidst the crowd of attendants who customarily served him. Observing his profound despondency, the retainers continued to shower him with their habitual, solicitous inquiries. Then how shall we address you? Call me Xiao Sual or Xiao Long, and please don't be too harsh on me from now on. The attendants were bewildered, while Sual Long adjusted the collar around his neck. The servants could hardly believe their eyes, suspecting this to be yet another cruel trick devised by the bandits. However, when they caught sight of the dozens of dejected outlaws, the truth of the situation became immediately clear. Then, these residents of Hope City, ordinary citizens in status, behaved no differently from the tyrannical celestial dragons who oppress slaves. With heads held high and arrogance in their hearts, they mercilessly beat down these once dominant figures before escorting them toward Hope City number 1. How much longer must this go on? Zhao Fei gazed at his progress bar, which had inched forward by a mere fraction, and couldn't help but feel disheartened. Xiao Ji, you're practically coercing me into seizing another stronghold. Zhao Fei wore a device on his wrist resembling a watch, though far more sophisticated and striking than the archaic smartwatches of bygone eras. At this moment, Xiao Ji had projected his digital presence onto this very device. Host, you mustn't phrase it like that. Isn't this simply a matter of your own inadequacy? Weak in strength, yet still determined to rescue your sister. Now look at the mess we're in. The chickens have flown the coop, and we're left with neither gain nor advantage. Xiao Ji was unervingly intelligent, at least in the art of argument. Zhao Fei had never once emerged victorious. All right, Xiao Ji, I understand. Enough. It's all my fault, fine? As Zhao Fei led the group toward the hidden ruins within the bandit stronghold, they discovered that the path ahead had unexpectedly grown lively. Evidently, numerous individuals had also ventured here in search of answers. Zhao Fei contemplated this realization and found it reasonable. How could such discoveries, accessible even to an ordinary survivor, remain unknown to others from different regions? Most of the newcomers were evolvers, and upon seeing Zhao Fei's arrival, they displayed little surprise. The mountain stronghold has changed hands again, they murmured. The banners shift atop the city walls once more. This new leader, at least, appeared somewhat normal. Zhao Fei's face darkened with exasperation. How could someone as dashing as himself be mistaken for a bandit? Undoubtedly, there must be something amiss with these people's minds. As expected, this expedition into the ruins was doomed to fail before it even began. Originally, Ares was the formidable third-tier evolver dominating this area, and other factions had shown him due respect by not launching a forceful assault here. However, Ares lacked the strength to prevent all factions from exploring the ruins, and those who knew of this site arrived in an endless stream, settling in one after another. Now, the situation has changed. The people stationed here believe that Zhao Fei is the new leader. Yet, no one dares to underestimate Zhao Fei. For anyone capable of eliminating the bizarre-looking Ares must undoubtedly be a formidable force. All right, everyone proceed inside. Zhao Fei surveyed the dense crowd, all gazing at him with eager anticipation, and issued the command without hesitation. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything has its rightful owner. The universal standard for determining ownership is simple. Whoever possesses the greatest strength reigns supreme. Thus, as soon as Zhao Fei gave the order, the entire group surged into the ruins. Unlike his previous experience entering such a place, Zhao Fei immediately sensed an oppressive force upon stepping into these ruins, a sensation akin to stepping into the Gaokao examination hall in the bygone era. It's too suffocating here. I want to go back. A first-tier evolver, overwhelmed by the stifling atmosphere that robbed him of the freedom to breathe, turned to retreat. Thud! The moment he turned, he collided with an invisible barrier. There's definitely something strange about this place. Though this was only Zhao Fei's second time entering ruins, he was well aware of the lurking dangers within. Zhao Fei began to survey the ruins. The sky was a dreary expanse of gray, the air thick with swirling dust, and his vision was met with nothing but an endless desert. As more evolvers entered, those of the third tier appeared quite at ease, while the first and second tier evolvers were noticeably discomfort. Were these the challengers for this trial? A voice reverberated like the echoes of mountains resounded. Yet, no response came forth, as this ancient ruin exuded an aura of profound peculiarity. Since you have ventured into these ruins, you must have steeled your resolve to pay the ultimate price for the Titan's legacy. What? Entering these ruins could cost us our lives? Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly astonished. Chapter 68, a mere formality, alas. To reap rewards, one must inevitably pay the price. What else could it be? Within the ancient ruins, an imperious voice resonated with undisguised derision. What possible treasures could such a wretched place conceal? Not even others, let alone Zhao Fei, could find anything in the endless yellow sands that seemed worth sacrificing one's life for. Are you the variable? No. Are you the singularity? Once again, Zhao Fei heard that voice in his ears that only he could perceive. Yet his reaction was no reaction at all. This wasn't the first or second time. Nothing worth making a fuss about. You don't seem very surprised. The imposing voice lingered momentarily, receiving no response from Zhao Fei. He had grown wiser now, no longer allowing himself to be led by the nose by these ruins. A truly strong individual must always learn to master the impulses within. Judging by your tone, it almost sounded like you were about to deal with me just now. Another pause. Then the voice responded, to be honest, what you possess is far more advanced than anything within these ruins. Yet, I cannot determine whether you, as an individual, will be a boon or a bane for Earth's future. Still, there's something about you, an aura befitting a savior. But why does it feel so faint? As if only half of it remains. Zhao Fei would never admit it. He had attained this only by seizing his sister's destined opportunity. And just as the ruins had said, who could truly discern whether this was for good or ill? Since I'm a chosen one now, can I just take the treasures from these ruins directly? Zhao Fei was not one for beating around the bush. He got straight to the point. The ruins guardian fell silent once more. At this moment, Zhao Fei couldn't help but feel that this guardian wasn't particularly sharp-witted, taking an eternity to ponder over every little thing. Honored one, I could truly wish to hand over the relics within directly, the guardian finally spoke. But as the guardian of these ruins, my authority is limited. Perhaps you could simply go through the formalities? Given your current strength, these trials should pose no real challenge. Zhao Fei mulled over the guardian's words, detecting no deceit, and thus agreed. After all, if even a fourth-tier Ares could stir up a storm of bloodshed, what more could his own fifth-tier prowess accomplish? Very well. Then enlighten me about the origins of these ruins, Zhao Fei said. The ruins guardian continued his explanation. This ruin belongs to the Titan civilization era. Through prior research, we've determined that at least one other civilization epoch existed before it. During the Titan era, energy was extraordinarily abundant, and oxygen levels were exceptionally high. This resulted in one defining characteristic of the organisms of that time: immensity. And I mean immense in every conceivable aspect. Then disaster struck, and the Titan civilization rapidly declined. What caused that catastrophe? Zhao Fei inquired. Zhao Fei found it rather perplexing. At present, it appeared that Earth's civilization seemed inevitably destined for annihilation. To be perfectly honest, Zhao Fei had no desire whatsoever to become the guardian of relics from this epoch of human civilization. The primary reason is that humanity in this era possesses nothing truly remarkable to offer. No, that's not accurate. In the bygone era, humanity often sought solace in spiritual self-indulgence. Perhaps in the future, we could preserve an archive of all web novels as relics for posterity to peruse. Upon reflection, this seems a rather commendable notion. Chuckles, the mere thought of it brought Zhao Fei a quiet joy. Having concluded his moment of self-amusement, and recognizing the explicit nature of the other party's stance, Zhao Fei refrained from further persistence. "Shall we commence, then?" The disheartened guardian of the ruins addressed Zhao Fei. "Let the trial commence." In truth, Zhao Fei considered raiding the ruins a viable alternative. Though these guardians boasted of their extraordinary systems, success still demanded relentless effort or the tedium of daily check-ins. Such an existence was unbearably dull. As the trial began, the guardian declared, "Fate governs triumph. Destiny dictates survival. Let none voice grievances." The assembled crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Had they not been promised at least a share of the spoils upon entering the ruins? Why must we stake our lives at this very moment? Can we not withdraw? The lower-tier evolvers began to realize the gravity of the situation. Zhao Fei surveyed the crowd. Most were dressed in resplendent attire with immaculately manicured nails. Unmistakably, the pampered scions of influential families. Some hadn't even awakened their evolution naturally, but had attained it through Lin Li's artificially synthesized serum. To expect such individuals to risk their lives in these perilous ruins was nothing short of delusional. Cowardly thinking, came the declaration. The first phase of trials commences immediately. The guardian of the ruins, incensed, promptly initiated the assessment. What trials await them? The professor did not highlight the key points. The ruins guardian ceased speaking and instead unleashed a horde of monstrous creatures. This desolate expanse remained as barren as a wasteland. At the guardian's command, the distant sands began to writhe and coalesce into grotesque forms. These abominations resembled legendary beasts. Eagles with serpentine tails and lion's claws, nine-headed serpents, wingless dragons. Originally, these monstrosities had been imprisoned within cages, frozen like statues. But now their shackles shattered instantly. After a moment of disorientation, the creatures sealed away for untold years, howled with fury as they charged toward Zhao Fei and his companions. Though this wave of monsters appeared formidable, to Zhao Fei's discerning eye they were merely hollow imitations, their strength equivalent only to early-stage apocalyptic beasts. Clearly, this served as a trial to eliminate the weak and cowardly. As predicted, when the sand-sculpted horrors descended upon the group, several first-level evolvers succumbed to psychological terror. Shrieking in panic, they turned and fled back toward the barrier. Warning! Warning! Participants must complete the ruins trial. The voice of the Ruin Guardian carried a tone of indignation. During the era of the Titan civilization, cowardice was the most despised trait, and weakness was considered one's own fault. Under the influence of such beliefs, the actions of these first-tier evolvers directly provoked the Ruin Guardian before them. Cowards and weaklings perish. The Ruin Guardian immediately amplified the barrier's power. What was once a one-way shield now transformed into a blazing wall of fire. Puff, puff, puff. The evolvers who had been pounding on it moments before were instantly reduced to ashes, like ants scorched under a child's magnifying glass. Chapter 69. Indeed poisonous, good heavens. This ancient ruin is truly venomous. Enough already. Didn't they explicitly state before that the weak weren't welcome? Yet like a desperate sycophant, they insisted on forcing their way in, only to turn around and criticize others. What utter hypocrisy. And now you're still defending them? Cease the chatter, comrades. Let's swiftly vanquish these abominations. The remaining awakened ones grasped the gravity of the situation, abandoning their previous fanciful delusions about the ancient ruins. One by one, they began exterminating the monstrous entities lurking within these sacred grounds. At present, most survivors no longer harbored ambitions of acquiring relics. Their sole concern had become mere survival. Brother Fei, what course of action should we pursue? Facing the surging horde of monsters, Zhao Fei's subordinates stood ready for battle. With their third-tier strength, engaging these creatures was a trivial matter for them. What to do? Let them come. Remain still unless provoked. Zhao Hui had no intention of wasting time on such adversaries. Yet formalities must be observed once greetings were exchanged. To his subordinates, Zhao Fei's words were inviolable doctrine. Though bewildered by the situation, they dutifully stood guard around him when he forbade attack. During their defensive stance, the creatures merely roared in their direction as a show of attitude before departing. Observe, Zhao Fei demonstrated. Maintain composure, and these beasts shall not assail us. His misleading posture demonstration, however, led some evolutionists to mimic his actions with fatal consequences, planting their weapons into the earth and meditating cross-legged, only to meet instantaneous demise. How dare these ruins discriminate in their trials? Came the indignant roars of the fallen as the slaughter persisted for half a day. Uninvolved in the bloodshed, Zhao Fei leisurely observed from the sidelines, offering commentary. What he perceived as a simple first trial, easily surmountable through collective effort, instead decimated over half the participants, many through their own fatal miscalculations. Guardian of the ruins, this is unjust. Why do these monsters spare them? A surviving evolutionist dared question Zhao Fei's group during respite. Since when do my actions require your validation? The Titan civilization's temper matched their stature, volcanic. Provoked, the ruins guardian manifested a third-tier sand beast that devoured the second-tier challenger mid-protest, reducing him to fertilizer for the barren soil. Fallen petals are not heartless things, Zhao Fei suddenly recited, poetic inspiration striking. The remaining evolutionists swallowed their fury, averting their gazes lest their anger provoke self-destructive impulses. So many survived the first trial? Tui, fallen petals are not heartless things. In spring mud, they nurture flowers anew. Poetic line about cyclical renewal, here twisted into dark irony. I must acknowledge that all of you possess remarkable talents. Now, let us commence the second round of assessments. At this juncture, everyone should understand that triumph cannot be achieved through solitary efforts alone. Indeed, teamwork has become an indispensable requirement here. At once, familiar faces began assembling into ranks, preparing for the impending battle. Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Fei and his companions, only to be met with cold rejection. Such hastily forged alliances held no value in Zhao Fei's eyes. Chapter 2. The trial begins. Theme: Conquering Inner Demons. The Guardian of Ruins, with unusual consideration this time, revealed the crux of this trial. Savior, be cautious. What? Could there be some hidden profundity within? Not at all. This trial is a test of one's state of mind. If one possesses an indomitable spirit, such an ordeal holds no terror. Yet should one's inner fortitude prove feeble, they may become ensnared in this illusory realm, unable to extricate themselves. As the illusion waxes, their physical form shall wane into oblivion. Though the ruins guardian spoke with nonchalance, Zhao Fei discerned the gravity beneath those words. The other evolvers likewise furrowed their brows. For judging by the ruins guardian's temperament, this second trial would be no trifling matter to overcome. In an instant, each found themselves plunged into their own bespoke illusions. Those who had moments ago rejoiced in their formidable teammates now cursed inwardly. For Zhao Fei, the world brightened abruptly. He found himself seated at the dining table. Just as bewilderment took hold, a familiar aroma wafted over him. It was his mother's signature dish, pork stewed with vermicelli. No school canteen or restaurant could ever replicate its comforting perfection. Zhao Fei, dinner's ready. His father's appearance drew Zhao Fei's brows together. The rice was slightly scorched, his father's third attempt at cooking, and already showing improvement. With practiced care, his father served the best portion to his mother, the middle to his younger sister, and left the charred remnants for Zhao Fei. Yezi is in her final year of high school. She needs the best nutrition, his mother said, pushing her rice toward her daughter. Exactly. No favoritism, Dad. Save the romance for after Yezi's exams, Zhao Fei chimed in. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fei felt an ache of familiarity and strangeness, his vision blurring slightly. Ah, Ruins Guardian, thank you, he murmured suddenly, truly befitting the chosen one, or half of one. To awaken from the illusion so swiftly came the dry remark. Zhao Fei's expression darkened. This Titan Ruins Guardian was nothing if not meticulous, clinging so stubbornly to formalities. He was the first to break free from the trial. His teammates, meanwhile, remained lost in their own tailor-made illusions, some weeping, others wearing serene smiles. One by one, Zhao Fei shook them awake. Many individuals, upon awakening, still bore an air of lingering reluctance. However, Having tempered their spirits thoroughly through the trials of the apocalypse, they soon regained their composure, their gazes steadying after a brief moment. Yet, the majority of other evolved individuals fared far more tragically. Those who had endured harrowing lives in the past were, unsurprisingly, ensnared by illusions that offered them the solace of mending their deepest regrets. Even knowing they were trapped in a fabricated bliss, they chose to remain within that illusory world. Zhao Fei watched as their bodies gradually withered, shriveling away before crumbling into mere handfuls of yellow dust. Chapter 70. The final trial. Those who awakened from the illusion gazed upon the fate of those who remained unconscious, their hearts gripped by lingering dread. The evolutionary beings who had ventured into these ruins now found themselves caught in a perilous predicament, unable to advance, yet unable to retreat. Initially, they had assumed the stringent entry restrictions were due to the abundance of treasures within, too precious for the unworthy. But now, they realized their assumptions were utterly divorced from the intentions of the ruins' guardians. This second phase of the trial had already claimed the lives of most. The survivors, shaken by their narrow escape, yearned to withdraw from this ordeal. The mere thought of a third stage was too harrowing to contemplate. Strange. What dialect were those few speaking? The surviving evolved individuals began whispering among themselves. However, as a fifth-tier evolved being, Zhao Fei possessed exceptionally keen hearing and discerned several people speaking in a peculiar tongue. So they were islanders. Zhao Fei would never admit that in the bygone era, he had watched numerous films and acquired a second foreign language. However, Zhao Fei's current proficiency only allowed him to recognize it as the language of the island nation. This was utterly preposterous. It had never occurred to Zhao Fei that nations beyond the 9 provinces had already begun infiltrating them. How long had it been since the apocalypse began? If not, those islanders have completed the integration of their nation so swiftly. Are the guardians of the ruins present? After entering the ruins, Zhao Fei took the initiative to train with the ruins guardian for the first time. What is it? Chosen one half-breed. Zhao Fei could tell that this ruins guardian was rigid and ill-tempered, so he chose not to press further on the matter. Can you increase the difficulty for those humans who speak strange languages? At once, Zhao Fei's request was met with a stern admonishment from the righteous guardian. How could this possibly be permissible? As guardians of the ancient ruins, we bear responsibility for all humanity. However, those individuals overcame the illusions in the second phase through rather peculiar ideologies. Should these people obtain the treasures of the ruins, it would certainly not bode well for the greater good of mankind. For the welfare of all, it is imperative to subject them to thorough scrutiny. Zhao Fei's face darkened with displeasure. How utterly detestable these islanders were, despised even by people from previous eras. The third trial was the final test. At the command of the ruins guardian, the entire space began to tremble. What new mischief was this guardian of the ruins scheming now? This was the collective thought of all present. What emerged next were not monsters conjured from sand by the guardian of the ruins, but 6 colossal creatures rising from the ground. These 6 beings ranged in length from 5 to 10 meters, some towering and robust, others slender in form, while a few bore majestic wings. What could this signify? Were they to engage in yet another battle? Just as Zhao Fei and the others were perplexed, the guardian of the ruins spoke. This is an artifact of our Titan civilization, the bioarmor. When a user enters it, they merge seamlessly with the armor, amplifying all attributes by a staggering 100. As the words of the ruin guardian faded, the eyes of those present immediately sparkled with excitement. All previous complaints dissipated like mist before the wind. Ah, guardian of the ruins, isn't this somewhat improper? One ventured hesitantly. To bestow the final reward upon me so directly, shall we not proceed through the customary formalities? Zhao Fei immediately began rubbing his hands together in anticipation. O Savior, or at least half of one. I can now say with certainty that the other half of our Savior must surely be someone of sound mind. What thoughts occupy you now? This is the test. As I've stated, these are bioweapons with sentience. If you don't subdue them, who would willingly submit and follow you? Zhao Fei now realized his words had been too harsh and said with an embarrassed smile, "Let the assessment begin then." The ancient guardian's words were addressed to everyone present. and the crowd immediately grew restless with anticipation. Zhao Fei had been waiting precisely for this moment. Why would he let such an opportunity slip to others? Without any elaborate actions, he simply unleashed the life force field characteristic of a fifth-tier being. With this single move, many of the enthusiastic evolvers instantly withered in their fervor. A fifth-tier evolver. Such formidable power. You must understand, even in the Imperial capital, a third-tier evolved being could reign as a regional commander. A fourth-tier evolved individual undoubtedly dominates as a territorial overlord. As for fifth-tier evolved entities, they exist merely as whispered legends among the most formidable nations, their existence scarcely believed. Thus, in that moment, all present stood utterly petrified. These elixirs might prove beneficial if utilized. Zhao Fei was well aware that his subordinates' attributes were unevenly distributed, not all possessing his own exceptional completeness in every attribute. Determined to elevate his team's capabilities, Zhao Fei generously distributed his attribute-enhancing serums, urging each member to consume them without hesitation. His followers, seizing the opportunity, swiftly sought out corresponding bioarmor in an attempt to harness its power. Brother, this course of action seems rather improper, don't you think? As Zhao Fei observed with keen interest while his subordinates entered the biological armors and attempted to control their respective units, a group of self-righteous individuals stepped forward, indignantly condemning Zhao Fei's bandit-like actions. Oh, what did I go wrong? Speak your mind. To the surprise of the righteous man who was initially uneasy, such a formidable evolver turned out to be so approachable. Brother, since you're a fifth-tier evolver, you must know how arduous it is to ascend to the next realm, right? Zhao Fei curled his lips. I really don't know, to be honest. Since we're all human beings, shouldn't we help each other out, especially in times of crisis like this? As emotions ran deep, this righteous man employed an impassioned tone, and the group of evolved individuals behind him, who had previously given up, immediately responded in kind. Zhao Fei nodded solemnly and said, I understand. The bespectacled man instantly brightened with excitement and declared, then let everyone take their turn, see if they can control the bioarmor. At this, Zhao Fei once again gave a firm nod. Suddenly, in the very next instant, Zhao Fei lunged forward with lightning speed, seizing the bespectacled man by his collar and hurling him violently toward the barrier. The sheer force Zhao exerted clearly intended to slam the spectacled fellow directly into that ominous wall. No, save me. I don't want to die. Just as Justice Brother believed his end was near, his body began a gradual descent. As he neared the barrier, his momentum steadily diminished until only his glasses made contact, dissolving into ashes. Such audacity to refuse a gracious offer. Zhao Fei found himself both exasperated and reluctantly impressed by these individuals' defeatist mentality. After all, everyone had arrived here by their own merits. Wealth lies in heaven's hands. Life and death followed destiny's decree. Chapter 71. A misstep. This so-called Justice Brother clearly had issues with his mentality. As an evolver, he believed he could oppress others when he felt powerful, yet would cower before those stronger than him. Zhao Fei, sparing his life, was already showing immense respect to his parents. Chosen One, half-breed. I have guarded this relic for countless epochs and witnessed innumerable challengers, yet never have I encountered someone with tactics like yours. The relic guardian sighed in exasperation at Zhao Fei's methods. However, even as a guardian of the formidable Titan epoch, he couldn't fathom the origins of Zhao Fei's system. In fact, had Zhao Fei's system not disdained concealment, these relic guardians wouldn't have perceived it at all. I'll forget it. The heavens decree rain, and mothers must remarry. My own civilization has already perished. Why concern myself with other epochs? This ancient relic stands guard not out of idle meddling or superfluous duty. The creation of these bioarmors demanded nearly an entire epoch of civilization cycle. As for whether present-day Earth can survive this apocalyptic crisis, such concerns lie beyond the Guardian's purview. Zhao Fei's subordinates swiftly subdued the bioarmors, for according to their design parameters, the challenger's potential had already met the predetermined thresholds. Though the bioarmors hesitated when the attribute-enhancing elixirs lost their potency, fate had already woven its threads, like rice cooked beyond uncooking or a child binding to in matrimony. Thus, they had no choice but to pledge allegiance to their new masters for this epic. What recourse, after all, does a bioarmor possess? They too were helpless, after all. They were merely armor. Once these bioarmors were subdued, they naturally wouldn't remain in such cumbersome forms forever. Even the colossal Titan civilization had developed mimicry technology. One by one, these bioarmors transformed into wrist guard-like equipment, attaching themselves to each individual. Zhao Fei didn't make a selection, as these bioarmors appeared far too unwieldy. To him, they remained somewhat redundant. However, Su Monli and the others were utterly exhilarated, for these were relics they had obtained through their own strength. Su Monli's bioarmor resembles a command platform, possessing minimal mobility, yet offering impregnable defense with its formidable plating, perfectly compensating for her inherent defensive frailties. Xiong Yin's bioarmor embodies a sleek, contemporary design, granting him unparalleled agility on the battlefield, allowing him to strike adversaries with lightning speed or swiftly reinforce his allies. Lu Ming's bioarmor features an auxiliary function, enabling him to craft additional bioarmor for his summoned creatures after their invocation. Zhou Shuson's bioarmor takes the form of a subterranean mole, granting him unparalleled terrestrial traversal, a perfect complement to his earth elemental prowess. Chen Wenfeng's bioarmor stands unique among its peers as the sole variant capable of flight. Lightweight yet formidable, its protective capabilities and aerial velocity multiply exponentially as his power grows. Guardian of the Ruins, what other treasures remain concealed within your vault? Zhao Fei surveyed his bountiful harvest with immense satisfaction. Gone, all gone. The Guardian of the Ruins couldn't help but feel a sliver of fear toward this chosen one, at least partially. The other evolvers wore expressions of bitter disappointment, while Zhao Fei merely flicked his gaze. In an instant, his subordinates' biomechanical armor raised their arms and crushed those islanders flat. Apologies, a slight mishap, he remarked casually. The remaining evolvers stared at him in sheer terror. Had Zhao Fei developed a taste for slaughter? Was this the beginning of a massacre? These individuals are islanders, their deaths inconsequential. The group of evolved beings cast skeptical glances at Zhao Fei. To be honest, while every islander deserves extermination regardless of distance, Zhao Fei's casual remark inevitably aroused suspicion. You traitorous collaborator. Such was his fate. With a cold sneer, Zhao Fei had anticipated this very outcome. Without hesitation, he pointed at the evolvers below the stage and bellowed commands. Under his orders, his subordinates once more raised their massive arms in unison. Aya! They roared. No, I'm merely a guide. Beneath the mountainous shadow of the bioarmor, one individual succumbed to the overwhelming psychological pressure, shrieking in terror as they fled. You there, it's you. The identity of this individual is self-evident. Even though Zhao Fei dealt with him directly, those present were already aware of who he was. For the 9 provinces, there may be many internal conflicts, but when it comes to external threats, everyone stands united against the enemy without exception. Host, the greatest treasure within these ruins isn't these biological armors. Just as Zhao Fei was about to leave, Xiaoji suddenly reminded him. Zhao Fei chuckled and immediately praised Xiaoji. All schemes and deceptions are laid bare before Xiaoji's insight. Enough flattery. Just curse at me less in the future. Xiaoji retorted. I've detected a massive biological signature beneath the desert. According to my analysis, these bioarmors are all proliferations generated by the target. Xiaoji, this doesn't seem quite appropriate. By doing this, we're essentially exposing someone's deepest secrets. However, leaving them for others doesn't sit right with me either. Zhao Fei immediately addressed the ruins guardian and inquired, might I ask, are there even more formidable relics hidden within this place? The guardian of the ruins visibly hesitated for a moment before responding with evident reluctance. Chosen one, I never anticipated you could perceive it with merely half your strength. Indeed, deep within these desert sands lies the progenitor that spawns these bioarmors. Its name is Typhon. Then why not simply bestow it upon me as a gift? Zhao Fei immediately proposed a demand that even he himself considered somewhat excessive, yet it was a necessary move. After all, setting high initial demands before negotiating is a strategic approach. The guardian of the ruins fell silent for a moment before responding, according to my programming. I should indeed grant it to you once the challenger has sensed Typhon. However, this entity is far too perilous. I cannot determine whether bestowing it upon you would aid in ending this apocalypse or hasten Earth's descent into ruin. Is there even a choice? It is truly inappropriate to leave such a perilous object here unattended. Allow me to confront and subdue it myself, rather than giving a man a fish. It is better to teach him how to fish. Zhao Fei's subordinates could only sigh in admiration at his masterful display. They had once believed they had glimpsed the extent of his abilities, only to realize now that he had long since transcended to an entirely different realm. Chapter 72. The Gamble Challenge? Bring it on. Speak one cowardly word, and I'll concede defeat. Trouble? Zhao Fei curled his lips disdainfully. How had he become perceived as such an indolent slacker in others' eyes? Very well, Guardian of the Ruins, take me to see Typhon. No sooner had these words left his mouth than the ground beneath him vanished, plunging him into the abyssal embrace of a black hole. Despite his formidable strength, an involuntary scream tore from his throat. The subterranean expanse was vaster than he had imagined. Calculating the velocity and duration of his descent, Zhao Fei deduced he had traversed nearly 5 kilometers in mere moments. Just as suspicion crept in that the ruins guardian intended to drag him into the planet's molten core, his vision was abruptly flooded with light. Have I stumbled onto a film set? The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Lilith's prison. Indeed, this was a realm unto itself, a cavernous world illuminated by the eerie glow of radioactive minerals lining its walls. The illusion of an open sky was so convincing that even clouds drifted lazily overhead, an absurd yet breathtaking spectacle. And there, looming in the distance, was that the true form of Typhon? Zhao Fei's gaze fell upon the ground, where a serpent's head lay coiled, its massive size rivaling that of a truck, its forked tongue flickering incessantly. To be honest, Zhao Fei felt a tinge of disappointment. Is this Typhon? It's not particularly large. Zhao Fei remarked with evident disdain. This guardian of the ruins truly believes I've never witnessed anything grander. I've encountered far more colossal creatures than this. Chosen one, half-breed. What are you laughing at? This is merely the smallest of Typhon's 100 heads. Beware, henceforth, I shall refrain from speaking with you, lest we incur his wrath. What? Guardian of the ruins, you must explain this to me clearly. Your deliberate silence is unacceptable. Do not abandon me like this. After Zhao Fei realized his recklessness, events had spiraled beyond redemption. Upon his complete entry into this space, the entire dimension began to churn violently. The once tranquil air now trembled like a tempest, evoking profound unease. I thought you wouldn't sense my intrusion, Zhao Fei muttered. When the first serpentine head turned its gaze upon him, he managed to maintain composure. Yet as the second, the third, countless grotesque visages of varying creatures fixed their eyes upon him, an overwhelming dread seized his being. Were it not for his status as a fifth-tier evolved being, sheer terror would have claimed his life on the spot. Human, a voice echoed. Do you intend to release me? The deep bass reverberated, the cacophony of mixed audio effects directly assaulting Zhao Fei's eardrums with a relentless hum. This individual possessed strength undoubtedly beyond the 7th tier. No, this couldn't be right. He must at least be a divine entity of the 10th tier. Zhao Fei forced a bitter smile. Great one, with such formidable power, surely you could depart on your own, still requiring assistance from such a feeble human. Typhoon pondered momentarily before falling silent, opting instead to establish a direct telepathic connection with Zhao Fei. Even though Typhon had reduced the information load, Zhao Fei still felt a throbbing headache. Yet, amidst the discomfort, he witnessed the following scenes. At the zenith of the Titan civilization, their divine king foresaw the impending catastrophe. Most of the Titan race believed they possessed the strength to overcome it. Nevertheless, the king persisted, embarking on the creation of their greatest biological weapon, Typhon. Forged from the most formidable creatures the Titans could gather, Typhon was not only unparalleled in raw power, but also capable of autonomously producing subordinate beings for warfare. It was, by all accounts, the most perfect weapon ever conceived. Yet, when the apocalypse erupted, Typhon did not join the war as intended. Having developed self-awareness, It refused to be expended in the conflict between its creators and the cataclysm. As a last resort, the Titans sealed Typhon away, hoping that future civilizations might one day tame it. "You are the first in countless epochs to discover my existence," Typhon's voice echoed in Zhao Fei's mind. Still absorbing the staggering visions transmitted to him, Zhao Fei was awestruck. The so-called apocalypse he faced now paled in comparison to the devastation of that ancient era. "Greetings," Zhao Fei murmured. "How do I release you?" Typhon received Zhao Fei's response and was immediately taken aback, saying, "Are you certain you wish to release me?" Zhao Fei nodded. "Very well." With a tremor in the earth, Typhon erupted into hearty laughter. Then, one by one, the serpent heads withdrew until the final one lingered, casting a solemn gaze upon Zhao Fei. What Zhao Fei had believed to be mere space beneath his feet turned out to be the vast, shadowy expanse of Typhon's true form. "Chosen one, in part, this is the decision you have made," the guardian of the ruins interjected once more. Zhao Fei remained silent, offering only a nod. "Good. I have stood watch here for far too long. I am weary. This is the sole instrument capable of controlling Typhon. Guard it well." In an instant, a scepter-like object materialized in Zhao Fei's grasp. By then, Typhon had completed its transformation, now taking the form of a woman, her figure beyond reproach, sculpted with a perfection even the most advanced technology could not replicate. Her cold, piercing eyes locked on Zhao Fei. 10th tier. Such was the measure of Typhon's power. Zhao Fei glanced at the control scepter in his hand, a faint smirk playing on his lips before crushing it to dust. "What have you done?" The guardian of the ruins and Typhon exclaimed simultaneously. "In truth, I was contemplating, without freedom, then at any moment in any era, it is the end of days." Zhao Fei's words cast an immediate chill over the gathering. "Have I spoken amiss?" Zhao Fei suddenly felt his comforting words seem to lose their warmth. At this very moment, the entire space began to collapse. Zhao Fei was utterly astonished. Had he gambled incorrectly? Could it be that Typhon's true nature was nothing but violence and slaughter? "It was not my doing," Typhoeus declared. The guardian of the ruins began to explain. The entire existence of these ruins was sustained by Typhoeus. Now that she has attained her freedom, this place will not endure much longer. "Chosen one, I hope you do not come to regret the choice you have made. In the end, allow me to see you off one last time." With those words, the figures of the two vanished. At that moment, the guardian's true visage was revealed, none other than the divine king who had created Typhoeus. Yet, this was merely an echo, not his true form. "My daughter, may you find your rightful place in this world." Chapter 73. Ambush Guardian of the Ruins. "We're leaving now." Zhao Fei gazed reluctantly at the Titan ruins. Truth be told, though he didn't fully comprehend the magnitude of the treasure he had obtained, one thing was certain, until the very last moment. The Guardian had shown no hesitation in sacrificing its own life. Such resolute determination was something Zhao Fei doubted he could ever muster. Typhon, meanwhile, cast but a single glance at the ruins as they vanished from the material plane before turning to follow Zhao Fei and the others. With the disappearance of the ruins, certain secrets were also lost to time. No one knew that when the Titan King first designed Typhon, he had harbored a selfish desire to implant the brain cells of his long-deceased daughter into Typhon's control core. The Titan King had hoped, through this scheme, to resurrect his child. Yet, against all expectations, even a being as formidable as the King of the Titans could not restrain Typhon's growth. Or perhaps, Typhon's evolution had surpassed the limits of anyone's imagination. For the other Titans, this was a terrifying development, but for the Titan King, it might have signified the heightened possibility of his daughter's revival. He kept this secret to himself, revealing it to no one. In that moment, he was merely a vulnerable father, wishing for nothing more than his daughter's happiness and survival, no matter how dire the world became. Emerging from the ruins, alongside Zhao Fei and his companions were a number of surviving explorers. "Brother Fei, should we eliminate them?" Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong exchanged glances before making their suggestion to Zhao Fei. Killing was never pleasant, and neither of them were bloodthirsty by nature. Yet, as Zhao Fei's subordinates, they were prepared to carry out the darker tasks he might require. They spoke without lowering their voices, indifferent to whether the survivors heard them. After all, Whether the deed was done or not, the infamy would fall upon them alone. The gathered evolutions huddled together like sheep before wolves. Any thought of resistance utterly extinguished despite outnumbering their adversaries by more than tenfold. Forget it. Let them go. There's no end to this kind of slaughter, Zhao Fei finally said. Truth be told, the idea had tempted him briefly. But in the long run, if they were to continue conquering other ruins, they couldn't possibly kill every other explorer they encountered. If this continued, humanity would annihilate itself long before any other race could claim victory over them. At Zhao Fei's command, the evolutions scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Watching them employ every trick in the book to escape, Zhao Fei couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. If only they had channeled such ingenuity into fighting their enemies, humanity wouldn't be in such dire straits. So, these are your people? How feeble, just like you. Typhoon gazed at Zhao Fei's team and sneered mercilessly. However, at this moment, no one dared to retort in the face of Typhon. In fact, not a trace of discontent lingered in anyone's heart, for the overwhelming life force radiating from this 10th-tier entity made even breathing an arduous task. Elder Son, please restrain your divine power, Zhao Fei immediately implored. Very well, Typhon replied, and with those words, he suppressed his life level to match Zhao Fei's. Host, do you permit this 10th-tier being to enter the safe house? As Typhoon stepped into the safe house, Xiaoji issued a warning, his tone carrying a trace of solemnity. What? Impossible. Surely you can't be failing to suppress her? Certainly, I can expose myself. Mutual destruction is still within my capabilities. Zhao Fei felt he had overplayed his hand this time. However, Typhoon appeared completely unfazed. The intermediate safe house was currently stuck at the 10th-tier state, presenting an extremely troublesome opponent for Typhoon as well. Young man, this treasure of yours, it doesn't originate from the relic device, does it? Zhao Fei nodded slightly. Very well. I shall accompany you to witness this apocalyptic world. Having uttered these words, Typhoon prepared to enter the safe house. Host, have you reached your decision? Xiaoji spoke once more. Zhao Fei glanced at Typhoon, whose eyes were as lifeless as a dead fish, and commanded, grant her visitor access. As Typhoon stepped into the safe house, Zhao Fei's subordinates whispered to him furtively, Boss Fei, when we reach the next survivor base, maybe we should just settle down there. Those who had once believed themselves capable of standing against 5th-tier evolvers, confident they could reign as overlords in this apocalyptic world, now tread with caution. Truth be told, the sheer pressure radiating from a 10th-tier evolver was overwhelming. A mere sneeze from one could obliterate them. Do you seek to nurture this world, came the solemn question, or to bring about its ruin? Zhao Fei, embarking on his journey once more, addressed Typhoon with a contemplative tone. I wish to witness the transformation this world has undergone. A 10th-tier life form, were it not his adversary, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable presence here. Satisfied with the spoils from the ruins, Zhao Fei couldn't help but acknowledge the perilous nature of this apocalyptic era, where even evolved beings beyond the 10th tier struggled to endure. The path ahead was treacherous, forcing the convoy to proceed cautiously. Zhao Fei instructed Long Yi to scout ahead, leaving the others behind in a trail of dust. Brother Fei, there's someone ahead calling for help. Long Yi's voice crackled through the radio from his motorcycle, maintaining contact with the rear safe house. Assess the situation first. I'll join you shortly, Zhao Fei commanded. Obeying the order, Long Yi halted. Before him stood a distraught girl of 16 or 17, weeping bitterly by the roadside, her pleas for aid piercing the desolate air. Though Long Yi was the epitome of human perfection, his genetic programming instilled in him profound compassion. Confronted with the sight of such helpless vulnerability, he immediately dismounted and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Uncle, I was chased by zombies and took refuge here. Where are your family members? Everything was devoured by the zombies, and my leg is injured. I can't walk anymore. Justice protects you. Let me bandage your wound. Just hold on a moment." Long Yi, whose heart couldn't bear to see others in pain, immediately picked up a branch from the ground and tore a strip of cloth from his vest to tend to the girl's supposed fracture. But when he reached out to examine her, he discovered her leg was completely unharmed. You fool. In an instant, the girl drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged at Long Yi. "I shall be your executioner." Regardless of the girl's motives, she has now become an adversary. Long Yi came to his senses and attempted to draw his gun to subdue the girl, but suddenly his body went limp, collapsing powerlessly onto the ground. Chapter 74. Appearances can be deceptive, huh? I truly wonder what occupies that massive head of yours. In this apocalyptic era, you still extend help to others. Do you not value your own life? With these words, the 16-year-old girl let out a sharp whistle. Almost instantly, several burly men emerged from beneath the roadside, their concealment skills perfected to such an extent that no ordinary observer could detect their presence. Drag this one back to our base. Tonight, we feast. Cannibals. These individuals have already crossed the boundaries of humanity, turning against their own kind. Long Yi remained conscious, yet his body was paralyzed. In this moment, he understood the world had descended into an apocalypse, adhering to the belief that what he witnessed was the harsh truth. Child, I implore you to embrace kindness. To remain human, you must surrender yourself to the authorities for judgment. Haha, old man, in these end times, people as naive as you are truly rare. The girl stared at Long Yi with bewildered disdain, as though observing a mindless zombie. However, he had been drugged into silence, unable to utter another word. Boss, as expected, you're the most formidable. Several burly men hoisted Long Yi up, and the one they referred to as their leader was none other than this youthful maiden. Slender and strikingly beautiful, even the grime on her clothes could not obscure her allure. Yet this very girl stood as the chieftain of this cannibalistic tribe. Tonight, my brethren, we feast. By the time Zhao Fei and his companions arrived, Long Yi had already been carried away. Move! We must save him. After a few minutes, Zhao Fei arrived at the location without haste, for Long Yi's profile on the control panel remained active. Where there was life, there was hope. The subordinates silently surmised that Brother Fei was using Long Yi as bait. The abandoned factory where the young girl and others resided lay in desolate seclusion, its isolation effectively concealing their hideout. Though meticulously sanitized, the surrounding air still faintly carried the metallic tang of blood. String him up and drain him dry. The maiden commanded a group of burly men, who obeyed her without the slightest hesitation and immediately sprang into action. You there, though you speak of justice. Were you to be set free, you'd undoubtedly prove the most savage of all. Indeed, only unimaginable cruelty could have twisted such a young girl into the person she had become. With a cold smile of satisfaction, the girl drew a razor-sharp dagger and plunged it deep into Long Yi's body. Roar! Suddenly, from not far away, came a familiar, guttural growl, the unmistakable sound of the undead. Zombies? Zombies! Zhao Fei and his companions had also tracked them to this location. The methods these cannibals employed to conceal their traces were utterly rudimentary, appearing completely amateurish in the eyes of the Red Alert trio. At this very moment, a zombie indeed emerged in the distance, towering at 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging grotesquely, bearing the pallid complexion unique to the deceased, devoid of the typical festering skin common among other zombies. Yet, unlike the intelligent variants, it lacked the breathtakingly beautiful visage. What manner of new breed is this? Have the undead spawned yet another mutation? Despite the doubts lingering in his heart, Zhao Fei charged forward without hesitation. Be it demons or monsters, he was determined to eradicate them all. Cannibals, they must all be eradicated. Before Zhao Fei could act, the zombie opposite suddenly spoke, its words enunciated with startling clarity. As Zhao Fei stood frozen in shock, the colossal undead creature seized a massive boulder and hurled it toward the crowd, draining Long Yi's blood. The sheer audacity of the maneuver left Zhao Fei and his companions utterly dumbfounded. The cannibals, with the exception of the girl, were all ordinary individuals, unaffiliated with any nation. Naturally, under the assault of this towering zombie, they were either crushed instantly or knocked unconscious by the flying debris. Don't come any closer, or I'll slit his throat right now. The girl, a first-tier evolver, endured the pain of the stones embedded in her flesh and pressed a dagger against Long Yi's neck. Remain calm. Lower your weapon. Came the unexpected response from the giant zombie itself. Even if you're a half-zombie, you wouldn't spare a cannibal like me who's devoured 100 lives. The girl snarled viciously at the undead behemoth. A single gunshot rang out, and the girl collapsed, her malevolence extinguished in an instant. Though the progress bar of Zhao Fei's high-tier safe house was promising, harboring such a cannibal would bring him no joy. Excellent marksmanship. Though I had hoped to use her for propaganda. A corpse cannot speak, the zombie remarked as it approached Zhao Fei and the others. Truth be told, this was Zhao Fei's first encounter with such a scenario. He kept his weapon firmly in hand while freeing Long Yi with the other. This is righteous judgment. Long Yi declared, gazing at the lifeless girl with cold finality. Thank you for your intervention. Without it, another innocent life would have been lost, the giant zombie continued, its tone unervingly refined. Are you human? Zhao Fei cautiously addressed the towering zombie of unknown origins before him. After a brief silence, the colossal undead being responded. To be perfectly honest, you are the first to address me in such a manner. How do others typically speak to me? They all ask me if I'm a zombie. At this moment, it's Zhao Fei who feels awkward. It seems the person before him is a human with mutated physiology, and he realizes his own behavior has been excessive. After a brief silence, the giant zombie speaks. Greetings, everyone. I'm the commander of the Ranger Corps from the Mountain Iron Kingdom. Upon hearing the name Shantai Kingdom, Zhao Fei immediately grew wary, for the enmity between them was far too deep to be resolved with mere words. Yet, his very purpose for this journey was to reach Shantai Kingdom. After all, his progress bar still awaited him there. The self-proclaimed ranger before him kept Zhao Fei on high alert. First time visiting our Shantai Kingdom, I presume? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Moran. Zhao Fei and his companions were at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to such a name. No need to fret. We in Shantai Kingdom have long grown accustomed to the way outsiders perceive us. Without so much as a glance at Zhao Fei and the others, Lin Moran spoke in an indifferent tone to the group of perfectly ordinary-looking individuals behind him. Chapter 75, the pamphlet. Zhao Fei was no mind reader, incapable of discerning whether Lin Moran's words truly mirrored the thoughts concealed within. Such refined eloquence paired with such an unassuming exterior created an unsettling dissonance that left one profoundly disconcerted. Zhao Fei perceived Lin Moran to possess at least third-tier capabilities. This revelation suggested that the mountainous realm of Shantai diverged somewhat from his initial expectations. The regiment leader, after taking a few steps forward, the group encountered a cluster of peculiar humanoids bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Moran in appearance. All of them possessed the hulking physique of strength-type zombies, yet their skin was an eerie, deathly pallor. The cannibal tribe had already been eradicated. Today's mission was complete. These strange beings were members of the Rangers. Zhao Fei felt somewhat unsettled at the sight of so many bizarre figures gathered together. These are allies from the south. Let's escort them to a safe zone, someone suggested. Lin Moran retrieved a notebook from his waist and marked off an entry, the task of exterminating the cannibals. Clearly, the Ranger Corps still had many missions ahead of them. A shorter figure emerged from the ranks. Though shorter was relative, as even this pale-skinned individual stood over 2 meters tall. Without wasting words, the pale guide accepted Lin Moran's assignment and led the group onward. From the very beginning, Zhao Fei had been prepared to dismantle the Mountain Iron Kingdom. Thus, he maintained a deep-seated wariness toward everyone around him. The pale guide did not initiate conversation, but answered Zhao Fei's questions dutifully. According to this strange being, the territory of the Mountain Iron Kingdom was only a short distance away, though the path was treacherous. Zhao Fei had no intention of revealing his safe house. Compared to Lin Moran's talkative nature, this guide was far more reticent, silently forging ahead. This Mountain Iron Kingdom has its tricks, Zhao Fei observed. Though the Rangers traveled on foot, their reconnaissance skills were impeccable. Even excluding the captain, the others, despite their lower evolutionary levels, displayed remarkable professionalism as an intelligence-gathering unit. The guide navigated the winding mountain paths with monkey-like agility, clearly familiar with the terrain. Yet no matter how convoluted the route, Zhao Fei and his companions followed effortlessly, never losing sight of him. Realizing he was dealing with high-level evolvers, the ranger abandoned caution and sprinted at full speed. Before long, the group arrived at one of the Mountain Iron Kingdom's satellite cities. Wait here for inspection, the guide instructed. Can't we proceed directly to the capital? Someone asked. "Don't be absurd," came the curt reply. "Who knows if you are some peculiar individuals? What if you intend to disrupt the peace of our mountain and iron kingdom? Who could bear the consequences of such actions?" This ranger did not behave like Captain Lin Moran, who was rather unfriendly, even somewhat hostile, toward Zhao Fei and others of normal appearance. After escorting Zhao Fei and his companions to the satellite city's registration office, the ranger departed from this so-called outpost. From a distance, this satellite city appeared to have been constructed during the post-apocalyptic era, yet it was remarkably well built. The construction materials were locally sourced, massive stone blocks reinforced with concrete. Their assembly so extensive that an entire hill had been leveled to accommodate the settlement. The city wall stood over 10 meters tall and approximately 5 to 6 meters wide. Along their battlements, an eclectic array of weaponry was displayed, relics of thermal firearms from bygone eras alongside reinforced crossbows and other cold weapons. This peculiar fusion of ancient and modern armaments somehow projected an aura of reassuring security. Upon the ramparts, the patrolling sentinels appeared as ordinary humans, while only those conducting systematic inspections bore an unnaturally pallid complexion. When had this new breed of humanity emerged amidst the ruins of civilization? Though Zhao Fei was brimming with curiosity, he found it rather impolite to inquire about the breeds from those rangers. The queue at the registration desk was sparse, and before he could strike up a conversation with those ahead of him, it was already his turn to register. "Are you Zhao Fei?" The person at the entrance registration appeared ordinary, yet the clerk suddenly blurted out such a statement that made Zhao Fei's heart skip a beat. Could this individual perhaps be an evolved being with some extraordinary ability? Could it be that I've been exposed from the very beginning? Impossible. Of course not. I knew it wasn't you. The registration staff member responded with a yawn, clearly disinterested. What? Is this person famous or something? Upon hearing Zhao Fei's words, the registration clerk suddenly exclaimed with venom. That Zhao Fei. Just days ago, he annihilated one of our Shan Tai kingdom's vassal states, causing severe shortages of raw materials and tightening our frontline defenses. He is nothing short of a universally despised, utterly despicable villain. Zhao Fei broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. So this was the sensation of being vilified behind one's back. In this apocalyptic world, Zhao Fei had taken many lives, yet he had never considered himself a wicked man. But now, listening to the clerk's accusations, he couldn't help but wonder, was he truly the villain? Swiftly, Zhao Fei adopted a false name for registration. Fortunately, the clerk at the entrance was merely going through the motions, not scrutinizing too closely. After jotting down Zhao Fei's group's information, he waved them through. In these end times, registration was largely meaningless. The databases, long abandoned and unmaintained, had already collapsed into disarray. Just as Zhao Fei and his companions completed their registration, the clerk abruptly flung down his pen, leaping up in exhilaration. "My word points are finally enough," he shouted. "I can exchange for the evolution serum at last." With that, the clerk bounded away in jubilation, as if he had triumphed in some grand imperial examination. Zhao Fei and his group. Upon entering the satellite city, Zhao Fei and his companions were greeted by relatively bustling streets. Pedestrians strolled along the thoroughfares, flanked by buildings constructed from stacked stone, evoking a nostalgic ambience reminiscent of a theme park from bygone eras. "Excuse me, this mountain iron kingdom." Zhao Fei was somewhat bewildered, having no choice but to stop a patrolling guard to inquire. "Did the registration office not provide you with a manual?" This ordinary-looking individual gazed at the bewildered Zhao Fei with evident surprise. That fellow claimed he had accumulated enough points and just took off. Truly fortunate to secure such a coveted position. No wonder his points amassed so swiftly. "Oh well, I dare not venture out to confront the zombies either. Might as well continue patrolling," murmured the patrolman, his tone laced with envy. With that, he handed Zhao Fei a small booklet. As Zhao Fei leafed through its pages, the fog of his confusion gradually lifted. Chapter 76, Am I the Villain? Counterattack. Your brand new life awaits in the Iron Mountain Kingdom. Opening the booklet, the first thing that caught his eye were these bold, striking words. The copywriting, the layout, the content, it all stirred such excitement in Zhao Fei that he couldn't suppress his curiosity and eagerly continued reading. Following the promotional headline was a map illustrating the distribution of various nations. This provided Zhao Fei with a clear understanding of the current geopolitical landscape. His initial impression? Utterly dense and intricate. The map itself was an annotated version of an old tourist guide from a bygone era. Crafting such a detailed representation must have been painstaking work, given the sheer multitude of ancient relics now scattered across the land. The imperial capital naturally occupies the most expansive territory. Surrounding this majestic metropolis lie numerous smaller principalities, each modest in size, yet serving as strategic buffer zones. These satellite states pose no threat to the capital's security and could be annexed at the imperial court's slightest whim. Beyond this central constellation of power stretches a kaleidoscope of diverse nations, some substantial enough to be centered around cities, others so diminutive they scarcely surpass a rural village. The ever-shifting political landscape renders this manual potentially outdated. The Iron Mountain Kingdom assumes no responsibility for such discrepancies. The cartographer who wove this map must have been meticulous indeed, for even the once-renowned River North Kingdom has vanished from current records. Upon reflection, humanity's sphere of influence appears confined to but a fraction of these lands. To the north, territories are boldly marked as domains of evolved beasts, regions of extreme peril, strictly forbidden to humankind. To the west lies the dominion of the undead, equally fraught with perilous warnings. As for the coastline, it remains shrouded in enigma, marked by vast unknowns. Reflecting upon it, even in the bygone era, humanity's understanding of the oceans was but superficial. Now, in this apocalyptic age, the seas have become utterly estranged from the land. Following the territorial distribution map comes an introduction to the Iron Mountain Nation. Zhao Fei perused through it briefly, only to find no descriptions of other nations. Indeed, in these end times, where even the mere existence of living souls forms the foundation of a nation's survival, who would spare effort to promote others? Talent is scarce, let alone the willingness to advocate for rival domains. However, the geographical location of the Iron Mountain Kingdom is truly unfavorable. It faces the threat of evolving beast hordes from the north, zombie armies to the west, and a vast river to the south. The only connections to other nations are a few narrow mountain trails winding through endless peaks. Among all the kingdoms Zhao Fei had observed, this was by far the most hostile environment for survival. It was evident that the Iron Mountain Kingdom was essentially land unwanted by other nations. Lacking valuable resources, it served as nothing more than a convenient buffer zone against invading enemies. The first aspect of the Iron Mountain Kingdom's introduction concerns its population composition. Ruling over this land were a type of evolved beings unrecognized by other nations, the half-corpses. This derogatory term was used by other kingdoms to scorn these individuals. The origins of the half-corpses are rather straightforward. They are artificial evolutions who, after absorbing the evolution serum, retain human cognition and complete the evolutionary process, yet lose their original human appearance. To draw a parallel, they resemble Kaido's beast pirates. Each individual gains formidable abilities at the cost of their human form. However, not all who consume artificial evolution serums lose their human visage. Influential families procure high-purity serums for their non-evolved descendants, ensuring most, barring the unfortunate few, ascend directly to the ranks of first-class citizens. Those less fortunate, if pragmatic, forsake their names and journey to the Iron Mountain Nation, where they remain as half-corpses. Naturally, not everyone can afford serums with high success rates. Those who scrape together resources for inferior variants know they are destined to become half-corpses. Though Lin Li's evolution serum was designed to benefit humanity, its very nature ensures that the ruling elite will neither mass-produce nor refine it. The cheaper the serum, the higher the risk of physical mutation. In metropolises and mid-sized nations, high-grade variants dominate the market, while the low-grade, inexpensive alternatives, 99 of them, flow into the Iron Mountain Nation. This is a method of control. In established societies, the ruling class seeks not to reclaim lands lost to other races, but to maintain the current power structure. The influx of inferior serums into the Iron Mountain Nation follows a simple exchange. Other nations provide the funds, and the Iron Mountain Nation supplies the bodies. Take, for instance, the checkpoint registrar Zhao Fei encountered. The serum he obtained through laborious work and accumulated points would inevitably mutate his form. But what of it? To become an evolver was already something unimaginable for the people of their nation. What did it matter if their appearance turned unsightly? Having evolved into a superior being, one now possesses at least the means to survive in this apocalyptic world. Occupying the majority of the pamphlet is an elaborate introduction to the point system, evidently designed by someone exceptionally skilled in data analysis, a true talent. This point system is meticulously detailed, specifying everything from how many points one can earn by recycling reusable waste to the exact reward for eliminating a third-tier zombie. Naturally, to incentivize residents to venture into perilous zones, the riskier the location, the higher the point multiplier. Yet, with greater rewards come greater dangers. Even within the borders of Iron Peak Nation, satellite cities occasionally fall to the encroaching threats. From an overarching perspective, the situation in Iron Peak Nation appears dire, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei's newly established Hope City No. 1 serves as a vital supplier of iron ore to the struggling nation. The iron ore was utilized to forge armor for the half-corpse warriors, as the Mountain Iron Kingdom was gradually transitioning into an era dominated by cold weapon warfare. The reason was simple. Firearms were becoming increasingly scarce. During the kingdom's nascent days, other nations had been remarkably generous, driven by their own interests. They not only provided financial support, but also bestowed precious firearms as gifts. However, production lines remained an unattainable luxury. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, the imperial capital relied on certain supplies from other nations. Fear of mutual destruction restrained the imperial capital from launching assaults on these nations. The dread of provoking retaliation, where both sides would perish in ruin, left them paralyzed with caution. Chapter 77. The roster having perused the booklet, Zhao Fei heaved a melancholic sigh, murmuring to himself, "Better be a dog in times of prosperity than a man in times of adversity." The former Zhao Fei had naively believed life might be marginally better in the northern regions, yet now it became evident that wretchedness knew no geographical bounds. Curiously, within this satellite city, an air of jubilation prevailed. Even the most destitute souls clutched scraps of mutated beast meat, hastening homeward with inexplicable delight. What peculiar affliction had befallen these people? The location of the Iron Mountain Kingdom is the most unfavorable, and this satellite city is even more deplorable. It serves merely as an early warning outpost for the capital. Should enemies attack, the capital's inhabitants would not extend the slightest assistance. Do these people not care at all about survival? With a heart full of suspicion, Zhao Fei stopped a passerby and inquired, "Pardon me, might I inquire what kind of celebration is being prepared here?" And that individual cast a glance at Zhao Fei, remarking with a hint of mockery, "Could it be that you're not from Zhuzhou?" The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The man before them was an ordinary civil servant, clad in tattered garments with a sallow and emaciated face. Behind him cowered a timid little girl who glanced at Zhao Fei before hiding behind her father as they made their way home. Though their dwelling was merely a crude structure of stacked stones, to that innocent child, it remained the warmest sanctuary, for it housed her mother and father. So it was already the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhao Fei sighed inwardly, while those behind him stood in contemplative silence. Truth be told, having journeyed ceaselessly, Zhao Fei had long lost track of dates, his sole purpose being the reunion with his family. Yet amidst his wistfulness, a flicker of anticipation stirred. Had it not been for the man's reminder, he would have forgotten the imminent system check-in. Now, sustained by minor daily rewards, Zhao Fei's inventory brimmed with mundane supplies. With these, he could survive anywhere by peddling trivial wares. Yet the road ahead loomed perilous, and he resolved to proceed only after checking in here. After all, with the emergence of 10th-tier life forms, he doubted his strength alone could carry him to the imperial capital. The mountainous nation of Shantai had long been embroiled in war against zombies and evolved beasts, its people perpetually on edge. These traditional festivals offered rare respite. The people of Zhuzhou were inherently kind-hearted, and though this land had endured endless suffering, Zhao Fei's compatriots persisted with unyielding resilience. Even amid daily peril, the inhabitants of this satellite city still pooled their meager resources to celebrate the coming holiday. Onward, in the midst of the apocalypse, all cities enforced the closure of their gates at night. After all, even daylight no longer belongs to humanity, let alone the darkness of night. At the city gates, a guard fastened the day's registry of incoming travelers to the leg of a carrier pigeon before releasing it into the sky. As Zhao Fei and his companions began their search for lodging, the officer in charge of the city gates sent today's registration records via carrier pigeon to the main fortress of Iron Peak City. The reliance on avian messengers was not due to some eccentric tradition of the Iron Peak Kingdom, but rather a necessity born of these apocalyptic times. Electronic communication has grown increasingly scarce, not merely due to power shortages, but because transmission towers and similar infrastructure lie in ruins without maintenance crews to preserve them. Yet humanity has adapted with ingenuity, domesticating certain evolved beasts for practical use. Among these, the mutated homing pigeon has become the most widely employed for communication. Far from hostile toward humans, these birds exhibit even gentler temperaments than their ancestors, with enhanced flight speed to evade predators and greater carrying capacity. The breeding of these remarkable pigeons has become the monopoly of a minor nation so devoted to this enterprise that it renamed itself the Carrier Pigeon Messenger Ship. The evolved pigeon, currently bearing a scroll of names on its leg, regarded its task with disdain. Another day of shuttling documents between satellite towns and the capital. What a monotonous existence for a bird of such potential. Neither the pigeon nor the gatekeepers understood why the Iron Peak Sovereign placed such importance on daily registration rosters, demanding each satellite town submit its records immediately after closing their gates each evening. When registering, Zhao Fei naturally dared not use his real name, adopting the alias Zhao Qian instead. His companions, however, saw no need for such precautions. "My liege, today's registration records from all outposts," announced the head of intelligence, having sprinted the entire way to deliver the documents the moment the pigeons arrived. The man still remembered vividly how his predecessor had been executed for a mere 10-minute delay. The Iron Peak Monarch's chambers stood in stark contrast to the opulence typical of rulers' quarters, containing only a simple table and a multifunctional piece serving as both chair and bed. The intelligence officer entered with the grace of a demure maiden in chi pao, advancing slowly with bowed head and arms raised to present the documents. Upon reaching the customary spot, shadow engulfed him, not from nightfall, but from his sovereign's descending fingers, which plucked the newspaper-sized roster with surprising delicacy. Mission accomplished, the officer retreated backward, only exhaling his relief after quietly shutting the massive doors behind him. "His Majesty's life force is overwhelming," he murmured, "even for a third-tier warrior like myself." The Iron Peak Sovereign produced a specially crafted magnifying glass and began scrutinizing each name with meticulous attention. Even though the Iron Mountain Kingdom was the most perilous nation, hundreds of survivors sought refuge there every day. Consequently, the names were densely packed, appearing overwhelmingly chaotic to ordinary eyes. Yet the ruler of Iron Mountain Kingdom scrutinized each name meticulously, with utmost diligence, fearing he might overlook even a single one. This task consumed considerable time, but the sovereign remained undeterred. Upon reaching the final page, when he arrived at the 7th satellite city, his imposing frame froze at the sight of one particular name. Then, this mountain-like monarch began murmuring involuntarily. "A mere coincidence? No, it must be you." Chapter 78. The onslaught approaches. The monarch of Shan Iron Kingdom rose abruptly from his seat, overcome with agitation. The once sturdy ground beneath him could not withstand the sheer force of his impassioned stance, fracturing instantly with a thunderous crack. Boom! The impact was so tremendous that even the evolved messenger pigeons, who had sought respite in the resting chambers, scattered in startled flight. In but an instant, the sovereign's colossal thighs, each as thick as twin elephants, pierced through the floor, descending upon the workspace below like pillars from the heavens. Yet, not a single soul present faltered in alarm. Such spectacles had long become commonplace to the gathered assembly. "By my command, all forces converge upon Satellite City 7. The monarch roared with fury, his voice reverberating throughout the entire capital city. As dusk descended, and weary citizens prepared for their evening respite. All activity came to an abrupt halt at the sovereign's command. Warriors swiftly assembled at their designated rally points, while logistic personnel hurried to the armories to prepare supplies. Those without combat capabilities returned to their posts, making hasty preparations for the unexplained royal summons. The warriors of Shan-Tai Kingdom gathered, each one a half-corpse being. Some still retained their names, while others had abandoned their former identities, families, and titles the moment they underwent transformation. One by one, the half-corpse soldiers entered the armory, emerging as mobile arsenals clad in formidable armor, so heavy that it required 5 able-bodied men to equip a single warrior. Their destination, Satellite City Number 7. I shall depart ahead. The sovereign's voice resonated like an earthquake, and then, like a gust of wind, he shattered the city walls that could withstand hordes of the undead, riding off into the distance without looking back. No one complained about the sovereign, for this ruler who single-handedly established this nation for the half-undead. Everyone held genuine reverence in their hearts, because here, the half-undead not only gained a chance to survive, but also reclaimed their dignity as human beings. "Sister, wait for me, I'm coming." The monarch sprinted relentlessly towards Satellite City Number 7, his massive frame moving with the unstoppable fury of a berserk Evangelion unit, flattening everything in his path. His mountainous physique struck terror into the hearts of enemies lurking in the shadows, making their very livers and gallbladders tremble with fear. At this moment, none could impede the advance of the Iron Mountain Kingdom's sovereign. At this very moment, no one could prevent the sovereign from reuniting with his sister. At this moment, no one informed the sovereign that the direction he was sprinting toward led to Satellite City Number 3. The sovereign excels in all aspects, save for one lamentable flaw, his utter lack of directional sense. But what trifling weakness is that? The sovereign lord is the most flawless man under heaven. Cease the idle chatter and promptly establish contact with the other satellite cities. We must not allow His Majesty to lose his way again. The subordinates, accustomed to such situations, immediately began coordinating with neighboring settlements. Meanwhile, countless wild creatures perished in their slumber, crushed unwittingly beneath oblivious feet, victims of circumstance rather than conflict. This night was destined to be one of unrest. Zhao Fei, observing the mountainous kingdom of Shantai, harbored ambitions of bringing it under his dominion. The method, however, remained negotiable. If Shantai proved as orderly as it appeared, he would engage its ruler in diplomacy, offering generous terms before assimilation. But should the kingdom prove chaotic, its people suffering, Zhao Fei would seize it without hesitation, regardless of its ruler's lineage, transforming it into a second Hope City. Yet, as he surveyed Satellite City Number 7, Zhao Fei noted its inhabitants endured hardship without resentment toward Shantai or its sovereign. A pang of guilt struck him. Though he felt no remorse for the survivors he had liberated, the weight of his actions lingered. Driven by purpose, Zhao Fei intended to press onward, but nightfall brought closed gates. The entrance, barricaded by the half-corpse warriors with formidable strength, gave him pause. Forcing entry would only cement his reputation as a marauder, a rumor already tarnishing his name in Shantai. Reputation was fragile, and for the sake of securing the high-tier safe house, Zhao Fei resolved to endure the night. His lodging options were scarce. The city boasted but one inn, catering solely to soldiers and merchants, those daring enough to dwell at the front lines. This was the inn. Zhao Fei and his companions arrived before a structure exuding an ancient tomb sect aesthetic, its architecture mirroring the city's overall style, every room meticulously constructed from stone blocks. Comfort was an afterthought here. However, the inn's pricing was remarkably modest, requiring only a single first-tier energy crystal for lodging. With their sizable group and Zhao Fei's reluctance to flaunt wealth, he discreetly added another first-tier crystal to secure the largest quarters available. Yet, the place bore an uncanny resemblance to a cattle shed, spacious, yes, but devoid of any refinement. Naturally, Zhao Fei sought only the space. He deployed the safe house, for without it, none among them would rest easy. Inside, apart from Zhao Yi, who remained in perpetual slumber, Typhoon was the sole permanent resident. After Typhoeus entered the safe house, she became utterly enamored with various entertainment facilities from the bygone era, hopelessly addicted to melodramatic Mary Sue films. Now, Typhoeus was no longer the terrifying progenitor of monsters that made people tremble at the mere mention of her name, but merely a binge-watching girl who consumed a whole box of tissues each day. In the age of the Titans, no one would squander their energy on mere amusement. All they thought about was growing stronger. Originally, Zhao Fei had hoped Typhoeus could cure his younger sister, but after just a glance, Typhoeus advised that it would be better for the girl to remain in her current state. Naturally, Zhao Fei was left bewildered and perplexed. Chapter 79. Breaching the dungeon. Regarding Typhon's words, Zhao Fei expressed his willingness to listen attentively. This once formidable being, who had initially claimed to want to explore the vastness of the world, had now become a recluse. Strangely, Zhao Fei found this version of Typhon far more reliable than the likes of Ares. Indeed, what humans perceived as an apocalypse meant little in Typhon's eyes. As she put it, this cataclysm wasn't even worth her intervention. She preferred to nurture her enemies, allowing them to flourish, so that when the time came, the slaughter would be all the more exhilarating. Typhon, a being who had witnessed the grandeur of countless eras, noticed Zhao Fei's bewildered expression. Reluctantly, she paused her entertainment and addressed him. Indeed, every epic births a chosen one. Their strength and growth are undeniably unparalleled in their time. Yet by some unfathomable design, each chosen one meets a tragic end. Shall I elaborate for you? Zhao Fei hastily shook his head, indicating his reluctance to absorb any negativity. No need. As the saying goes, the more one gains, the more one loses. It seems you've reaped the immense benefits of being the chosen one, while your sister bore the devastating cost, hence her comatose state. Perhaps if you were to cease existing, your sister might awaken. Utterly unreliable. So others' lives are expendable. Is that it? Ah, very well. Carry on with your drama then. Flushing with embarrassment, Zhao Fei terminated the conversation with Typhoeus. Clearly, relying on these ancient relics to save his sister was futile. Regardless, assimilating the survivors of these fallen nations was inevitable. Nothing could hinder Zhao Fei's relentless advance. Too preoccupied to sleep, he waited until midnight to perform his daily ritual, the system check-in, his sole form of entertainment in this apocalyptic world. System, for pity's sake. No more instant noodles. I've already collected the entire 108 Heroes of Liangshan card set, even the holographic gold series. Spare me something else this time, whether by the system's mercy or a holiday upgrade. This time, instead of instant noodles, he received a scroll occupying a storage slot. Initially mistaking it for an enchantment scroll, Zhao Fei nearly stifled a gleeful chuckle upon inspecting its properties. Item name: Teleportation Scroll Attribute. Single-use consumable effect. Allows the user to instantly leap to any pre-marked location, unaffected by external skills during transit. His first thought? The ultimate combat tool, second only to being the perfect escape artifact. With these scrolls, even if he couldn't T-storm the enemy's stronghold directly, he could now flash step across the battlefield at will. As expected, premium rewards come from lucky draws. Too restless to sleep, a common trait among evolvers who required little rest. Zhao Fei wandered the desolate streets, his mind a tempest of elation and unease. As night descended upon Satellite City No. 7, an almost palpable silence enveloped the streets. There existed no curfew here for truly, who would be so idle as to wander about during these autumnal midnight hours. After meandering through the deserted lanes, Zhao Fei found himself gripped by an inexplicable loneliness. Perhaps some amusement is in order, he mused. With cautious glances confirming his solitude, Zhao Fei slipped into a narrow alleyway. His fingers traced the edges of a teleportation scroll, contemplating its efficacy. Are these scrolls truly consumable items? He pondered silently. In Zhao Fei's world, such a concept simply did not exist, for he possessed a dimensional teleportation scroll. A man must always keep his trump cards close, though Zhao Fei's collection of hidden advantages could fill an entire deck of playing cards. Suddenly, as Zhao Fei stepped into the alleyway, he felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane of plastic. To his astonishment, the dimly lit alley was now bathed in an eerie glow. Not only that, but several figures stood before him. 6 individuals cloaked in black robes were gathered in a circle, with their apparent leader listening intently to the reports of his kneeling subordinates. Though positioned on bended knee, these underlings were not poised for imminent combat. Their posture was one of obligatory submission. Thus, Zhao Fei's abrupt intrusion merely caused the entire assembly to turn their heads in unison. What's going on here? How did you get in? A black-robed figure knelt on one knee, gazing in bewilderment as Zhao Fei, clad in casual attire, effortlessly traversed the barrier he had meticulously erected. How could this be? This defied all logic and possibility. He was inherently a psychic-type evolver, and with the aid of relics from the ruins, it was akin to a fish taking to water. The barrier he had erected was imperceptible even to fourth-tier evolvers, let alone penetrable. Yet now his signature technique had failed him at this critical moment. The robed figure felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Though, come to think of it, psychic-type evolvers weren't supposed to dream. Could it be that he had stumbled into some sort of dungeon realm? Zhao Fei was also quite perplexed. Why was his journey to find his relatives always so fraught with twists and turns? Cough, cough, pardon me. But if I claimed to truly be from the boiler room, would you believe me? Zhao Fei exuded an air of absolute sincerity. To be honest, he truly had no desire to unleash carnage here. These individuals might well be covert protectors of the Iron Mountain Kingdom. Yet the response he received was a merciless command for slaughter. The black-robed figure standing at the center emotionlessly uttered a single word: kill. Wait a moment. Are you citizens of the Mountain Iron Kingdom? No. Zhao Fei couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he wasn't the villain this time. After all, what kind of righteous person would immediately resort to violence? Suddenly, a black-robed figure flicked his wrist without warning, sending a spear hurtling toward Zhao Fei with lethal precision. Pierce him. Divine spear. Beneath the dark robes, the one channeling his energy to attack uttered the command for the spear with profound resignation. Meanwhile, his cloaked companions could only turn away in silent helplessness. To be perfectly honest, this ancient spear unearthed from the ruins is truly a formidable weapon for single combat. At such close quarters, even if one's eyes could track its trajectory, the body simply wouldn't be able to react in time. The only slight imperfection is that its battle cry is rather juvenile. A group of middle-aged robed figures found it quite unbecoming. Whoosh yet, contrary to the robed figure's expectations. Even when the spear reached its maximum extension, that familiar sensation of penetration was absent. Could it be that this individual's physique was so fragile? Could it be that my skill in weapon enhancement has ascended to a higher level? Chapter 80. Merely a bystander to elevate one's evolutionary status is the pursuit of every awakened being. However, the robed figure soon realized he had been deceived by fleeting euphoria. For his divine spear had pierced nothing but emptiness. How could this be? How could anyone surpass the swiftness of my divine marksmanship? Zhao Fei materialized beside the black-robed figure in a flash. With a flick of his wrist, his dagger swiftly dispatched the man who had just experienced the extremes of ecstasy and despair. The remaining cloaked figures instantly realized they had encountered a formidable adversary today. No more talk of impossibility. For a man like Zhao Fei, nothing was beyond reach. He regarded them with an air of detached serenity. How did these people even become evolvers? He mused. Each one believes themselves the pinnacle of human combat prowess, yet crumbles at the slightest setback. Suddenly, a realization struck. Their presence had been detected by the forces of Shantai Kingdom. The plan must be executed ahead of schedule. Initiate Protocol B, the lead black-robed figure commanded decisively. Without hesitation, his subordinates scattered into the distance, leaving only their leader standing his ground. How remarkably disciplined this group is, Zhao Fei noted with mild surprise. They didn't even attempt to swarm me. It was the first time he had encountered such a tightly coordinated unit. Yet, the leader before him seemed brimming with confidence, utterly convinced of his ability to defeat Zhao Fei. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Fei considered pursuing the fleeing figures. Undoubtedly, they were off to stir trouble. But then a sly, almost sinister smile curled on his lips. Stirring trouble? He thought. Isn't that exactly what I want? Zhao Fei was genuinely delighted. For wasn't he precisely troubled about how to incorporate this mountainous Iron Kingdom? If these individuals were to plunge Shan Iron Kingdom into chaos, and then intervene themselves. Wouldn't everything fall neatly into place? As expected, success demands strategic thinking. Zhao Fei's intellect was certainly not in vain. You are not a citizen of the Mountain Iron Kingdom. Seeing that Zhao Fei had no intention of intervening, the leading figure in black robes suddenly grasped the implication. Could this insignificant fool truly be nothing more than a mere passerby? What a wretched era this is, despite my utmost sincerity in communication. No one deems me worthy of trust. The lead cloaked figure suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unease, realizing his excessive caution had backfired. A mission personally assigned by his sovereign had been disrupted by this contemptible wretch. What an utter blunder. Yet, this was no catastrophic matter. After all, by dawn, this place would be reduced to ruins. The cloaked captain struck preemptively. With a mere lift of his hand, all surrounding water converged, surging toward Zhao Fei in a torrential assault. In an instant, Zhao Fei found himself encased within a liquid prison. However, the moment the watery cage formed, Zhao Fei effortlessly blinked to an adjacent position. Teleportation? Sneered the captain. But what of it? The black-robed captain observed Zhao Fei's agile movements and swiftly devised a specialized combat strategy against him, drawing upon his extensive battle experience. This time, the captain clasped his hands together, and instantly, Zhao Fei felt a faint tremor ripple through his body. To perish by the hands of a fourth-tier evolved being. This is the greatest honor one could attain in this apocalyptic world, the captain sneered. Zhao Fei watched with keen interest as the black-robed captain unleashed his ultimate technique. A colossal water prison materialized, ensnaring both of them within its confines. In the next moment, it constricted violently, trapping Zhao Fei once more. I revel in watching despair slowly drain the life from your kind. Though the captain's face remained obscured, the sinister grin in his voice betrayed his malevolence. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhao Fei was imprisoned again, artillery shells erupted from multiple directions within Satellite City No. 7. Your allies are far too sluggish. I scarcely know how to entertain myself with you any longer, Zhao Fei remarked coolly. The captain's smirk froze as he sensed the cold press of a gun barrel against the back of his skull. Zhao Fei had teleported beside him. Indeed, he had been waiting for the captain to make his move all along. And those people truly took their time, Zhao Fei mused. How did you break free from my water prison technique? The captain stammered, disbelief lacing his voice. Now, Zhao Fei had already approached the black-robed captain from behind. Desert Eagle in hand, pressing the gun against the man's back, he spoke with an air of calm detachment. Relax. Look at you, sweating already. Answer a few questions for me. Just as Zhao Fei prepared to interrogate the captain, suddenly, with a splash, the figure before him dissolved into a puddle of water, trickling across the ground. It turned out this black-robed captain had merely been a watery doppelganger, a detail even Zhao Fei had failed to notice. Interesting. The thought flickered through his mind. After reaching the fourth tier, these evolved beings' abilities have truly advanced by leaps and bounds. Gazing at the damp traces on the floor, Zhao Fei made no move to pursue. Instead, his eyes lingered pensively in the distance, anticipation simmering beneath his composed exterior. He was curious. What would the black-robed ones do next? In Zhao Fei's eyes, eliminating mere underlings held no satisfaction. Yet those artillery shells, those intrigued him. Had these black-robed schemers plotted for so long, only to launch a few celebratory fireworks? To think that this alone could disrupt Satellite City No. 7 seems rather presumptuous. As the fireworks exploded, plumes of white smoke unfurled across the sky. The northern night carried a biting wind, which swiftly scattered the drifting haze in all directions. From the distant mountains came the mournful howl of an evolved beast, a sound that even Zhao Fei recognized as brimming with fury, resentment, and sorrow. And with that lone wolf's cry, others soon joined in. In an instant, the entire Satellite City No. 7 was engulfed in the haunting chorus of the evolved beasts. Zhao Fei brushed off a few specks of dust drifting down from the sky, rubbing them between his fingers, only to realize with horror that it was actually ashes. In that instant, he understood. This group of black-robed figures must have captured the kin of the evolved beasts from the opposite mountain range and brought them to Satellite City No. 7, reducing them to nothing but scattered ashes. The one who devised such a method was truly a twisted genius. Between humans and evolved beasts, there existed nothing but absolute, unrelenting hatred, no room for compromise whatsoever. And now, it didn't matter to the beasts whether their loved ones had been slaughtered by black-robed or white-robed figures. In their eyes, all of humanity was to blame. Indeed, the only good human was a dead one. Before long, the entire satellite city number 7 echoed with human cries. This was no false alarm. The wolves had truly arrived. Chapter 81. Self-destruction from the very inception of the Iron Mountain Nation. It was understood that its purpose was to serve as cannon fodder for other realms. Yet, the backbone of this nation was composed of half-corpses, beings rejected by all other lands, who found their only worth within these borders. In a world fragmented into 100 nations, it was the people of Iron Mountain who stood most united. To ensure survival, the nation faced threats from 3 formidable enemies and had thus established 10 satellite cities. Among them, Satellite City number 7 was not the most perilous in terms of terrain, yet it waged daily battles against countless foes. In the early days of the apocalypse, hunting evolved beasts and zombies was a futile endeavor, nothing more than a death wish. But with the discovery of energy crystals, the tides shifted dramatically. Desperate souls now ventured into enemy territory, driven solely by the pursuit of these crystals. Satellite City No. 7 marked the farthest reach of human influence. Beyond its walls, civilization ceased to exist. Those zombies and evolved beasts were humanity's sworn enemies. The two factions were far from unified. With ample habitable land available, why engage in a bloody struggle against mankind? Still, provoked by human incursions, the beasts and undead occasionally retaliated, though never with enough force to obliterate the city. Zhao Fei encountered a group of black-robed infiltrators, masters of stealth. Under orders, they braved untold hardships to abduct the Wolf King's heir from the opposing mountain range. The cub was swiftly taken away and reduced to ashes. These operatives had studied evolved beasts meticulously. The higher a beast's evolutionary rank, the more difficult it was to produce offspring. The Wolf King ruling these mountains was a 4th-tier evolved beast. When it lost its only descendant, it roamed the peaks in anguish for days. This cub had been hard-won, the result of countless nights of relentless effort between the Wolf King and his consorts. Any creature would be driven to madness by such a loss. Now, the Wolf King caught the scent of its offspring's ashes from the direction of its mortal enemies. This could only end in blood. Yet the Wolf King was no fool. It did not charge blindly into human territory. If both sides were destined for annihilation, then let it be absolute. Humanity as strong had always dominated the weak, but among evolved beasts, the hierarchy was absolute. A higher-tier beast could command those beneath it without question, even to their deaths. At this moment, the 4th-tier Wolf King stood atop the highest peak, its silver-coated body stretching 5 meters long, its fangs and claws capable of shredding human armor with ease. Below it gathered 3rd-tier beasts, each a ruler in its own right. Now, standing before us are 2 formidable beasts, a 3rd-tier Monkey King and a 3rd-tier Boar King. Under the Wolf King's dominion, all evolved creatures are terrestrial, for the avian species pay no heed to his rule. The Boar King and Monkey King obey the Wolf King's every command without question. These 2 monarchs, who once strutted arrogantly among their own kind, now lie prostrate upon the ground, their postures radiating abject submission. Upon their bodies, though healed, remain scars from wounds that once nearly claimed their lives. These lingering marks serve as perpetual reminders. To provoke this Wolf King is to invite calamity, not only upon themselves but upon their entire tribes as well. With a resounding howl, the Wolf King surveys his elite forces before issuing his command, roaring twice toward the direction of the human city. His message is clear. His son has been slain by humans, and he vows vengeance, swearing to erase the human settlement from the very face of the earth. Brother, I share the same sentiment. It appears the Wolf King is truly enraged this time. In the past, merely raising its voice would have sufficed for any matter. The Monkey King immediately began chattering, while the Boar King started grunting in agreement. The command was straightforward: advance upon the human city. The entire mountain range erupted into chaos as the evolved beasts marched towards Satellite City number 7. At this moment, they did not charge recklessly. Though their intellect may be limited, it does not equate to foolishness. Why waste energy sprinting now? Upon reaching the human city, there would indeed be much to attend to. Yet even so, as tens of thousands of evolved beasts began moving in unison, every tree across the mountain range stirred as though the entire forest had come alive. Meanwhile, within Satellite City number 7, the people sprang into action. Prepare swiftly. The evolved beasts are launching their assault. Sound the alarms. All combat personnel to your stations. Each assumes their duty, completing combat deployment within half an hour. The inhabitants of Satellite City number 7 are all awakened, yet not a trace of panic arises. The arrival of evolved beasts? Is there truly cause for alarm? Satellite City number 7 had endured attacks more than once or twice. Everyone knew their role by heart. Even the half-zombie warriors didn't perceive this as an unusual assault under such circumstances. The hour was late into the night. The mid-autumn moon, which should have bathed the world in its glow, was now obscured by peculiar clouds that shrouded the entire sky. Without the moon's radiance, even the evolved found it challenging to discern the distance clearly. Flare rounds fire. The ruler of Satellite City number 7 was also a half-zombie. Despite his tyrannical appearance, his intellect remained sharp. Through the unusual fireworks and the sudden onslaught of beast tides, he deduced that someone was plotting the downfall of Satellite City number 7. Should this city fall, the main metropolis would be left vulnerable to the assaults of evolved beasts and the undead. Given the current predicament of the Iron Mountain Kingdom, other nations would undoubtedly refrain from extending any assistance. This is nothing short of a deliberate scheme to bring about its downfall, executed with a sinister, step-by-step precision. How despicable! Could this be the handiwork of that Zhao Fei? Immediately, Zhao Fei, who had just annihilated the northern Jiang Kingdom, was recalled by the city lord. Achoo! Unjustly accused, Zhao Fei sneezed, wiped his nose, and strode toward the safe house. Yet for the city lord, since the threat had arrived, he must first assess the scale of the approaching beast tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon the city walls, as flares were launched into the sky, the monstrous horde was unveiled before his eyes. Chapter 82. The Battle of Attack and Defense. The illumination rounds streaked across the sky, their elongated tails vanishing into the distant darkness. At times, what light reveals is not solely hope. Sometimes, it unveils even greater horrors. Where the radiance touched the earth, an unprecedented sea of evolved beasts stretched as far as the eye could see, their numbers suffocating in density. The flares carried immense range, disappearing deep into the shadowed woods. Some creatures attempted evasion, yet trapped amidst their own kind. Several were crushed beneath the falling projectiles. This spectacle instantly agitated the half-corpse warriors stationed along the ramparts. Was this not the prelude to utter annihilation? How many capable individuals does Satellite City number 7 even possess? The number of these evolved beasts far surpasses the city's entire population. We're doomed. Utterly and irrevocably doomed. There's absolutely no way this city can hold its ground. This was the collective thought in the hearts of all present. To be honest, even as an evolved being, the half-zombie city lord felt a surge of terror, his breath growing ragged. Yet, as a veteran who had survived the battlefield, City Lord number 7 closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and then seized the microphone. Everyone, he declared, his voice resolute, we are the forsaken of other nations. We have no choices left. All we can defend now is every inch of the land beneath our feet. We will not retreat. We cannot retreat. His oath rang out, firm and unyielding. As long as this city stands, so shall we. Not one step back. Having uttered these words, the Lord of City 7 tore off his armor in one swift motion, grasping only a great saber as he stood resolute upon the city walls. With unwavering determination, he vowed never to retreat, pledging to defend City 7 to his last breath. Perhaps these half-corpses who have become citizens of the Mountain Iron Kingdom are filled with despair in their hearts, for their former lives and homeland can never be reclaimed. Yet at this very moment, every soul is determined to defend this place unto death. There is no other reason, because this is their home now. Roars of defiance echo through Satellite City number 7, stirring even the non-combatants from their hiding places. No longer cowed by fear, they surge forth, each offering whatever meager strength they possess for the impending siege. Tell the king, the lord of city number 7 says solemnly to the messenger, his expression grave with resolve. Do not forget us. In his heart, he knows they are unlikely to survive the night. Ah, the lord. The reply from the capital city states that all the warriors from the main stronghold have already begun marching towards our location, having covered half the distance. What? The messenger's words truly left city lord number 7 momentarily stunned. There was no need for further deliberation. This was undoubtedly a scenario the sovereign had foreseen, anticipating both cause and effect. Every development remained firmly within the monarch's masterful control. However, the current departing sovereign has now lost his way. Pay no heed to that directionally challenged fool. Bah! The sovereign is wise yet appears simple, undoubtedly harboring his own grand designs. Spread this auspicious news far and wide. So long as we defend these city walls, survival shall be ours. As expected, the news of reinforcements arriving from the main city instantly rekindled the will to survive in the half-zombie warriors who had previously resolved to sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, the half-zombie legion dispatched from the main city was contacted. Initially, these warriors found the operation utterly perplexing, but upon learning that Satellite City No. 7 was under attack by a beast tide, they immediately began showering the monarch with effusive praise. It seems this Iron Mountain Kingdom is rather well run. Zhao Fei had been quietly observing everything. Truth be told, this was the least human-like human-ruled nation he had ever encountered. Yet, paradoxically, it was also the most authentic human kingdom. Brother Fei, what should we do? Zhao Fei's subordinates were eager to join the battle, for beyond personal sentiments, none wished to witness human territory fall into enemy hands. However, having acknowledged Zhao Fei as their leader, they had no choice but to follow his command. To hell with the enemy. Though it was anticipated that Zhao Fei would respond thus, only upon his utterance did the matter truly take form. While the half-corpse beings appeared to be power-oriented evolvers, none of their physical attributes lagged behind. Presently, to fully mobilize all combat forces within the city, the Lord commenced recruiting scattered soldiers and wandering warriors. All participants in battle would be rewarded according to their merits. The city's inhabitants placed unwavering faith in this covenant of the Lord, for in this post-apocalyptic era, should a city ruler break his word, the entire settlement would face utter ruin. Moreover, the promises of the half-corpse beings from the Iron Mountain Kingdom were absolutely unbreakable. Consequently, the personnel at the city gate registration office found themselves suddenly inundated with work. Each registered individual received a corresponding token to prevent imposters from slipping through, as today's registration roster had already been submitted. The advancing speed of the evolved beasts was alarmingly swift by the time Zhao Fei's turn arrived. The roars of these creatures were already audible. Name? The personnel at the registration office were not deaf either. They too had heard that the evolved beasts had arrived just beyond the city walls, causing them some distress. Zhao Fei. The registrar looked up at Zhao Fei with surprise. Yes, that very Zhao Fei. With those words, Zhao Fei vanished with a sudden bang, reappearing beside the city lord atop the wall. The 7th city lord did not glance at Zhao Fei, instead gripping his weapon as he faced off against the evolved beasts across from him. The Wolf King had not yet appeared. Even the Boar King and Monkey King remained in the rear, commanding from a distance. These creatures had grown frighteningly intelligent, now employing expendable pawns in their assault. At this moment, the horde of evolved beasts had gathered in the open field just outside the city walls, each one awaiting orders from their sovereigns. For human cities, what was needed was clear visibility. Thick vegetation was naturally unwelcome. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, plants left unchecked for even a day or two would sprout wildly. Thus, no one truly knew how many evolved beasts lurked hidden within the forests. You don't seem like a bad person, the 7th city lord remarked calmly to Zhao Fei. Never was one. What did you hear otherwise? Zhao Fei was utterly unaware of how his reputation had been exaggerated to such an extent, leaving him rather disgruntled. Shall we descend and teach him a lesson? Declared the 7th city lord. With those words, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, crashing directly into the midst of the evolved beast horde. Before the creatures could even react, the 7th city lord was already swinging his massive blade, cutting through them with ruthless efficiency. This greatsword, a relic from the Titan ruins, required no elaboration on its unparalleled hardness and razor-sharp edge. Its size made it perfectly suited for the half-corpse warriors. The cannon fodder, naturally, were nothing more than low-tier riffraff. Under the 7th City Lord's relentless assault, the beast horde was swiftly torn open, creating a breach in their ranks. Chapter 83. The Killing Field in Truth. City Lord number 7 had overestimated the capabilities of the evolved beasts. The ability to deploy troops and strategize already marked the pinnacle of their current evolutionary stage. What more could one possibly expect from them? The Wolf King observed everything from afar, witnessing how humans had prematurely ignited the battle. Driven by vengeance, the Wolf King could no longer contain himself and let out a resounding howl. Upon receiving the Wolf King's command, the Boar King and Monkey King immediately began interpreting his orders. The Wolf King has decreed a full-scale assault on the humans. First, dispatch the first-tier and non-tier evolved beasts into battle. The other evolved beasts gazed at the two Beast Kings with admiration. Truly worthy of their titles, their intellect is unparalleled. Even with just 2 howls, they deciphered so much meaning. Merely this ability alone makes it clear that none of us will ever reach the level of the Beast Kings in this lifetime. As the Wolf King's strategists, the Boar King and Monkey King swiftly organized the cannon fodder troops after analyzing the command, urging them to charge forward without hesitation. Boom! Boom! The low-tier evolved beasts surged forward in a chaotic stampede. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers created an overwhelming and terrifying force. The very earth trembled beneath their charge. Even as many beasts were trampled to death by their own kin in the frenzy, the battle, once begun, could not be halted. The assault commenced. Unlike the disorganized charge of the evolved beasts, the half-corpse warriors on the city walls responded with disciplined precision, hurling massive stones, their most effective weapons, into the oncoming tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stones the size of grown men were launched with tremendous force, crashing into the beast horde. Accuracy was unnecessary. Simply striking the ground was enough to obliterate swathes of the enemy. Within the city, stones were abundant, ensuring an endless supply. As long as their arms remained intact, the half-corpse warriors continued their relentless bombardment like tireless engines of war. Meanwhile, outdated weapons, save for rocket launchers and artillery, lay discarded in corners. Firearms proved nearly useless here, wielded only by those of ordinary constitution. City Lord number 7 carved his way forward through the slaughter, intent on piercing the heart of the beast tide to eliminate the Beast Kings. This seemingly reckless tactic was, in fact, the optimal strategy refined through countless failed human defenses against past invasions. I'm coming too. Zhao Fei, however, was not one to charge blindly into the fray. Every warrior had their own method of combat. What mattered was the result, not the means. Summoning his long-dormant Goliath mech, Zhao Fei climbed inside. Once, he had considered the machine enormous, but now, compared to the 4-meter-tall half-corpse city lord, it seemed almost underwhelming. However, the combat prowess of the Gloria robot was in no way inferior. The gatling guns wielded by the governor were compact weapons, whereas the Gloria robot boasted sufficient power and an utterly satisfying caliber. Raising its twin machine guns, Gloria unleashed a relentless barrage of fire, single-handedly halting the advancing tide of beasts. The corpses of the evolved creatures swiftly formed an insurmountable wall. Surely they won't just throw themselves to their deaths like this? The slaughter persisted for several minutes, each kill representing tangible energy crystals, leaving Zhao Fei inwardly unsettled. Then, a howl echoed, the voice of the Wolf King. Immediately, the Boar King and the Monkey King began interpreting their leader's command to the lesser beasts. The Wolf King has spoken. The human's firepower is too overwhelming. Continuing like this is futile. Withdraw the lower-tier creatures and switch to a new strategy. At once, the evolved beasts prostrated themselves in reverence before the Wolf King's profound wisdom. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei pinpointed the Wolf King's location based on its howl. So weak? Only 4th tier? Zhao Fei had recently encountered numerous influential figures, leading him to perceive the world as teeming with formidable beings. However, to his slight disappointment, the ruler of this mountain's evolved beasts turned out to be merely a fourth-tier creature. Yet, Zhao Fei understood that now was not the time to act. Adding flowers to brocade could never compare to the value of delivering charcoal in snowy weather. Timely aid mattered most. As the first wave of the beast tide receded, the city lord of number 7 refrained from pursuit. Instead, he launched a signal flare, prompting a swift descent of half-corpse warrior guards from the city walls. These warriors efficiently began harvesting the fallen prey. After all, during such beast tides, utilizing the flesh and blood of evolved creatures as provisions proved to be the most effective method of preserving strength. Me? City Lord No. 7 handed Zhao Fei a piece of mutated beast flesh. I want the energy crystals, he declared. Upon hearing this, the half-zombies who were cleaning up the battlefield simultaneously turned their gaze toward the city lord. Glancing at Zhao Fei, City Lord number 7 grinned and announced, "All the energy crystals shall be given to Zhao Fei." The battle-hardened half-zombie warriors, accustomed to years of frontline combat, returned to their posts within minutes. Meanwhile, the logistics team immediately began cooking the meat. At that moment, an ephemeral tranquility settled over the battlefield. "Wasn't this your doing?" The 7th City Lord wiped the bloodstained blade clean and turned to Zhao Fei with a cold glare. "What the hell are you doing? Are you blind to the fact that I've liberated all the mining slaves of Jiangbei Kingdom? On the very first day of the apocalypse, my younger sister perished." The 7th City Lord remarked with detached composure. Zhao Fei offered an awkward apology in response. "When the sovereign arrives, I shall inform him that you are a man of virtue." Zhao Fei had not anticipated receiving the good person card so swiftly. Yet amidst this, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. Seeking confirmation, he inquired, "Your sovereign is coming?" "This is only natural. Our sovereign never retreats in such moments." The mention of his monarch instantly evoked profound reverence from City Lord number 7. Zhao Fei suddenly felt that obtaining this mountainous kingdom would prove rather challenging. The progress bar might have to endure some hardships. Gazing at the pitifully advancing indicator, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. What to do next? After an awkward silence, Zhao Fei gazed into the inky darkness of the forest and inquired of City Lord number 7, who can truly comprehend the thoughts of beasts. City Lord No. 7 also devoured an enormous pot of stew before ascending the city walls. This wave of assault proved immensely profitable for Zhao Fei, who merely expended a round of ammunition in exchange. The energy crystals multiplied fourfold in an assembly line fashion. Without delay, Zhao Fei commenced production of gubernatorial figures within the secure chamber. The future remained uncertain, yet with the beast tide approaching from the opposite side, their own forces certainly wouldn't lack manpower. Chapter 84. A display of prowess. Zhao Fei naturally refrained from revealing his concealed capabilities, at least not yet. He was biding his time, awaiting the perfect moment. Remain vigilant, everyone. Do not let your guard down. Once the evolved beasts launch their assault, they will fight to the death, warned City Lord No. 7 as he gripped his gleaming blade, pacing restlessly along the battlements. Then a distant whizzing sound sliced through the air as an object hurtled toward them. City Lord No. 7 swiftly raised his blade in defense, yet the impact still struck him, though his weapon cleaved through the projectile mid-flight. The sheer force sent him crashing onto the stone floor of the wall. "My lord, are you unharmed?" The medical team swiftly advanced to provide aid to the city lord. In such critical moments, the leader must remain unharmed at all costs. "I am unharmed," declared City Lord number 7, his rugged physique allowing him to rise immediately. His gaze fell upon the source of the assault, a massive boulder. The attack had been launched by the subordinates of the Monkey King. Just as City Lord No. 7 prepared to issue commands, a relentless barrage of stones rained down upon them. "Take cover, everyone," he bellowed. Yet despite his urgent cries, most of the half-corpse warriors were only of first-tier constitution, with second-tier individuals barely qualifying as squad leaders. Such frail bodies stood no chance against the onslaught of stone projectiles. The Monkey King's minions excelled in hurling rocks, rendering even missile interception utterly futile. After all, missiles were designed to counter firearms, not crude stone weaponry. Even if by sheer luck a missile struck a boulder, it would be meaningless. Their ammunition was limitless and costless. The once sturdy city walls now lay in ruins under the bombardment. Worse still, the Beast King's forces deliberately targeted residential districts, plunging satellite city number 7 into chaos. Observing humanity's inability to retaliate, the Wolf King issued his command with a fierce howl. The Boar King, understanding immediately, roared to his subordinates, "The Wolf King has spoken." While the Monkey King's forces suppressed the humans, "We must charge forth and break their ranks." At these words, the Boar warriors snorted heavily, lowering their heads and aligning their massive shoulders towards satellite city number 7 before charging with terrifying momentum. City Lord number 7's eyes burned crimson with desperation. He sensed this might be their final stand. If they endured, reinforcement from the main city might arrive in time. But if they fell, the entire satellite city would become the domain of the evolved beasts. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The earth trembled beneath another wave of assault, this time led entirely by high-tier evolved beasts. The vanguard consisted of second-tier creatures, their thick hides impervious to the feeble stones of the crumbling walls. Brothers, for the glory of mankind, as long as we hold our ground, the future of humanity shall not vanish. Everyone, allow me to take the lead. Just as the guards prepared for a desperate final stand against the evolved beasts, a lone figure stepped forward. It was Zhou Shusong, though not of his own volition. Zhao Fei had signaled that it was time for them to intervene. The moment for a life-or-death struggle had not yet arrived. With an imposing presence, Zhou Shusong slammed his hands onto the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the shattered remnants of the city walls began to reassemble, their thickness quadrupling in an instant. Not stopping there, he clasped his hands together and stomped the earth, causing countless stone spikes to erupt along the ramparts. The Boar King, a third-tier life form like City Lord number 7, possessed tusks capable of piercing even fourth-tier evolved creatures. While the Boar King was formidable, the same could not be said for the rest of its kin. As the charging boars beheld the sudden emergence of stone spikes, panic surged through their ranks. Even those at the front, realizing the peril too late, were helplessly shoved forward by the stampede behind them. One by one, the stone spikes impaled their bodies, draining their life force amidst agonized cries. The battlefield resounded with the wretched howls of boars and the sickening sound of flesh being torn. Snort! Snort! Enraged by the slaughter of its kind, the Boar King only accelerated its charge, vowing to obliterate the walls. Unbeknownst to it, dozens of its kin were sent flying in its reckless rampage. Zhou Shusong, recognizing the Boar King's ferocity, reinforced the defenses directly in its path. Yet, under the full might of the Boar King's assault, the barriers barely held for a moment before shattering. "Leave this one to me," Lu Ming declared from the side. Trusting his comrade, Zhou Shusong swiftly sealed the breach the Boar King had torn open with its life. Once inside satellite city number 7, the Boar King continued its frenzied charge, only to realize none of its kin had followed. Are they locking the gates to beat the dog? No, to beat the boar. Indeed, humans are the most cunning creatures. Just as the wild Boar King sensed something amiss, a bear of comparable stature appeared before its eyes. "Brother, we're kin. Evolved beasts shouldn't fight evolved beasts," it pleaded. Yet the savage bear paid no heed to the wild Boar King's reasoning, immediately raising its massive paw for a strike. Though the thick-skinned boar wasn't slain instantly, its enormous frame was sent sprawling sideways. Before the disoriented wild Boar King could comprehend the situation, a dark shadow flashed past. The Sonic Hound had arrived. What treachery has this evolved beast committed? Just as the wild Boar King struggled to comprehend the situation, suddenly, his legs gave way. One of his limbs had its tendons severed by the Sonic Hound. "No matter, I still have 3 legs left," he thought. Now at the 3rd tier, the wild Boar King had learned to calculate. Assessing the circumstances through the haze of pain, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Naturally, he had no clear direction in mind, but any movement seemed preferable to remaining a passive target. At that very moment, the wild Boar King let out another piercing cry, only to sense impending doom. Before he could react, a diving eagle swooped down, its talons mercilessly gouging out both his eyes. Chapter 85. Elite combatants, truly remarkable, my brothers, remarked City Lord number 7, recognizing that these two warriors possessed strength on par with his own. Their seamless coordination suggested they hailed from the same formidable faction, implying an even greater power behind them. Most crucially, this group currently appeared to be aligned with his cause. Nothing extraordinary. Brother Fei simply instructed us to intervene. Lu Ming and Zhou Shusong humbly deflected. Preposterous. Steal the spotlight? These two individuals understood better than anyone how profoundly enigmatic Zhao Fei truly was. As subordinates, they were acutely aware of their place. This was not the moment to seek empty praise or stand out unnecessarily. Beyond the city walls, the surviving wild boars, now free from restraint, came to an abrupt halt, utterly bewildered about what to do next. With their king slain and no one left to command the herd, the evolved boars could not comprehend the meaning behind the Wolf King's howls, leaving them directionless. Yet, upon seeing the corpses of their fallen brethren ahead, their instincts snapped back into focus. Their eyes darted warily before they bolted toward whatever refuge they could find. The Wolf King, who had been overseeing the battle, recognized the utter collapse of the boar forces. However, more than the failure to breach the human defenses, what infuriated him was the betrayal of the boars. The dignity of a beast king could not be defied. The Wolf King has decreed that evolved beasts who betray us are our enemies. All warriors, launch the attack. We shall eradicate every last one of these wild boars without mercy. The Monkey King immediately issued combat orders to the evolved beasts. One could hardly expect these creatures to possess empathy. They would never consider that the same fate might befall them. The evolved monkeys swiftly hurled the stones in their grasp toward the wild boars, scattering in panic. Screech, screech! The rocks, originally meant to assault humans, now rained down upon the boars, eliciting agonized howls across the field. Yet, upon witnessing the effectiveness of their assault, the monkeys instinctively reveled in delight. Host, the production of all 100 governor units has been completed. Xiaoji's prompt resonated in Zhao Fei's mind. Equip them all with the highest tier configurations. Standing atop the city wall, Zhao Fei surveyed the chaos before him and realized he had overestimated the intellect of these evolved beasts. Brother, reinforcements from the Iron Mountain Kingdom are on their way. If we hold out together, we will survive. City Lord number 7 addressed Zhao Fei, now realizing that most of the previous information about him had been mere rumors. With his formidable strength, Zhao Fei could effortlessly seize control of City number 7 within moments. Had Zhao Fei truly been malevolent, he would have acted long ago. However, the City Lord, merely at the 3rd tier of power, could scarcely fathom the upper limits of Zhao Fei's capabilities. No need, I shall handle them myself. By the way, dawn approaches. Prepare me some savory tofu pudding. With another instantaneous flash, Zhao Fei materialized upon the ground. Squelch's foot sank into the viscous, sanguine mire beneath him. Yet such trivialities failed to perturb him in the slightest. With a resounding snap of fingers, 100 governor figures aligned in a serpentine formation, forming an impenetrable barrier between satellite city number 7 and the evolving beasts. John, we have arrived. Every governor was equipped with a ferocious vitality configuration. The primary firepower output came from a gatling machine gun, complemented by a rocket launcher on the back, several grenades at the waist, and an array of knives and machetes at the ready. The half-zombie warriors, crouching atop the city walls, watched these formidable setups with mouths agape in awe. Preferring cold steel and close-quarters combat? If given the choice, who wouldn't wish to mow down foes with a machine gun? Just what kind of person is this Zhao Fei? The firepower. City Lord number 7 observed Zhao Fei's military forces and their deployment, instinctively realizing his own side's role was utterly insignificant. Ah, my friend, do you feel there's no arena left for you to demonstrate your prowess? The City Lord of District 7 felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Zhou Shusong, who had just demonstrated remarkable prowess moments ago. What can I do for you? Come, join us in the logistical efforts to excavate energy crystals. With these words, the two began their task of extracting energy crystals from the evolved beasts. To think that 3rd-tier evolvers would be assigned such menial labor. The ruler of City No. 7 watched their practiced movements in stunned silence. His astonishment was understandable. Even within the Iron Mountain Nation, where slavery was abolished, certain roles still carried hierarchical distinctions. Yet, any trace of indignation dissipated as the ruler glanced at Zhao Fei, his reservations melting away. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his subordinates to assist in the excavation of energy crystals for Zhao Fei. Full firepower. Charge with me. Zhao Fei brandished a gatling gun, slinging ammunition over his shoulder as he led the governors forward in a relentless assault. Instantly, a storm of 101 metallic projectiles rained upon the distant thicket. While a single bullet might barely graze the sturdy trees, the unrelenting barrage reduced them to splinters, felled as if by a chainsaw's merciless sweep. The monkeys, fresh from their massacre of the Boar tribe, had scarcely a moment to revel before humanity's onslaught struck them dumb. The Wolf King swiftly issued his command. This is but the desperate thrashing of humans. They cannot possibly sustain such ammunition. Hold your ground. Though many monkeys trembled in terror beneath the human assault, the oppressive authority of their king forced them to remain prostrate. Why are these evolved beasts so eerily still? Bah! Who cares? Bring me the rocket launcher. Fire at will. Zhao Fei feared these evolved beasts were plotting a counterattack and immediately issued orders for suppressive fire. His rocket launcher was the ultimate solution to all defiance. Dense rockets streaked forward, one after another, as swiftly as bullets being fired. Disposable items? Coincidentally, Zhao Fei couldn't be bothered with reloading either, so he simply had the governor and other officials fire the rocket launchers like machine guns. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire mountain range was filled with continuous explosions. The entire mountain was leveled by the explosion. It remains unclear which monkey was the first to flee. But soon the entire troop scattered in panic. Even these beasts could discern that the humans meant serious business. The Monkey King had been leaping about, attempting to restrain his fleeing subjects, when suddenly he sensed an icy aura of murderous intent approaching from behind. The Wolf King had reached the pinnacle of his fury. The blood debt for his slain offspring was already unforgivable, and now these humans sought to exterminate them all. Could it be that this entire affair had been a carefully orchestrated scheme from the very beginning? This was akin to shutting the door to beat the dog. The wolf, consumed by mounting fury, felt its primal bloodlust erupt as raw power surged through its veins. With unrestrained ferocity, it charged toward the human forces ahead. Chapter 86. An all-round beating even in its dormant state. A fourth-tier Wolf King exudes an aura potent enough to command absolute submission from lesser evolved creatures. At this moment, the other beasts of evolution bore witness to the true might of their sovereign. The Wolf King's muscles swelled, its body elongating to more than double its original size. What was once soft, luxuriant fur hardened into bristling steel needles. Mere proximity enough to inflict wounds. Its fangs and claws, already formidable weapons, now gleamed with lethal precision, capable of delivering death with but a glance. Transformed into a machine of slaughter, the Wolf King vanished from the sight of the lesser beasts in the blink of an eye. Yet, such feats were trivialities to the lowly evolved. To Zhao Fei's discerning gaze, a fourth-tier creature remained just that. No matter how fiercely it raged, it could only elevate a single attribute to the level of the fifth tier. With the composure of one who stood upon that higher echelon, Zhao Fei watched calmly as the Wolf King surged toward him, consumed by vengeance. The Wolf King's mind held but a single thought: retribution. And among the 100 governor-class adversaries, Zhao Fei stood apart, unmistakable, peerless. Thus, the Wolf King marked him as its primary quarry. Is this all you've got? To the ordinary eye, the Wolf King moved with the swiftness of a tempest and the ferocity of lightning. Yet Zhao Fei effortlessly evaded its assault. This human was no ordinary foe. Even in the throes of battle, the Wolf King's intellect remained sharp. It recognized Zhao Fei as the leader among these humans. To eliminate him, it must first dismantle his allies, thereby crippling his support in combat. The Wolf King was no stranger to battling humans. Initially, they appeared formidable, but after the first wave of attacks, their strength invariably waned. Thus, by unleashing overwhelming dominance now, no human would remain unshaken. Drawing from past encounters, the Wolf King lunged without hesitation, sinking its fangs into one of the governor's clones. To the Wolf King, all humans looked alike, though, admittedly, these 100 governors were identical in every way. Zhao Fei made no move to order the other clones to intervene, for he knew their second-tier strength was no match for the Wolf King's unleashed fourth-tier prowess. Instead, a smirk curled his lips as he coldly commanded the ensnared governor to detonate. In that instant, the Wolf King's jaws clamped not upon flesh and blood, but unyielding steel. This was no human. The Wolf King was inwardly astonished. How could creatures of another race possibly aid humans in resisting the evolved beasts? Are humans not the malignant tumor of this world, most deserving of eradication? The already bitten and grotesquely contorted governor, upon receiving Zhao Fei's command, immediately clamped down on the Wolf King's lower jaw with desperate force. Holy hell, this grandson is plotting something treacherous. Just as the Wolf King was about to abandon the governor, the latter detonated the grenades strapped to his body. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Fei armed each governor with substantial firepower, every grenade brimming with formidable potency. Yet, as a fourth-tier evolved beast, the Wolf King was not so easily subdued. Though its jaws were left numb from the blast, even its mind reeled momentarily. Just as the Wolf King regained its senses, a hail of small metallic objects rained down upon it like a storm. Boom! Boom! The relentless detonations of high-explosive grenades filled the air. This was Zhao Fei's welcome gift for the Wolf King. Whoosh! Still, the Wolf King managed to dart through the billowing smoke, escaping the onslaught. Come on, come at me. This was all my idea. I'm the boss here. Go ahead, try to bite me. Zhao Fei taunted the Wolf King with utter disdain, showing no regard for the creature that had once struck terror across the entire mountain range. Humiliated, the Wolf King now stood wary and alert. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei scratched his head as if struck by an idea, then flicked his wrist. Awoo! The Wolf King, thoroughly intimidated by this human, instinctively recoiled. He here, pup. Come get it. Zhao Fei brandished a sausage, waving it mockingly before the Wolf King's eyes. Awoo! Awoo! Had the Boar King or Monkey King been present to translate, the Wolf King's cries would have conveyed, "Human, you go too far. Even if I may not defeat you, as an evolved beast, I still have my dignity. Show some respect. Come, let me show you what true courage and unyielding spirit truly mean." Having uttered these words, the Wolf King lunged directly at Zhao Fei. Lord of City 7, reinforcements from the main city forces have arrived. Upon the walls of City 7, all onlookers watched the battle with bated breath. Yet, Zhao Fei appeared to be handling the fight with effortless ease. Truly, the sovereign possesses foresight beyond mortal comprehension. At this news, the guards erupted in jubilation, their expressions alight with reverence for their ruler. It was evident the people of City 7, the citizens of the Iron Mountain Kingdom, regarded their sovereign with unwavering devotion. However, the sovereign had lost his way. Just as murmurs arose among the crowd about their directionally challenged ruler, the earth began to tremble, a rhythmic, thunderous pounding, akin to the beating of a colossal heart, reverberated through the air. This was the sovereign's imperial engine. Instantly, the entire populace of Satellite City number 7 erupted in waves of jubilant cheers. What does it matter if one takes a wrong turn? What significance holds the distance of the journey? In the face of His Majesty's absolute speed, these matters pose no obstacle whatsoever. You vile beast! I shall be the one to deal with you. Zhao Fei was currently toying with the Wolf King when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him like a towering mountain. The approaching figure was a half-zombie warrior, yet this particular specimen stood at an astonishing height of 6 meters. Were it not for this half-corpse ability to speak, Zhao Fei would have directly mistaken him for a tank-type zombie. The approaching figure was none other than the monarch who single-handedly forged this mountainous Iron Kingdom. The fourth-tier Wolf King had been utterly humiliated by brother Zhao Fei to the point of despair. Normally, encountering an opponent willing to engage in direct combat should have thrilled the Wolf King. Yet, after just one exchange, it was plunged into complete hopelessness. The newly arrived human on the battlefield was simply too overwhelmingly powerful. The sovereign seized the Wolf King without hesitation and clenched his grip. In agony, the Wolf King retaliated by sinking its fangs into the sovereign's arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The sovereign's arm remained unscathed, while the Wolf King's teeth shattered instead. Is that all? The monarch sneered once more, then seized the Wolf King by the throat with his other hand. In that moment, utter despair consumed the Wolf King. Chapter 87. Surrendering without a fight, the mighty fourth-tier Wolf King, now held firmly in the sovereign's grasp, displayed not a shred of resistance. Once a colossal beast, it now seemed as diminutive as a chihuahua in the ruler's unyielding grip. After a futile struggle, the Wolf King swiftly realized the futility of defiance against this human. It whimpered in supplication, words that, if translated, would have pleaded, "Noble warrior of mankind, spare me. I vow to repent, to reform, to never again encroach upon human lands." Yet the sovereign neither understood nor cared to learn the tongue of evolved beasts. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "At death's door, and still you dare snarl at me? A beast that knows not how to beg for mercy." The Wolf King, the sovereign, was unyielding in his conviction. In his eyes, the only good evolved beast was a dead one. With a brutal exertion of strength, he tore the Wolf King asunder. A mournful howl pierced the air as flesh and blood erupted in a macabre downpour, splattering upon the earth like crimson rain. Even with half its body severed, the Wolf King clung to life, its primal instinct driving its claws forward in desperate, futile struggle. But the sovereign granted no mercy. His boot descended upon the beast's skull with a sickening crunch, obliterating it in a single, merciless motion. "I never sought you out, yet you dare challenge me. Consider this your end." His face twisted into a visage of wrath, a sight Zhao Fei observed without flinching. Zhao Fei was certain he could defeat this sovereign at the peak of his fury. But how? "Yin Yin, where are you?" "It's me, your brother." Bear in the wilds. Having slain the Wolf King, the monarch suddenly seemed to recall something. Paying no heed to Zhao Fei, he bellowed and sprinted towards Satellite City number 7. The sovereign's roar resonated like thunder, leaving the ears of all present ringing. "Brother, is it you?" "I am Xiong Yin." Just as the monarch's voice reached its full volume, a crisp sound interrupted. Xiong Yin responded with an incredulous tone, and as his words faded, the ruler, also known as Xiong Chumo, quickened his pace. Within moments, the sovereign stood before Xiong Yin. "Yin Yin, it's me, your brother." To onlookers, Xiong Chumo had completely shed any semblance of human appearance, and none could fathom what the monarch truly looked like as an ordinary man. Yet in Xiong Yin's eyes, though his brother seemed altered in essence, nothing had changed. The ruler of Shantai Kingdom was none other than Xiong Yin's own flesh and blood. Zhao Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Why must their sibling reunion unfold in such a peculiar manner? Yet upon reflection, such drastic physical transformations were indeed rather difficult to accept. Truly, the bear-like figure, now towering like a titan, made any conventional embrace impossible, leaving Xiong Yin no choice but to wrap her arms around her brother's massive finger instead. Father and mother. Xiong Yin suddenly seemed to recall something, gazing at his elder brother with hopeful anticipation. Dead during the battle against the zombies. In order to allow more people to escape, they detonated the explosives strapped to their bodies right before my eyes, perishing together with the horde of the undead. Xiong Chumo had long grown accustomed to the cruel partings brought by this apocalyptic world. Yet, whenever the subject of his parents arose, sorrow still surged uncontrollably within his heart. When has one missed their parents the most? Every day, he yearned. Ordinarily, he would bury such sentiments deep within his heart. But today, in front of his younger sister, when he should have remained strong, enormous teardrops rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Thud! Thud! Tears fell to the ground, carving a pit with their weight. So even a lord of the nation could shed tears. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. In the hearts of the Shantai people, Lord Xiong had always seemed like an unfeeling machine. Who would have thought he too could weep? A man does not weep easily, unless his heart is truly broken. Little sister, your brother is now a fifth-tier evolved being. Quite formidable, wouldn't you say? From now on, let me protect you. Xiong Yin gave a faint nod. Yet Xiong Chumo found her reaction strangely subdued. if even the strength of a fifth-tier warrior failed to impress her. The dangers she must have faced on her journey from the south must have been dire indeed. Within the borders of Shantai, there is no place beyond my reach. However, there is a certain Zhao Fei who has grown intolerably arrogant, a vile man. What say we join forces, sister, and put an end to him? In the desolate post-apocalyptic world, Bear's sole concern was his younger sister. The establishment of the Iron Mountain Kingdom stemmed entirely from his desire to create the safest possible realm for her. This young man had become somewhat obsessive. After Bear's impassioned speech, Bear Nian glanced anxiously at Zhao Fei, uncertain how to defuse the escalating crisis. Ahem, apologies, I am that Zhao Fei. Initially, Zhao Fei had contemplated how to explain himself, but upon unexpectedly encountering the ruler face-to-face, he resolved to be forthright. Before Bear could speak, the Seventh City Lord swiftly intervened, pulling the sovereign aside. Meanwhile, Bear Nian hastened to recount the events of their journey. The Seventh City Lord feared that, in a moment of impulsiveness, the ruler might clash with Zhao Fei, concerned that Zhao Fei might inadvertently perish in the confrontation. Bear Nian, however, understood Zhao Fei's true strength and knew that within his sanctuary lurked an unfathomable 10th-tier powerhouse. Her dread was that her brother might provoke them and be struck down by Zhao Fei's hand. As the Seventh City Lord and Bear Nian relayed their accounts, Bear's expression shifted unpredictably, paling, then flushing crimson, then darkening to purple before finally settling into composure. Bear harbored no skepticism toward their words, accepting them without question. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Zhao Fei. Brother Zhao Fei, I am deeply grateful for your unwavering care toward my sister all this time. The title of sovereign, I relinquish it to you. Relinquish it to me? Well then. Wait, what? Our relationship seems to be progressing rather rapidly. Let me catch my breath for a moment. This sudden turn of events left Zhao Fei utterly dumbfounded. To be honest, he had initially thought merely resolving the misunderstanding with Bear would be satisfactory enough. Yet unexpectedly, this Bear proved as magnanimous as his appearance suggested, willingly bestowing upon Zhao Fei the kingdom he had painstakingly established. Brother Zhao, don't burden yourself with unnecessary concerns, Bear continued. Truth be told, I founded this nation solely to search for my younger sister. As long as family remains, all these so-called royal titles are but empty vanity. So this Bear was cut from the same cloth as himself. Meeting Bear's sincere gaze, Zhao Fei responded with a faint smile and clasped his hand in a firm handshake. Chapter 88. Targeted indeed, everything Bear Encounter said was true. In this apocalyptic world, he had not become a self-evolved being, but remained merely an ordinary survivor with unremarkable physical traits. No matter how desperately he strived, he could never transform into someone capable of searching for his sister. He didn't even know in which battle he might be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Just as Bear Encounter was drowning in despair over his bleak future, Lin Li's evolution serum emerged like a beacon in the darkness. This became Bear Encounter's lifeline. To obtain the evolution serum, he joined the most perilous front lines. Time and again, in battles that seemed suicidal, he charged ahead fearlessly. Through such relentless valor, he gradually accumulated enough merit points to claim the coveted serum. So what if he became a half-zombie? When one possesses sufficient strength, the form one takes matters little, and Bear cares not. Now, having fulfilled his life's ultimate mission, Bear truly holds no interest in this so-called title of Lord of the Land. Moreover, upon learning that Zhao Fei was an evolved being whom even he could not defeat, Bear sincerely and wholeheartedly presented his Mountain Iron Kingdom to Zhao Fei. In this apocalyptic world, only those with formidable power can protect their beloved. This is the unshakable principle Bear has come to understand. Ding dong. The safe house upgrade progress increased by 10. In an instant, Zhao Fei assimilated 100,000 individuals. Brother, you're being too formal with me. Zhao Fei chuckled uncontrollably, rendered speechless by this unexpected outcome. However, Zhao Fei only claimed the naming rights for the Iron Mountain Nation, leaving the rest under the management of the Xiong siblings. For administrative convenience, satellite cities 2 through 10 retained their original numbering but were redesignated as Hope Cities 2 through 10. The main city became Hope City 11, while Satellite City 1 was renamed Hope City 12. Xiong Chumo retained his leadership role, continuing to oversee these cities. Though Xiong Chumo himself was indifferent to power, his subordinates, the half-zombie warriors, grew anxious. In the eyes of humanity, they were seen as aberrations. Having finally found refuge within the Iron Mountain Nation, they feared Zhao Fei might exploit them as expendable pawns. Despite Zhao Fei's seemingly unreliable demeanor, he had never faltered in matters of principle. After the battle against the Wolf King, the northern mountain range was completely subdued. Xiong Chumo had previously attempted to drive out the evolved beast from his territory, but their entrenched stronghold and superior terrain made it impossible. Ironically, the beast's aggressive assault this time presented humanity with a golden opportunity. Zhao Fei harbored no greed in absorbing the Iron Mountain Nation, merely claiming all the energy crystals obtained from the battle against the evolved beasts. He left the national reserves untouched. Captain, our mission has failed. How do we explain this upon our return? In a secluded valley, the black-robed figures whom Zhao Fei had encountered earlier were gathered with furrowed brows and somber expressions. In the meticulously laid plans of these black-robed figures, what was meant to be a flawless operation had devolved into utter chaos. They truly had no idea how to account for this failure to their leader. Meanwhile, the black-robed captain stood aside, chain-smoking like a middle-aged man who had lost everything in the stock market. Finally, he flicked the cigarette but to the ground and crushed it underfoot with a furious stomp. "This isn't on any of you," he growled. "Let's move. Go back and report your mission. If there's any trouble, I'll handle it for you. No need for all of you to return. Besides, no one will reimburse your train tickets anyway." Just as these black-robed figures were about to depart, a sudden figure swept in. At first, the group remained highly alert until they saw her. She was a woman dressed in light, alluring attire, adorned in a delicate floral cheongsam that exuded an almost bewitching charm. Yet, to these black-robed men, she was no seductress. She was a harbinger of death itself. Terror seized them as if they had encountered the very reaper of souls. "Envoy," they gasped in dread. "Grant me another chance." The once defiant black-robe captain before Zhao Fei was now trembling in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees in supplication. What a pitiful coward! The alluring woman opposite him chuckled with a bewitching lilt, her laughter like chimes in the wind. Yet, the qipao-clad enchantress did not spare him out of mercy. She simply deemed him unworthy of her attention. In the next breath, the desperate pleas for clemency fell silent. Every robed figure before her had been transformed into statues of ice, their terror frozen in time. With a flick of her wrist, the woman conjured daggers of frost in her palms, then cast them with effortless grace. The blade struck true, shattering the frozen forms into countless glittering shards. Such thorough obliteration never lost its charm. Having completed her macabre artistry, the woman vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei scoured Satellite City No. 7 for any trace of the black robes, though his search proved predictably futile. Even as he smoothly consolidated control over Shantai Kingdom, his ambitions drove him ever northward. Who do you suspect is behind this conspiracy against Satellite City No. 7? Now that the entire Shan Iron Kingdom has become his domain, Zhao Fei must ascertain exactly which faction seeks to bring harm upon them. To be honest, I'm uncertain, Fei Gu admitted. Though various nations have long looked down upon Shan Iron Kingdom, they've always preferred to keep it in a state of feeble survival. Such a direct attempt to annihilate it surely doesn't originate from these nations. Could it be someone beyond our 9 provinces? At this thought, Zhao Fei stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that Xiong Chumo's conjecture was not without merit. In these apocalyptic times for humanity, nations like the Bear Country and Island Nation might indeed engage in reckless actions. Zhao Fei became even more convinced that currently, there are not only internal troubles, but also severe external threats. By the way, brother, didn't you previously issue a bounty through the Assassin's Guild to have me eliminated? Zhao Fei recalled another technical matter. That was all a misunderstanding. I'll immediately petition the guild to revoke that order, Xiong Chumo replied awkwardly. After all, for him who was still the ruler of the nation at that time, it was absolutely imperative to swiftly eliminate any factors that posed a threat to the kingdom. Was that Assassin's Guild truly formidable? Zhao Fei inquired. If it's not significant, then forget it. Otherwise, we'd have to pay additional fees. At the mention of this association, Xiong Chumo's expression grew solemn as he began explaining the various factions to Zhao Fei. On the surface, though territories are demarcated by nations, organizations without national affiliations should not be underestimated. Similar to the Assassin's Guild, the merchant alliances formed in the post-apocalyptic world also wield formidable influence. Chapter 89. The Guild Master Takes Action. Are merchants truly weak? Indeed, many merchants possess ordinary constitutions, yet they thrive nonetheless. Even without allegiance to any nation, these traders rely on intricate networks of connections, maintaining favorable relations with those in power. The Merchant Association wields such influence that it can casually replace the rulers of minor nations, while even mid-sized and large kingdoms often find themselves compelled to compromise with its members. As for the Assassin's Guild, it is an even more formidable entity, an organization best left undisturbed, regardless of one's moral stance. Rumor has it that the guild is led by a pair of spouses, though this remains mere speculation. For the guild master is as elusive as a phantom. Not only that, but even its members remain oblivious to the guild's true structure. The Assassin's Guild operates with strict principles. Once a target is named, they provide a corresponding price for the assassination. The employer need only wait for results after paying the fee, without exception. Upon hearing Xiong Chumo's explanation, Zhao Fei could only conclude that these people were utterly deranged. With such formidable power, why waste it on fellow humans instead of directing it towards zombies or evolved beasts? What kind of accomplishment was that? Though Zhao Fei harbored no particular interest in wielding power, he intended to utilize authority to serve his own purposes. He entrusted his parents' information to Xiong Chumo, tasking him with conducting a search within the boundaries of Hope City. Xiong Chumo worked with remarkable efficiency, yet the outcome remained fruitless. Naturally, such news plunged Zhao Fei into profound frustration. It seemed only a thorough, carpet-style search would suffice. Brother Fei, Xiong Chumo advised, among all the nations, only the capital possesses comprehensive personal records. If you wish to locate your uncle and aunt, that is the sole destination. As a seasoned expert in tracking individuals, Xiong Chumo had been searching for his younger sister since the apocalypse began. No one understood better than he the inefficiency of such methods. Brother Fei, he continued, I suspect your information has already fallen into the hands of other nations. This, unfortunately, complicates your search further. Xiong Chumo cautioned against Zhao Fei making his quest public. In his own early days of searching for his sister, he had plastered her portrait across cities. Swiftly, individuals began targeting girls resembling the image, leading to a harrowing cycle of extortion, rescue attempts, and tragic outcomes. Now that Zhao Fei's reputation had spread, Xiong Chumo feared that broadcasting his search would only endanger his parents. Such was the cruel irony of this wretched apocalypse, guarding against zombies, evolved beasts, and worst of all, humanity itself. Zhao Fei heaved a profound sigh, resigning himself to the bear's intentions. At that very moment, deep within the boundless mountain range, a solitary figure struck a stone with deliberate precision, causing a hidden cavern to materialize. After cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure safety, the mysterious individual swiftly disappeared into the yawning entrance. Navigating through a dimly lit subterranean passage, he eventually emerged into an expansive underground chamber. This is an underground space, originally an air raid shelter for a deposed emperor of the bygone era. Now, it serves as the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. While Zhao Fei was contemplating the Assassin's Guild, the guild itself was far from idle. Having received no order to terminate the contract, they remained fully committed to the mission of eliminating Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei had underestimated the guild's capabilities. Swiftly, the Assassin's Guild relayed his information to their headquarters. Where is this man now? After obtaining Zhao Fei's dossier, the leader of the Assassin's Guild inquired of his subordinates. Your Excellency, according to our investigations, this young man is named Zhao Fei, hailing from the southern regions. Not only has he brought the Northern River Kingdom under his dominion, but rumors also speak of his defeat over the sovereign of the Iron Mountain Kingdom. Though the Assassin's Guild prides itself on precision, Whispers and distortions inevitably twist certain truths. Yet, such discrepancies mattered little, for in the eyes of those delivering the report, even the most formidable targets will be dealt with personally by the esteemed guildmaster. Master, here is the portrait of Zhao Fei. The informant knelt, raising his hands in reverence as he presented the image upward. Who among them dared meet the guildmaster's gaze directly? In the Assassin's Guild, even the dogs wore masks. Although the guildmaster always reveals his true face, those who have seen his visage mysteriously vanish without a trace. The painting is remarkably lifelike, murmured the two-seated guildmasters. The reporting agent harbored doubts, but dared not voice them unless addressed by the masters. As he awaited their command, suddenly, both masters extended their hands. Don't kill me. Having never witnessed the master strike before, the agent instantly feared he had unwittingly provoked their wrath. Damn it! What on earth are you thinking with that intellect of yours? How did you even become the rapporteur? Pay close attention. This ring represents the guildmaster. Remember that. It turned out to be a false alarm. The rapporteur was indeed a genuine fourth-tier powerhouse. Yet, in the presence of the guildmaster, he felt like nothing more than a skewer of roasted lamb, seasoned at will. Understood, the rapporteur kept repeating, and in the next moment, he found himself staring at empty space. Guildmaster? My lord Guildmaster? No response. The reporter slowly raised his head to look. Only 2 chairs remained before him. Without a second thought, it seemed the association leaders had personally intervened to deal with that Zhao Fei. Was this Zhao Fei truly such a formidable challenge? The leaders have taken matters into their own hands. Never mind. I'd better attend to my own affairs. Zhao Fei stood in the safe house, gazing at his unconscious younger sister with a heavy sigh. At this moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Seeing his sister in such a state weighed heavily on his heart. He longed to extract the energy within himself once more and transfer it into her body. Yet, he hesitated, haunted by the ominous legend of the Chosen One's curse. How could he bear to subject his beloved sister to such a dreadful fate? Just as Zhao Fei was frowning in deep thought, he suddenly heard a series of knocks at the door. Xiaoji, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to be top-tier equipment? How could there be knocking sounds? Ash appeared suddenly, wearing an utterly bewildered expression. I initially assumed my system had malfunctioned, for according to protocol, I should have detected any approaching target near the safe house, unless the target posed extreme danger. Xiaoji's final words sent a bone-chilling shiver down Zhao Fei's spine from head to toe. Having just attained power that made him feel invincible across the entire region, before he could even bask in his newfound glory for more than a few days. How could someone capable of humbling him appear so swiftly? Xiaoji, you're truly disappointing. I had envisioned you as a formidable elder brother. Yet now you appear as nothing more than an insignificant younger sibling. Zhao Fei lamented with evident dissatisfaction, while Xiaoji himself wore a crestfallen expression of profound melancholy. Chapter 90. The Weakest One at Home Panics. The two were genuinely terrified. To be honest, Xiaoji had always considered himself an undisputed powerhouse, until now. One setback after another had left him questioning whether he was even capable of assisting Zhao Fei anymore. The strength of the figure beyond the door undoubtedly surpassed the 10th tier, exceeding Xiaoji's current limits to such an extent that his scans couldn't even detect the slightest trace of the intruder's presence. Escape? It seems there is no escape. A battle, then? We're no match for them. By the way, there's a 10th tier powerhouse stationed in the safe house right now, Typhon. We might be in trouble, Typhon. Zhao Fei immediately thought of his trump card. Having witnessed countless grand scenes, Typhon merely waved his hand dismissively without uttering a word. Zhao Fei grinned, brimming with anticipation, and asked, can we take them on? Go with the flow. Zhao Fei observed Typhon, who hadn't even bothered to sit up and was merely grabbing another handful of popcorn. He understood. What was meant to be would find its way. There was no escaping fate. He opened the door. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fei forced a smile onto his face and stepped toward the vehicle. Brother Fei, your smile is radiant. Have you come up with a solution? Zhao Fei's underlings observed his demeanor from behind, and a sudden sense of reassurance washed over them. Indeed, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. A serene tranquility settled within their hearts. The door of the safe house creaked open. It was his parents. Good heavens! What manner of demons are you? How dare you disturb the sanctity of my mind? As Zhao Fei swung open the door, he beheld the very figures he had been desperately seeking, his long-lost parents standing upon his threshold. Yet in that instant, his weary mind twisted their visages into some cruel mockery by his enemies. What care I for your evolutionary rank? He spat with venomous contempt. If Zhao Fei's innermost taboos are provoked, he would rather perish together with everyone else. You foolish child. Zhao's father and mother simultaneously rapped Zhao Fei on the head in a coordinated parental assault. The pain was excruciating. Suddenly, long-buried memories surged forth in an overwhelming tide. The familiar strength, the precise positioning, that peculiar habit of using the little finger. Every detail confirmed that the figures before him were unmistakably his parents. All right. Let's head inside first, Zhao Fei's parents said, stepping past the threshold of the safe house as if its advanced defenses were mere illusions. These are my parents. As Zhao Fei's mother and father entered, his subordinates instinctively tensed for combat. But with a dismissive wave from Zhao Fei, they hesitated, then reflexively greeted Uncle Annie. Hello. Good boys, his mother remarked warmly, her gaze softening as she observed her son, once socially anxious, now surrounded by loyal companions. Zhao Fei, it seems you found some true friends. Mom, Dad, about Yi, it's all right. Let's go see her. At the moment Zhao Fei's parents stepped into the safe room, they seemed to sense Zhao Ye's condition. Without even needing Zhao Fei's guidance, they went straight to their daughter's chamber. Mom, Dad, in a lake. No, it wasn't just a lake. I took Yi Zi's chosen one's fortune and, the moment Zhao Fei saw his parents, he instantly forgot that he was a formidable warrior who had fought his way through countless battles. At this moment, he was like a child again, a little schoolboy who had been bullied by classmates and came home seeking comfort from his parents. It's all right, Zhao Fei. You've done well enough. Zhao Fei's parents reassured him as they sat by the bedside, gently stroking Zhao Ye's hand. Wake up now, silly girl, they whispered tenderly to her. With a soft murmur, Zhao Yi stretched lazily, as if rousing from a deep slumber after an exhausting exam. Then, blinking, she looked around at her family. Is it time? I still wish to spend more time with my elder brother. It's time to depart. Your brother is capable of taking care of himself now. To be honest, within the confines of this room, Zhao Fei felt as though he could no longer comprehend his family's words. Zhao Fei, we must leave this place for a while. But we shall wait for you. Zhao Fei's parents supported Zhao Yi as they spoke these bewildering words to him. Though each syllable made sense in isolation, strung together, they formed an incomprehensible tapestry. I want to stay with my brother, Zhao Yi pleaded, reluctance lacing her voice as she clung to her parents. Let's go. Time is slipping away. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei's parents pulled Zhao Yi along, guiding her toward the door. Mother and father, could you kindly elucidate the situation? What exactly is transpiring here? Watching his three family members truly preparing to depart, Zhao Fei felt a surge of urgency. His father paused for a moment before speaking. Son, you're still young. Well, not exactly young anymore. Your abilities are too limited. Even if we explained, you wouldn't comprehend. Only by resolving Earth's impending apocalypse will you naturally understand all of this. Zhao Fei was an intelligent young man, though riddled with doubt upon hearing his family's words. He refrained from pressing further. As they reached the factory gate, they suddenly halted, turned back, and enveloped Zhao Fei in a tight embrace. His mother and Zhao Yi began to weep, while his father, ever indifferent, chided, "What with the tears? We must have faith in Zhao Fei. He will surely succeed. We're leaving now." His tone remained characteristically blunt. "Oh, all right," Zhao Fei replied, scratching his head at a loss for words. After all, as a man, he was never adept at heart-to-heart conversations. "Brother, I'll leave half of my energy with you. Consider it a parting gift," Zhao Yi murmured, unable to bear the separation. With those words, she transferred half of her chosen one's power into Zhao Fei's body. Whoosh, in an instant, Zhao Fei's life level ascended from the 5th tier to the 6th. Zhao Yezi, how could you do this? Could you kindly let your brother rely on himself for everything? How else will he ever mature if this continues? Zhao Fei's mother scolded Zhao Yi while handing Zhao Fei a ring. This is the token of the Assassin Association leader, founded by your parents. From now on, the entire Assassin Association belongs to you." Deeply moved, Zhao Fei glanced at his father, whose face turned ashen as he immediately led the family away. After pushing open the safe house door, the family vanished, not through any illusion, but in the truest sense of disappearance. Even Xiao Ji couldn't trace their whereabouts. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao Fei suddenly leaned against the wall and chuckled to himself. "Brother Fei, are you all right?" Everyone gazed at Zhao Fei with deep concern, fearing that he had suffered such a severe blow that he had lost his sanity in an instant. Chapter 91. Replenishing supplies. Zhao Fei was the pillar of strength for his group. Should anything befall him, the others would truly be at a loss in this apocalyptic world. Yet Zhao Fei himself remained utterly composed, leisurely retrieving a jar of preserved plums, plucking one between his fingers, and tossing it into his mouth. "See, I'm perfectly fine. Look, I'm even snacking on plums," he remarked. The others exchanged glances. Anyone who could indulge in such mundane pleasures with such nonchalance had to be in their right mind. Though he had parted ways with his family, an unexpected lightness settled over Zhao Fei's heart. The relentless burden of searching for his loved ones had weighed heavily upon him. Yet their abrupt appearance and subsequent departure revealed an undeniable truth. They no longer required his protection. Their strength far surpassed his own, and now he must hasten to catch up. Gazing in the direction his family had vanished, Zhao Fei wiped his lips. Though the circumstances remained shrouded in mystery, one thing was clear: strength would unravel the enigma. Was that not simplicity itself? At this moment, Zhao Fei resembled his younger self when he first entered university, his mind brimming with ambitious plans. "I must grow stronger. I shall bring an end to this apocalyptic era. I will pursue and reunite with my family." Zhao Fei's strength had already reached the 6th tier, yet tempered by the harsh realities of the apocalypse, he refrained from declaring, "I am invincible. Do as you please." He understood the necessity of proceeding step by step. His first priority was to unite the fragmented human nations, weaving their disparate threads into a single unbreakable cord. Only then could they avoid further dissipating their already beleaguered forces through internal strife. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he could accomplish much, dawn of the following day arrived. This time, the system granted him a skill manual, the comprehensive guide to blade mastery. Zhao Fei curled his lip slightly. The system's rewards seemed whimsical at best. Yet in his eyes, this manual was a treasure so rare that even the grandest of fortunes might fail to procure it. "Host, do not belittle your blessings, lest I reward you with nothing but rolls of toilet paper from now on," Xiao Ji warned, observing Zhao Fei's muttered complaints. "Petty," Zhao Fei retorted under his breath, careful not to overstep the boundaries of Xiao Ji's tolerance. With a tap, Zhao Fei activated the manual. Li's flying daggers, the Hu family blade techniques, the ancestral Li-style pedicure knife method. Instantly, every blade-related technique in existence flooded his mind, assimilated into his mastery in an instant. Now, Zhao Fei could effortlessly engage in a duel with a master swordsman while simultaneously performing a pedicure. At that very moment, chaos erupted within the assassination guild left to Zhao Fei by his mother. According to the guild's tracking, their 2 leaders had set out to eliminate Zhao Fei. No one had anticipated this would be anything but a straightforward battle. Just how formidable were these 2 guild leaders? No one could provide an answer. If forced to describe it with a single word, one would have to resort to inscrutable. The origins of the 2 guild leaders were utterly untraceable, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Initially, the Assassins Guild had been established by these 2 leaders as an intelligence trading organization. Later, due to the substantial financial demands of the organization's operations upon the Council of Subordinates, the enterprise underwent a transformation, metamorphosing into the present-day Assassins Guild. Now, the guild master who had steadfastly guarded the headquarters has inexplicably vanished, as though evaporated into thin air, stirring unrest among the elder council of the Assassins Guild. The reason why those once fiercely loyal core members have begun harboring their own clandestine ambitions is none other than this. Since the dawn of the apocalypse, what immense fortunes has the Assassins Guild amassed? No one knew for certain, yet all were aware it must be an immense fortune indeed. Men perish for riches, a timeless truth that holds fast even now, though the treasures be not gold or jewels, but energy crystals. With the two guild masters having vanished after their failed assassination attempt on Zhao Fei, one conclusion became inescapable. Their disappearance was inextricably linked to him. Still, none could bring themselves to believe Zhao Fei had slain the two leaders. The elders, who regarded him with both admiration and dread, promptly dispatched their subordinates to surveil his movements. What should have been the silent, shadowed headquarters of the Assassins' Guild now teemed with activity as figures of all sorts emerged from the underground. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fei, the guild he had assumed was already within his grasp was not merely plotting against him. They had begun orchestrating schemes targeting his entire family. To Zhao Fei's mind, the wisest course was to proceed with meticulous caution, advancing step by step, yet exploring a few ruins along the way would hardly be amiss. In this era devoid of navigation, the best recourse was to consult the locals. Thus, at the first light of dawn the next day, Zhao Fei sought out Xiong Chumo with a question. "Brother, are there any ruins within these lands renowned for their extreme peril? Preferably the kind of ruins from which there is no return." Bear couldn't help but feel exasperated as he watched Zhao Fei. Why do all these powerful individuals have such peculiar ways of thinking? Zhao Fei's penchant for courting death was utterly incomprehensible to Xiong Chumo. However, now that he had abdicated his position, Xiong Chumo dutifully returned to his task, marking the ruins within human territories. Some disposable ruins were fiercely contested by various factions, while renewable development sites served as foundational assets for established powers, never to be casually revealed to outsiders. Xiong Chumo unfurled his map and began meticulously annotating. Zhao Fei surveyed the dense clusters of ruins with a sigh of resignation. If only humanity could unite and allocate these resources rationally, what threat would zombies and evolved beasts possibly pose? Brother Fei, Hope City 1 has sent a distress signal. Just as Zhao Fei was preparing to depart, Xiong Yin came running. Now, Xiong Yin had already decided to remain in this place, staying with her brother. And this, in turn, meant that she had relinquished the opportunity to become Zhao Fei's partner. Deep within her heart, Xiong Yin had wrestled with this decision. For facing such an exceptional man as Zhao Fei, no woman could remain unmoved. However, after spending such a considerable length of time together, Zhao Fei had not expressed the slightest hint of affection. Xiong Yin came to realize that he simply wasn't Zhao Fei's type. Zhao Fei was undoubtedly not inclined towards same-sex relationships, so after careful consideration of the pros and cons, Xiong Yin chose to remain with his elder brother. This decision represented the most fitting destiny for those like them, individuals who, no matter how diligently they strove, could never keep pace with Zhao Fei's strides. How could it be otherwise? Isn't that where General Shi Yi is stationed? Lord Shi Yi has already sacrificed himself. According to the report, Shi Yi perished in battle against enemies 10 times his number, struck down by enemy artillery fire. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fei felt deeply unsettled in his heart. The man who always gave him a thumbs up, was he truly gone just like that? Indeed, in the apocalypse, life proves to be the most fragile of all. Chapter 92. Stabbing in the back. How can humans, unlike plants and trees, be devoid of emotion? Zhao Fei was indeed somewhat sorrowful. Then released all the governor lords from the warehouse. These governor lords simultaneously said, "John, don't be sad. If one of me falls, 100 others will give you a thumbs up." Long Yi's emotion chip was crafted by Xiao Ji, who kept a cloud backup of it. Zhao Fei duplicated the emotion chip and implanted it into one of the governor lords. As the governor lord's eyes flickered with life, he spoke, "John, I'm back. Now, tell me what's been happening." Through the resurrected Long Yi's explanation, Zhao Fei learned of the events in Hope City No. 1. Under Zhao Fei's arrangements, the purified water business in Hope City No. 1 flourished. The low prices directly saved survivors teetering on the brink of life and death. In this post-apocalyptic world, natural water was too toxic, and most people could only boil it for distillation, a method both inefficient and barely sufficient to quench thirst. Hope City No. 1, having undergone this sudden economic transformation, quickly gained renown. Buyers of purified water came in an endless stream. Though the city's landlocked position was far from ideal, its waterways were highly developed. Long Yi strictly followed Zhao Fei's orders. To earn energy crystals, he commanded the construction of more docks. The survivors cherished this dreamlike existence, each diligently fulfilling their roles. Through collective effort, Hope City No. 1's reputation grew ever stronger. Even some former mining slaves, having heard the news, chose to return, though now as citizens, not laborers. In Hope City No. 1, people were no longer divided into hierarchies. Yet, even as Zhao Fei shaped Hope City No. 1 into a trade hub without provoking others, it still encroached upon certain interests. A scheme to attack the city quietly unfolded. Night fell, and the docks closed. No matter how prosperous the business, operations ceased in the pitch dark. After all, Hope City No. 1's defenses were fragile. Requesting permission to dock, under the cover of night, a large ship arrived. The two sides communicated via signal flags. The ship's crew informed the city's workers that their vessel had malfunctioned, and they had no choice but to moor the dock. The workers of Hope City No. 1, all former mining slaves, treasured their jobs deeply. Naturally, they cared about customer complaints. Even though Lord Long Yi was understanding, everyone strove to share his burdens. After all, if he were exhausted and replaced, there was no guarantee his successor would match his excellence. Rat-tat-tat. The moment this seemingly ordinary ship docked, its occupants launched an assault. However, these attackers refrained from killing anyone. They only fired warning shots. All those who landed were second-tier evolvers. Such a formidable lineup left the survivors utterly defenseless. It wasn't that these people lacked backbone, but rather that Lord Long Yi had instructed them, when facing overwhelming disparity in strength, there was no need to throw away their lives recklessly. John, your lives are precious. Cherish them. This was the plain truth. Every individual under the governance of Hope City contributed to Zhao Fei's progress bar, though resentment simmered in their hearts. The docks were swiftly lost as the invaders took control without resistance. Upon receiving the news, Long Yi acted immediately. Given his attributes, he naturally could hold his own against these ambushers, even gaining the upper hand. Yet just as the battle was about to reach its climax, a sudden artillery shell streaked across the distant river, striking with lethal precision. That was the last of Long Yi's memories. An artillery shell? Zhao Fei was perplexed. Wasn't that equipment exclusively found on battleships? Could it be that the maritime forces had launched this assault? To be honest, Zhao Fei had always been a landlubber, having long forgotten the formidable naval forces of Jiuzhou. Now that he thought about it, they were indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, Zhao Fei couldn't fathom why an entire fleet would attack such a small and vulnerable survivor base. Upon hearing the full account of the incident, Xiong Chimo was astonished that Zhao Fei had merely stationed a single evolver to guard Hope City No. 1. Brother Fei, could you truly be unaware of the critical importance of purified water? To Zhao Fei, this seemingly endless supply of purified water held no value worth cherishing. In truth, what constrained the population within the cities of various nations was not the scarcity of sustenance, but the dearth of clean water resources. Presently, only the imperial capital retained intact purification facilities. Were it not for the fragile components controlled by other nations, the very existence of these separate sovereignties would be inconceivable. Enough of such musings. How dare they encroach upon my domain? They court death with such audacity. Zhao Fei's fury ignited as he witnessed the progress bar for upgrading his high-security shelter diminish by 20,000 souls. Without hesitation, he marshaled his forces, intent on reclaiming Hope City No. 1. His armored shelter surged forward, trailed by a vast legion of half-corpse warriors. Tear it all down now. At that very moment, upon the docks of Hope City No. 1, the former inhabitants labored feverishly to dismantle the purification apparatus Zhao Fei had installed, loading the components onto ships. Despite the expanded harbor, only modest vessels could be accommodated. A speedboat, hastily fitted with an absorption tank, roared to life. Its destination a distant warship lurking in deeper waters. The same behemoth that had fired the fatal shell obliterating Long Yi. Captain, we've expedited the process. The entire assembly will be aboard within 3 hours. Peering through his binoculars at the bustling docks, the warship's captain barked, "Faster." Upon receiving the orders, the The subordinates once again urged the survivors to hasten their dismantling pace. The equipment produced by the system was, in fact, designed for foolproof installation and not as delicate as these individuals claimed. The survivors were deliberately stalling for time, for after Zhao Fei's series of maneuvers, they had become convinced he would ultimately rescue them. Thus, they dragged their feet intentionally while disassembling the water purification unit. The personnel aboard the battleship, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the apparatus, feared that excessive harshness might damage the equipment, an outcome they could ill afford to explain. Chapter 93. Misplaced Justice Captain. Before departure, the commander implied that we should purchase this equipment. If the other party disagrees, we could negotiate a long-term supply agreement instead. But to outright seize the very foundation of their livelihood, doesn't that seem excessively ruthless? The battleship's adjutant stood behind the captain, hesitating for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Don't listen to him. The admiral is getting on in years, and his mind isn't what it used to be. There was a hint of reproach in the adjutant's words. Yet having spent over a decade together aboard this vessel, the two men shared a bond as strong as brothers, even without blood ties. The captain did not turn around, and the adjutant fell silent. Then, the captain's tone softened as he spoke. Look at the intricacy of this device. It's clearly not from the old era. It must be a relic from the ruins. This survivor base's defenses are far too weak. Sooner or later, it will fall to someone else. Rather than that, it's better for us to take it. After a pause, the captain added once more, his voice firm. All of this, it's for the greater good. After uttering these words, the captain wore an expression of haughty pride. The adjutant remained silent, for as a longtime companion, he understood all too well that the captain had become utterly fanatical. In the captain's mind, any action taken in the name of his unwavering justice could be justified and forgiven. Knowing his captain's temperament all too well, the adjutant refrained from further comment and instead busied himself with planning the dismantling of the equipment. Meanwhile, among the survivors laboring at the docks, anxiety gnawed at their hearts. With most of the loading already completed, why had Lord Zhao Fei still not arrived? The fleeting opportunity that slipped through their fingers made them cherish everything before their eyes all the more. These individuals had originally intended to lead diligent and steadfast lives by relying on this purified water production system. At this very moment, they came to understand the ancient adage, though the common man is innocent, possessing a treasure becomes his crime, no matter how much they delayed. The final storage tank was eventually dismantled. Brothers, we cannot allow them to take this equipment away. How will we answer to Lord Zhao Fei? Exactly. We cannot forever rely on Lord Zhao Fei. We must safeguard our own happiness. The survivors grew desperate, their voices rising in unison. Long-suppressed fury ignited within them as they clutched whatever tools they could find, encircling the final container. In Hope City Number 1, Long E stood as the sole evolved being. For all others had once pledged allegiance to the former ruler, becoming his lackeys. Now, ordinary men and women, their eyes burning with defiance, stood united before the vessel. Step aside now, they demanded. You lunatics are courting death. The assault troops disembarking from the battleship belonged to the Jojo fleet. Truth be told, stationed far from the homeland, they were spared much strife and to varying degrees retained vestiges of humanity from bygone eras. They didn't immediately open fire, merely brandishing weapons to intimidate the survivors away from the purified water production facility. Yet even such restrained measures left the fleet's warriors burdened with pangs of conscience. Now, witnessing these ragged survivors in such a state of emotional turmoil, the fleet soldiers found themselves momentarily at a loss. Yet, as warriors, obedience to orders was their fundamental duty. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the tension was palpable. Shoot then, go ahead and fire. They cried out in desperation. Without this purified water production system, we cannot survive. No one took the lead. Yet these ordinary survivors, one after another, charged toward the soldiers who had already cocked their rifles. The ones at the forefront had already closed their eyes. Cowards? They had been for long enough. Even a fleeting moment of heroism is embraced without fear. Captain, the survivors have begun their uprising. What shall we do? The soldiers naturally dared not fire without authorization and immediately sought instructions from the warship. These people living like dogs, Do they not realize that sacrificing them could save countless others? Open fire. The warriors confronting the survivors heard the captain's command. Cursing inwardly, with a single utterance, he determines life and death. In the end, it's always us who must bear the burden of villainy. However, the warriors who had already bound themselves to the battleship had no choice but to carry out the captain's orders. The rapid, staccato bursts of gunfire erupted. Yet this was unmistakably not the ordinary sound of submachine guns. "John, I've returned." The survivors gazed upon the familiar figure of Lord Ryuichi appearing before them. "Fear not, just a single individual. Let us concentrate our firepower and eliminate him." The naval warriors were indeed stunned by the sudden barrage of gatling gunfire. However, upon realizing their assailant was merely a solitary figure, their composure swiftly returned. A single individual? In this post-apocalyptic world, there are still those who aspire to be heroes. The warriors present had all come to comprehend the harsh brutality of this apocalyptic era. They realized that mere survival in such a cataclysmic world was an extraordinary challenge in itself. Heroes? I no longer serve in that capacity. "John, we have arrived." However, just as the battleship soldiers raised their guns and prepared to fire, suddenly, a stereophonic voice, as if spoken by 99 individuals simultaneously, resounded. Besides Ryuichi, other artificial humans materialized in an instant. Oh, reinforcements from Lord Zhao Fei have arrived. Indeed, Lord Zhao Fei may be delayed, but he never fails to appear. Lord Zhao Fei is our miracle. The citizens of Hope City No. 1 erupted in jubilant cheers, though the battleship soldiers numbered in the hundreds. After casting a glance at the governor's entourage, they immediately discarded their firearms and knelt upon the ground. It was not that these warriors feared death, for from the very beginning they believed perishing in combat against the undead or evolved beasts would be a worthy demise. But to die as mere pawns in this petty strife between fellow men held no meaning whatsoever. Survival alone sufficed. "Captain, our soldiers have been disarmed." Several individuals who witnessed Zhao Fei's retaliation quickly fled back to the battleship in alarm, urgently reporting the incident to the captain. "What? These individuals dare to obstruct me from carrying out justice. Do they not possess even the most basic conscience of humanity?" The adjutant gazed calmly at the captain, whose lips overflowed with righteous rhetoric. This captain now wielded justice as an excuse, utterly convinced of his own infallibility. The weaker one's inner resolve, the more desperately one clings to justifications. After a night of turmoil, dawn finally broke. The crimson morning sun cast its impartial light upon all without discrimination. At this moment, through his telescope, the captain beheld nearly 100 identical governors, aligned in a serpentine formation, staring back at him. Chapter 94. Undaunted by trouble, what's going on? These people all look exactly alike. Could it be my aging eyes playing tricks on me? Bah! Undoubtedly, the recent exertion of justice had taken its toll. The captain could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them before raising the binoculars for a closer inspection. Astonishingly, there stood 100 identical replicas of Governor Zhao Fei. Having returned to oversee Hope City No. 1, after effortlessly subduing the terrestrial naval forces, Zhao now turned his attention to this warship. "Signalman, inform them to return the purified water production facility immediately and provide compensation, or we shall commence our assault," Zhao declared, his gaze fixed upon the vessel with a tumult of emotions. Before him lay a compact coastal combat ship, designed for harassing enemy fleets, yet armed with formidable firepower. The immaculate paintwork along its hull spoke of meticulous maintenance. These cowards, Zhao mused bitterly, hoarding their strength like treasures while the world crumbles around them. He surmised that the Jojo fleet had retreated to their harbor base upon the apocalypse's outbreak, avoiding conflict entirely. Hence, even their lowest-tier vessels remained pristine. Throughout his northward journey, Zhao had encountered no reports of the fleet engaging in battle. This realization ignited a surge of indignation within him. Thus, when he issued the threat of attack, it was no idle warning. Commence the assault? How dare they launch an assault upon us? Faced with Zhao Fei's ultimatum, the captain dismissed his words as utter nonsense. Everyone knew that since the apocalypse began, the Jojo fleet had been an invincible force. "Messenger," the captain commanded, Inform them that not only will we not return anything, but we shall also seize the remaining containers from them. I wonder what method Zhao Fei could employ to launch an attack against me. Having received the reply, Zhao Fei remained remarkably composed, for the other party's attitude fell precisely within his expectations. Take me flying, Zhao Fei commanded, spreading his arms wide, signaling Chun Wenfeng to carry him aloft. Without hesitation, Chun Wenfeng grasped Zhao Fei's hands firmly, lifting him effortlessly before soaring above the warship. Does this fool truly believe himself to be some kind of hero? The captain watched Zhao Fei take flight and chuckled to himself. Then he unfastened his immaculate white uniform, draped it over the chair, and massaged his joints before stepping onto the deck to await Zhao Fei's descent from the sky. Though the captain seemed eccentric, he was a bona fide third-tier evolver, a force to be reckoned with, an elite warrior by any measure. "All right, lower me down," Zhao Fei called out, suspended midair. While the fall wouldn't kill him at this height, he had no desire to be tossed into the sea. After all, that would leave his clothes thoroughly drenched. Without any cushioning, the moment Chun Wenfeng released his grip, Zhao Fei plummeted straight down, landing hard on the deck. With a thunderous crash, the impact was so immense that the captain doubted whether Zhao Fei had been instantly crushed to death. What a remarkable vessel! Yet in the very next moment, Zhao Fei stood up as if unharmed. He observed that the warship's construction was of exceptional quality. His collision had merely left a faint dent on the deck. A fine piece of craftsmanship, though it seemed a waste to employ such a marvel for mere piracy. With a pang of regret, Zhao Fei ran his fingers along the hull, a relic embodying the pinnacle of an era's technological brilliance. "You're quite resilient, boy. Let me teach you some manners." The captain sneered, cracking his knuckles and rolling his neck as he advanced toward Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei assessed the captain's vitality, but remained silent, mistaking his silence for fear. The captain smirked until Zhao Fei spoke again. "Why not all of you come at once? Dealing with you one by one is tedious. Elegant brat. Taste the iron fist of justice." Enraged, the captain summoned twin flames that coiled around his fists. Behold, the captain's fists of righteous flame. The crew members had gathered to witness the spectacle, as such events served as vital entertainment to alleviate the monotony of their daily lives. Before the captain could utter another word, Zhao Fei swiftly approached and seized his fist. To the captain's astonishment, his flames had absolutely no effect on Zhao Fei whatsoever. Zhao Fei continued to grasp the captain's blazing fist with a serene smile. "The flames of justice shall never yield." The captain's fury blazed uncontrollably, his flames surging to their utmost intensity. Whoosh, like the detonation of a gas cylinder, the already blue-tinged inferno instantly engulfed both men. "Burn my justice!" Zhao Fei gazed upon the captain with pity, as one would regard a madman. With a mere exhale, whoosh, he extinguished the captain's flames in an instant. This left not only the captain, but the entire crew utterly dumbstruck. It turns out that I had provoked such a terrifying individual. "Steer the ship to the dock," Zhao Fei commanded, tossing the disoriented captain aside as he addressed the crew. "Boss, it's not that we don't want to, but the water near the pier is too shallow. Our battleship will run aground," one of the sailors protested. Naturally skeptical of their excuses, Zhao Fei stomped his foot, calculating the vessel's draft from the echo's reverberation before begrudgingly accepting their explanation. "Then return my belongings," he demanded, having witnessed Zhao Fei's formidable prowess firsthand. The crew immediately set to work. Through their combined efforts, the purified water production device was restored to its rightful owner. After the ordeal, Zhao Fei proceeded to interrogate the warship's personnel, starting with the captain. "My flames of justice," the captain muttered, utterly broken, crouched in a corner and rambling incoherently. Disappointed by the captain's lack of mental fortitude, Zhao Fei turned his attention to the adjutant for questioning. The astute adjutant, without waiting for Zhao Fei to employ any tactics, began to divulge the information he knew. He recounted that this particular warship indeed belonged to the Jiuzhou fleet. During the early days of the apocalypse, the global situation underwent drastic changes. The fleet commander, after weighing the pros and cons, chose not to follow the directives from the imperial capital. Instead, he focused on consolidating and managing their station territory. though some soldiers harbored reservations about their commander's decisions. The fact that they were spared from certain death kept most of them silent. The fleet's base was situated on a large, isolated island, detached from the mainland. While the island was well equipped, maintaining an entire fleet required far more than just a few machine tools. As the number of spare parts gradually dwindled, the fleet had no choice but to re-establish contact with the mainland. Chapter 95. Compensation. This battleship had recently replenished its supply of purified water from Hope City No. 1. And that was when the seeds of trouble were sown. In truth, the production of purified water had long been an established industry, even in the old era, though it certainly wasn't free. However, when the price was slashed to a mere tenth of the market rate, the entire fleet was left utterly dumbfounded. After confirming that this wasn't some grand opening promotion, nor a case of the owner fleeing with his mistress, the captain reported the matter to the admiral. At the time, the commander of the Kyushu fleet proposed two solutions: either compensate the other party to their satisfaction and purchase the production equipment outright, or enter into a long-term agreement with Hope City No. 1 for the supply of purified water. Yet in the end, the captain ignored both suggestions and chose to act rashly. From the testimonies of the captain and the crew, Zhao Fei gathered that the admiral of the Kyushu fleet was much as he had imagined, reasonable. Thus, Zhao Fei saw no need to escalate tensions between the two factions. Instead, he decided to contact their headquarters, inform their superiors of the incident, and let them handle the compensation. Zhao Fei entrusted this matter to Chen Wenfeng. "Brother Fei, how much compensation should we demand? If they offer a certain amount, you simply respond with, 'Is that all?'" "Understood." Chen Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback before nodding in admiration at Zhao Fei's shrewdness. This man, Zhao Fei, was truly born for business. Confidence is built upon capability, and now, the thoroughly defeated captain slumped dejectedly in the corner, his once unshakable sense of justice having dissipated like smoke in the wind. After re-establishing contact with the fleet, several hours passed before a helicopter descended upon the plaza of Hope City No. 1. This very square had now borne witness to the vicissitudes of fate. When would I ever attain such heights? Zhao Fei gazed at the helicopter with undisguised longing. From the helicopter descended a middle-aged man of utterly unremarkable appearance, so ordinary that one glance would leave no impression whatsoever. Yet within his eyes flickered a sharp glint of intelligence. It seemed the Jojo fleet had sent no pushover. Zhao Fei understood. This was both his first encounter with the Jojo fleet and their test of him. My apologies, old friend. It's been too long. Now, what was your name again? The approaching individual, upon spotting Zhao Fei amidst the ranks, swiftly rolled his cunning eyes and spread his arms wide, advancing towards Zhao Fei with the familiarity of greeting an old friend. What a venomous gaze! Zhao Fei did not stand in the center position, yet unexpectedly, the envoy immediately recognized his status. Instantly discarding any thoughts of underestimation, he swiftly engaged his intellect, preparing to engage in a battle of wits with this envoy. It's been quite some time since we last met. What is your name? Da Vinci and Zhao Fei, upon their first encounter, instantly connected and shook hands with mutual admiration. The commander actually sent Da Vinci. We are saved. Captain Justice felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw Da Vinci approaching. Zhao Fei had no patience for idle chatter, nor did he wish to engage in superfluous conversation with someone as shrewd as Da Vinci. Dialogue between intelligent minds was always succinct. "Brother Da, let's dispense with pleasantries," he said bluntly. "State your terms for compensation directly. Our compensation is this. From now on, we will purchase your purified water at triple the price." Truly a cunning old fox. Zhao Fei pondered for a moment, realizing that only a truly remarkable individual could make such a decision. "It's better to resolve enmity than to perpetuate it," he mused. "This long-term business deal is settled. Bring forth the writing implements. Let us draft a bilateral agreement." With those words, Zhao Fei swiftly retreated to the safe room before his subordinates could react. Inside, he employed every ounce of persuasion, both gentle and persistent, to coax Typhoon into compliance. Reluctantly, Typhoon emerged, clutching a bundle of paper and brushes, which he unceremoniously tossed onto the table before fixing his gaze upon Da Vinci. Though Da Vinci was a man of sharp intellect, one who relegated beauty to a rather low priority in his considerations. The striking woman before him stirred an unfamiliar sensation within. Damn it, it's the flutter of affection. What are you staring at? A woman of my stature is certainly not for the likes of you to gaze upon. After uttering these words, Typhoon suddenly unleashed her aura, first rank, second rank, escalating directly to the 7th rank. Zhao Fei gave a meaningful glance, prompting Typhoon to conclude her performance and retreat back into the safe house, resuming her reclusive lifestyle. At that very moment, Da Vinci was utterly startled by the sudden turn of events, toppling backward in his chair and crashing to the ground. It wasn't until Zhao Fei helped him up that Da Vinci abruptly remembered who he was and why he had come here. That person just now. Da Vinci had intended to say beauty, but he forcibly swallowed the word. Was that a 6th-rank powerhouse? Passable, just SOSO. Zhao Fei was being deliberately vague, immediately concluding that this Da Vinci strength was at most 5th tier. Zhao Fei wished to establish good relations with the Jojo fleet, yet he would never place himself in an inferior position. With such people, one must demonstrate superior strength before they will take you seriously. Indeed, Da Vinci seemed somewhat disoriented. Da Vinci was not merely a mediating envoy. He was the trusted confidant of the Jojo fleet's commander. Under the commander's directive, the fleet had recently begun engaging with various factions on land. After all, excessive seafood consumption leads to gout, necessitating some mutton to balance the diet. The commander intentionally deployed slightly unhinged captains to stir up trouble, then dispatched Da Vinci to mediate, thereby probing the factions. This tactic proved far more incisive than sending scouts. Through such maneuvers, Da Vinci had encountered numerous so-called kingdoms, yet had never witnessed truly formidable individuals. However, today the ever-manipulative Da Vinci found himself utterly defeated. A formidable evolver of at least the 7th rank. Any scheme or conspiracy is but a trivial trick in the face of absolute power. As the saying goes, he who walks by the river will eventually wet his shoes. Let's return and report to the commander. We've encountered a formidable opponent. Da Vinci let out a bitter chuckle before instructing the pilot to head back to the fleet. Let's go. Next time, we'll know better. The captain and his crew were swiftly dismissed, while Zhao Fei stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the retreating helicopter. He had initially hoped the Jojo fleet could be relied upon, but now it was clear, if he wanted to accomplish anything, he would have to depend solely on himself. His eyes sharpened with resolve before he turned and walked away without another word.